You have been selected as a survivor. Teleportation begins in 30 seconds. Please note that you cannot carry items larger than 10 cubic centimeters. The consequences of loss or damage are your own responsibility. Please prepare for teleportation. Xinghe looked back at the old dean, waving goodbye to him. He silently returned her a smile. Although Xinghe's name sounded very protagonist-like, he was actually just an unlucky guy who had transmigrated into this world. His name came from the fact that when the old dean found him, the bus stop was called Xinghe Station. In his previous life, Xinghe was an ordinary otaku office worker with almost no entertainment or life except playing games, watching anime, and reading novels at home. However, his parents were alive, his family was happy, his salary was modest, but he was not busy. He had enough to eat and wear, and he had an otaku girlfriend he had been dating for 2 years. They were planning to get married. Life was quite comfortable. Who would have thought that a regular night of staying up late would cause acute myocardial infarction and send him to reincarnate in another world? Moreover, he was an orphan here. Not only that, but at the age of 12, Xinghe was diagnosed with survivor constitution and was directly sent to a special school waiting to be thrown to the front line at 18. It can be said that Xinghe did not want to reincarnate at all, let alone live in such a day-to-day life where he knew he would die before growing up, which made every day feel like a year. This world was caught by the so-called Doom Tide more than 200 years ago. At first, natural disasters frequented the world and the population drastically decreased. Later, people discovered that a group of people had a special talent. They could enter the Doom Tide. These people were the earliest survivors. After they entered the Doom Tide, the disasters on the world gradually subsided. Then sporadic messages came out from inside, and various advanced technologies greatly accelerated the world's development. Nowadays, the world's development is incomparable to 200 years ago. Not only have they broken out of the atmosphere, but they have also engaged in interstellar colonization and even developed magic cultivation and other directions besides technology. Thus, the Doom Tide transformed from a terrible disaster into an opportunity for the world, and more people with the so-called survivor talent were screened out and sent into the Doom Tide. However, being a survivor was not a good thing, because after entering 9 out of 10 would not leave alive. Over 200 years of a small amount of news and technology had been transmitted from within, and people began to understand the Doom Tide more comprehensively. Now most people with special talents are screened out by various inspections. If they don't want to go, they can pay a huge bail. But Xinghe was an orphan, so naturally he couldn't afford it. Of course, there were also rebellions, but the world had carried out large-scale positive propaganda about this matter. Even children who were found to have special talents were subjected to brainwashing education. In society, these children also had a fairly good status, and their families could get many benefits, so the rebels were always a minority. Xinghe knew that he was just an orphan and had no ability to fight against the world. So the brainwashing was not very successful on him, but he did not intend to resist. Maybe if he died and opened his eyes, he would return to his warm home and smoothly marry his beautiful girlfriend. The teleportation process was not uncomfortable. When Xinghe opened his eyes, he was in a forest, and beside him was a somewhat dilapidated cabin. What a lousy start. Xinghe was silent. At school, he was taught that every survivor would be refreshed near a location that could serve as a shelter. If lucky, one could get a special shelter with innate special effects. If unlucky, it would be ordinary or even dilapidated. Of course, if you didn't like this location, you could go find another shelter, but when you would find one was unknown. After all, every location or building suitable as a shelter was special. If you were a child of fortune, a few more steps might reveal a better shelter, otherwise it was better to make good use of the first shelter. Xinghe did not consider himself a child of fortune, so he directly confirmed the cabin in front of him as his shelter. Shelter confirmed. Please improve security as soon as possible. The novice protection period will end after 7 days. Dilapidated cabin, shelter level 0. Repair required 50 wood. Why is it still dilapidated? Xinghe was really speechless, but what's done is done. He should repair this cabin as soon as possible. After entering the cabin, Xinghe was a little satisfied. The cabin had a bed, a table, 2 chairs, a fireplace, and some simple tools. Well, at least I don't need to make tools myself. Xinghe smiled, weighing the still intact axe in his hand. At school, the most training was in survival skills, such as chopping trees, gathering, making medicine, mining, and even making furniture. There was also combat training, but it mostly taught you how to run away. His shelter was in the forest, so there was no shortage of wood. While chopping trees, Xinghe activated his talent. Talent is something everyone can activate, but with different levels and directions. This affects the survivor's way of survival. Unfortunately, talent is quite random. Xinghe could only hope his talent was good. Personal talent activated. You can open the interface to view related information. Name: Xinghe, age 18. Health: healthy. Category: survivor. Quality: common. Most common being upgrading requires an attribute to reach 10. Spirit: 5 standard related to perception and brain activity. Physique: 5 standard related to stamina, strength, injury, recovery, agility. 5 standard related to reaction speed and flexibility. Charm: 5 standard related to appearance and personal aura. Personal talent: myriad realms. Gacha machine skill. Decomposition: rare. Quality: can only be used on animal corpses of rare or below or basic materials, not on living things. Myriad realms. Gacha machine. What is this thing? Xinghe stopped his work and opened his talent. Myriad Realms Gacha Machine unique talent description generates at least one gacha coin per day and obtains a gacha from the summoned Gacha Machine. Gacha Machine description: the Gacha Machine will select a plane or fantasy world that exists in cognition as the prize pool each day. The prize pool includes all resources, creatures, and knowledge within that fantasy world. Items in the Gacha Machine's prize pool are limited to no more than 2 levels above Xinghe's own quality, and each world will not repeat within 7 days. Gacha Coin, a coin made of special energy. Besides gacha, it also has some value in the eyes of some beings. What is this thing? Xinghe was a bit bewildered, but the unique talent level was definitely very rare. So without hesitation, Xinghe directly used his talent. After Xinghe used his talent, a coin with special symbols appeared in his hand. Along with the coin, a Gacha Machine as tall as a person appeared. The full-body photo of the Onmyoji squad on the Gacha Machine made Xinghe's mouth drop open. So the so-called fantasy world was the game he used to play. No, maybe there will also be novels, anime, and so on. Would he not have to die? He would have a better development. But this incredibly dark game was actually his first prize pool. He didn't know what he could get. Gacha Machine today's prize pool world Onmyoji Xinghe aside. At least it was something he was familiar with, which was a good thing. He inserted the coin into the slot, and the Gacha Machine began to flash lights and count down. Xinghe forcefully turned the crank, and a white gacha ball rolled out from the exit. End card, no doubt. Xinghe was an old, unlucky player, and he judged his harvest the moment he saw the gacha. Sure enough, inside the translucent gacha, a small broom with a wooden stick on its head was wriggling around. After Xinghe opened the Gacha Machine also disappeared. The Chushun inside jumped out and stood on the floor of the cabin. Chushun category: attendant, quality, common spirit 2, physique 1, agility 1, a charm 1, talent cleaning increases cleaning speed, skills focus strike, big clean. Description: one of the most common tsukamagami, not aggressive, likes to clean. Chushun looked up at Xinghe, then wobbled and began to sweep the floor. Can you understand me? Xinghe asked, curiously looking at the little guy. Chushun turned around, nodded, and its broomstick almost hit Xinghe. But unfortunately the little guy seemed unable to speak, only cleaning endlessly. It indeed had no combat power. The talent cleaning could quickly clean dust and garbage. The two skills were: one was to hit the enemy with the broomstick, and the other was big clean, swinging the broomstick to hit surrounding enemies. In other words, it was about the same as Xinghe hitting someone with a broom. Well, at least there's a living thing to accompany me, it's some comfort. Stop sweeping, Chushun, let's continue chopping trees. The process of chopping trees was quite tedious, and the trees here were even harder than those outside. Fortunately, Xinghe was no novice, and the trees weren't particularly thick either. After 3 hours, he had finally gathered enough to collect 50 units of timber. Fortunately, Xinghe didn't need to manually chop the trees into planks. All he had to do was activate his decomposition technique, and the trees would quickly transform into neatly cut timber. After feeding the materials into the system, the entire wooden shelter was enveloped in a shimmering fluorescent glow. The countdown timer showed 10 minutes remaining. Xinghe wasted no time and began gathering food from the nearby forest. After chopping trees for so long, he was already feeling weary and his throat was dry. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a water source yet, so he could only search for some plump little berries nearby to quench his thirst. As he walked, Xinghe chatted half-heartedly with Broom Deity, explaining to the little creature which things were edible and which were not. Broom Deity wasn't paying much attention, constantly stopping on its own to sweep the ground. Forget it, I don't think telling you this is useful at all. Xinghe stuck some berry-laden branches onto Broom Deity's head, treating the little fellow as a mobile scarecrow. I feel like I'm some kind of candied hawthorn vendor, Xinghe said helplessly. Fortunately, by then the wooden house had been repaired. He brought Broom Deity back to the shelter and checked its information. Sturdy wooden house in type forest, cabin level 1 in area, 30 square meters. In special modifications: none in rooms, none in special furniture, none in upgrade requirements. Basic workbench, walls LV 2, door LV 2, timber X 100, stone X 50. In description: a standard forest cabin that can shield you from wind and rain. And in your shelter is now usable. World channel and trading system have been activated. And you may only post once per day on the world channel with a limit of 100 characters and no more than 3 images. The trading system is free during the newbie protection period. And I knew there was a reason I didn't have access to trading and channels. It's because this broken down shelter doesn't count, Xinghe complained. However, these messages would not reach the outside world. After all, only a handful of people could return or send out information. It was impossible to cover everything comprehensively. Besides, not many people would likely prioritize repairing their shelter right from the start. Xinghe pushed open the door and stepped into the shelter. The furniture inside hadn't changed much, but the walls and floor looked brand new. The door was a solid wooden one, probably about an inch thick. He glanced at the upgrade requirements for the door. Upgrading from the sturdy wooden door to the next stage, the heavy wooden door, required 10 units of timber. Upgrading the walls from sturdy wooden walls to heavy wooden walls, on the other hand, required a whopping 50 units of timber. Additionally, upgrading the shelter also required a workbench, the cheapest option, needing 5 units each of timber and stone. Sitting on the chair, Xinghe plucked and ate the berries in his hand while opening the world channel. The messages were densely packed and chaotic. He tried searching for several names, but found no matches. They had all entered together as fellow survivors, but unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone. Among those posting, Xinghe did spot a few familiar names, but none were from his class, so he didn't rashly strike up a conversation. I found a chest in the wilderness guarded by several wolves. Here's what was inside. Holy crap, boss. You can actually kill wolves now. I'm still picking up rotten wood. Weaklings up there, many people with combat talent can kill wolves, including me, thanks. Xinghe stared in surprise at the user, named Lao Paozi, unable to believe someone had already found a treasure chest so quickly. Touching the tools at his side, Xinghe tore off a small strip of bark to tie the pickaxe to his back, and hung the axe at his waist. He patted Broom Deity's head. Let's go, time to explore the surroundings. As a newcomer, Xinghe had no backpack available, and could only hope to find one or wait until the workbench was crafted. For Xinghe, the forest environment was somewhat familiar, making it a decent starting point. Although the forest was teeming with dangers, resources were relatively abundant. Using the growth direction of plants as a guide, Xinghe finally found a small river about a kilometer away. To his greater delight, not only was there water, but there were also stones. It was a rocky shingle beach. Not rushing into action, he crouched in the nearby woods and observed for a while. His caution proved to be the right choice, as soon enough 3 goblins waddled out and lay by the river drinking water. Damn it, could there be a goblin tribe near my shelter? Although this was Xinghe's first time seeing real goblins, he was familiar with the habits of such low-level magical beasts. Goblins were social creatures that often formed teams when venturing out. So if you spotted a few goblins near your home, it meant there were likely many more lurking unseen. Just as Xinghe was preparing to retreat and wait for the goblins to finish drinking before scouting the river, one of them suddenly got up and waddled in his direction. Judging by the way it was holding its rear, and it probably needed to use the restroom. Xinghe could only slowly shuffle backward, dragging Broom Deity behind a large tree. However, eyeing this lone goblin, Xinghe felt this might be a good opportunity. A single goblin's combat ability was quite pathetic. Any ordinary person could kill it with an iron rod. Having received combat training, Xinghe believed handling this goblin quickly should be no problem. Thus he quietly set down his iron pickaxe, gripped the axe in one hand, and waited until the goblin squatted down. Then he leaped forward in a burst. Before the goblin could turn around, the axe had already struck deep into its neck. However, this was after all his first time truly killing a magical beast. Xinghe failed to deliver a fatal blow, and the goblin's sudden scream caught the attention of the other two. Xinghe left the half-dead goblin behind, yanked his axe free, and hit again. The 2 goblins grabbed their clubs and charged into the forest. The gruesome sight of their companions seemed to frighten them, and they muttered unintelligibly in Goblin before backing away. Not wanting to miss this chance to eliminate the monsters, Xinghe charged out again, bringing his axe down on one goblin's belly. The other let out an ear-piercing scream, dropped its weapon, and fled. Just as Xinghe drew his axe to give chase, Broom Deity, hiding nearby, suddenly burst out. A faint fluorescent glow rippled across its head, and it struck the goblin's belly with a club. The goblin was sent flying several meters, and couldn't even crawl back up. Xinghe stood there dumbfounded. Having disposed of the last goblin, Xinghe gave Zhoushan a tight hug, rumpling its broom bristles in the process. He truly had not expected that the seemingly useless charge strike skill could send a goblin, almost as tall as Zhoushan itself, flying so far away. Wriggling out of Xinghe's embrace, Zhoushan immediately scurried to a nearby tree and began rubbing against it, trying to smooth its ruffled bristles back into place. Deciding not to tease the little fellow any further, Xinghe stripped the 3 goblins of their belongings and cast his decomposition spell on their corpses. The 3 goblins vanished on the spot, leaving behind only a few chunks of meat, 3 ears, and 2 sharp fangs. The meat was labeled as monster meat, something humans had best avoid eating as it was highly toxic. The goblin ears and fangs were special materials that normally required processing. However, the items obtained through the decomposition spell could be used immediately without any further refinement. Of course, logically speaking, a single goblin should yield a mouthful of teeth and at least 2 ears. Seeing how little remained, Xinghe was convinced that the system had levied a heavy tax. All 3 goblins were low-level magical beasts. Aside from the materials harvested via decomposition, they possessed only a small wooden club each and a few tattered rags on their bodies. Unbothered by the grime, Xinghe took the rags to the river to wash them, fashioning them into a simple makeshift pouch to carry some stones back. Just as he finished preparing his load and was about to leave, he noticed something in the distance glinting brightly under the sunlight. Gripping his axe tightly, Xinghe crept forward with caution, only to discover that it was actually a wooden treasure chest secured with a bronze lock. Realization dawned upon him. The 3 goblins must have been the guardians of this chest, which explained their presence nearby. Alternatively, they might have stumbled upon the chest themselves and hauled it to this spot. Without much hesitation, Xinghe opened the treasure chest directly. You have obtained Fireball Staff X1, a linen backpack X1, a hemp rope X1. Fireball Staff. Category Consumable. Quality Common. Durability 55. Effect consumes 1 durability to unleash a tier 1 fireball. This item cannot be repaired. Usage: swing the staff with force. Once the crystal at the tip turns completely red, aim in the desired direction and wait for 2 seconds to cast the spell. Cooldown 30 seconds after use. Description: a foolproof magic item. Even the dimmest goblin could use it if they found it. Linen backpack. Category: equipment. Quality: common. Durability: 55. Effect: contains 1 cubic meter of spatial storage. Cannot be nested within other spatial items. Description: spatial backpacks that have suddenly appeared across the world. Cheap, practical, and an essential for novices. Finally obtaining a backpack, Xinghe happily slung it over his shoulders. Tossing aside his crude makeshift pouch with disdain, he gathered more stones and stuffed them into his new bag. As for the fireball staff, Xinghe turned it over in his hands multiple times out of curiosity. However, since it was a consumable, with only 5 uses, he did not dare test it out. Instead, he hung it on his right side and shifted his axe to his left. The main reason he did not put everything into the backpack was its inability to retrieve items instantly. He had to put the bag down and open it to take anything out. Consequently, weapons could not be stored inside, otherwise he would be asking for death in a sudden crisis. As for the now empty wooden chest, Xinghe tested it with water and found it did not leak. He then filled it to the brim with water, bound it securely with the hemp rope, and strapped it to his back. Fortunately, the linen backpack itself was practically weightless, allowing Xinghe to carry the heavy chest of water on his back. By the time he returned to the shelter, dusk had already begun to fall. Xinghe emptied and organized the stone materials. Not daring to venture out any further, he merely felled one more tree in the nearby woods, gathered some dry branches and leaves, and retreated back inside. Upon his return, Xinghe's first order of business was to set up the simple crafting bench. While the bench was being constructed, he kindled a fire in the fireplace. As for the water in the chest, Xinghe did not dare drink it raw, fearing he might contract parasites during this critical novice period. Therefore, he opened the trading system and searched for a cooking pot. To his surprise, someone was actually selling them. Checking the prices, he saw that a stone pot cost 1 unit of stone or 2 units of wood, while an iron pot demanded a whopping 5 units of stone. Xinghe frowned, finding the prices far too steep. It was not that he couldn't craft these items himself, but doing so without proper tools was highly tedious. Those who had pots to sell had likely started with tools or found them pre-installed in their shelters. Given that many people on their first day did not even have weapons or gathering tools, having to craft them from scratch or make do with scavenged scraps, hardly anyone could afford to trade for such luxuries. After searching for a long while, Xinghe finally spotted a suitable alternative: a tin can listed for 0.5 units of wood. With a capacity of 500 milliliters, it was sufficient for his immediate needs, and incredibly cheap, sitting at the minimum price of the trading system. He completed the transaction without hesitation. Unfortunately, trades could only be conducted within one's shelter, a rule that prevented players from using the shelter inventory as a mobile backpack during exploration. Otherwise, Xinghe would have brought back far more materials today. Once the trade was finalized, Xinghe filled the tin can, which looked like an old tomato can, with water, set it over the fire to boil, threw in a few wild berries, and managed to stave off his hunger. I'll have to find something else to eat tomorrow. I wonder if it's easy to catch fish in that river. Patting his stomach, which was bloated with water, Xinghe's thoughts drifted to grilled fish. Currently, there was almost no food trade in the system. After all, it was only the first day, and everyone was exploring cautiously. Food was barely enough for personal consumption, let alone for sale. Zhou Shun had no need for food, so ever since they returned it had been sweeping the room relentlessly. Xinghe felt as if the entire floor was about to be polished to a mirror shine, yet the little spirit simply could not idle. Furthermore, Zhou Shun was quite averse to fire, so it steered clear of the fireplace. This left it staring at the messy area around the hearth, caught in a dilemma of wanting to clean it, but not daring to approach. Xinghe watched the little fellow with a smile. In this silent environment devoid of human contact, Zhou Shun brought immense comfort to his mind. Far from being annoying, the rhythmic rustling of the broom brought him a strange sense of peace. Since his wood supply was running low, Xinghe decided against upgrading the door. He opened the world channel, curious to see what everyone was discussing. Attention everyone, please do not venture out at night. Beasts are far more active during the night than the day, and there are special magical beasts roaming around, particularly in forest and desert regions. It is extremely easy to get injured, and getting injured right now is practically a death sentence. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? I've already been bitten by a wolf. You should take responsibility. Idiot upstairs detected. Idiot upstairs detected. Idiot upstairs detected. Just opening the world channel to see such brilliant comments left Xinghe speechless. Those who dared to explore at night were bold indeed, yet they had the nerve to blame others for not warning them. Had they slept through all their survival classes? Alright. Some people were thrown directly into this world without any prior training. That explained it. Checking the time, he realized it was already quite late. Since messages were limited to once a day, Xinghe decided to join the chain and sent idiot upstairs detected. After skimming through more pointless chatter, Xinghe checked the active count of the world channel. The channel, which originally held 100 people, now read 977491000. It was down by 2251 lives. Although the outside world had tried its best to train survivors and boost their survival rates, simulation and reality were ultimately two entirely different matters. Xinghe sighed and closed the world channel. Looking at it too much only dampened his spirits. By now the simple crafting bench was complete. He opened the crafting interface, which only had 3 recipes: simple stone axe, simple stone pickaxe, and wooden bucket. Since Xinghe possessed far superior iron tools, he naturally had no need for stone ones. Instead, he chose to spend 2 units of wood to craft 4 wooden buckets. These buckets could be used not only to fetch water, but also to store food, making them quite versatile. The crafting bench operated automatically. Once Xinghe set the queue, he lay down on his bed. Beside him, Zhou Shun paused its grand sweeping crusade and curled up in a corner of the wall to rest. Before Xinghe could fall asleep, he received a system notification: a new day had arrived. Xinghe sat up from his bed and clicked to activate his innate skill. A Gachapon machine abruptly materialized on the floor, startling the resting Broom spirit. It sprang to its feet, its wooden handle clattering loudly against the wall. "It's all right, go back to sleep," Xinghe comforted. Under his soothing words, the Broom spirit finally calmed down. However, it seemed to have lost all sleepiness and began to wiggle about, instinctively sweeping the floor. Xinghe cast a helpless glance at the Broom spirit before shifting his focus back to the Gachapon machine. Today the machine was decorated with 2 yellow-haired characters, twins depicted back-to-back with their eyes closed, painted on opposite sides of the chassis. Today's Gachapon prize pool: World Genshin Impact. Well, I guess I really am a Genshin fan. Considering I've spent 648 top-ups, please grant me something useful. Xinghe closed his eyes in brief prayer, then inserted a coin into the Gachapon machine. After a loud clatter, a white capsule rolled out of the machine. Xinghe picked it up with a hint of disappointment, but to his surprise its contents filled him with sheer delight. Apprentice's Notes. Category Book. Quality Common. Durability 55. Effect: reading this grants a chance to learn one of the following skills: Lightning Bolt, Vine Bind, or Rainfall. Each learned skill consumes 1 point of durability. Description: study notes left behind by an exemplary student. Written in elegant, beautiful handwriting, it contains many practical spells. This was actually a skill book. Xinghe never expected that a mere 1-star weapon, the lowest tier in the game, would prove so incredibly useful in his hands. Unfortunately, it was getting late. If he did not sleep now, he would not be able to wake up tomorrow. He placed the book by his bedside and quickly drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Xinghe climbed out of bed. He brewed another pot of berry soup and hung the remaining berries along with their branches on the wall to see if they could dry into dried fruit. The wooden buckets were also finished. They were not particularly large, each capable of holding about 5 liters of water. Xinghe stuffed them all into his backpack. Today his primary task was to gather water. Since upgrading the shelter now required more wood, he only needed to bring back a small amount of stone for storage. With his backpack slung over his shoulders and the Broom spirit by his side, he set off to begin another day of labor. Xinghe did not bring his iron pickaxe today. Having realized that scavenged stones could also be used as materials, and knowing that the rocky shore was littered with gatherable stone, he figured that picking them up would be much easier than laboriously mining them one by one. Upon arriving at the river, Xinghe had the Broom spirit keep watch while he filled 3 of the buckets. He used the remaining bucket to fashion a rudimentary trap, throwing in a bit of magical beast meat to see if he could catch some fish. The river did not appear deep, but Xinghe could tell it was merely a tributary. There was likely a main river nearby, but with his current weakness, he dared not wander off. For now, he could only wait and hope for the best. Broom spirit, make sure to warn me if anything approaches. Having filled the buckets, Xinghe turned to speak to his companion, only to find the creature playing with a rock. Oh, it was just playing with a rock. Wait, that was not right. How could a rock move on its own? Xinghe's heart leaped into his throat. He called out to the Broom spirit twice more. The spirit abandoned its game with the rock and trotted back to his side. A moment later, the rock seemed to realize that the Broom spirit had left. It lifted its head in confusion, looking around. Seeing that the spirit had wandered far, it attempted to follow, but was suddenly halted by a low growl. Then Xinghe watched as a massive boulder nearby stood up. The small rock nudged the giant entity and crawled onto its back. The larger stone was covered in several other similar small rocks. Only then did Xinghe discern its true nature. It was not an elemental creature, but some kind of insect. Furthermore, Xinghe recalled that this giant boulder had been lying in the exact same spot when he visited yesterday. Although the creature harbored no apparent malice, a cold sweat broke out across his back. Perhaps his years of training had left him with too little reverence for wilderness survival, or perhaps he had relied too heavily on the novice protection period. He had nearly provoked an unfamiliar magical beast. Judging by its sheer size, its level was likely quite high. For the rest of the morning, Xinghe was riddled with paranoia, scanning his surroundings constantly as he gathered stones. His behavior was so erratic that even the Broom spirit began to watch him in utter confusion. When it was time to leave, Xinghe went to retrieve the wooden bucket from the water. To his delight, he had actually caught a few fish, each roughly the size of his palm. Though they did not offer much meat, it proved that fishing here was viable. Even though the riverbank was relatively dangerous, he would likely have to return over the next few days for the sake of food. Xinghe refrained from using his deconstruction skill on the fish. They were so small that he worried dismantling them would leave him with barely a single bite of meat. On the way back, Xinghe spotted another wooden treasure chest. This one was unlocked and appeared to be of a lower tier than yesterday's. Guarding it were 2 zombies. This was the first time Xinghe had ever encountered zombies. His scalp tingled with unease. Unlike living creatures like goblins, these were undead. Their decaying flesh and rancid stench were hard for him to stomach. He also worried about the short reach of his axe. What if they bit or scratched him, infecting him? Yet the treasure chest was highly enticing. After much deliberation, he decided to utilize the Broom Spirit. Broom Spirit, can you deal with these two monsters? Or at least lure one away? As its Tsukamagami, whose true form was a broom, the spirit naturally had no fear of infection. Glancing at the zombies, the Broom Spirit charged forward without hesitation. Before Xinghe could even react, it rushed up to the two undead. Its wooden handle glowed with a faint light, and with a powerful swing it sent both zombies flying. They crashed to the ground, battered and unable to stand. However, zombies could only be truly stopped by destroying their brains. Both creatures struggled to crawl back toward the Broom Spirit. Hesitating no longer, Xinghe rushed forward and shattered one of their skulls with his axe. This proved far easier than fighting goblins. No wonder a chest guarded by two zombies was inferior to one guarded by 3 goblins. It appeared that the primary danger of zombies lay in their infectious nature, whereas their actual combat strength was quite low. After dispatching the second zombie, he cast deconstruction on both corpses. Once he gathered the materials, he grabbed the chest, hoisted the Broom Spirit onto his shoulder, and ran back to the shelter. The skill the Broom Spirit had just used was likely grand cleansing. Xinghe had not expected the little fellow to possess both single target and area of effect skills. Truth be told, it was far more useful than he was. To this day, his only ability was a basic deconstruction skill. However, grand cleansing clearly took a heavy toll on the Broom Spirit, leaving it virtually immobile, which was why he had to carry it back. Unsure of what the Broom Spirit ate to replenish its energy, Xinghe could only settle it down in the shelter for now. Inside the treasure chest there were 3 items. Fence blueprint. Category recipe. Quality common. Requirements: 1 unit of wood to craft 2 meters of fencing. Effect provides extremely low defensive capability. Description: better than nothing, defense works. Work gloves. Category gloves. Quality common. Durability: 55. Effect slightly increases stamina when equipped. Description: very common work gloves, designed to protect your hands from minor injuries. Buckwheat pillow. Category: daily necessity. Quality common. Description: a cool buckwheat pillow that significantly improves sleep quality. Although there was no equipment like a fireball staff, these 3 items were still highly useful to Xinghe. After importing the fence blueprint into his workbench, he found that a single unit of wood could indeed craft 2 meters of ordinary wooden fencing. Its defensive strength was minimal, seemingly meant more for marking territory. The work gloves were just standard knit gloves with rubber-coated fingertips. He was surprised to see such ammo. The pillow, however, brought Xinghe the greatest joy. Although the shelter featured a wooden single bed, it lacked any bedding. He had been forced to sleep uncomfortably. While slightly better than the hard ground, it was barely an improvement. After tidying up, he prepared and roasted the fish. Though they tasted quite fishy, they served as a vital source of protein. In a creative twist, Xinghe added a few berries to the dish. It tasted a bit odd, but it was far more satisfying than eating berries alone. Xinghe spent the entire afternoon chopping trees. Trees were abundant in his immediate vicinity, so even though he felled a significant number, he did not have to venture far to gather wood. Working without the Broom Spirit felt a bit lonely, but Xinghe knew that solitary survival would likely be his reality for the foreseeable future. He needed to upgrade his shelter to level 2 as quickly as possible to prepare for whatever disaster might strike once the novice protection period expired. The contents of the notes were indeed very basic. Even someone like Xinghe, who had virtually no experience with magic, could comprehend portions of it. After skimming through it once without learning any skills, he picked it up to read it again. The Broom Spirit had fully recovered and was now sweeping around the room. However, it remained terrified of fire, carefully steering clear of the fireplace. Once darkness fully enveloped the forest, Xinghe suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He spotted a dark shadow pacing back and forth outside. Since his sturdy wooden door had already been upgraded to a level 2 heavy wooden door, Xinghe was not too worried about whatever was outside bursting in. Still, the sensation of being watched by an unknown entity was deeply unsettling. He gently pushed open the small ventilation window of the wooden cabin and peered out. Prowling nearby was a somewhat emaciated wolf. Observing its condition, Xinghe suspected it was a lone wolf cast out by its pack. It had likely gone hungry for several meals and had been drawn here by the scent of his shelter. Upon realizing it was a lone wolf, Xinghe grew even less concerned about a break-in. However, just as the wolf had targeted him, he now targeted the wolf. If he could harvest its pelt, it might make his sleep a lot more comfortable. Adopting the attitude that he should avoid getting hurt as much as possible for now, Xinghe's eyes darted around as a wicked idea came to mind. He took out the monster meat he had obtained yesterday from his chest, sliced it open, and stuffed a bit of crushed zombie bone inside. This was a material obtained from decomposing zombies. It could be used as a crafting ingredient and was toxic. Not lethal, but certainly enough to weaken the target. He then tossed the chunk of meat out of the small window. The lone wolf was startled, but after a moment it cautiously approached the meat, sniffing it repeatedly. It was quite some time before it finally tore into the meat and devoured it. Yet the lone wolf did not leave. It seemed highly intrigued by this place where food could be obtained, continuing to linger around the shelter. Xinghe watched patiently from inside the room. After about 10 minutes, he noticed the wolf beginning to lose its footing, shaking its head repeatedly and swaying unsteadily as it walked. Remaining calm, he waited until the wolf stopped moving entirely before stepping out cautiously with a pickaxe. He chose not to bring an axe because he felt that if a single strike failed to kill the beast, things would get troublesome. Although the pickaxe lacked a sharp edge, it was heavy enough to be used effectively as a hammer. As Xinghe drew close, the wolf raised its head to glare at him, fiercely struggling to claw its way up to attack him, only to collapse repeatedly. Looking at the creature, Xinghe felt a brief pang of pity. However, after a moment's thought, he used the pickaxe to put an end to the wolf's life. As for taming the wolf, Xinghe had never even considered it. After all, the domestication of wolves into dogs took countless years. Moreover, he had to rely on his wits just to outsmart this single wolf. Keeping it in his home would be no different than harboring a ticking time bomb. Xinghe immediately cast his disassembly skill on the wolf. Lacking the tools to process such a large prey, and having no knowledge of leather tanning, he decided it was better to keep things simple, accepting whatever processing fees the system imposed. Once the disassembly was complete, Xinghe obtained 2 chunks of wolf meat, 1 wolf pelt, and 4 wolf fangs. The wolf's internal organs, bones, and remaining meat had vanished. Fortunately, the wolf pelt was relatively intact, providing him with a decent mat to sleep on. He hefted the wolf meat in his hands. Each chunk weighed about 2 pounds, which was enough to sustain him for several days. Having dealt with the uninvited guest, Xinghe felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He returned to the shelter, washed his face with clean water, spread the wolf pelt across his bed, and quickly drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Xinghe was awakened by the sound of the broom spirit sweeping. He sat up, boiled some water for himself, and then browsed through the world channel, which was filled with idle chatter and boasting. Someone had already completed their shelter's initial upgrade and posted screenshots of the materials required for the next level. Xinghe glanced at it, but found little reference value as the other person's shelter was located inside a cavern. Then he remembered he had not used today's talent yet. Upon clicking to activate it, a Gacha machine, decorated with line drawings, materialized from the void. This time the broom spirit was not startled, it merely looked up briefly before resuming its sweeping. Today's prize pool world for the Gacha machine, don't starve. Since this was a survival game, there was a high probability of obtaining survival-related items. Rubbing his hands together, Xinghe turned the dial, and a green capsule rolled out. This was the first time in 3 days that he had obtained a capsule that was not white. Opening it, he couldn't help but smile. Crock pot. Category: Crafting Station. Quality: Rare. Level 1. Effect: Recipes unlocks corresponding recipes after preparing specific categories of food. Skill: Auto Cooking automatically processes ingredients into food once they are placed inside. Description: A magical pot, hopefully it will keep you well fed. A massive stone pot complete with a burning hearth beneath it materialized before Xinghe. This instantly provided him with a place to cook. Furthermore, this pot was not ordinary furniture, but a specialized crafting station, meaning it could be upgraded and offered far greater convenience. Xinghe immediately placed the pot in the center of the room. A large pot supported by a wooden tripod appeared before him, with a roaring fire already burning beneath it. Xinghe strained his memory to recall the recipes from the game he had played. Although he had forgotten most of them, he could still remember a few of the simplest ones. Pulling the wolf meat from his inventory, he sliced off a piece and tossed it in. The crock pot began to operate on its own as the firewood beneath it rapidly depleted. Seeing this, Xinghe threw in a few more logs. About 10 minutes later, the pot ceased its activity. Xinghe lifted the lid to find 10 meatballs, each about the size of a ping-pong ball, resting inside. Wolf meat meatballs. Category: Food. Quality: Common. Shelf life: 3 days at room temperature. Special effect: Recovery, slightly accelerates stamina recovery after consumption. Xinghe ate 2 of the meatballs. They had a slight gamey taste, but overall they were quite decent, though the seasoning was sparse with only a faint hint of saltiness. It seems this thing can't create something out of nothing after all. Since there was only meat and no spices, the crock pot could not conjure up any gourmet delicacies. Still, it tasted better than his own grilled fish, and it required no manual effort, completely foolproof. Once this meal was prepared, the fire beneath the pot gradually died down. Xinghe tossed in another small piece of wolf meat, but nothing happened. Only after he added more firewood did the pot spring back to life, yielding a few more meatballs. Having figured out how to operate the device, Xinghe added more firewood and poured in a bucket of water. To his surprise, the pot began to work again, and about 5 minutes later, he was left with a pot of boiling water. The days of boiling water in a tin can were finally over. As for the monster meat, Xinghe did not dare toss it in to experiment, fearing it might contaminate the pot entirely. However, the tin can was not discarded. Xinghe kept it to use as a bowl, and he could also pack it with meatballs and stuff it into his inventory for convenient snacking on the go. Naturally, Xinghe did not venture too far today. He needed to gather the wood required to upgrade his shelter. He already had enough stone, but he was still short by a full 70 units of wood. He spent most of the day chopping trees. By the time the sun began to set in the afternoon, he had finally gathered all the wood. Since he had already upgraded the walls earlier when he had enough materials, he now only needed to trigger the shelter's upgrade directly. About half an hour later, the entire shelter was completely transformed, and Xinghe received a system notification. Congratulations. Your shelter has been successfully upgraded. You are the 1135th member in this region to complete the level 2 shelter upgrade. You have received reward chest 1. Keep up the good work. To his surprise, there was actually an extra reward. Xinghe was somewhat astonished the school had never mentioned this. This chest was more advanced than the 2 he had found previously. Although it was still a wooden chest, it was reinforced with iron banding. Upon opening the chest, the items inside brought him even greater delight. Inspect. Category Skill Book. Quality Rare. Durability 11. Effect grants the Inspect skill upon use, allowing the user to view target stats from a distance. The amount of information obtained depends on the difference in spirit between both parties. Initial inspection range is 50 meters. Note this skill may trigger hostility from the target. Description: a derivative of the system's functions can be upgraded by acquiring duplicates. Leather backpack recipe. Category Recipe. Quality Rare. Requirements 0. 3 square meters of animal hide. Effect provides 1 cubic meter of internal space. Using different hides may grant additional attributes. Description: a very basic spatial backpack. You might ask how ordinary leather can create a spatial item. Don't ask me because I don't know either. Cultivation pot. Category Daily Essentials. Quality Rare. Effect allows the cultivation of small plants and accelerates their growth rate. Whether it was the skill book, the backpack recipe, or the flower pot, all of them were incredibly useful. Xinghe quickly learned the skill and loaded the recipe into the crafting station. Unfortunately, a rare grade recipe required a level 2 crafting station, which his current basic station could not support. But that was fine. The materials needed for a level 2 crafting station were not complex, requiring only some stone, wood, and a basic tool set. Xinghe searched the trading platform for the basic tool set. It wasn't cheap, costing 5 units of wood, but he bought one anyway to upgrade his crafting station. This seemed to be a specialty of the urban zone, which had all kinds of modern facilities and materials. However, due to the presence of refugees, the danger level there was extremely high, and it was hard for them to come across magical creations. Unlike Xinghe, who had already encountered several different magical beasts in just 3 days. After clicking to upgrade the crafting station, Xinghe finally had the time to check the attributes of his shelter. Sturdy stonewood cabin. Category Forest cabin. Level 2. Area 70 square meters. Special upgrades none. Rooms none. Special furniture Level 1 crafting table, Level 1 cooking pot, cultivation flower pot. Requirements for upgrade: Level 2 crafting table, Level 3 walls, Level 3 gate, Level 1 bathroom, Level 1 bedroom, common blueprint X2, wood X100, stone X100. Description: a wooden cabin reinforced with stone. Ordinary beasts stand absolutely no chance of breaching its defenses. Xinghe furrowed his brow. During training they had indeed mentioned that shelters had blueprints, but no one had ever said they were mandatory for upgrading the shelter. Blueprints referred to schematics not clearly provided in the standard upgrade paths. For instance, to upgrade from Level 2 to Level 3 walls, the system provided Xinghe with a basic scheme, laying another outer wall of stone resulting in a stone exterior and a wooden interior. However, if Xinghe could obtain a blueprint, the transition FR. For example, magical walls, mechanical walls, steel walls, and so forth. However, Xinghe was entirely in the dark about how to acquire these blueprints, and none were currently listed on the trading platform. Indeed, those capable of obtaining special blueprints at this stage were either elite survivors or exceptionally lucky individuals. They would hardly trade such valuable assets away, preferring to keep them for their own use. Putting this matter aside for the moment, Xinghe began to inspect the other features of the Level 2 shelter. A notable departure from the Level 1 shelter was that the Level 2 shelter now had designated rooms, and its overall area had expanded significantly. Xinghe's shelter was now partitioned into 3 rooms and a small living area. One room housed his bed and the fireplace, while the other 2 remained vacant for the time being. After a moment of deliberation, Xinghe converted one of the vacant rooms into a workshop, moving the crafting table inside along with his surplus materials. He planned to turn the other room into a bathroom, though he currently lacked the necessary recipes to construct a toilet or similar fixtures. For the past few days he had been relieving himself outdoors, and he realized it was now highly necessary to set up a proper bathroom as soon as possible. As for the cooking pot table and chairs, he left them in the small outer living area, which was far more convenient. Having finished these arrangements, Xinghe sat by the edge of the bed and began to read. The sudden expansion of the house left the broom spirit somewhat bewildered, and it was currently busy exploring the rooms one by one. Through your tireless day and night study, you have learned the skill Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt. Category Skill. Quality Common. Effect: upon casting a bolt of lightning with a power level of 1 will shoot from your fingertips to attack enemies with a chance to inflict paralysis. Proficiency 0-100. Description: the rose which often summoned a raging thunderstorm before her students with a mere snap of her fingers. When the students clamored to learn it, she insisted she was truly just snapping her fingers and that it wasn't magic at all. Reading the humble brag description, Xinghe was somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, this skill was a delightful surprise. After all, as the name suggested, this was the only offensive spell among the 3. Upon activating the skill, a crackle of purple electricity suddenly coalesced at Xinghe's fingertips. With a sharp crack, the lightning shot forth and struck the wall, leaving behind a dark charred mark. The destructive power was highly impressive. Moreover, casting the spell directly from his fingertips made it quite discreet, and Xinghe felt no physical discomfort after using it. He stepped outside the shelter and cast lightning bolt 5 times in succession at the empty ground, before finally feeling a wave of exhaustion. This meant that with his current mental strength, he could cast the spell 6 times without hindering his normal physical capabilities. Thus, this spell could readily serve as his primary means of offense. However, the range of lightning bolt was not particularly long. Attempting to shoot at targets too far away would cause the lightning to disperse and ultimately dissipate into the air, making it unsuitable for long-range combat. Thrilled to have acquired an offensive capability, Xinghe tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Even when the system notified him that the next day had arrived, he still felt barely any fatigue. Deciding to just get up, he sat up and activated today's Gachapon. Today's Gachapon machine left Xinghe slightly disappointed. The illustration on it depicted a little figure with a green plumb bob floating above its head, a game he recognized instantly. Today's Gachapon prize pool world: The Sims 4. This game's core focus lay in life simulation and management. Although it featured elements like magic, they were mostly lifestyle-oriented or mischievous, and this time, he did not obtain any magic. Spring Seed Packet. Description: contains 6 crop seeds that can be planted during the spring. Upon opening the packet, Xinghe found 6 actual seeds inside. Unlike in the game where such packets often yielded directly edible produce. The 6 seeds consisted of 3 carrot seeds, 2 spinach seeds, and 1 lemon seed. While these crops were undeniably crucial for Xinghe at this stage, he had only a single flower pot. After much deliberation, he chose to plant the lemon. This fruit could provide vitamin C and could even be used to craft makeshift lemon batteries, which might yield some pleasant surprises down the line. He put the other seeds away, planning to plant them once he acquired more flower pots or secured a safe garden. Otherwise, if he planted them now, they might be devoured by wild animals during his day-long absences. It was now the 4th day of Xinghe's journey of exploration, meaning only 3 days remained of the novice protection period. Xinghe knew that once the protection expired, he would face his first disaster. Since he did not know the exact nature of the impending calamity, it was best to gather resources in advance. As his shelter could not be upgraded to level 3 in the short term, his only option was to focus on upgrading the walls and doors as much as possible in the coming days, while stockpiling more food and water. Upgrading the walls would not only bolster their defenses, but also enhance insulation. The same applied to the main door. Therefore, if the first disaster turned out to be extreme cold, these upgrades would be absolutely vital. However, a glance at the world chat revealed that although some were asking about the nature of the first disaster, no one seemed to have any answers. Nevertheless, a message posted in the world chat late last night caught Xinghe's attention. To everyone in the forest, do not light lamps carelessly at night. I was almost killed by giant moths just now. Photo attached. In the photo, several moths the size of human heads hovered around the sender's shelter, presenting a terrifying sight. In the replies below, some inquired about his well-being, while others mocked him for being unable to defeat mere moths. However, Xinghe's guard was raised to moths of that size could not possibly be ordinary creatures. Closing the world chat, Xinghe glanced at the newly upgraded level 2 crafting table. The rare tier leather backpack was now available for crafting. After a brief hesitation, he tossed in his only wolf pelt. A moment later, he obtained a backpack roughly the same size as the linen backpack. Wolfskin backpack. Category: equipment. Quality: common. Durability: 55. Effect: contains 1 cubic meter of space for item storage, cannot stack with other spatial items. Description: a sturdy leather backpack, cheap and practical, and essential for beginners. The identical description left Xinghe could only sigh in resignation. He had not expected a rare tier recipe to yield only common grade equipment, though perhaps spatial items like backpacks were a special case. Still, at least he now had an extra backpack. Xinghe equipped both backpacks, packed them with several new water buckets, and headed toward the rocky beach with the broom spirit. At the chaotic rock beach today, Xinghe still spotted that large stone. With his scanning skill acquired, he gave it a quick glance. Rockshell beetle juvenile. Category: magical beast. Rarity: rare. Spirit 3. Constitution 9. Agility 2. Charm 3. Talent: child of the earth. Skill: solid as a rock. Description: I am just a stone. Unfortunately, he could only retrieve information about the small beetle. For the large one, everything except its name was filled with question marks. He cautiously hid behind other rocks to start gathering stones. The large beetle noticed him, its row of tiny blue eyes scanning Xinghe, but it paid him no mind. Those little beetles, however, wobbled over, wanting to play with Broom Deity. The large beetle called out, but the young ones ignored their parent. Xinghe raised his hands to show he meant no harm, then led Broom Deity further away. After a moment, he discovered one little beetle still followed, seemingly the same one that had played with Broom Deity the previous day. The large beetle did not call the little ones back again, merely watching from afar. Xinghe thus let go of Broom Deity, allowing them to play together. When the stones were nearly collected, the large beetle slowly approached Xinghe and the young beetles. Xinghe felt a bit nervous, but the rock beetle made no dramatic movements. It laboriously raised one of its leg limbs and pointed toward the small river. Xinghe did not know what the large beetle intended, but since it seemed related to water, he took out a water bucket from his backpack, which was filled to the brim. He watched the large beetle tap the small one's head, and the little beetle struggled to climb up for a drink. Understanding the gesture, Xinghe helped by lifting the small beetle to the bucket supporting it as it drank about half the water before stopping. Afterward, Xinghe carried one small beetle after another to drink until they had all finished. Then the large beetle spat out 2 fist-sized stones from its mouth, and leading its young stumbled away. Seeing the rock beetles depart, Xinghe finally exhaled in relief. It seemed the little beetles were too small to safely reach the water, so they had only approached after sensing Xinghe had it. These stones were likely the large beetle's gift in return. Xinghe picked them up and discovered they were not ordinary stones at all. Magic iron. Category material. Rarity rare. Description: a special metal produced by rock beetles after consuming iron or with no elemental affinity suitable for crafting equipment. The 2 pieces of magic iron together weighed approximately 3 Jin, enough to forge a weapon or similar item. However, since Xinghe had a gacha machine, he might eventually obtain a weapon that way. He decided to keep these materials for now, checking later whether any blueprints might need them. With the stones nearly finished, he also caught a few fish from the river. Xinghe finally set off on his way home. Having spent only a short time outside that day, he dropped off his belongings and went out again with a backpack, hoping to find treasure chests. The spawn rate of newbie protection period treasure chests was surprisingly high, so he figured he might as well take advantage of this time to gather as much as possible. Throughout the entire afternoon, Xinghe farmed monsters outside and actually discovered 2 chests, one wooden and unlocked, the other secured with a copper lock. He did not open them immediately, merely stowing them in his backpack. Not only that, Xinghe also harvested materials from 2 wolves and 3 zombies. Unfortunately, zombies mostly dropped only poisonous bones, with just one yielding a small crystal shard. Energy crystal damaged. A heavily damaged energy crystal containing relatively low energy, though still usable. This was an item that only magical creatures could drop. Zombies might not be as strong or dangerous as wolves, but as undead beings they still had a chance to drop it. This thing was essentially a magical version of a battery. Almost anywhere it could be inserted and used. However, the weather that day seemed somewhat abnormal. As Xinghe was timing his return to the shelter, the sky suddenly darkened rapidly, and then a faint pink moon appeared overhead. Sensing something amiss, Xinghe hurried back, but before reaching the shelter, he heard an unusual flapping sound. Turning around, Xinghe saw a huge swarm of human head-sized moths flying toward him. Terror seized him as he sprinted back, only to discover moths had already surrounded his shelter. There was no way back without fighting. Xinghe tossed his backpack to the ground, and while the moths were still reacting, drew his fireball staff and hurled a fireball at the swarm near his shelter. The fireball was only fist-sized, not entirely weak, and it did bring some damage and confusion to the fire-fearing moths, but that was all. Not a single moth was killed, only a few were knocked to the ground. Damn, this thing is this weak. Xinghe was somewhat speechless. Worse, this cursed item could not chain cast. Gripping the fireball staff in one hand, he threw a lightning spell at the moths with the other. This time the damage was not bad, but after hitting a single moth the lightning spell dissipated. Single target skill. Xinghe did not dare cast lightning spells recklessly, fearing that insufficient spiritual energy would leave him fainting on the spot, which would be disastrous. He simply charged straight for the shelter. Fortunately, after 2 attacks the moth swarm was sufficiently disorganized, allowing Xinghe to reach the door. Broom deity, on my count of 3, use clean sweep. The heavy door could not be pulled open in one go, so he could only rely on Broom deity to buy time. Broom deity nodded. Xinghe counted down while straining to push the door open. The moths had already closed in. Without a second thought, Broom deity leapt into the air with its short legs and unleashed clean sweep, sending several moths flying. Xinghe grabbed Broom deity in one motion and slammed the door shut. They were finally safe. Unfortunately, his backpack was still outside and the 2 chests remained unopened. Xinghe did not want to give up like this. Contemplating what he had on hand, Xinghe formed a plan in his mind. He first tossed a piece of monster meat through the ventilation window. The moths immediately swarmed toward it. Then he swiftly cast a fireball at the clustered moths using the fireball staff. The gathered swarm buzzed in chaos, with many falling to the ground while others struggled upward but could not gain height. While waiting for the fireball staff to recharge, Xinghe finally had time to examine these moths. Bloodthirsty moth. Category magical beast. Rarity common. Spirit 2. Constitution 2. Agility 4. Charm 1. Talent phosphor powder naturally disperses toxic phosphorus. Skill self-detonation explodes when life reaches its end, scattering phosphorus everywhere. Description: one of the common low-tier magical beasts, but low-tier does not mean harmless. Being surrounded by them makes it very easy to get overwhelmed. Abysmal stats, even lower than zombies, but they could fly, and there were so many. Xinghe counted at least 30 surrounding him outside. Once the fireball recharged, he repeated the same tactic, tossing meat, then fireball. After several cycles, the system alert appeared: fireball staff durability has reached 0, destroyed. Looking at the splintered wooden stick that was once his fireball staff, then at the bloodthirsty moths outside, many now unable to fly high or even crawling on the ground, Xinghe smiled. Now was the time to reap. Xinghe carried a bucket of water out to the doorway. The healthy moths outside, alerted by the commotion, immediately flew toward him. Xinghe splashed the water forcefully, soaking the ground completely, while a few moths in midair also got drenched. Without hesitation, Xinghe hurled a bolt of lightning art at the ground. In an instant, dazzling lightning flashed, and the scent of scorching filled the air. Though the lightning art was meant for single target strikes combined with water, it became an area attack. The moths airborne were also caught in the electrical arcs, and those unable to fly high were struck directly to the ground. Xinghe hadn't anticipated such a devastating effect from combining lightning with water. Fortunately, he had stood at a safe distance. Though his scalp tingled, he took no damage. Xinghe then launched 2 more lightning strikes at the moths in the air. Once they all crashed to the ground, he released one final bolt, and these moths ceased all movement. Rather than rushing forward to investigate, Xinghe retreated to his room and waited 20 minutes. Only when no moths detonated themselves, and none showed any sign of movement, did he venture outside. These moths held little meat, and held no appeal for his appetite, so Xinghe applied a decomposition spell to all of them. After breaking them down, he spat in disgust, muttering that the results were utterly worthless. The moths could only yield one material, phosphorus powder. While it possessed numbing properties, its toxicity was low. From 30 moths, he managed only 100 grams of phosphorus powder, which Xinghe transferred into an iron canister, repurposing what had once served as his lunchbox. After retrieving his backpack, Xinghe felt something was amiss. Although he had seen the photos others had posted of their moths, those pictures showed only around 10 moths each. His haul of 30 seemed excessively large. Perhaps the photos were incomplete, but Xinghe's instincts told him otherwise. Gathering his courage, he set out with Broom Deity to explore, and indeed discovered something extraordinary, a copper treasure chest. A broad grin spread across Xinghe's face as he hurriedly carried the chest home. Gazing at the 3 chests before him, his heart raced with excitement. He felt today had been extraordinarily rewarding. After washing his hands, Xinghe sat on the edge of his bed and offered a silent prayer. He did not seek anything world-shaking. A special blueprint would be more than enough to satisfy him. The first chest he opened was an ordinary wooden box. Inside were 3 common quality items, a whetstone, a roll of linen cloth, and a soap recipe. Each item proved useful. With the whetstone, he could finally properly maintain his axe, which had gone several days without care. Soap was another necessity. While he knew how to make traditional soap, having the workbench produce it would be far more convenient and yield superior results. Perhaps even enough surplus to sell for a profit. The second chest, secured with a bronze lock, held a far greater surprise for Xinghe. Ventilation duct. Category blueprint. Quality common. Requirements: 5 units of iron or 10 meters of iron pipe, 10 screw sets, 1 small motor plus either 2 units of iron or 1 exhaust fan. Effect: adds an additional ventilation channel. Note: proper ventilation is crucial. Without it you risk suffocating yourself. Though merely common quality, the blueprint itself was valuable and met his needs. The other 2 items were also common. An iron dagger and a piece of leather armor. Iron dagger. Category: one-handed weapon. Quality common. Durability: 55. Equipment trait: sharp, can pierce armor of 1 point or less. Note: a keen little dagger, but please take care to maintain it well. Crude leather armor. Category: armor. Quality common. Durability: 77. Effect: sturdy, provides 1 point of armor value and increases durability by 2. Note: a novice's work. Craftsmanship is mediocre, but made with earnest attention. Though the dagger was technically a weapon, it was far too short. Only 20 centimeters in length. At present, Xinghe preferred wielding a longer weapon for protection. Still, the dagger was a functional piece of equipment, unlike his axe. He planned to replace his fireball staff with it later, keeping it as a backup. Xinghe tried on the leather armor right away. Despite its name suggesting crude construction, it was essentially a leather vest, yet surprisingly well crafted. Extra thick lining had been added at friction-prone areas like the armpits. Xinghe was already quite satisfied with the rewards from the first 2 chests. As for this solid copper chest, he felt it would be worth opening even if it contained nothing extraordinary. The chest itself could be melted down for materials. Inside the copper chest lay 3 items. Xinghe's eyes immediately fell upon a rolled-up blueprint. He snatched it up and unrolled it, then burst into hearty laughter. The sound startled Broom Deity, who paused mid-sweep and tilted its head at him as though questioning whether he had lost his mind. But Xinghe had every reason to be ecstatic. He had drawn an exceptional reward. Energy shield. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements: 1 energy core, 5 small energy crystals, 1 unit of magic metal. Effect: installs an energy shield around your shelter with varying effects depending on the energy core used. Note: the engineer who invented this upgrade was thoroughly fed up with the condescending arrogance of protection school mages. He vowed to prove to everyone that anyone could build an energy shield. Who couldn't make one? The other 2 rewards were not bad either. A small energy crystal and a tool set, but they paled in comparison to this energy shield blueprint. Tool set. Category: daily necessity. Quality common. Note: an 18-piece general hardware tool set. Woodworkers will find this a blessing. After stowing everything away, Xinghe immediately loaded both blueprints. However, neither could be crafted at present. The ventilation duct was manageable, but where on earth was he supposed to find an energy core? Moreover, he would also need to equip the ventilation duct with a generator, or it would likely prove useless. Xinghe opened the trading platform and discovered that iron was indeed available for sale. Approximately 1 unit could be exchanged for 4 units of wood or 3 units of stone. Motors were also available, primarily traded for medicines and food supplies. Xinghe quickly acquired all the iron he needed, then sent messages to several vendors selling motors and generators. Being from urban areas, their requirements were largely similar to his own. Yet the energy core remained elusive. No matter how deeply he searched, he could find no trace of it. To obtain a rare tier blueprint only to find no means of crafting it was deeply frustrating. He could only hope to find a lead before the novice protection period expired. After a while, someone selling motors replied to Xinghe's message. The asking price was far from cheap, demanding a flat 50 units of food, enough to sustain a single person for at least 7 days. Disinclined to waste his breath, Xinghe ignored him. After another brief wait, several other sellers replied one after another. Fortunately, aside from that outrageous 7-day guy, the prices quoted by the others were relatively reasonable. A small motor cost 3 units of food, while a diesel generator went for 15 units, though it came without any diesel. However, one person was selling a compact exercise-style generator powered by pedaling a bicycle, asking for 20 units of food. This seemed somewhat more practical than a diesel generator. Xinghe first purchased the small motor. 10 of the wolf meat meatballs he crafted counted as 1 unit. Typically, a single meal required 1 to 2 units. This valuation was likely due to the meatball's stamina recovery effect, as Xinghe highly doubted that 10 ping-pong ball-sized meatballs could actually satisfy a normal person's hunger. As for the exercise generator, it required 200 meatballs, nearly depleting his entire remaining stock of wolf meat. Hesitant, Xinghe sent over a screenshot of his meatballs to see if he could negotiate, but the seller insisted they could only lower the price to 18 units. 180 meatballs was still an exorbitant amount. After agonizing over it for a long while, Xinghe ultimately declined the transaction. Food was a scarce resource for him as well. If a deluge or blizzard struck once the novice protection period expired, food would undoubtedly become desperately scarce. Just as Xinghe was preparing to sleep, the other party messaged him again. Brother, I see you're genuinely interested. How about this? Give me 10 units of food and make up the difference with 25 units of stone. What do you say? Hearing this, Xinghe grew quite relaxed instead. He had just realized that this exercise generator was essentially a white elephant. He currently had no practical use for electricity, and judging by his current resources, he was far more likely to progress along a magical path. Furthermore, Xinghe noticed that the trading channel was mostly flooded with diesel generators, photovoltaic generators, and even hand-crank generators. Diesel and gasoline were also in decent supply, meaning they were at least not scarce for the time being. He could easily purchase a diesel generator as a temporary stopgap. While diesel wasn't cheap, it was well within his means, especially since he didn't plan on long-term usage. After all, how much power could a simple ventilation system possibly consume? Seeing that Xinghe did not reply, the other party sent another message. Brother, are you asleep? Won't you reconsider? How about I throw in 2 storage batteries to sweeten the deal? They have a 40 ampere capacity, which is more than enough. On the other side, inside a city sewer, a man holding a piece of moldy bread in his hand was waiting for a reply. When he first arrived in the city, he had disdained his initial shelter's poor location, hoping to find a better spot. To his misfortune, he spent an entire day searching without finding a single decent place and was nearly killed by vagrants. Fleeing in a panic into the sewers, he had struggled to find a spot even worse than his original one to use as a makeshift shelter. Moreover, the sewers were teeming with bacteria and overrun with rats. Initially driven by hunger, he had caught and eaten some rats, but after immediately falling into a diseased state, he dared not touch them again. This ordeal had left him in a terrible condition. Although he tried his best to muster his energy to scavenge for supplies several times, the city's food had been almost entirely picked clean and medicine was extremely scarce. The only abundant things were scrap metal and junk. If he was lucky, he could find generators or diesel to trade with vagrants for food. However, there was a much higher probability of being killed outright by vagrants who would then plunder all of his belongings. Although survivors in urban areas had easier access to weapons, their mortality rate was far higher than in other regions. The man was growing increasingly impatient. The exercise generator he had painstakingly scavenged had been listed for over a day without eliciting any inquiries. When someone finally showed interest, he had tried to stockpile more food, only to seemingly frighten them off as they had stopped replying entirely. Staring at the status panel displaying hungry, exhausted, and slow wound recovery about to worsen, a wave of despair washed over him. On his end, Xinghe also sensed the other party's growing anxiety. As he prepared the wolf meat meatballs, he waited to see if the price would drop further. 10 minutes later, another message arrived. 8 units of food and 20 units of stone, and I'll throw in a dagger for free, alright? I really can't go any lower, brother. From the tone of the message, Xinghe knew this was likely the absolute lowest price. He reasoned that he still had plenty of food in reserve. Besides the wolf meat meatballs, there were 12 live fish kept in a barrel, and some dried fruits totaling at least 35 units of food. He could always go hunting again tomorrow. Xinghe finally replied, fine, but I want the batteries instead of the dagger. Alternatively, you could give me some pots, pans, bowls, or jars. Upon seeing Xinghe's reply, the man was overjoyed and immediately initiated the transaction, throwing in several glass bottles and 2 chipped porcelain bowls for him. Xinghe was somewhat speechless when he received these items. They looked no different from the bowls used by beggars on the streets, and were even less refined. No one would ever bother listing such junk on the trading channel, yet here he was receiving them. Nonetheless, the glass bottles were quite useful. Although none were wide-mouthed jars, mostly consisting of soda and beer bottles, they were perfect for storing materials like phosphorus powder and bone meal. After receiving all the materials, Xinghe immediately clicked to construct the ventilation facility. Meanwhile, the man on the other end wolfed down over a dozen of the wolf meat meatballs upon receiving them before quickly realizing that eating too much was wasteful and stored the remaining meatballs in a small refrigerator. It was not an electric refrigerator, of course, but a small cellar he had dug himself, taking advantage of the cold basement environment. Naturally, what Xinghe had traded him wasn't entirely meatballs. Only 3 units were meatballs, while the rest consisted of whole pieces of meat and fish, which were easier to preserve. Brother, I see you are in the forest region, so you probably don't lack wood and food, right? After the transaction was completed, Xinghe received another message from him. He frowned, reluctant to socialize with strangers. Here's the thing, as you know, those of us in the urban area don't lack miscellaneous scrap metal or weapons, but we are desperately short on food and medical supplies. How about we add each other as friends and trade what we need in the coming days? After hesitating for a moment, Xinghe accepted the friend request. The man's ID was Royal Pest. The moment Xinghe approved the request, the man began spilling his guts, sending a barrage of messages that were almost entirely complaints about his hardships. No wonder he was called a pest. Xinghe replied with a few half-hearted acknowledgments before telling him that he was going to sleep. On the other end, the man looked at the replies from this brother named Xinghe, feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if he were reliving his past conversations with his goddess back when he was a simp. Nevertheless, having someone to vent to had significantly lightened his mood. Watching his hungry and exhausted statuses disappear, replaced by an accelerated wound recovery rate, he felt deeply satisfied. Having brushed off the talkative fellow, Xinghe organized his supplies. Seeing his growing hoard of items, a sense of security settled over him. His walls had already reached level 3, which not only increased defense, but also boosted thermal insulation by 20. Upgrading the gate, however, required 3 units of iron and a mechanical lock. Iron was easy enough to find, but a mechanical lock was elusive. He would have to ask that Royal Pest about it later. Among the requirements to upgrade his shelter to level 3, he had already completed the level 3 walls, level 2 crafting table, and level 1 bedroom. The bedroom requirement was fulfilled instantly due to his bed and fireplace, granting a 15 increase to stamina recovery and a 10 increase to mental energy recovery. As for the level 1 bathroom, he was still entirely clueless. Searching the trading channel for bathroom or toilet yielded mostly player-crafted items. He had placed a wooden bucket to serve as a toilet and another for washing hands in the bathroom, but they were not recognized by the system. Consequently, the probability of purchased player-crafted furniture being recognized was very low. Perhaps he really did need to consult that Royal Pest. The urban area had an abundance of miscellaneous items, giving survivors there a distinct advantage over other regions when it came to blueprints and the like. Checking the time, he saw that midnight had already passed. Xinghe activated his talent and initiated the gacha poll for the 5th day. Today's Gacha Machine prize pool world: Baldur's Gate 3. Are there actually separate worlds for 1, 2, and 3? Xinghe muttered inwardly. Since they all shared the same universe, he figured this might be a way of dividing timelines. Lost in thought, he turned the dial of the Gacha Machine. This time a green capsule rolled out. A green capsule indicated a rare grade item. Xinghe eagerly opened it to find a ring inside. He picked it up and took a closer look. The Sparks Wall. Category accessory. Quality rare. Effect spark blocker. The wearer cannot be electrocuted and gains resistance to lightning damage. Skill none. Since it grants lightning resistance not exceeding 8 energy levels, there is no additional skill. Description: when the gnome inventor Yer met the priestess of Mistral Lenore. This ring was just one of the fruits of their countless scientific endeavors. Or perhaps it was just something they invented because they couldn't stand getting shocked by their own electricity. This was gear originally found in the Underdark of the game. Although it provided no damage boost, it meant he wouldn't have to keep his distance the next time he used electrotherapy to attack others, which was quite convenient. Xinghe slipped the ring onto his finger, though it didn't bring any particular sensation. Early the next morning, Xinghe got up and spent some time reading. With a sudden stroke of luck, he acquired a new skill. Through your day and night of diligent study, you have learned the skill Rainfall Spell. Rainfall Spell. Category skill. Quality common. Effect: upon activation, it summons dark clouds to bring rain. Typically, the clouds cover an area of 1 square meter and last for approximately 2 minutes. The summoned clouds are closely linked to the environment. The higher the humidity, the larger the cloud coverage, and the longer the duration, and vice versa. Proficiency 0-100. Description: it is said that in Mondstadt there is an idol sister who is incredibly skilled at singing. Her voice heals everyone, and she can even summon streams of water to soothe pain. Wait, what? You're asking about the connection between my spell and that idol sister. Does both being water-based count? Xinghe looked at the description, somewhat speechless. This rainfall spell was nothing like Barbara's skill. It couldn't restore health. However, it could be paired with his lightning spell, saving him the trouble of splashing water manually. Today marked the 5th day, and Xinghe's primary task remained gathering food. For now, food was still the hard currency of the trading market, commanding relatively higher prices. On the other hand, the prices of wood, stone, and miscellaneous urban items had relatively stabilized. Brother Xing, remember to let me know if you need anything. Before Xinghe could even message the nuisance, the other party had already contacted him early in the morning, showing great enthusiasm. I need blueprints. Do you have any? No. Then do you have any materials for a bathroom? Oh, you need those. Hang on, I'll go out and take a look today. Xinghe thought for a moment, then sent a screenshot of a wolfskin backpack to the other party. Do you need this? Big boss. I need it. What's the price? Xinghe searched for the current prices. At present, backpacks were on the pricier side, though some were still available. He hadn't paid much attention to this yesterday, but today he suddenly realized that the system didn't provide backpacks at all. Having a spatial backpack would be a massive help for anyone exploring the outdoors, and the wealthy naturally wanted as many as possible. Looking at the 2 wolf skins in his inventory, Xinghe tossed them into the crafting bench and made 2 backpacks. He listed one at the average market price, seeking special blueprints, furniture, and recipes in exchange, while keeping the other for now. I'll hold this for you for 2 days. If you have the materials I need, take a picture and send it to me, then we can trade. As for giving it to the nuisance for free, Xinghe was no wealthy philanthropist, nor was he close to the guy. He would never do such a thing. Thank you so much, Brother Xing. If you ever need anything in the future, just call me Xiao Fan. Without continuing the conversation, Xinghe set off on his exploration for the day, carrying the 2 large backpacks. On the other side, the nuisance, or rather Fan Jin, was wandering through the city sewers. After a night of rest and the healing effects of the wolf meat meatballs, he had basically recovered to his normal state. He recalled an apartment building nearby. If he followed the sewers there, he might be able to salvage some furniture and bathroom fixtures. The sewers in the urban area were far from safe. Aside from mutated giant rats, many vagrants had also made this place their home. Fan Jin only had 2 daggers in his hands with no other equipment to speak of. However, perhaps fortune was finally beginning to smile upon him as he unexpectedly stumbled upon a treasure chest. Unfortunately, the 5 or 6 giant rats surrounding it were more than he could handle. He could only snap a picture to send to Xinghe before temporarily bypassing them to head toward the apartment. Upon receiving the screenshot, Xinghe fell silent for a moment. Was this guy treating him like an easy mark? Yet he did indeed have a way to deal with those giant rats. Xinghe gave a brief reply telling him they would discuss it once he returned to his shelter. Today the area around the stream was not as peaceful as it had been over the past few days. Perhaps because the novice protection period was drawing to a close, the magical beasts were growing restless. From a distance, Xinghe spotted several forest wolves facing off against a pack of goblins. In addition, there was a wild boar with a half-broken tusk and a few birds drinking water. Neither the forest wolves nor the goblins made a move against the wild boar, likely sensing the danger it posed. Because of the distance, Xinghe could only scan the information of the goblins. Goblin. Category: Demonic Beast. Quality: Common. Spirit 1. Constitution 3. Agility 3. Charm 3. Talent: Pack creature triggers frenzy when grouped. Skill: None. Description: Does your household have a holy maiden? These guys have a charm value of 3. Is there something wrong with this system? Xinghe was utterly shocked. The forest wolves and goblins confronted each other for a long while, without anyone making the first move. Left somewhat speechless, Xinghe pondered for a moment, picked up a stone from beside him, and hurled it at the wild boar. Indeed, he targeted the wild boar as its intelligence was the lowest among these magical beasts, making it the easiest to provoke. The wild boar wasn't provoked the first time, so Xinghe threw another stone. This time the boar finally reacted, looking around warily and scraping the ground uneasily with its front hooves. Seeing that even the wild boar was so cautious, Xinghe thought it over and tossed a piece of prepared monster meat in front of it. The boar sniffed it warily, found nothing amiss, and devoured it with a grunt. There was absolutely no reaction. Although Xinghe had laced it with a substantial dose of toxic bone meal, he hadn't expected it to have virtually no effect on the wild boar. Just as Xinghe was about to give up, an unexpected turn of events occurred on the goblins and forest wolf side. An alligator seemingly 2 meters long suddenly lunged out of the stream and clamped its jaws around a forest wolf's neck. Both the wolf pack and the goblin horde were startled, and even the wild boar turned and bolted. Watching the magical beast scatter in panic, Xinghe used his axe to slay 2 goblins that had fled in his direction. Then while the alligator was still in the river, he cast a lightning spell directly into the water. The alligator thrashed violently from the shock. Without hesitation, Xinghe cast 2 more lightning spells, and the beast finally floated belly up. Xinghe tentatively attempted to use his disassembly spell, but the alligator was not disassembled, meaning it wasn't dead yet. Only after Xinghe delivered 1 more lightning spell did it finally draw its last breath. In the process, over a dozen fish in the stream also floated to the surface, and even 2 waterbirds nearby were knocked unconscious by the electricity. Fortunately, there's no one around to penalize me for electrofishing. Xinghe happily gathered the fish and birds. Since the alligator was too massive, he resorted to using his disassembly spell. Fortunately, the beast was large enough to yield about 30 kilograms of alligator meat, 4 alligator teeth, and 1 alligator hide, while its bones and organs vanished completely. The forest wolf bitten by the alligator had been snapped in half, with one part sinking to the bottom of the river. Xinghe knew how to swim, and the current here wasn't particularly swift. Moreover, since the water had just been electrified, the danger was minimal. Stealing his resolve, Xinghe dove into the water. The water was somewhat turbid, and there were hardly any living creatures left, almost all electrocuted to death by Xinghe. Relying on his immunity to electricity at this energy level, he began to explore underwater. What was that glittering? Xinghe dove to the riverbed and picked up the object. Surprisingly, it was a broken energy crystal. He tucked it into his pocket and finally spotted the half-wolf corpse wedged between rocks. He grabbed the wolf corpse and was about to swim up when his toe struck something hard. Pain contorted his face and he turned back in annoyance, only to discover a treasure chest. Forgetting about the wolf corpse, Xinghe quickly bound the chest with rope and hurried back. The half-wolf corpse, no longer trapped among stones, gradually floated to the surface. As Xinghe stowed the chest in his backpack and prepared to retrieve it again, he glanced back and spotted a furtive figure attempting to drag the wolf carcass away. It was the boar from earlier. Instead of fleeing, it had lurked nearby and returned. Boars, being omnivorous scavengers, would naturally be drawn to such a meal, understandable enough. But this one seemed unusually intelligent. Xinghe cast a detection spell and received the following information. Mossback boar. Type magical beast mutated. Quality common. Spirit 4. Constitution 7. Agility 6. Charisma 3. Talent mud armor. Wrapped in mud, this creature gains resistance to physical and fire damage. Skill savage charge, lunges forward at blinding speed, dealing tremendous impact. Description: the true overlord of the forest and seemingly smarter than its kin. A mutated magical beast. It had gained intelligence through mutation. Xinghe pondered for a moment. Even without the added intelligence, the boar's sheer mass and charging power made it a dangerous opponent. If it grew even cleverer, the threat would be far greater. He doubted, even coupled with his broom spirit, could survive a single charge from the beast. Thus Xinghe chose not to provoke it, and simply departed. The boar nearby also noticed Xinghe, but as it assessed his figure, a flicker of calculation passed through its small eyes. In the end, it dragged the wolf carcass and vanished into the forest. Though he noticed the boar's somewhat unsteady gait upon leaving, suggesting the bone powder had indeed taken some effect, he couldn't be certain how severely it was impacted. It was wiser to avoid engagement. Today's gains were already sufficient. On the way back, Xinghe spotted the goblin cluster once more gathered together and squabbling over a piece of meat, though he had no idea where they'd obtained it. Without hesitation, he unleashed a rain of sparks followed by a lightning strike, taking down the 5 goblins in quick succession. Among the spoils were 3 short clubs, 2 worn daggers, and 5 goblin ears. Unfortunately, they guarded nothing but their stolen meat, a modest haul for such trouble. Back at the shelter, he stripped off his soaked garments and laid them by the fireplace to dry. With nothing else to wear, he pulled up his chat logs instead. Fanjin sent over some images, timestamps showing they'd been received 20 minutes ago. Among his findings were pipes, faucets, and something that caught Xinghe off guard: a blueprint for a sewage system. Boss, I can't make use of this blueprint. Give me 30 units of food, and it's yours. I'll throw in all these pipes and faucets for free. 10 units of food, 1 wolfhide backpack, and I'll set some traps to help clear out those rats for you. No need, boss. I've already dealt with the rats. I found this blueprint in a chest. If my shelter didn't have this trading system built in, I wouldn't be offering it at all. So he'd already handled the rats. Actually quite capable. You've already got several rats. Still want to trade for more food? I'm done eating rat meat. Nearly cost me my life. How about I add another 3 units of food? Once I get the backpack, I'll go steal you a toilet. Xinghe stroked the stubble on his chin, glanced at the nearly 40 units of scattered food in his backpack, and ultimately agreed. Preserving such quantities of meat was no easy task. Turning it into cooked food would further shorten its shelf life. His current reserves would last many days, and the other party's offer wasn't unreasonable. The transaction was soon finalized. Xinghe reviewed the blueprint. It required minimal materials, 20 meters of piping or 15 units of iron plus 10 screw sets. He commissioned the other party to gather the screw sets in exchange for 1 unit of food while purchasing the iron outright. He sorted and stowed the food, then set out once more without opening any chests, dressed in clothes that were nearly dry. He didn't return home until dusk. This time he wasn't beset by magical beasts, nor did he find additional chests. Instead, he gathered mushrooms and wild berries. Xinghe felled the log infested with fungi, hoping to cultivate more. Honestly, after eating meat for so many days, he was growing weary of it. Today he finally consumed the wolf meat he'd stored without drying. That evening he unlocked a new recipe. Seafood chowder. Category food. Quality common. Shelf life 2 days. Special effect: savory, slightly reduces mental stress when consumed. Though the effect seemed less immediately potent than the wolf meatballs, finishing the rich fish soup did bring Xinghe a tangible sense of calm. Meanwhile, Fanjin sent another trade request. Xinghe packed a bowl of the chowder as a complimentary gift. When Fanjin received the gift, he was initially stunned. After tasting a small spoonful, he nearly wept. So savory. Utterly delicious. He stammered out his gratitude to Xinghe in incoherent thanks, who merely replied with vague acknowledgments before ending the conversation. Among Fan Jin's trade goods this time were not just items from the sewage blueprint, but also a vintage wash basin and a brand new toilet. He claimed to have found them at a bathroom fixtures store, 2 in total, keeping 1 for himself. For the toilet, Xinghe paid an extra 0.5 units of provisions. A sealed and used fixture was certainly more reassuring and comfortable to use. To his surprise, it was even a smart toilet. Though lacking a power outlet, modifying the battery might significantly upgrade his quality of life. The wolf-hide backpack had been listed for a day, drawing interest from several buyers. After filtering the offers, Xinghe selected the one offering the most iron and copper and finalized the deal. In these early stages, those like Fan Jin who found blueprints unsuitable for their own use were exceedingly rare, let alone willing to trade. Trading for much-needed materials was hardly a concern when he could always craft new bags from hides. He tossed another wolf pelt and crocodile hide onto the workbench, then opened the sole chest he'd acquired that day. Arrow formula. Category recipe. Quality common. Requirement: 1 unit of iron and 1 unit of wood per batch produces 5 arrows. No additional materials can be added to alter arrow properties. Description: standard arrows compatible with bows and crossbows, purely consumable. Leather pad. Category daily necessity. Quality common. Special effect: heavy, increased warmth. Description: a notably thick leather pad of unknown origin, soft and comfortable to the touch. Bone cleaver. Category two-handed weapon. Quality rare. Durability 2020. Equipped trait: heavy blade deals mixed blunt and slashing damage, causing wounds that are harder to heal. Special effect: weighted strike, when used deals 1.5x damage, capped at 5 energy levels. When Xinghe pulled the bone cleaver from the chest, he nearly dropped it on his foot. The blade stretched roughly a meter in length, its grayish surface unadorned, the spine thick and heavy, the hilt wrapped in anti-slip cloth tape. Through 2 days of training, Xinghe's stamina had increased by 1 point, yet wielding the cleaver still proved strenuous. By his estimation, the blade weighed approximately 6 kilograms. While functional, he suspected he'd exhaust himself after just a few swings. This weapon barely seemed designed for human hands. After some deliberation, Xinghe listed the bone cleaver on the trading channel. He had no immediate use for it, and by the time he could wield it with ease, it would likely be obsolete anyway. Xinghe had thought this blade would be hard to sell, but within half an hour a buyer appeared asking for the price. "Little brother, about I swap this for you." Xinghe looked at the screenshot the other party sent. It was another piece of equipment. Spell cloak. Category accessory. Quality rare. Durability 1212. Effect: slightly reduces the mana cost of rare tier and below spells. Lightweight. Equipped, it does not hinder movement, but durability is lower. Skill: magic embrace, slightly increases energy recovery and mental power recovery. Without hesitation, Xinghe chose to swap. This equipment is more useful to him than the bone cutter knife. His main attack method is lightning spell, and if this cloak lets him use lightning spell 1 more time, it will boost his survivability. The spell cloak isn't a long cloak. After equipping it, he found it only covered half his back, yet there was no real sense of it while walking or sitting, as if nothing were equipped. Its appearance was quite plain, just a light green, ordinary cloth cloak. Xinghe was very satisfied. The plainer the gear, the better. On the other side, a woman over 2 meters tall, after obtaining the bone cutter knife, was also very pleased. She hefted it in one hand and swung it a few times, her satisfaction evident on her face. If Xinghe could see this, he would be startled. He already finds wielding this weapon with 2 hands a struggle at strength 6, yet this woman can handle it with 1 hand, swinging it with vigor. How strong must her power be? "Nice to meet you. My name is Tai Lu. Let's add each other as friends. I'm in the Gobi, short of water and plants. I see you're in the forest. If you have water or vegetables, I can trade for salt." Salt. Xinghe was pleasantly surprised. This survival staple isn't widely sold on the market. Only scattered sea salt and rock salt were available, and they were fairly pricey. Xinghe immediately sent a trade offer, exchanging 5L of water for 100 G of rock salt. This was the other party's favorable price. Normally 5L of fresh water could fetch about 50 G. Xinghe glanced at the already sprouting lemon tree with some regret. If only he had planted something like carrots back then, he could have vegetables earlier. Now, during the beginner protection period, he could not swap lemons for salt. He ground the salt a bit finer and stored it in a bottle. He didn't want to salt preserve some meat, but salt is currently more valuable than meat, so it's not worthwhile. His fish and meat, aside from what he would eat soon, were mostly preserved by simple smoking. He smoked them daily. If there wasn't an exhaust system, he would probably be knocked out by the fumes. It's why Xinghe has been eating so many wolf meatballs lately. After packing up, Xinghe leaned against the bed to read. Recently, the monsters he faced grew more dangerous and the broom spirit's role dwindled, but as long as the little guy swept outside, Xinghe felt safe. He also considered how to enhance the broom spirit's abilities, but when facing a broom, he truly did not know how to proceed. Yet there is good news: the broom spirit has overcome its fear of fire and dares to sweep near the hearth, and after the meat is smoked, the broom spirit will sweep away the ashes. Finally, it won't run to the warehouse to sleep, but Xinghe brings it to the bedroom to rest. Although it still doesn't climb into bed, it leans against the wall to sleep. After days and nights of hard study, he had learned the vine tendril technique. Vine tendril technique. Category skill. Quality ordinary. Effect after use 2 magical vines spring from the ground to bind the target. If seeds of vines are used as casting materials, you can summon vines corresponding to the seed type. Seeds must not exceed rare. Proficiency 0-100. Note, for a long time this had been the exclusive skill of the Grass Hill Shaman. As more people learned it, the shamans angrily developed vine walls and eliminated this spell. Ignore the note that seems to state some absurd dialogue. Xinghe tried using the skill. 2 vines formed from the floor and grabbed the broom spirit, who was at work. The broom spirit looked at Xinghe blankly. Xinghe apologetically dispelled the spell, and the broom spirit tapped the bed's foot with the stick on its head, expressing its dissatisfaction. Sorry, I didn't expect this thing to auto-target. He apologized, patted the broom spirit's head, and the broom spirit turned away to continue sweeping. What sets the vine tendril technique apart from the other 2 spells is that this spell can be directly enhanced using casting materials. After the vines summoned by the spell dissipate, nothing remains, but the effects of seed summoned vines remain unknown. Speaking of which, do vines even have seeds? Xinghe doubted. When he opened the apprentice notes again, he was told that he had learned all the knowledge and could not view it anymore. The book still had 2 more readings. Xinghe considered it and sent screenshots to his 2 only friends. Tai Lu quickly refused, saying she had no talent for magic. Fan Jin, meanwhile, hesitated. The apprentice notes contain 3 spells, but you can only use 2 times with some randomness. Moreover, he looked at the earth gun he had just snatched from the refugees today and thought that such ordinary magic would likely be ineffective in urban areas. He and Xinghe inquired about the 3 spell-specific ranges and casting distances, but ultimately decided to give up. In city battles, distances are often long. Even the earth gun's effective range is only slightly longer than lightning spell. Besides, he had nothing equally valuable to trade, so they gave up. Seeing that his friends weren't interested, Xinghe posted to the trade channel again. This time, he asked for blueprints and skills, nothing else. Perhaps it was too late, not many people online, so there was little activity. Xinghe didn't wait any longer and went back to bed to rest. Tomorrow, after the downstairs waterworks upgrade is finished and the level 1 bathroom is complete, he can upgrade the shelter, increasing his safety further. With that in mind, Xinghe closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Xinghe climbed out of bed feeling that he had slept exceptionally well the night before. The leather cushion was vastly more comfortable than the bare wooden slats. He glanced at the crafting bench and the progress of the sewer system renovation, finding that both were already complete. The bench had produced a wolf hide backpack and an alligator hide backpack. What pleasantly surprised him was that although the alligator hide backpack remained an ordinary grade item with roughly the same interior space, it possessed an additional waterproof property, allowing it to function normally underwater. Xinghe listed both the new wolf hide backpack and his old one on the trading channel, then opened the modification panel for the sewer system. Sewer system 70, category shelter renovation, quality ordinary, effect increases shelter comfort, reduces risk of illness and infection, noted decent facility, but have you ever wondered where your waste actually goes? Xinghe looked curiously at the 70% suffix following the sewer system. The ventilation system he had previously completed had not carried such a marker, even though he was certain he had enough materials. He opened his shelter panel and saw that the upgrade button was already illuminated, indicating the renovation was finished. Xinghe clicked to begin the upgrade, then sipping the leftover fish soup from last night, arrived at a conclusion. This incompleteness likely stemmed from the disposal location of his waste. After all, the sewer system merely served to transport waste that still needed somewhere to discharge it. If he could obtain a blueprint for a septic tank or something similar, perhaps the sewer system could reach its full potential. At least for now, Xinghe could wash his face and hands at home and use the restroom, even though he still needed to pour water into the tank himself. The wash basin Fan Jin had traded to Xinghe was the old-fashioned barbershop style, complete with an overhead water tank. After filling it and turning the tap, water flowed out. Rather than connecting it directly to the sewer system, Xinghe routed the pipe into a wooden bucket so the water could be reused multiple times. The first-level bathroom provided significantly greater comfort and greatly reduced the risk of infection. Moreover, the system indicated that the bathroom served as the starting point for the water circulation system, a crucial component. However, the bathroom was still a bit cramped at present. After the shelter upgraded, perhaps he could squeeze in a bathtub. Xinghe knew how to craft one himself. He did not need system approval as long as it worked. He had not bathed for 5 days. Only after finishing breakfast did Xinghe open his talent panel. He had slept early yesterday and made no use of it, and this morning he had been too busy checking various upgrades, neglecting the talent that had helped him so much. Today's prize pool: World Divinity Original Sin 2. Damn it, 2 Larian Studios games in a row. Actually not bad. This game predated Baldur's Gate somewhat. Xinghe had indeed played it, but aside from that skeleton and the peculiar flesh-eating sprite, he barely remembered anything else. He turned the gacha machine, and a blue capsule rolled out with a clatter. This was the first time Xinghe had pulled a blue item, and he opened it with some excitement, discovering a recipe inside. After loading the recipe, Xinghe acquired all its information. Refine 1 recipe, category recipe, quality rare, requirements: short staff X1, at least 1 skull effect. Depending on the materials used, the resulting wand will range from common to rare quality. Wand attributes will be determined by the material's properties. This recipe can produce wands up to rare grade. Please note that rare and superior grade wands require additional auxiliary materials beyond the main material, and this recipe carries a certain failure probability. Description: you're serious? A stick and a skull are enough to make a wand. It was indeed this recipe. Xinghe vaguely recalled the corresponding crafting formula, and there seemed to also be a two-handed staff recipe, though he could not recall the specifics. This was also his first time encountering a crafting recipe with a failure probability. Nevertheless, it was more than enough to make Xinghe happy, as it provided a relatively stable means of producing rare-grade magical weapons. Although rare-grade equipment amounted to little more than blue-tier gear by the standards of the game for survivors at present, it was still top-class equipment. Furthermore, wands and similar magical instruments were far harder to obtain than cold weapons like daggers and machetes. The rare-grade recipe required a third-level crafting bench, so for now Xinghe could only wait for his shelter to upgrade. During this time, Xinghe went to the doorway to continue gathering firewood and collecting branches, hoping to find suitable main materials for the refined wand recipe. Fortunately, the third-level shelter upgrade proceeded at a reasonable pace. Approximately 2 hours later, Xinghe received the notification that the upgrade was complete. You have completed the upgrade to a third-level shelter. Please choose to expand either the second floor or the basement. Once one option is selected, the other will require an expansion permit. Xinghe pondered for a moment. Expanding the second floor seemed rather conspicuous, so he chose to expand the basement instead. Though he found it somewhat absurd. Had he really come to the apocalypse and still needed an expansion permit to build an addition? Upon returning to the shelter, he found the entire structure had expanded outward by another ring. The previous second-level shelter had covered roughly 70 square meters, while the third level now spanned 120 square meters. Additionally, a cellar door appeared to the left of the main entrance. Xinghe opened it and descended into an empty basement with bare stone walls roughly equal in area to the floor above. Aside from storage purposes, Xinghe could not immediately think of other uses for the space. He also noticed that the ventilation system had been extended into the basement, and the air did not feel stuffy at all. He was thoroughly satisfied with the ventilation renovation. On the ground floor, in addition to the original 3 rooms, 2 more had been added, and the living room had expanded considerably. Xinghe opened his panel to review the third-level shelter information. Tranquil Home Category Forest Cabin Level 3 Area 240 square meters, including 1 floor above ground and 1 below. Special renovations: ventilation system, ordinary sewer system, ordinary rooms, Level 1 bathroom, Level 1 bedroom, special furniture, Level 2, crafting bench, Level 1 cooking pot, cultivation, flower pot. Upgrade requirements: Level 2 crafting bench X5. Wall special renovation door, special renovation, 5 common blueprints, 2 rare blueprints, 1 uncommon blueprint, 200 with 200. Stone note: in a forest overrun by monsters provides a place to rest in peace. The upgrade requirements were truly daunting. Fortunately, common grade renovations counted toward the current total, meaning he still needed 3 more renovations. Congratulations. Your shelter has completed the upgrade. You are the 489th in this region and the 3445th in this world to reach level 3. You have been awarded 1 reward chest. Please continue your efforts. This time the shelter upgrade had propelled him directly into the top 500 in the region, complete with a world ranking. It seemed most people were stuck at second-level shelters, and blueprints were undoubtedly the greatest obstacle. The chest this time looked far more exquisite than the last, a copper chest. Previously he had obtained an uncommon grade energy shield renovation from it, and he was eager to see what treasure this one contained. Magic crafting table. Category furniture blueprint. Quality rare. Effect upgrades your crafting table into a magic crafting table. Description: with this crafting table you can create magical items. Fertile farmland. Category recipe. Quality common. Requirements: humus 1 unit, fertilizer 1 unit. Effect: slightly accelerates crop growth. Description: want a farm? You can't do it without a single piece of fertile land. Flame arrow. Category skill book. Quality rare. Effect: releases a fireball dealing 3 ability level damage. Upon hitting the target it explodes, dealing an additional 2 ability level area damage. Proficiency 0-100. Description: only a mage who can wield fire truly deserves the title of mage. Among the 3 items, none were rare, but all were highly useful. He had just glanced at his crafting table. Simply upgrading to a level 3 crafting table still wouldn't allow him to craft an upgraded wand. Such magical creations required a magic crafting table. It was like sending a pillow when someone was dozing off, making him wonder if someone had specially arranged this reward for him. The fertile farmland was merely a weakened version of the flower pot acceleration effect. However, since it was a recipe, Xinghe could craft it himself, giving him an advantage over that flower pot. Xinghe learned the flame arrow skill without hesitation, though he had no plans to try it immediately. He would save that for his afternoon outing. The requirements for upgrading to a magic crafting table included not only basic materials like wood, stone, and iron, but also 3 types of magical materials, 1 energy crystal, a set of tools also needed for regular upgrades, and a spell book. Upon seeing this requirement, Xinghe quickly withdrew the apprentice's notebook that had already received inquiries from others, then informed them the transaction was complete. Fortunately, he hadn't rushed to sell it. Who would have thought it would come in handy here? For the 3 types of magical materials, phosphorescent powder from bloodthirsty moths counted as one and zombie bones as another. Unfortunately, wolf fangs, crocodile teeth, and goblin ears didn't qualify. After testing for quite some time, Xinghe discovered that the demon iron gifted by the stone beetles previously also counted. He chiseled off a piece, placed it inside, and began the upgrade. The crafting table upgrade went quickly, completing in just over 10 minutes. The new crafting table looked far more sophisticated than his previous handmade table. The main body of the workbench was constructed from smooth wooden planks with thick edges retaining a certain wood grain texture. Each corner of the tabletop was inlaid with stone, the surfaces carved with simple magical runes, while the table corners were wrapped in iron sheeting. On the right side of the workbench, the complete set of tools was arranged with several stone mortars added. On the left sat the apprentice's notebook. Xinghe opened it and found many blank pages added to the back. In the center of the crafting area, the energy crystal was embedded. Xinghe tried removing it and found he indeed could, but when he replaced it with a fractured energy crystal, the magical runes across the entire crafting table dimmed considerably. Opening the magic crafting table's interface, he found it exceeded his expectations even more than its appearance suggested. Magic crafting table. Category: crafting table. Level 3. Effects. Magical item crafting can produce magical items. Q crafting, you can add multiple materials. The crafting table will produce items in sequence with a Q limit of 3. Common feature of level 3 crafting tables. Demon iron conduction. The addition of demon iron slightly reduces energy loss. Magical notes. The notebook will automatically record results of the same recipe using different materials. Breath of nature. Water and plant spells from the magic book are inscribed on the crafting table, slightly increasing the probability of crafting nature type items. Xinghe hadn't expected the demon iron and apprentice's notebook to provide additional bonus effects. Greedily, he wondered why the other 2 materials lacked special effects, and the thought made him chuckle to himself. Once the crafting table upgrade was complete, he immediately began producing upgraded wands. However, after testing several branches without meeting the standards he tossed in a goblin's short club, and the crafting table indicated the main material now met the requirements. Looks like I'll need to kill more goblins. For the sake of his equipment production venture, these goblins would have to suffer. The same went for skull components. Xinghe's attempts with fish heads failed, while waterbird heads showed a requirement of 23, meaning 3 were needed. After inserting a wolf head, the standard was finally met. And so Xinghe's first upgraded wand was freshly crafted. Upgraded wand. Category: one-handed weapon. Quality: common. Durability: 55. Effect: slightly increases casting speed, slightly reduces casting cost. Description: to be honest, even goblin shamans wouldn't deign to look at this. Ignoring the system's harsh evaluation, Xinghe picked up the wand and cast Rainfall spell to test it. He could indeed feel a slight increase in casting speed, but only a slight one. He took off his spell robe and repeatedly cast Rainfall spell until his mental energy was nearly depleted. He discovered that the mental energy saved amounted to roughly 1/3 of the normal Rainfall spell consumption, which was actually more significant than the casting speed improvement. However, this wand was merely the most basic and common tier. If he could find higher quality materials to craft a rare, even extraordinary, level 1, the effects would undoubtedly be far superior. Moreover, he didn't necessarily have to sell finished products. He could also try fulfilling custom orders. The same applied to backpacks. He had been trapped in conventional thinking before. Unfortunately, the wand's utility couldn't compare to his beloved axe. Therefore, once his mental energy had mostly recovered, he still equipped his usual gear for this exploration outing. Recently, there had been more and more beasts and monsters outside. Xinghe's explorations had become somewhat difficult. On the first day, he had chopped trees all day without anything approaching him. But today, after walking just 3 steps, he spotted 3 zombies and no treasure chests. Still, they would serve as good test subjects for Flame Arrow. The channeling speed for Flame Arrow was slightly slower than Lightning Spell, which made Xinghe somewhat cautious. Next time he used this skill, it would be best to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, if the opponent caught his weakness during combat, it could be disastrous. With a loud boom, the 3 zombies were blown apart by Xinghe's attack. He hadn't expected Flame Arrow's damage to be so impressive. It was far superior to that pathetic Fireball wand from last time. Looking at the zombies reduced to a bloody mess, Xinghe had no interest in manually gathering materials. He directly decomposed them and received a fractured energy crystal, a decent drop. Xinghe's main target today remained the goblins. After testing numerous types of wood, only the small wooden stick in the goblin's hands, which had been worn smooth from use, could serve as the primary material for wands. Xinghe believed this was most likely because the object had a relatively regular shape, and since it had been used by the monster goblins, it possessed a faint trace of magical energy, allowing it to be used as a material. Goblins wandering outside in groups of 3 or 5 were quite common. However, most goblins didn't even have wooden sticks. They held either stones or broken iron scraps in their hands. After killing 3 groups of goblins, Xinghe only managed to pick up 2 wooden sticks, though he did collect a wooden chest. Inside there wasn't much of anything useful. A piece of hemp cloth, a length of hemp rope, and 1 unit of cotton. Xinghe looked at that clump of cotton with some exasperation, or it wouldn't even make a decent soft pillow. Apart from that, Xinghe also discovered another entirely new type of monster, a treant. The creature looked like an ordinary tree, but the moment he approached it immediately started attacking, giving Xinghe a fright. Fortunately, although the treant had high concealment and dealt heavy damage, it couldn't move. Xinghe killed it from a distance with several flame arrows and decomposed it, obtaining several pieces of animated wood. It wasn't until evening when Xinghe was preparing to head back that he spotted a large group of goblins wielding wooden sticks. Xinghe lurked at a distance and took a glance. There were quite a few goblins, approximately 10 in number. Even more surprisingly, one stood taller and more muscular than the ordinary goblins, gripping not a wooden club but a spiked iron mace. Not daring to charge head-on, Xinghe tossed a detection spell at them from afar. A rare-grade monster. Xinghe felt a stir of interest. Even without a treasure chest reward, this rare goblin's remains would yield quite a few materials after decomposition. But there were too many on the other side, and Xinghe could not afford a direct confrontation. So he repeated his old trick, tossing 2 more pieces of heavily laced monster meat in their direction. This time the first to spot the meat was a scrawny goblin on the edge, one whose constitution was a full point lower than a normal goblin's. Upon seeing the monster meat, it immediately scurried over, only for another goblin nearby to spot it. The two immediately broke into a fistfight, grappling and kicking over the prize. The frail goblin was no match for its opponent, beaten into a shrill yelping. The commotion caught the attention of the goblin Decurion, who let out a thunderous roar, and the 2 goblins immediately snapped to attention. The other goblin appeared far smarter, scooping up the meat from the ground and kneeling to present it to the Decurion. The latter nodded in satisfaction. Though its spirit stat was only 2 and its wits hardly sharp, the goblin Decurion had far more battle experience than the rest of the pack. He knew all too well that food found on the ground might be poisoned. He tore off a small piece of the meat and offered it to the goblin who had presented it. The goblin, puzzled by his commander's hesitation, dared not eat it, until the scrawny goblin who had first spotted the meat charged forward and devoured it in one bite. The goblin Decurion was somewhat annoyed, but it did not matter. His purpose was simply to test for poison, or it made no difference who ate it. Still, he glared viciously at the goblin that had offered the meat, who failed to grasp his intention promptly. Hiding to the side, Xinghe watched the goblin's spectacle with his mouth agape. However, he also realized that his method might not work as effectively on monsters with higher intelligence. So he crept a little closer and cast rain technique twice from a distance, covering as many of the goblins as possible. At this moment, the goblin Decurion was still watching the state of his scrawny goblin. Although a light drizzle had begun to fall from the sky, it meant nothing to the sturdy commander, of course, and he failed to realize that only his area was experiencing the rain. With low constitution, the scrawny goblin suddenly gripped its stomach in excruciating pain after eating the drugged meat. It doubled over and bolted straight into the nearby forest. Just then Xinghe hurled a lightning spell, yet the creature managed to dodge. A tingling sensation made the goblin Decurion sense something was amiss. He bellowed a command, but no goblin obeyed. All were paralyzed by the electric shock. This was another advantage of lightning spell: it might not kill in one strike, but it reliably immobilized the enemy. Without hesitation, Xinghe unleashed 2 more lightning spells. Most of the goblins fainted outright, and 2 were already dead. Enraged, the goblin Decurion snatched up his spiked mace and charged straight toward Xinghe's position. Xinghe had no intention of facing him head-on. He raised his hand once more, this time casting vine technique. 2 vines unexpectedly wrapped around the charging goblin Decurion, sending him crashing face-first to the ground. His spiked mace flew from his grasp. 2 flame arrows followed, striking the commander squarely in the face and putting the elite goblin to an end. In the nearby forest, the scrawny goblin, having just finished relieving itself, witnessed its leader being toyed with by a monkey. Terror seized him. He hid quietly behind a tree, touching the tattered iron plate on his body to calm his frayed nerves. Flashes of past experiences streamed through his mind. His fragile body, still weakened from just enduring stomach cramps, suddenly surged with a strange new power. He became more nimble, more adept at concealing his presence. He had evolved. He decided to return immediately and spread the word. Revenge for his leader. Not really. He had never even had a proper meal under that commander's watch. Just as the evolved goblin was about to make his escape, a wave of danger washed over him. A glowing white broomstick struck his vulnerable belly, sending him tumbling and rolling from behind the tree. Then a falling axe's blade descended upon him. Xinghe had long noticed the scrawny goblin was gone from its post. He had sent Broom Deity to patrol the surroundings. After slaying the goblin Decurion, he used detection again to scan the area. Not only did he locate this particular goblin, but he also discovered something interesting. Goblin mutating. The same status as the wild boar last time, but this time, Xinghe dared to grow bold. He did not want to spook it. He wanted to see exactly what this goblin would mutate into. Goblins mutated far faster than that wild boar. In just over a minute, this goblin had transformed from a slightly weaker ordinary goblin into something entirely new. Its agility continued to climb steadily, and a new talent had been acquired, moving stealthily with every step. I found this myself. An ordinary monster evolving into a rare grade 1 in merely a minute. It truly amazed Xinghe to see how extraordinary this world was. But he would not let this one escape either. He would take the head of the goblin Decurion and the head of this wanderer as well. After decomposing the ordinary goblins and storing the 2 rare ones in his inventory, Xinghe searched the surrounding area in circles. Unfortunately, he found no new treasure chests and returned to the shelter somewhat disappointed. Throughout the day, his commission advertisements posted on the World Channel had attracted quite a few inquiries. He had finalized orders for several bags, but requests for wand customization were exceedingly rare. Only a handful appeared, and most were trying to get something for nothing. Xinghe pondered and understood. Ordinary wands provided little assistance, while entrusting rare materials to him for customization carried too high a risk. Xinghe decided to first complete the bag orders, then process the heads of the 2 rare goblins to see if he could craft a rare-grade wand. Truth be told, the process of disposing of goblin corpses was rather repulsive. This time, Xinghe chose not to handle it in his room, opting instead to go down to the basement. He used timber to partition off a small room in the cellar and purchased a stone table from the trading channel to serve as his slaughterhouse. He had indeed studied anatomy at school, but that was to understand medicine. Even if it came to butchering, the most he had ever done was chop up pigs. He had never specifically learned how to process heads. Consequently, it took Xinghe a considerable amount of time just to extract the skulls of the 2 goblins. He dismantled the remaining parts directly. After all, he could hardly keep them to make bags or eat. The 2 rare goblins yielded 2 small energy crystals, a pair of goblin fangs, a section of goblin phalanges, and a goblin heart. Bizarrely, this heart was not fresh, but rather a processed, air-dried product. Although Xinghe had no idea what it could be used for, he preserved it nonetheless. As the magical materials in his possession accumulated, his previous glass jars gradually proved insufficient. Xinghe placed another order with Fanjin for several wide-mouthed jars, hoping he would be able to find them. With the skulls secured, Xinghe began rummaging through his collected wooden sticks to see if any were usable. Unfortunately, all the sticks were ordinary-grade materials, leaving it highly uncertain whether combining them would yield a rare-grade wand. Glancing at the several completed backpacks, Xinghe submitted them first. Though it was simple contract work, his processing fee was by no means low. In addition to providing double the materials, the clients had to pay a fee of 5 units of iron or copper. Yet even so, it was far cheaper than purchasing a backpack directly from the trading channel. The 3 backpacks this time were made of rabbit fur, cowhide, and mink fur respectively. The rabbit fur offered no special effects, the cowhide possessed a sturdy effect granting an additional 2 points of durability, and the mink fur, like crocodile leather, boasted a waterproof effect. Next came the crafting of the wand. Xinghe's first attempt utilized the skull of the goblin Decurion and the spiked club in his possession. That club was a crudely made weapon, its spikes merely glued on by force. Many of the spikes had fallen off when it was thrown, and once the remaining spikes were shaved off, it was nothing more than a wooden club. Furthermore, although the goblin Decurion was larger than an average goblin, it was actually only about 1.6 meters tall. Thus to a human, this wooden club was merely a slightly long stick. Sure enough, this rare-grade wooden club perfectly met the requirements for crafting a wand. Xinghe additionally incorporated the goblin heart. 30 minutes later, a rare-grade wand appeared before him. Modified wand, strength goblin. Category, one-handed weapon. Quality rare. Durability, 1010. Effect, slightly increases attack power, marginally reduces stamina consumption. Skill charge, strike, accumulates mana within the wand, increasing the damage of the wand's next attack to 1.5 times. Description, is this thing even a wand? Indeed. Was this thing even a wand? Xinghe was utterly bewildered. What kind of damage would this weapon deal? Magical, physical, or hybrid? Moreover, the appearance of this wand was exceptionally peculiar. A fanged skull was bound to a thick wooden stick. When swung, the fangs and hollow eye sockets would produce a low howling wind, making it highly intimidating. An odd wand that did not increase magical damage seemed to be of little use to Xinghe. After some thought, he sent the weapon's details to Cthulhu. Is this a wand? That's what the system says. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. I happen to need an offhand weapon. What do you want for it? Rare-grade magical materials, blueprints, or anything similar would do. A long moment passed without a reply. Just as Xinghe thought the deal was about to fall through, the other party sent over this item. Meditation art. Category, skill book. Quality, common. Effect upon use, grants the skill meditation art, increasing the maximum limit of mental power and accelerating mental power growth. Xinghe's heart skipped a beat upon seeing it. This skill book was indeed incredibly useful to him. Although it was only a common grade skill, and ability that could directly enhance mental power was far more valuable than his bizarre wand. Deal. What else do you want? I can make up the difference in value. The other party did not stand on ceremony and replied directly, just give me 1 unit of wild fruit. I have no use for this skill anyway. The trade was swiftly completed, and Xinghe immediately learned the skill. The effect was identical to what he had just seen, except for an added limit of 12 points, meaning this meditation art could only raise his mental attribute to a maximum of 12 points, after which it would no longer take effect. Considering how diligently he cast spells every day, his mental attribute was still only at 5 points, which showed just how arduous it was to raise one's mental power. Having disposed of the strange wand, Xinghe spent quite some time sorting through his inventory before finally finding a rather peculiar material to pair with the other goblin skull. It was the depleted fireball wand. The fireball spell from this wand dealt less than half the damage of his own flame arrow, so once its charges were spent, Xinghe had never bothered to study it, leaving it cast aside. To his surprise, the material of the wand itself was actually of rare quality. Although it was slightly damaged, it was still the best material he could currently find. For the step of adding extra materials, Xinghe chose the Goblin Phalange, adopting a poetic, like cures-like approach. Although the success rate was displayed as 95 rather than 100, Xinghe figured he wouldn't be that unlucky. Half an hour later, his second rare-grade wand was freshly completed. Modified Wand Serene Goblin. Category: One-handed weapon. Quality: Rare. Durability: 1010. Effect: slightly increases casting speed, marginally reduces energy consumption. Skill: Whisper reduces your spell fluctuations by 20 while maintaining the spell's effect limited to level 5 energy and below. Description: even if I chant softly, I can still blow your head off with magic. To be honest, Xinghe was not particularly satisfied with this skill. After all, his current spellcasting lacked any special effects anyway. He desperately needed a weapon that would grant a greater boost to spell damage. Oh well, it was still better than that useless blank wand. Afterward, Xinghe took out 5 fish skulls and an ordinary wooden stick, synthesizing a common grade wand with an extremely bizarre appearance. The tip of this wand featured 4 fish skulls arranged like a blooming flower surrounding a larger fish skull in the center, a truly horrifying sight. Yet its actual effect was slightly better than the previous wolf head wand. It had a single effect that enhanced the casting of water attribute spells. Xinghe tested it and found that the area of his rainfall spell had expanded by a third. Xinghe did not sell the wolf head wand, either deciding to keep it at home as a decoration since it probably wouldn't sell anyway. This time he asked Fanjin, who had not yet used his daily speaking limit, to help him advertise his custom wand crafting service, showcasing the effects of the 2 new wands. Naturally, the strange physical attack wand was not listed, not because its attributes were unconventional, but simply because it had already been sold, which was basic courtesy. Unfortunately, there were still no serious customers inquiring. After crafting 2 more custom backpacks, Xinghe prepared to lie down and rest. Just at that moment, someone suddenly sent over several materials. Xinghe sat up instantly. Finally, a commission after an entire day? Can these materials guarantee the crafting of a rare quality wind element wand? Xinghe glanced at the other party's materials. Both primary components were of rare quality and appeared related to wind attributes, but out of caution, he replied, adding 1 additional rare level magical material would likely ensure success. The other side was silent for a moment before sending another material. Indeed, it was wind attribute related. More interestingly, whether it was the skull or the additional feather material, they both seemed to come from the same type of bird. No problem, I can guarantee it. By rights, I should charge you for the extra material, but since this is your first order, I'll waive the fee. Do you have any lightning attribute materials you could trade with me as a processing fee? Xinghe wanted to craft himself a lightning attribute wand. Although Flame Arrow was currently his highest damage skill, the AoE effect of Thunder Magic combined with Rain Magic and the paralysis effect of Thunder Magic were simply too important to overlook. Would this work for you? Lightning Bird Feather. Material: Rare. A common feather dropped from a powerful magical beast still wreathed in traces of lightning. Where did this person even get so many bird feathers? Xinghe agreed to the trade. Wait a moment, please sign this. However, the other party didn't proceed directly with the trade, but instead sent a parchment contract. Promise Keeper, consumable, common. Both parties receive transaction protection after signing this contract. Guarantees fair trade dealings, though breaking free is simple. Just pray to me. What is this thing? I don't want to use this, and I suggest you don't either in the future. This description looks very. I can promise I won't breach the contract, but if you can't accept that, let's forget it. The other party remained silent for quite a while. Just as Xinghe thought they might abandon the deal, they finally replied. Alright, let's trade. After receiving the materials, Xinghe found a high compatibility rate of 95 success probability. He sent confirmation to the other party, and then proceeded with the synthesis. On the other side, in a cave on a massive cliff, Qin sat in a bird's nest, praying the other party would keep their word. She had no other choice. If she couldn't find a way to fly, these giant birds would surely get her sooner or later. She was born on this very cliff with no escape in sight. Fortunately, a set of climbing gear lay in the cave. Each day, she painstakingly scaled the cliff to steal wood, feathers, and even remnants of food from the giant birds' nests. After gathering enough feathers, she traded them for food and water. Qin hadn't even found a few treasure chests. Her shelter was only level 1, making life incredibly harsh. She had searched for flight-related abilities before, but unfortunately everyone was still at the beginning stages. Such a crucial ability like flight wouldn't be sold by anyone. It wasn't until Qin saw Xinghe's advertisement today that she conceived the idea of commissioning a custom weapon, hoping to acquire some wind element magic that might give her a chance to return to the ground. Meanwhile, Xinghe was drawing his daily gacha capsule. Today's world wasn't a game universe, but an anime, one from his childhood memories. Today's gacha pool world, Tom and Jerry. This was a comedic anime where the cat and mouse seemed to possess immortal bodies. Within its worldview, there were indeed some high-tech or magical elements like invisible ink. A green capsule rolled out with a gurgle. After opening it, Xinghe's face turned green, and Tom's wailing seemed to echo in his ears. Modified flight wings. Extra equipment. Rare quality when worn, creatures under 1.6 meters tall and weighing 25 kilograms, or less can fly briefly, while those between 25 to 35 kilograms can glide short distances. No skill acquired. The flight ability itself replaces additional skills. Note these wings are crafted from a purple women's corset. Despite lacking any practical structure, they actually enable flight, provided you can overlook their appearance. Staring at the purple corset, Xinghe fell completely silent. This garment was useless to him. The height and weight restrictions were far too limiting. Perhaps a dwarf could put it to use for flying. After a moment, the wand synthesis completed, revealing a teal-colored enhanced wand before Xinghe. Enhanced wand windwalking bird. One-handed weapon, rare quality. Durability 1010, slightly enhances wind attribute damage and marginally reduces spell consumption. Skill air current surround summons a wind current to support the user, reducing body weight, partially lasting 2 minutes. Note falling. Don't worry, I'm here to catch you. Sorry, I'm a bit slow. Xinghe examined the wand's stats and then looked at the peculiar item he'd drawn. Quite the matching set, really. After a moment's thought, he screenshotted both items and sent them to the other party. Qinlu was still muttering to herself, wondering if the other party had simply kept her items, when she suddenly spotted the 2 screenshots Xinghe had sent, and her heart skipped a beat. This strangely looking equipment was actually perfect for her. Not only was she just over 1.5 meters tall, but her weight had dropped significantly after days of starvation, now around 42 kilograms, which combined with the wand's skill would greatly increase her safety. What's the price? For lightning attribute materials, 3 rare grade or 1 uncommon grade pieces. This wasn't Xinghe being greedy. Flight series equipment was genuinely rare, and the wand paired exceptionally well with the item. If he weren't physically unable to wear such a bizarre garment, he might seriously consider keeping the weapon for himself. But since rare grade weapons could already achieve this level of functionality, Xinghe believed that future weapons or accessories would definitely allow him to fly as well. There was no need to rush, and flying at this stage might not even be entirely advantageous. Besides, uncommon grade materials and uncommon grade equipment were 2 different things. Materials might be excellent, but whether they could actually be crafted into equipment was another matter entirely. Over 10 minutes later, the other party sent a new material. Xinghe reviewed the screenshot and completed the transaction directly. Lightning struck wood, material, uncommon grade, a small piece of timber infused with powerful lightning attribute energy. Its surrounding arcs caused numbness upon contact. This would be perfect as the core of his wand. Once he collected a suitable tip, he'd have a truly formidable weapon. He never expected that equipment useless to him could be exchanged for such fine materials. Truly, there's no such thing as truly useless items, only treasures misplaced. Qinlu, huddled in her cave, was grinning from ear to ear. Since the bright purple wings were too conspicuous, she traded for a small can of gray spray paint in the trading channel and modified the flight gear accordingly. She then tested the combination of the wand and flight wings in her shelter. After losing weight, she barely met the requirements. Without extra gear, wearing only thin clothing, she could fly. The moment she carried a large pack or wore leather armor, she'd fall to the ground. Qinlu sighed in resignation. It seemed she couldn't eat her fill recently and needed to stay slightly hungry. As Qinlu contemplated how to descend the mountain tomorrow, the thunder and lightning outside no longer irritated her. This terrifying lightning bird came every night to scavenge, injuring many giant birds. Qinlu once peeked out to watch them fight, but immediately shrank back in terror. Yet it was precisely because of this lightning bird that the giant bird colony's patrols had aerial vulnerabilities, giving Qinlu a chance to survive. That lightning struck what was actually harvested from a giant bird's nest scorched by lightning. She still had several rare-grade pieces in hand, which she could prioritize trading with this Xinghe, depending on what she needed later. Both parties felt they had gained greatly from this transaction. A complete win-win situation, truly something to celebrate. Today marks the last day of the rookie protection period. He senses the beasts outside growing more agitated, and in the world channel some of the first calamity may be linked to these beasts. Could this be a beast tide? Xinghe feels a pang of anxiety. Though he has some offensive power, he would be utterly powerless against a beast tide. Could a beast tide be coming? My shelter is only at level 1 right now, and I can't withstand the beast tide's onslaught. Even a level 1 shelter wouldn't hold, and a level 2 wouldn't either. I'm at level 3 now, and I fear I won't hold out either. Damn, I worship the big shot. Damn, I worship the big shot. Damn, I worship the big shot. We are from the Brotherhood. Everyone can join us to share information. Don't trust that bunch of idiots, they'll only squeeze you dry. Why not join our Salvation Church? We are all God's loyal followers, and the gods will equally watch over everyone. Charlatans, get out. Because the rookie protection period is ending, the world channel has devolved into chaos. Even though each person only has a single line quota, there are so many people that 1 line per person still floods the screen. Damn, this guy looks legitimate and polished. Who would fall for this? Everyone's materials are hard to come by. Getting deceived would be the end. Xinghe glanced at the private chat. The person who had smeared him was now trying to buy his wand. He could only scoff, block the contact, and silently consign the Brotherhood members to his mental blacklist. Xinghe also used the leather supplied by everyone to craft a few extra backpacks as backups, and the world channel gradually saw others joining the processing trade just like him. There were craftsmen making weapons, daily necessities, and furniture or decorations, yet some were scammed, cursing loudly in the world channel. Some even dragged the flames toward Xinghe. Tai Lu and Qin Lu came out to defend him, and some claimed the two were in cahoots. Tai Lu cursed in anger. Xinghe comforted her a few words. Yes, he knew Tai Lu was a woman. In their morning chat she had referred to herself as Lao Nyang. After lining up a few processed backpacks, Xinghe shouldered his pack and continued to go out scavenging. If he could go out for a day, he would start moving. The thrill of hoarding goods pleased him greatly. However, before he had gone far today, Xinghe received a message. Friend, we are from Rinlian, and we'd like to order a batch of wands from you. Both common and rare are needed. Do you have time? The price is negotiable. Rinlian is short for the Human Civilization United Community, an organization trained by outsiders. An entirely different world from Xinghe and the others, most of whom only had basic schooling or none at all. Send over the materials, and I'll take a look to estimate how much is needed. I'll need some time on my end. The other side quickly sent a list of materials. Most were ordinary, a small portion rare. It seems they followed Xinghe's suggestion. Among the ordinary materials, the wooden sticks were all looted from goblins. Not sure if goblins had suffered the disaster. As many as possible. At the bottom line, 20 ordinary and 5 rare. Is that okay? Xinghe calculated the time and agreed. The other side promptly sent a materials trade request, and his treasure hunting expedition could no longer continue. We don't have many rare materials, so we can't pay you with extra materials. I have some furniture, daily goods, and blueprints you can use as substitutes. Xinghe glanced at the list and found it more cost-effective than taking extra materials, so he agreed. He knew rare materials were in short supply, so unlike the backpacks, he did not demand double the primary materials. Basically, he asked for double the auxiliary materials. Yet this trading method wasn't bad and could fill some of his own deficiencies. By the way, for the processing fee, how about these 2 blueprints? Between them, surely the blueprints could be shared. Oh, why would they bother trading them? But that's none of Xinghe's business. As long as he could obtain the blueprints, they would be his priority. Sure, but I should warn you, rare wand materials have compatibility. I will try to maximize the compatibility. The attribute direction cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, rare wands carry a failure probability. Of course, with high compatibility, the success rate is about 95. No problem. Having received their affirmative reply, Xinghe set to work finishing the first few backpacks, then refused further outsourcing requests and began crafting the wands. Ordinary grade wands were basically similar in effect to the 2 he had made before. They do offer some enhancements, but bluntly the difference isn't much. However, the materials the other party traded in were almost in batches, so after finishing the ordinary wand production, he obtained 4 wands with 4 different elemental bonuses. First he submitted these wands, then Xinghe began to continually test the compatibility between the materials. This batch of materials was large, so Xinghe could mix and match various attributes and categories. He found that you don't necessarily need materials of the same attribute to achieve high success rates. Some attributes also had extra synergies. For example, water and wood earth, wood and earth fire, and so on. Xinghe selected several with over 90 success rate and sent screenshots for the other party to choose. Bro, isn't this guy saying 95? Is he trying to fool us? Xinghe glanced at the younger brother beside him and with a heavy sigh tapped his head and said, this is giving you a choice. Same attribute compatibility is certainly around 95, but its versatility is narrower. If the other party has the patience to tailor and test, you could call it wholehearted effort. The younger brother had never been very bright since school days and hadn't been selected for Rinlian, but he'd always worried that his mind might be ruined by this apocalypse world, so he came along 2 years late with his brother at great cost, using a treasure to shrink the distance between their birth points to within 5 kilometers. After the brothers reunited, the younger brother did not hesitate to abandon his own shelter and move here so they could survive together. During these 7 days, besides their own growth as the core of Rinlian entrants and pioneers, he organized everyone to share information. The members grew rapidly, at least reaching level 2 shelters. Although many had gained magical power, they still had no weapons. He had seen Xinghe's advertisement yesterday, but given the risk, he hadn't decided. Today, when he saw Xinghe's new advertisement and the Tai Lu who had helped him, someone he had also met before, a formidable fighter born near a salt mine, he felt sure this trader could be trusted, and only then did he make up his mind. The other party's first batch of ordinary wand trades moved quickly, and they offered such patient, varied configurations that put him at ease. He sent the screenshots to others for them to choose freely. After all, ordinary materials are easy to find while rare materials are hard, and those who offered rare materials almost all had additional demands. He is only a nominal leader. Now everyone is scattered far and wide, and he has little real control. Many members have already left Rinlian and even blocked him. Soon everyone chose their wand formulas. When Xinghe sent them to Xinghe, he also traded over 1 blueprint. Given how earnest they had been, he knew he should return some kindness. Xinghe looked over the choices the other party sent. There were few pure elemental ones, but they matched his wishes. After adding these wands to the queue, Xinghe first added the blueprint the other side traded to the shelter. Blueprint, underground storage cellar. Category blueprint. Quality common. Requirements: thermometer 1, iron 10 units, copper 5 units, stone 10 units. Description: a cellar. It is practically a natural refrigerator for food preservation. This item was actually quite suitable for him. Although the materials required for the underground storage cellar renovation were not complex, it required the shelter to have a basement to be used, and the only thing he lacked was a thermometer. Xinghe loaded it immediately and purchased a custom-made thermometer with reasonably precise markings. Even before all the rare-grade wands were completed, the renovation had already finished. Descending the basement stairs, he found that in addition to the slaughter room, there was now a noticeably more refined room of about 20 square meters. Upon entering, Xinghe felt a distinct chill. The basement temperature was already low, but this room was even colder, and he could not fathom how it was achieved. The thermometer on the wall indicated that the temperature here was a mere 5 degrees Celsius, essentially reaching the level of a refrigerator's cold storage, which was indeed highly practical. Yet Xinghe could not help but marvel. To think that such a design was only of common quality. If it were of rare quality, would it upgrade directly into a walk-in freezer? Returning to the surface, he traded the several wands that had already been manufactured. When he inquired whether the other party still required common grade wands, his offer was declined. This was well within Xinghe's expectations. To be frank, common grade wands offered negligible tangible improvement. After trying them, most people would likely opt for cold weapons as a temporary transition. However, once the other party acquired the rare grade wand, their attitude shifted dramatically. They swiftly sent over additional materials, hoping he could craft a few more. Naturally, there were no surplus blueprints for Xinghe this time. Instead, they appended an extra recipe. Biomass fuel rod. Category recipe. Quality common. Production requirements: 250g dry plant debris, 10g pine resin or animal fat to produce 1 fuel rod. Effect: combustion efficiency and durability exceed ordinary timber on par with standard washed coal. Description: a treasure crafted from waste, serving as a rather decent fuel. This was a remarkably good item. Xinghe surmised that the other party likely possessed multiple copies of the recipe, or even superior fuel, which was why they traded it to him. The other blueprint had also been delivered into his hands. Double burner firewood stove. Category blueprint. Quality common. Requirements: stone 10 units, iron 3 units, cookware 2, simple blower 1, a level 1 kitchen. Effect: a stove capable of heating 2 pots simultaneously, drastically reducing heat loss. Description: the wisdom of the common folk. This blueprint differed from the previous ones as it required an existing kitchen for the renovation. Fortunately, Xinghe had already partitioned a kitchen area, placed a cooking pot inside, and added 2 water buckets along with some ingredients, barely meeting the requirements for a level 1 kitchen. Simple blowers were also available for purchase, as they were merely old-fashioned manual ones. With the right materials, crafting one was not difficult. For the cookware, Xinghe selected a cooking pot to serve as one of them, while for the other, he turned to Fan Jin, who was currently roaming the city. Since recovering, that fellow seemed to have encountered some fortune of his own, and the items he collected lately had noticeably increased in both quantity and variety. A large iron pot was certainly no issue for him. Consequently, Xinghe's kitchen was soon graced with an old-fashioned double-burner stove. Renovation complete. The firewood stove has linked with the ventilation system and the special crafting station cooking pot. Firewood stove pollution is significantly reduced. The cooking pot has unlocked an upgrade path, and your kitchen has been upgraded to level 2. This was a pleasant surprise. Xinghe opened the kitchen interface. The current kitchen not only provided greater comfort, but also enhanced hygiene, reducing the risk of disease. The upgrade path for the cooking pot was rather unique, requiring the unlocking of 10 different recipes, at least one of which had to be of rare quality to complete the upgrade. Xinghe had only unlocked 3 common grade recipes: wolf meatballs, thick seafood soup, and a mixed fruit jam used as a side dish. The jam offered no additional effects and served purely as a condiment. It seemed he would need to experiment with a variety of dishes in the future to see what benefits upgrading the cooking pot would bring him. By now, the rare grade wands for the coalition had been completely manufactured. Xinghe's grimoire now contained 8 additional rare grade wand recipes. He felt that if he continued this work for a while longer, he might compile an entire encyclopedia of rare grade wands. When the time came, he could even provide custom blueprints to anyone who needed them. Naturally, in addition to the 2 blueprints and 1 recipe, this transaction also yielded him a quilt, 2 cushions, 3 relatively intact porcelain bowls, 2 wall-mounted oil lamps, a mirror, and a flashlight. These were all inexpensive trinkets. The quilt and cushions were even secondhand. The only truly useful items were likely the mirror and the flashlight, though the flashlight did not come with any spare batteries. The mirror was hung above the sink in the bathroom. This was the first time since entering this apocalyptic world 7 days ago that he saw his current reflection. In truth, there was little change from before, save for his beard having grown considerably longer. Big shot, I'd like to commission a custom wand on my end as well. Do you think these materials will do? Xinghe was in the midst of experimenting with new food recipes when Fan Jin suddenly sent this message. He wondered what kind of power the man had unexpectedly acquired that prompted him to commission such a device despite previously having no interest in wands. Sure, send them over, and I'll give it a try. Soon Xinghe received the materials traded by Fan Jin. The wooden staff was a fairly normal rare material, but the skull was human. He had no idea where Fan Jin had obtained it. It looked rather ancient. Had this guy gone grave robbing? What was particularly unusual was the material he provided, a rare grade storage battery. With a trial and error mindset, Xinghe filled in the materials, and to his surprise the success rate was a high 85%. That works, big shot. Let's go with that. An 85% chance is plenty high. I'll give you an extra storage battery as part of the materials, and I'll pay the crafting fee with screw sets. After viewing Xinghe's screenshot, Fanjin finalized the order without hesitation. He was a man who knew his boundaries. Though he traded frequently with Xinghe, he almost always abided by Xinghe's rules save for their very first transaction. This marvelous wand was soon freshly crafted. Xinghe picked it up to inspect it, and it turned out surprisingly decent. Modified Wand Lightning Accumulator. Category: One-handed weapon. Quality: Rare. Durability: 1010. Effect: slightly increases lightning attributed damage, minimally reduces spell consumption. Skill charge: this wand can be charged using charging equipment. When consuming internal electrical power, it grants an additional bonus to lightning attributed spells. Description: a rudimentary fusion of technology and magic. Upon receiving the wand, Fanjin did not use it directly. Instead, he mounted it onto a shotgun. In doing so, he obtained a truly miraculous weapon. Hound Mark 3 Modified. Category: Ranged weapon. Quality: Rare. Durability: 810. Effect: within an effective range of 70 meters, each shot inflicts 3 energy levels of damage. Skill: Auxiliary slot. Mounting a weapon with special attributes onto the Hound Mark 3 will additionally imbue its attacks with that weapon's attributes and attack effects, granting 50 of the associated attribute bonuses and skill effects. Mounted weapons are limited to rare quality and below. Description: who on earth modified this thing? They are an absolute genius. Fanjin caressed the rugged shotgun, which was crudely embedded with the wand, unable to put it down. Although this weapon was only of rare quality, with the wand's enhancement, it not only dealt hybrid physical and magical damage, but also gained an additional lightning attribute bonus, and even inherited the charge skill. It was arguably no inferior to an epic-grade weapon. It was well worth the effort he had spent traveling several kilometers away to secretly exhume a grave and acquire this gun. On the other side, Xinghe was naturally unaware that Fanjin had acquired the wand primarily for this purpose. He was still organizing his food supplies, gradually transporting them down to the basement. Zhoshin also bustled up and down alongside Xinghe, though its primary contribution was rushing over to sweep away any speck of dust it spotted. Today, Xinghe had an idea to strengthen Zhoshin, though he was unsure if the little spirit would be willing. Beaming at Zhoshin as it diligently swept the floor, Xinghe stealthily extended his mischievous hands. Broom Deity sensed something amiss behind it, and whipped around, catching sight of Xinghe's grinning face. Rather than fear, it simply regarded its eccentric master with habitual resignation. Hee Broom Deity, I have an idea to enhance your abilities. Would you like to try it? Broom Deity gazed at Xinghe in bewilderment. It was quite satisfied with its current abilities and had no desire for enhancement. If successful, you might even gain the ability to mop floors, doubling your efficiency during cleanup. The prospect piqued Broom Deity's interest. It lifted its gaze toward Xinghe, whose face clearly wore sincerity, and nodded in agreement. With Broom Deity's consent, Xinghe began to put his idea into practice. He first removed the broomstick from Broom Deity's head, then secured a slightly thinner goblinwood stick in its place with rope to prevent the creature from falling apart. Broom Deity was uneasy with its new broomstick, tapping it against everything in sight without pause. Xinghe placed the broomstick on the crafting bench and added a rare-grade fish beast skull, which he had acquired from the trading channel that day. He had originally intended to use it for attempting a rare dish, but inspiration suddenly struck. With no additional materials available, he threw in the remaining scraps of crocodile leather, since the remnants were useless anyway. Soon a new rare-grade magic wand appeared on the crafting bench. Modified Wand Water Wave. Category: One-handed weapon. Quality: Rare. Durability: 1010. Effect: slightly increases water attribute spell effectiveness, marginally reduces water attribute spell consumption. Skill: Water Wave releases a gentle water wave that pushes outward in all directions. Description: a wand that seems somewhat useful, yet not particularly so. Would you really want to use Water Wave to tickle someone? The results were predictably mediocre, as the fish, despite being a rare-grade magical beast, was widespread and possessed minimal attack power, so common in the trading channel that it was considered the king carp of this apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, as a rare-grade wand, it still provided the appropriate bonuses. Xinghe weighed it in his hand, but ultimately decided against using it himself, since he only possessed one water attribute skill, Rainfall, and this weapon was not well suited for him. After calling back Broom Deity, which was still adjusting to its new broom handle, Xinghe replaced the wand onto it as a replacement handle. The replacement proceeded smoothly, since the wand's original form was essentially Broom Deity's own stock handle. However, it resembled a broom with a fish skull impaled on top, much like placing kitchen waste on a cleaning tool. Xinghe instructed Broom Deity to attempt activating the water wave skill. After some deliberation, the creature shook its head, releasing a gentle wave of water from the wand. As expected, it lacked any real offensive power, and Xinghe wasn't even pushed back a step. Fortunately, the experiment proved successful. If Broom Deity could endure it in the future, he would gain a wand socket capable of casting spells independently. Even better, when Xinghe picked up Broom Deity, he received the wand's bonuses as well. He now possessed a self-propelled wand. Broom Deity couldn't grasp all these implications, but it clearly adored the change. When it effortlessly used Water Wave to clean away some grime, it was overjoyed. unable to stop its movements though notably without a mouth to smile. After providing Broom Deity with a path to grow stronger, Xinghe finally had time to sit down for dinner. Someone inquired whether he could craft wands, so he sold off all the blank tier wands except the first one at a low price since they weren't particularly useful anyway. Soon after, someone shared screenshots of the wand in the global channel, with some mocking and others dismissive, while a few who had acquired rare tier wands spoke up in his defense. Rare grade wands come with extra skills now, and the bonuses are significantly higher too. This is far superior to those worthless blank tier wands. Of course it's better, but also much pricier. Among the over 100 people in our human alliance with spellcasting abilities, only about 10 have rare grade wands. I'd advise those who can't obtain rare materials to stick with ordinary weapons. Senior Star River post some extra rare tier wands for sale. I'll trade building stones for them. Are you serious? Instead of wasting time on that, you should be upgrading your shelter quickly. The first calamity is coming soon. By the way, I recommend joining our brotherhood. Watching the global channel erupt over his actions, Xinghe felt an odd sense of fulfillment. This was the first time he'd wielded such influence, becoming a figure of respect among so many, a stark contrast to his bottom-tier status in school. Xinghe wanted to craft more rare wands for sale, but he discovered that while rare skulls were still somewhat accessible, ordinary fish heads would suffice. The rare wooden rods were difficult to find. The requirements were stringent, special timber of the right size, and uniformity, preferably showing signs of prior use. This severely limited his ability to produce rare-grade wands. However, his personal wand materials were nearly complete. That lightning struck with those sounding like a natural material was remarkably uniform, likely salvaged from that magical beast, so it fully met the requirements. Please note the newbie protection period has ended. This world is about to experience the first round of world-class disasters. After 4 rounds, world fusion will begin. Until then, please strive to strengthen yourselves. Global channel message limits have been adjusted to 10 per cycle. Each additional message costs 10 disaster coins. The trading system will impose transfer fees based on distance and material energy value. Every survivor begins with 100 disaster coins. The first disaster cycle is the Scarlet Moon, lasting 12 days. The moon in the sky has inexplicably turned crimson, and under its light all living beings will gradually lose their sanity. Survive the impending bloodbath. During the Crimson Moon period, treasure chest quantities will decrease while their quality improves. The scoring system is now active. Survivors who endure this cycle will earn points based on their performance, which can be spent in the point shop after the cycle concludes. Xinghe felt a chill. The newbie protection period was over. Though the first disaster wasn't the beast tide everyone had feared, it was hardly better. Based on the description, magical beasts would likely grow increasingly violent soon. Creatures already lacking intelligence would become even more unhinged, making outdoor exploration extremely hazardous. The global channel erupted in chaos. Shit, my shelter is right near the bison herd. Those brainless creatures won't charge straight into me, will they? Someone help me. I'm still at shelter level 1. I think I'm going to die. No one can save you. You brought this on yourself. Most people are around level 2 now, and leveling up isn't that difficult. That's easy for you to say. Do you have any idea how hard it is to even get a full meal? Join the Church of Salvation. Believe in the omnipotent Lord, and he will protect us all. Screw your religious nonsense. Hey, can anyone hear me? Xinghe took a deep breath. His shelter was already at level 3, placing him among the frontrunners. If he couldn't survive this trial, those with level 2 or level 1 shelters stood little chance. The most devastating disasters shouldn't strike immediately. He recalled his school teachings. Apocalyptic worlds unfolded progressively tier by tier. With the onset of the world disaster, Xinghe had to augment his power as much as possible, and currently an epic grade magic wand seemed to be his finest option. Gazing at the Pokemon fossil in his hand, one that currently could not be resurrected, Xinghe made a decision that went against his ancestors. He would use this fossil to synthesize a magic wand. The fossilized bird resembled the front half of a bird, which included the skull. Xinghe felt that given the immense flexibility of this crafting recipe, utilizing it should not pose any issue. Sure enough, after inserting it into the crafting table, the station recognized the fossil as a valid primary material. Xinghe then added lightning struck wood along with a thunderbird feather, a rare grade battery, and a piece of magic iron. There was no time to gather more lightning attribute materials. Magic iron, a versatile material devoid of additional attributes, should yield decent results if a piece was thrown in. To Xinghe's surprise, the compatibility of these combined materials reached 83%. Though it fell short of 90%, this was an epic grade weapon after all. This success rate was well worth the gamble. If he truly hit the unfortunate 17% failure rate, it would simply be terrible luck, and he would have to make do with a rare grade wand for the time being. As the synthesis commenced, requiring a full 2.5 hours, the night had already grown late. Xinghe tidied up, bypassed his daily meditation, and hurried to rest. He needed to conserve his strength and build up his energy to prevent any mishaps on the first day of the disaster. When Xinghe awoke the following morning, he discovered several goblins sleeping just outside his house. With a casual flick of his hand, he dispatched them with 2 fire arrows. Although these goblins were weak creatures that previously dared not approach Xinghe's shelter, were now sleeping brazenly outside his door, illustrating the profound influence of the Crimson Moon. Stepping up to the crafting table, he saw that the wand from last night was complete. Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. The crafting process had not failed. Picking up the wand, which was visibly more exquisite than any rare-grade counterpart, Xinghe's heart swelled with excitement. The wand, measuring roughly 40 centimeters in length, was of a dark gray hue, with crackling yellow lightning entwined around its shaft. The bird head pommel at the tip of the wand resembled the stitched-together Pokemon head from his memory, albeit in a different color. The connection between the head and the shaft was no longer crude, but rather seamlessly integrated as a single entity. Wielding it in his hand, it felt somewhat weighty, suggesting it could even double as a makeshift mace to bludgeon enemies. Modified Wand, Ancient Thunderbird. Category, One-Handed Weapon. Quality, Epic. Durability, 2020. Effects, moderately increases lightning attribute. Spell effects, slightly reduces lightning attribute. Spell consumption limited to below 20 energy levels. Minutely increases physical attack power. Skills. Ancient Thunder summons an Ancient Thunderbird composed of lightning to attack enemies. The Thunderbird will actively target any living beings other than the caster within a 10-meter radius. Each single target strike of the Thunderbird deals 6 energy levels of damage up to 5 times. Alternatively, it can unleash a one-time area of effect blast, dealing a total of 20 energy levels of damage before dispersing. This skill requires spiritual energy to channel and has a cooldown of 30 minutes. Charge charges the wand with lightning. At full charge, the caster can simultaneously summon 2 Ancient Thunderbirds to attack or summon the Ancient Thunderbird Overload. In this state, the number. Furthermore, the 2 active skills greatly enhanced his offensive capabilities. While a single target attack of 6 energy levels might not seem high on paper, the Fire Arrow he currently mastered only dealt 3 energy levels of damage. A normal goblin would not even survive a single strike of 6 energy levels. As for the area of effect attack, it boasted a whopping 20 energy levels of damage, a level of destruction typically unleashed only by genuine epic-grade monsters. However, the actual damage distributed to each individual enemy remained to be seen. The other skill charge effectively raised the ceiling of this wand, leaving Xinghe immensely satisfied. Nonetheless, the actual performance and consumption would have to be tested in real combat. Upon opening the world channel again, Xinghe noticed that the number of casualties overnight exceeded that of the previous 2 days combined. It appeared that those living in close proximity to magic beasts had begun to suffer. The screen was now flooded with pleas for help and recruitment notices. He had also received several private messages begging for assistance. Xinghe could only sigh helplessly. While one should strive to aid the world when prosperous, he was currently far from wealthy. Let's go, Zhoushan. Exploration is still a necessity, or we will only fall further behind. Xinghe tightened his grip on the Thunderbird wand. Though Zhoushan lacked raw power, the spirit was already highly adept at sentry and scouting duties. A faint scent of blood permeated the air outside, causing Xinghe to furrow his brows. The rising and falling beastly roars echoing from deep within the forest also made him slightly tense. Although he was no longer the defenseless ordinary human he had been 7 days ago, if he were to encounter a beast of the stone beetle's scale, he would barely have time to flee. Fortunately, although the magic beasts were growing restless, utter chaos had not erupted just yet. His immediate surroundings remained relatively secure, with only a few stray monsters wandering into the area, the most prevalent of which were goblins. Why are there so many goblins? Did I stir up a goblin nest? Xinghe muttered with a trace of helplessness as his axe severed the head of a goblin. Goblins were easy enough to kill, but they posed a significant threat. The main issue was that once they gathered, they would launch frenzied attacks like madmen, and they would not rout until at least a third of their numbers had been slain. Furthermore, goblins were humanoid monsters possessing a degree of intelligence. They could utilize tools and even coordinate their actions, making them far more dangerous than ordinary beasts. Xinghe worried that these creatures might one day establish a camp near his home and lay siege to his shelter. It seemed they had already begun to set up camp. Narrowing his eyes, Xinghe watched the massive crowd of green-skinned creatures in the distance, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Their numbers far exceeded the previous squad, led by the Goblin Decurion. The horde had gathered in a clamorous circle, cheering wildly, as 2 Goblin Decurions brawled with each other. Were they wrestling? Xinghe wondered, though watching the brutal, bone-crushing blows that clearly aimed to kill made it obvious this was no friendly competition. Crouching behind a distant tree to watch for a while longer, the contest between the 2 Decurions finally reached its conclusion. The loser lay on the ground covered in blood, drawing more breath out than in. Yet the victorious Decurion did not spare him. Instead, it straddled the fallen foe and continued to relentlessly bash his skull. The cheers of the surrounding goblins reached a fever pitch as a bizarre blood-red energy began to manifest around the victor. It appeared to be evolving. Moments later, a truly towering goblin ripped the head off the loser and hoisted it toward the sky. The goblins' cheers rose wave after wave, celebrating their powerful kinsman. Xinghe was utterly dumbfounded. What was this? Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Was this even his home country anymore? Fortunately, upon inspecting the creature, Xinghe found that its grade remained rare grade. However, compared to ordinary goblins, its name had changed. Hobgoblin Decurion. Category Monster. Quality Rare. Spirit 4. Constitution 7. Agility 6. Charisma 4. Talents. Gregarious creature enters a frenzied state when grouped. Robust physique grants an additional 1 point of constitution. Skills. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, entering a 1-minute frenzied state upon activation. In this state, the user is immune to mental control skills below 5 energy levels, and attack speed and attack power are slightly increased. After the frenzy ends, the user will enter a 15-minute weakened state. Description: a monster that slaughters its own kind. No, I am the hero who will lead our clan to glory. Its race had evolved from goblin to hobgoblin, and it now possessed a rather bizarre crowd control immunity skill, with a weakened state lasting a mere 15 minutes. Judging by the terrifying presence of this goblin, if it were left alive, it would likely only grow stronger. Making up his mind, Xinghe grabbed Zhou Shun and cast the rainfall spell over the goblin crowd. The sudden downpour did nothing to dampen the goblin's fervor. They continued to howl maniacally. The hobgoblin spread its arms wide, allowing the rain to wash away the blood on its body, appearing completely absorbed in the moment. It seemed that while its body had strengthened, its intellect had not. Xinghe certainly would not squander such a golden opportunity. Raising the Thunderbird wand in his right hand, a Thunderbird composed entirely of crackling yellow lightning shot forth. Xinghe opted for the area of effect mode this time. Since these creatures were packed so tightly together, it would be a disservice to himself not to unleash an AoE attack. Unlike summoned creatures in some video games that appeared by the caster's side, the Thunderbird flew toward the target location aimed at by Xinghe. Rather than a summoning spell, it was more akin to a multi-stage lightning attribute magic attack. The Thunderbird traveled at incredible speed. Although the distinct hum from air friction was loud and clear, and the hobgoblin quickly sensed that something was amiss, it was already too late. A burst of yellow lightning exploded within the goblin crowd. Aside from the hobgoblin, the vast majority of the goblins perished before they could even utter a single cry of agony. Even the hobgoblin did not last long before collapsing into the puddle. Marveling at the devastating damage of the Thunderbird, Xinghe cautiously approached the goblin pile, only to find that the previously triumphant hobgoblin was already lifeless. He disassembled the lesser goblins directly. However, the hobgoblin was a different story. Xinghe took out his dagger, painstakingly sliced through its flesh to claim its head, and then dismantled the rest of its carcass. Goblins were truly not worth the effort to hunt. A pile of useless materials and a few shattered crystals were his sole rewards. The only valuable item of the entire haul was the hobgoblin's head, which could be utilized as a material for crafting wands. Xinghe also shook off his joy from acquiring the Thunderbird wand, beginning to contemplate whether he should upgrade his old partner. Circling the goblin camp, he deduced that these creatures had likely migrated here only last night. While goblins were prolific breeders and matured quickly, their sudden widespread migration, and the fact that some had even spent the night right outside his door, pointed to only two possibilities. First, a nearby goblin tribe had suddenly birthed a massive generation of offspring, resulting in an overpopulated territory that forced them to expand outward. Second, some entity had dispatched these goblins to begin raiding and pillaging all over. Regardless of which scenario was true, neither boded well for Xinghe. He realized he might be situated perilously close to a goblin tribe. These creatures had to be dealt with as quickly as possible, for the longer the blood moon persisted, the higher the risks would grow. With a plan forming in his mind, Xinghe shifted his focus from gathering supplies to locating the goblin tribe. As he had anticipated, the forest was teeming with goblins, and within half a day of exploration, he had slain more than 50 of them. He also tested the Thunderbird's single-shot mode. A single breath dispatched each goblin, and the rare-grade specimens were no exception. One strike, and it was over. Powerful, but costly in terms of spiritual energy. Weapon-attached skills are typically released after the weapon absorbs ambient magical energy, which is why most weapon skills have a cooldown period. The Thunderbird wand required not only recharging, but also Xinghe's spiritual energy to channel and guide it. Given the devastating power of such a spell, his spiritual energy could only sustain approximately 4 uses in quick succession. Fortunately, that was sufficient, as the wand's recharge cycle allowed only 2 Thunderbird casts in the same time frame anyway. For the final goblin, Xinghe refrained from using the Thunderbird, opting instead for Lightning Spell and Flame Arrow. His proficiency in Lightning Spell had risen a tier, faster casting, lower consumption, and augmented by the Thunderbird wand, its damage output now rivaled Flame Arrow, though with somewhat lesser cost. He had even bludgeoned a goblin to death with the spouted tip of the Thunderbird wand. The thing genuinely served as a melee weapon, albeit an unremarkable one. Following a fleeing goblin, Xinghe stumbled upon a goblin settlement. Nearly 100 goblins congregated there, including several rare-grade individuals and one wielding a skull-topped staff. Not wanting to alert them, Xinghe carefully retreated from the area. Of course, his morning of goblin hunting was not without reward. He obtained a copper-locked wooden crate. Though the upgrade was nominal, the drop rate had effectively plummeted from 1 per 3 to 5 goblins down to 1 per 50 plus. On the first day, every 3 to 5 goblins yielded a wooden crate. Now 50 or more granted only a single box. With danger escalating beyond, Xinghe dared not linger. By late afternoon he filled a container with river water and prepared to return. Unexpectedly he encountered an old acquaintance. Not the stone-armored beetles, but the wild boar from several days prior. The boar had noticeably shrunk in size. Without the broken half of its tusk, he might hardly have recognized it. Appraise revealed the boar had reached rare-grade status, with significantly boosted stats. However, its skills could not be read. The intelligence gap between him and the creature was no longer sufficient to glean such information. What kind of devilry turned a mere boar this clever? It appeared to have spotted him as well. Its small eyes fixed on Xinghe several times, before finally turning away without action. A chill ran down Xinghe's spine. He hastily filled his container and hurried away. The river itself seemed to carry an air of mounting danger. He wondered whether he could still safely draw water here in a couple of days. Back at his shelter, Xinghe set down his backpack, stowed the materials, and then opened the sole reward from today. 2 items, 1 ordinary, 1 rare. The ordinary item was a monocular telescope, while the rare one was the appraise skill he had previously learned. This skill was peculiar in that it could be relearned. Upon learning it again, his appraise range increased by 50 meters, allowing him to cast the skill from greater distances. He also received 100 disaster coins, a new currency introduced after the novice protection period expired. They could cover additional transaction fees, though Xinghe was unaware of any further uses at present. While tinkering with his newly acquired telescope, Xinghe exchanged a few words with Fan Jin, Tai Chu, and the others. Those who had commissioned rare-grade wands from him were all prospering, and their transactions had been smooth, so Xinghe was willing to hear how they fared. Fan Jin, you goddamn giant scorpions have been prowling around my shelter all day. Killed 1, a dozen more appeared. Here 2 pieces of meat. Taste them. And hey, 1 disaster coin. No need to be so polite. Fan Jin, boss, things in the city are relatively stable for now, but the sewer rats have gone mad. My business is suffering too. The transaction system charges extra. Damn system, it cost me 1 disaster coin just to transfer a bottle. Absurd. Xinghe's brother, thank you for the custom wand. It works wonderfully. Would you consider joining us? Not mandatory, of course. If not, we can simply exchange information. Fan Jin, you goddamn giant scorpions have been prowling around my shelter all day. Killed 1, a dozen more appeared. Here 2 pieces of meat. Taste them. And hey, 1 disaster coin. No need to be so polite. Fan Jin, boss, things in the city are relatively stable for now, but the sewer rats have gone mad. My business is suffering too. The transaction system charges extra. Damn system, it cost me 1 disaster coin just to transfer a bottle. Absurd. Xinghe's brother, thank you for the custom wand. It works wonderfully. Would you consider joining us? Not mandatory, of course. If not, we can simply exchange information. No reply came from Qinlu. Xinghe had chatted with her recently, and knew her shelter was situated in an extraordinarily remote location. She was likely still climbing the mountain. Indeed, the first day of catastrophe had affected few people Xinghe knew personally. Yet the world channel was drowning in complaints far worse than the mornings. Now 10 messages lined up, nearly all cursing. Interspersed with the salvatory sects and the Brotherhood's mutual accusations and propaganda, with scraps of useful information tossed in occasionally. Qinlu, I've noticed that magical beasts aren't just rampaging. They're mating. Someone, indeed, the rats here were already numerous, and now they're breeding by the brood. I destroyed 3 nests today, all full of pups. Another bloody hell, my doorway is swarmed with bats. I can't get home. Qinlu, I've noticed that magical beasts aren't just rampaging. They're mating. Indeed, the rats here were already numerous, and now they're breeding by the brood. I destroyed 3 nests today, all full of pups. Bloody hell, my doorway is swarmed with bats. I can't get home. Xinghe glanced at the poster's ID. This person had commissioned a pack from him 2 days prior. His shelter was inside a limestone cave, which explained why he claimed he could not return. With a cheerful chime, a notification sounded. Xinghe retrieved his newly crafted wand from the crafting table, the one featuring an axe design. During his journey today, it suddenly occurred to him that the unusual melee wand he had previously sold to Tai Chu. If such a creation was possible, why could he not upgrade his axe in a similar manner? Thus, Xinghe combined the head of the rare-grade goblin from that day with the axe handle, stripped of its blade, as a wand shaft. He then reattached his original axe, birthing a bizarre weapon that appeared to be an axe, functioned as a wand yet struck like an axe. Improved wand, bloodthirst category, one-handed weapon, rarity, rare, durability, 1010, effect, slight ATK, increase minor stamina reduction, skill, blood siphon. This wand drains enemy blood to slowly restore its own durability. Note, what exactly are you trying to accomplish here? Improved wand, bloodthirst category, one-handed weapon, rarity, rare, durability, 1010, effect, slight ATK, increase minor stamina reduction. Skill, blood siphon. This wand drains enemy blood to slowly restore its own durability. Note, what exactly are you trying to accomplish here? Why wield a wand to hack and slash? Only the axe portion failed to benefit from the skill effect, but that was acceptable. This was merely a trial run, and it proved far superior to his previous axe. Armed with this insight, Xinghe pondered whether all weapons with wooden handles could be similarly modified. But upon serious reflection, the greatest drawback was the inability to synergize with the original blade. Acceptable as a transitional measure, yet undoubtedly inferior to genuine rare-grade melee weapons. By now Xinghe could rightfully call himself a wand master. In the World Channel he was already dubbed the wand merchant. With transaction fees now in effect, the commission craft industry had plummeted. Xinghe did not mind, however. He had earned generously over the past 2 days. He could always produce some unused rare wands for personal sale afterward. Abyssal Scorpion Meat Stew. Category Food. Quality Rare. Shelf Life, 3 days. Special Effect Toxin Immunity, immune to infections from rare grade and below toxins for 30 minutes, excluding magic and hex effects. The effect of this food resembled a potion more than anything. Unfortunately, unlike a potion, it could not be preserved for long. The rare grade fish meat from before had failed to yield a rare grade dish, producing instead a meal called fried fish fillet, which slightly accelerated mental energy recovery. This particular stew was crafted by Xinghe using a combination of rare grade scorpion meat and fish meat. Food prepared solely with ordinary scorpion meat resulted in a common grade scorpion soup, which only offered a weak increase in toxin resistance, nowhere near as potent as the stew's effects. This was the mystical wonder of the cooking pot. Even though Xinghe had added no extra ingredients or seasonings, it still managed to conjure up a fully realized dish out of thin air. Xinghe sent screenshots of both foods' effects to Cthulhu. Delighted, the latter immediately placed several orders for food preparation and generously offered to cover all the associated disaster coin expenses. Xinghe had no reason to object, though he knew this would be a long-term endeavor given that the meat stew could not be preserved for very long. To upgrade his cooking pot, Xinghe made sure to eat entirely different meals today, combining twigs and meat-produced grilled skewers which increased satiety and slowed down hunger. Mixing 2 types of meat with a vegetable yielded a rustic medley stew, which quickly warmed the body when consumed. 2 kinds of vegetables could be crafted into a cold salad featuring a refreshing trait that greatly stimulated the appetite. Unfortunately, Xinghe had no means of producing vegetables himself. He only had a few wild herbs gathered from the wilderness and some vegetables purchased from the trading channel, which he did not dare to consume all at once. In truth, Xinghe had already crafted 4 plots of fertile farmland, but he hesitated to place them down, fearing they would be ravaged by monsters. The arrival of the blood moon made outdoor farming an absolute pipe dream. Furthermore, his attempts at cultivating mushrooms had met with little success, leaving him somewhat at a loss as to how to proceed. Fortunately, he had now unlocked a rare grade recipe, and with 8 common grade recipes already unlocked, he was only 2 away from upgrading his cooking pot to level 2. To unlock these stubborn recipes, he had even resorted to using chunks of monster meat. However, the resulting dishes still fell under the same few recipes, only with an added warning stating they were unfit for human consumption. The forest at night was far more terrifying than during the day. Xinghe could already hear rustling sounds surrounding his shelter. His desire for an energy core grew increasingly urgent, yet no matter how thoroughly he searched, he had never seen such an item appear on the trading system. Just as Xinghe had drifted into a light sleep, a violent commotion suddenly erupted outside. Jolted awake, he grabbed his Thunderbird wand and peered through the ventilation window to investigate. It was a confrontation between goblins, forest wolves, and what appeared to be a long python, all facing off not far from his shelter. The goblins had completely shed their usual cowardly restraint, their eyes bloodshot with rage. Had it not been for the suppression of a goblin decurion, they would have likely torn each other apart by now. The forest wolves also appeared highly agitated. They were fewer in number than the goblins, and led by only a single rare grade alpha. As for the python, whose color was indistinguishable in the dark, it was also a rare grade monster, yet its presence felt significantly more imposing than both the goblins and the wolves. Annoyed by the monsters disrupting his rest, Xinghe glanced at his fully charged wand and decided to eliminate them all. He initiated the attack with the rainfall spell, followed by the release of a Thunderbird. The giant python possessed incredible reflexes. The moment the rainfall spell descended, it slithered away in a flash. Xinghe had not expected a beast of such massive proportions to possess such terrifying speed, vanishing into the forest in the blink of an eye. By then, Xinghe's Thunderbird had already struck near the goblins and the wolf pack. In an instant, most of the monsters collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, he fired another blast, thoroughly wiping them out. Once again, he harvested the heads of the rare grade monsters and dismantled the rest. With his stock of forest wolf meat rapidly piling up, he could barely keep up with smoking it. He began to wonder if he should trade for more salt from Cthulhu to make cured meat instead. It was now past midnight, meaning he could draw a new gacha. Today's gacha pool world, the Sultan's game. To think even this game could enter the gacha pool. Xinghe rubbed his hands together, quite eager to see what he would pull. It was a green capsule containing a rare grade item. However, what emerged left Xinghe both bewildered and deeply concerned. Bronze Conquest card. Category Quest item. Quality Rare. Effect: conquer or annihilate an organization consisting of no fewer than 100 common grade and 10 rare grade entities within 7 days to receive a bronze chest containing 3 treasures. For every additional 10 common grade or 1 rare grade entity, an extra item will be added to the chest, up to a maximum of 3 bonus rewards. If the quest is not completed, you will be hunted by an epic grade monster for 3 days. Description: a mysterious card provided by the witch originating from the Sultan's forced love. Xinghe turned the small bronze gleaming card over and over in his hands, falling into a tense silence. He had absolutely no desire to cross paths with an epic-grade monster. That would surely be the death of him. Fortunately, he did not have to use this card immediately. A 7-day time limit was still relatively generous. Xinghe pondered for a moment. The target that best fit the conquest card's requirements was the nearby goblin tribe, though he wondered if the goblins roaming wild outside would count toward the total. Having dealt with the unexpected monsters, Xinghe prepared to rest. Of course, the outside world did not quiet down. A common pests like bloodthirsty moths fluttered about in a frenzied madness. Xinghe could not be bothered to deal with these unprofitable creatures, so he simply pulled the covers over his head and fell asleep. On the second day of the blood moon, the World Channel recorded approximately 300 deaths in just a single night. This was a horrifying statistic. Out of the 100 people who had entered this world, over 100 had already perished during the novice period. At this rate, everyone would likely be wiped out by the time the blood moon concluded. And this was not even the absolute peak of the blood moon. Holy crap, boss. The refugees on my end are starting to act weird too. Last night, I ran into a few scavengers. They were injured but refused to leave. I feel like I might be slightly infected. Xinghe has sent over a screenshot of the scorpion soup. Its effect of slightly boosting toxin resistance should be of some help. He did not charge any money for it, as the item itself was of little value, and the system's transaction fees on both ends for transferring items back and forth would make it a losing trade. However, Fanjin would have to cover the disaster coin transfer fee himself. Thank you, boss. Thank you so much. The cooking pot was currently a workstation exclusive to Xinghe. Thus, even if Xinghe wanted to help Fanjin by having him trade directly with Cthulhu for scorpion meat, Fanjin would still be unable to cook the dish himself. Xinglu finally replied to Xinghe today. The unfortunate soul had been unable to return to her shelter last night and was forced to huddle in a rocky crevice overnight. She mentioned that the giant birds and thunderbirds near her shelter had been fighting like mad. When she returned to her base today, the platform was covered in feathers. Sadly, most of them were damaged, rendering them ordinary materials rather than rare ones. Xinghe has sent her some food, as well, particularly the seafood chowder, which excelled at soothing frayed nerves. Thanks, this soup is a lifesaver. I'll gather more materials over the next few days and send some things your way. After sending that message, Qin Lu fell silent, likely having gone to rest. Let's go, Zhou Shun. Let's check out the goblin tribe. Damn, they actually raised a flag. Lowering his binoculars, Xinghe noticed that these goblins seemed to have developed intelligence. Although the entire tribe was still in a state of chaotic disarray, there was a nascent sense of solidarity among them. A crooked flag had been hoisted bearing the painting of a blood-red palm. The goblins had also smeared crimson marks upon their bodies, faintly showing the silhouette of a structured organization. Previously, this place could barely be considered a goblin tribe. They were merely a disorganized rabble where the Decurions refused to submit to one another. Goblins would wander off one day and never return the next. Far from helping their own kind, it was already a blessing if they did not outright devour each other. Well, it seemed they were still eating their own kind even now. After witnessing a goblin tearing into and biting one of its comrades, Xinghe slightly revised his assessment in his mind. Hiding in the distance, Xinghe roughly partitioned the goblins into different zones and did a quick head count. Fortunately, the tribe's encampment was not particularly large, spanning at most 500 to 600 square meters, as the goblins still preferred to huddle closely together. There are definitely over 100 of them, and at least 10 rare-grade ones. Good heavens, there are 5 Decurions alone, and some others look quite different. They are likely rare-grade goblins as well. This tribe not only meets the requirements, but it clearly exceeds them by far. Naturally, Xinghe could not simply charge in blindly. He had to deal with this pack of goblins gradually. However, he could not afford to be too slow, either. Judging by the current state of these goblins, if he waited much longer, he would lose his chance entirely. Hey Chem, what was that? Through his binoculars, a hunched old goblin emerged from the largest shack. He carried a massive staff adorned with dozens of skulls of various sizes, looking far more ostentatious than Xinghe's own wand. The old creature held a bowl of fresh blood. A swarm of goblins rushed forward, attempting to snatch it, only to be knocked down by the heavy fists of their respective Decurions. Xinghe could only see the old goblin muttering some unintelligible gibberish before 5 goblins stepped forward. The old goblin smeared the fresh blood onto their faces, chanted incantations under his breath, and performed a bizarre dance. The 5 goblins soon writhed on the ground in agony, looking exactly like the goblin Decurion Xinghe had encountered yesterday. Moments later, the bodies of the 5 goblins swelled significantly, transforming into hobgoblins. Is this a method for mass-producing rare-grade units? Xinghe pondered. However, upon further observation, he noticed that these hobgoblins merely held a higher status than ordinary goblins. Compared to goblin Decurions, or even hobgoblin Decurions, they were still inferior and were highly likely to be just common-grade magical beasts. For magical beasts like goblins, it seemed they could only elevate their grade after acquiring certain classes. A hobgoblin was likely just an advanced form of an ordinary goblin. However, because he did not dare to get too close, Xinghe could only speculate. To eliminate so many goblins directly, even if he utilized the Thunderbird, the probability of success was slim. A frontal assault was out of the question, or it seemed he had to outsmart them. Leaving the vicinity of the goblin tribe, Xinghe first focused his efforts on clearing the surrounding goblin patrols. During this time he encountered that wild boar once again. The beast was covered in many new scars indicating that its recent days had not been easy. Xinghe took 2 chunks of monster meat from his bag and tossed them to the wild boar. A glint of suspicion flashed in the boar's small eyes. It sniffed the meat for a long time, but ultimately refrained from eating it immediately. Xinghe raised an eyebrow, fetched his water, and turned to leave. After Xinghe departed, the broken-tusked boar sniffed the meat again and kicked one of the pieces toward a lone wolf that was drinking water nearby. Starving, the wolf devoured it recklessly, yet nothing happened. Only then did the wild boar pick up the other piece of meat in its mouth and waddle away. Tisk incredibly cautious. Xinghe had no ill intentions this time. He simply found the increasingly intelligent wild boar rather amusing. He had an abundance of monster meat that he could not consume himself anyway, so tossing the beast 2 pieces was merely a passing whim. Curving his lips, Xinghe resumed hunting goblins. He did not specifically target the ones bearing the blood-red marks. After all, they were all goblins, and if left alive they would only bolster the tribe's numbers in a couple of days. During his hunt, Xinghe killed a common-grade hobgoblin and obtained an interesting piece of information. Hobgoblin. Bloodhand. This goblin decurion possessed a suffix meaning that if the goblins truly joined this tribe, they would be designated with a suffix. This hobgoblin indeed confirmed Xinghe's suspicion that hobgoblins were also common-grade magical beasts. These goblins seemed to be desperately gathering any visible food. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Xinghe stole another glance at the Bloodhand tribe. The entire settlement was in a clamorous uproar, with members either devouring meat or breeding, and infant goblins crawling all over the ground. Today Xinghe failed to find a single chest. Upon returning to his shelter, he crafted several more rare-grade wands and listed them for sale. Although they were goblin-made with mediocre skills, rare-grade wands were still relatively scarce, so they could still command a decent price. Oh, someone is actually trading with a blueprint. Xinghe, who was attempting to turn his few remaining mushrooms into a new dish, received a trade request. The other party desired Xinghe's previous modified wand, Serene Goblin. Since Xinghe was in dire need of blueprints anyway, and this wand was indeed superior to ordinary goblin crafts, he generously threw in a bowl of meatballs, as he truly had too much food to finish. The other party seemed taken aback by the meatballs for a moment, subsequently adding some lizard meat and mushrooms to the blueprint trade. It appeared this fellow was a survivor stationed in a cave region. Tossing the lizard meat into the pot, as well, Xinghe loaded the blueprint. Fungal Cultivation Network. Category Blueprint. Quality Common. Requirements: 2 units of iron, 10 units of wood, 10 caddies of sawdust, 5 units of humus linen. Basement environment. Effect allows the cultivation of rare grade and below fungi within this area. Only one type of fungus can be cultivated per cycle. Each new cultivation cycle requires fresh consumables such as humus and wood. Description: be careful not to get a lung infection. This was a rare production type blueprint. Although common blueprints could not satisfy the requirements for upgrading the shelter, it was still highly valuable. Xinghe found it somewhat hard to comprehend why the other party would trade such a high-quality blueprint for a mere rare-grade wand. He casually inquired, and the other party sent over a photograph. Holy crap, is this guy some kind of mushroom tycoon? In the photo, Xinghe saw an area of about 100 square meters filled with tier upon tier of shelves upon which several varieties of mushrooms were being cultivated. My shelter came with it, so I don't need that one. What a filthy rich bastard. Xinghe fell into a brief silence. Many of his blueprints were handed down to him by others who had no use for them, much like Fan Jin's sewer modification last time, which Fan Jin's shelter had already come equipped with. His own shelter merely came with 2 tools and some basic furniture, far inferior to the specialized shelters these people had obtained. These things grow rather slowly, they didn't catch the right timing. Xinghe understood. No wonder this person had not sold food during the novice period. It seemed the crops had simply not matured yet. He proactively added the other party as a friend and promised that if they could acquire better materials in the future, he would craft a wand for them free of charge, with the other party only needing to cover the shipping costs. For this blueprint, Xinghe possessed all the necessary materials. He had previously dug up humus, since it was also required for crafting fertile farmland. Selecting the corner of the shelter's basement for the modification, the transformation was complete in about 30 minutes. To Xinghe's great satisfaction, this modification provided a separate room with an iron door. The room was approximately 30 square meters in size, featuring 4 upright wooden posts, and the ventilation system had also been connected to this space. Xinghe attempted to sow the harvested mushrooms and quickly received a notification. You have sown common straw mushrooms. Growth cycle 5 days. In reality, different mushrooms should have had distinct humidity and temperature requirements, but this cultivation network seemed to completely bypass these needs. As long as there were nutrients, they would grow. With this, Xinghe finally secured a stable source of food, allowing him to use the remaining mushrooms for cooking. Soon Xinghe harvested 2 new common food items, cold tossed mushrooms and mushroom tea. The former possessed the same delicious attribute as the seafood chowder, while the latter carried a mild sleep-inducing effect and boasted a relatively long shelf life of 5 days. Since when did straw mushrooms cause drowsiness? Xinghe carefully inspected the mushrooms in the pot and realized he had likely mixed in some unrecognized fungi. While unlocking the recipe was a good thing regardless, With this, the cooking pot could finally be upgraded. Xinghe already possessed all the materials needed to upgrade the cooking pot. After the upgrade was complete, the information displayed for this helpful pot changed as follows. Cooking pot. Category crafting station. Rarity rare. Level 2. Affect recipes with unstable creation. When preparing food, there is a certain probability of achieving a major success or a major failure. Skills auto cooking extra ingredients. You may add additional magical materials to alter the dish. The standard recipes allow up to 2 supplementary ingredients, and each recipe tier increase grants 2 additional supplementary ingredients. Description. This pot seems to be growing ever more peculiar. The upgrade effect was somewhat underwhelming, but fortunately the previous abilities remained intact, so at least he would not go hungry. However, he decided to give it a try. After pondering for a moment, Xinghe used a block of monster meat as the main ingredient, adding zombie bone shards and moth phosphorus powder as supplementary materials. The result was a curious creation. Fragrant meatball. Category food. Rarity common. Shelf life 3 days. Effect strongly attracts magical beasts. After consuming it, magical beasts will randomly experience dizziness, vomiting, and limb weakness within 40 minutes. Ineffective against beasts with constitution greater than 5. This seemed far more suitable as a tool for dealing with the goblin tribe than his earlier ideas of poisoning meat blocks or contaminating water sources. Tyloo, do your scorpion materials include venom sacs? Yes. How many do you need? Both common and rare quality are available. After receiving a confirmed reply, Xinghe and Tyloo quickly completed the transaction for a batch of venom sacs. Looking at the 10 disaster coins that had been deducted, Xinghe frowned slightly. Aside from opening boxes, he had no idea how else to obtain them. This time, Xinghe combined monster meat, moth phosphorus powder, and giant scorpion venom sacs to craft a new dish. The name changed to spicy meatball. The attraction to magical beasts decreased from strong to moderate, and the symptoms shifted from a variety of effects to a single one: bodily paralysis. Good heavens, the pot's extra function was surprisingly powerful. He made a few more meatballs, planning to test them on some goblins the next day. Listening to the bloodthirsty moths fluttering wildly outside the house, a subtle curve appeared on Xinghe's lips. These moths were worth a fight now. Not bad, quite effective. Sweet God, you really have no interest in these pills. Xinghe looked down at the goblin convulsing on the ground and felt thoroughly satisfied. Since Sweet God belonged to the category of magical beasts in his understanding, he asked accordingly. Sweet God tapped Xinghe sharply on the head with its wand to express its displeasure, convinced that he was trying to get rid of it. I was wrong, all right. I'll go back and make you a new sweeping wand as compensation. Sweet God chose to ignore the somewhat unhinged Xinghe and turned around to continue sweeping. This fellow's intelligence seems to be rising as well. Watching Sweep God leave, Xinghe noted that the little one's behavior had initially been rigid and mechanical, but now its emotions and comprehension appeared to have improved significantly. After a morning of experimentation, Xinghe finally confirmed the effect of these meatballs on goblins. Ordinary little goblins were naturally affected without question. The elder goblins, despite having a constitution of 5 that weakened the effect somewhat, were still rendered combat inadequate. Even more pleasing to Xinghe was that the spicy meatballs seemed to have an extra allure for the goblins of the Bloodhand tribe. They quite enjoyed the taste. Of course, the question remained how to get this food into the goblin tribe. While pondering, Xinghe checked the progress of his blueprint upgrades. Today's gacha pool was from the Fallout Shelter world. He had once worried about receiving something like a nail gun, but instead drew the blueprint for a heavy door. Double-layer buffer door. Category blueprint. Rarity rare. Requirements: 20 units of iron, 1 liter of disinfectant, 5 meters of piping, 10 meters of wire fireproof coating, X1 nozzles, X10 power facilities. Effect: can eliminate viruses and bacteria brought back from the outside, providing temperature transition in a buffer zone. Description: placing this high-tech door on your wooden cabin. Do you think it fits? What didn't fit? Having the blueprint at all was fortunate enough. Xinghe laughed in exasperation at the description. Fortunately, although the door blueprint was rare, the required materials were relatively easy to find, so he quickly completed the modification. The new door resembled a level 1 radiation shelter door with an outer door and an inner door separated by approximately 5 square meters of transition area. The disinfection effect depended on the quality of the disinfectant. Currently, Xinghe had filled in very ordinary disinfectant water, unpleasant smelling and mediocre in effect. The disinfection function needed to be manually activated, which meant he did not have to worry about being sprayed every time he returned. I still need to use more methods. Xinghe disposed of the goblin lying on the ground. Today he had tried many different approaches to get the Bloodhand tribe's goblins to carry the meat back. Of course, not using the meatballs. As long as the ingredients were similar, the roasted meat and stewed meat he prepared had roughly the same effect. Unfortunately, without the Decurian's supervision, these creatures would eat the meat as soon as they got their paws on it. Only when the Decurian was present would they, well, offer it to the Decurian first. The Decurian was slightly smarter. If the meat was scarce, he ate it himself. If there was plenty, he would lead the other goblins to carry it back. Since Decurians generally had a constitution greater than 5, they would not be affected. At most, they might suffer a mild stomachache upon returning. Thus, they would assume the meat was safe and bring it back as though it were a successful hunt. So this method did work to some extent. But the key was to have them carry back a large quantity at once, at least enough to knock out more than half of the goblins. Beyond that, Xinghe still needed a decisive method capable of taking down a large group of goblins at once. The Thunderbird dealt high damage, but if the rare-grade goblins did not cluster together, the Thunderbird could not eliminate all of them in such a short time. It was not that Xinghe was unwilling to deal with these rare-grade goblins one by one. The problem was that while he killed them, they continued to grow. Every day, several goblins evolved into Decurions. If he continued this way, completing the mission within 5 days would be difficult. Pondering over today's problems, Xinghe arrived once more at the stony beach. It had been relatively lively recently, but the day-active magical beasts seemed affected by the blood moon, their excitability somewhat subdued. They still retained enough reason to restrain themselves near the watering hole. It's that pig again. The severed-tooth wild boar had been coming to this spot to drink nearly every day. Today, Xinghe noticed that another section of its other tusk was broken off, and its wounds had grown significantly worse. He realized the creature might have crossed paths with another magical beast. As usual, Xinghe tossed 2 blocks of monster meat to the severed-tooth wild boar. This time it merely sniffed and ate one piece directly. Its small eyes revealed a hint of confusion as well as a trace of warmth. Since we run into each other often, I figured I'd share some. Besides, I can't eat this stuff myself. Xinghe stood at a safe distance and explained to the severed-tooth wild boar. Although he wished to draw closer to the wild boar, Xinghe was not about to put himself in a dangerous position to communicate with it. The severed-tooth wild boar's expression still looked puzzled, but it had largely accepted that Xinghe posed no threat and was willing to interact with it. To be honest, since its thinking had gradually become clearer and its intelligence improved, it had grown discontent with its former life. The other pigs around it only knew how to eat, sleep, and roll about, unable to understand many of its behaviors. A sorrowful barrier had already formed between it and the ordinary wild boars. Thus, encountering a sapient creature willing to communicate with it brought the boar no small amount of pleasure. What caused those wounds on your body? Xinghe pointed to the fresh injuries on the boar's teeth. This time the creature understood his meaning. It waved its limbs excitedly and traced a long line in the dirt. Long, thick, and something that attacks you. Oomph. Xinghe guessed it might be a snake, perhaps the giant python that had appeared at his doorstep that day. Alright, I should head back. Let's meet again tomorrow. Xinghe had no intention of lingering to converse further with the pig that day. On one hand, he worried the creature's intelligence might have risen to the point of deception. On the other, the sky was already dimming, and he could not stay long. The severed-tooth wild boar scratched the ground with its hooves, watching Xinghe depart, then turned and left the waterside on its own. Xinghe's days had fallen into an even stricter rhythm since his arrival. Mornings, goblins; afternoons, by the tranquil riverside gathering or hunting; and nights spent testing recipes, the day's rare wand listings for sale, then a bicycle, electricity to power cells. Nowadays, no one suspects Xinghe of being a fraud anymore. Many who wield even a little magic are eager to purchase a wand from him for their own use back home. On the channels, the number of deaths was lower than yesterday, and people seem to be settling into this round. Still, it seems there is no particular danger as long as one does not travel at night, and the rising number of monsters yields more food. But Xinghe knew, as did everyone else, that disasters could not be this simple. The signs had yet to reveal themselves. Tonight, Xinghe still has many poisoned meats to prepare. The cooking pot cannot queue items up like a magical fabrication bench, so he must handle each one by hand. Xinghe spent almost the entire night by the stove refreshing the world channel and the trade channel while crafting special dishes. Today he went out and found a chest, but it held only common items. The most useful was a cushion recipe. Using some cotton from earlier crates and a piece of linen, he made a cushion. It wasn't of much use, just more comfortable to lean against on a chair. Qin in the evening traded in a large bundle of bird feathers, mostly ordinary materials, though there were longer plumes and a pouch of chick down. No idea from which little bird she plucked it. His ties with Qin Tai Gu and Fan Jin have grown closer recently, and they swapped a few items. At night, listening to the rustle of the broom gods sweeping, they chatted, making it one of the day's rare moments of relaxation. There seems to be no blueprint listings, yet as Xinghe keeps refreshing the trade channel, most items remain basic supplies and ordinary gear. Xinghe also picked up a few ordinary pieces of gear to protect his feet and head, but they were mostly just rough leather armor with a bit more protection, better than nothing. Xinghe also reached out to a few friends, especially Chenghui of Renlian. Chenghui could not provide blueprints, but offered 2 recipes, one for a quilt and one for a leather armor set. Xinghe traded a rare wand for them. The leather armor recipe is excellent. The garments it yields are warm, come as a full set, and look quite stylish. On the 3rd day of the blood moon, Xinghe used his gift again at midnight. Today's prize: World Plants vs. Zombies 1. The world itself stirred a quiet anticipation in Xinghe, for its plants are wondrous and may hold some surprises. This time again a green capsule. It seems he hasn't seen ordinary items for days. Sunshine mushroom spores, category seed, rarity rare. Effect: when planted, the sunshine mushroom will sprout within 3 days. It will emit sunlight for 4 hours daily, and after 6 days it matures into an adult that emits sunlight for 6 hours daily. Note: sunshine mushrooms cannot be cultivated under direct sunlight. Note: a marvelous plant that naturally produces sunlight, yet despises sunlight. When Xinghe saw this thing, his eyes brightened. The plant would be the best kind for him, who cannot grow crops outside. He hurried to the underground mushroom room, harvesting all the newly sprouted straw mushrooms, then added new fertilizer and replaced them with sunshine mushrooms. Sunshine mushrooms sprout in 3 days, and with the aid of the fungal cultivation network, the time can be shortened to 2 days. When these little fellows can produce sunlight, he plans to plant in the fields and set up an underground ecological farm. Grateful to plants versus zombies. That night, Xinghe was so excited he could hardly sleep, finally drifting off very late. Clearly the next morning, Xinghe failed to wake early. He did not go hunting goblins, but turned to the riverbank. Broken Tooth is indeed here. On seeing Xinghe arrive, the boar grew excited, dug at the ground for a while, then ate 2 pieces of meat Xinghe offered and finally calmed down. Xinghe could see that its wounds had worsened. There is no beast language spell to talk directly with Broken Tooth, so Xinghe could not directly communicate. Still, he tried to interact with the wild boar. Broken Tooth did not refuse his scratches and even rubbed its pig head against him. Their bond grew closer, and Xinghe began his plan. Broken Tooth, I can help you deal with your enemies, but you must help me with one favor. Broken Tooth paused, then realized that Xinghe was addressing it by a special name, and it seemed quite pleased. Thus, without a moment of hesitation, Broken Tooth nodded in assent to Xinghe's proposal. Thus, the two hid in the woods to murmur over their plan. Xinghe could not guarantee that Broken Tooth fully understood his meaning, so he patiently explained how the matter would be handled. After several hours, Broken Tooth roughly understood what Xinghe wanted to do and how it nudged Xinghe with its head to show its agreement. Thus, Xinghe followed Broken Tooth to the nest it currently occupies. The cave is vast, dry, and comfortable. No wonder the giant python had been harassing Broken Tooth to claim it. Today, Xinghe carried 4 backpacks, all filled with poisoned meat he had crafted. He laid the meat out in the cave and then left alone. If all goes smoothly tomorrow, he might complete the Bronze Conquest card mission. Yet, Xinghe still hopes to obtain a more destructive tool to ensure the task's completion. Fanjin, do you have any bombs or grenades, or the like? He replies that there are a few in stock, but they are pricey. If you want to drive away the beasts, incendiary bottles would be more useful. Indeed, it is expensive. A wooden-handled grenade costs 35 units of wood. Incendiary bottles cost 10 units each. Xinghe glanced at the screenshot from the other side, weighed his options, and finally traded basic supplies and some special food for 1 wooden-handled grenade and 5 incendiary bottles. There is a reason for the price. The wooden-handled grenade Fanjin traded isn't a shabby refugee stock. It's proper military issue gear, potent, and not a dud. If not for Xinghe's proposal, Fanjin wouldn't have parted with it. With these 2 items in hand, Xinghe felt much more secure, waiting to see how Broken Tooth fared. Of course, if Broken Tooth failed or ravaged his food, Xinghe had a plan B, but he hoped Broken Tooth would prove a loyal ally. With the daily gacha draw, today's prize pool world was AFK Journey. It was a considerably high magic world, which might provide some supplementary additions to Xinghe's magical abilities. Today's draw was another rare grade gacha, and indeed a skill, but it was slightly different from what Xinghe had anticipated. Awakening spell. Category skill. Quality rare. Effect consumes a certain amount of mental energy to release a healing spiritual light, recovering the target's injuries. The higher the quality of the target, the weaker the skill's effect. Note, this spell cannot cure diseases or dispel curses and toxins. Proficiency 0-100. Description: it is said to be a spell favored by the contemporary Merlin. Healing injuries with just the tap of a finger. Who wouldn't love that? Xinghe was actually quite satisfied with obtaining a healing spell. It wasn't that Xinghe hadn't been injured in recent battles, but his wounds had been very minor, mostly resolved through buffed food and his enhanced physical recovery rate. Thus, Xinghe immediately cast the awakening spell on himself. A warm green light enveloped his entire body. Checking his recently injured areas, he saw that the bruises had mostly faded and the scabs on his minor wounds had even fallen off. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Although he had finished his daily draw, Xinghe did not go to sleep, yet he had a guest to wait for tonight. Fortunately, this guest did not keep him waiting long. About 10 minutes later, a series of grunts and whimpers echoed from outside. Xinghe looked out and saw Duanya, covered in wounds, had arrived outside his shelter. Xinghe opened the door to let it in, gave it a quick wash and disinfection in the buffer room, and only then allowed it into the main house. Fortunately, after its evolution, Duanya's size had shrunk significantly, leaving it at only about 1.5 meters in length. Thus, it didn't feel cramped inside Xinghe's shelter. Serving a portion of food to Duanya, Xinghe waited for it to finish eating before asking about the situation. Duanya grunted and squealed on the ground for a long time, from which Xinghe gathered that the mission was accomplished, and they were now just waiting for him to execute the next step tomorrow. Seeing Duanya covered in wounds, Xinghe immediately cast his newly acquired awakening spell. After 2 casts, most of Duanya's injuries had healed. Duanya was greatly amazed by this, nudging and sniffing around to see what Xinghe had just done. Xinghe patted its head and said, "This is magic." Their interaction woke up Joshin, who was resting. The little fellow stared blankly at the sudden appearance of the wild boar for a moment, then immediately dashed off to the buffer room to start cleaning. Xinghe had thought the little guy would be jealous, but it seemed he was just flattering himself. Now that everything was ready, it all depended on whether tomorrow's plan would go smoothly. Those are the guys. They are absolutely obsessed with that roasted meat. Lure them over there, and I'll go set things up in the other direction. Oink oink. As soon as Xinghe finished speaking, Duanya wiggled its rear and charged toward the group of goblins. Xinghe wasn't worried about Duanya's safety. At full speed this guy was much faster than the goblins. Soon Duanya successfully lured a group of goblins toward its original lair. Xinghe also rushed along carrying several backpacks as he hurried toward the Bloodhand tribe. Since the magical beast that had occupied Duanya's cave was a python, and Xinghe didn't know if it would eat a massive amount of meat all at once, he had to employ a multi-pronged approach to ensure the plan's success. He had prepared two methods. The first was one he had tested before. When a large amount of meat was discovered by a goblin Decurion, it would take a bite before bringing it back. To prevent the goblins from being overly cautious, Xinghe even rushed out to battle them, pretending to flee out of exhaustion. Eager to bring the food back as quickly as possible, the Decurion would suppress the subordinate goblins and rush back to the tribe with the meat. Although one or two goblins might sneak a bite along the way, given their low intelligence, they would most likely assume the affected goblin had just eaten something bad. After all, such occurrences were very common in the goblin world. For the other part, Xinghe scattered small items like meatballs through the forest near the Bloodhand tribe, disguising them as dropped food. Following the trail of these meatballs would lead to a large bag of them. This plan had practically depleted Xinghe's entire stock of monster meat. Fortunately, only Duanya usually ate this stuff, so it didn't affect him much. Besides, if today's plan succeeded, he would obtain a massive new supply of monster meat. This meat scattering operation lasted until the afternoon, when the goblins began returning to their tribe one after another. Watching from a distance, Xinghe saw many goblins coming back with their cloth bags, while one squad brought back a massive pile of meat with 4 Decurions carrying a giant python together. Wagaga. The old goblin, who looked like a priest, stepped out of his tent. Seeing such a massive harvest today, he appeared extremely delighted. He babbled something else, and the meat was sent down to begin today's revelry. Only after seeing these fellows consume all the meat did Xinghe breathe a sigh of relief. The plan was now halfway successful. As darkness fell, the goblins began their breeding activities one after another. The goblin priest returned to his tent, and the goblin Decurions started patrolling everywhere, appearing much more organized than in previous days. But as they walked, the Decurions realized something was wrong. Why were so many goblins starting to vomit? Because paralysis, weak limbs, and dizziness were difficult to distinguish all at once, the Decurions merely began checking on the vomiting goblins. Seizing the opportunity while the Decurions were occupied, Xinghe ran close to the Bloodhand tribe. He threw several Molotov cocktails into the goblins' bonfires, and the massive explosions threw the Bloodhand tribe into even greater chaos. Drawn by the explosions, the goblin priest stepped out of his tent. Xinghe threw a grenade almost without hesitation. Fortunately, his throwing technique was decent, though the landing point was slightly off. The grenade's explosive power completely made up for it. Xinghe watched as a blood-red shield condensed around the goblin priest, but it shattered instantly before it could even hold. The old fellow was blown flying over a dozen meters away. Holy crap, he survived even that. Seeing the goblin priest still struggling to crawl back up, Xinghe cast a Thunderbird without hesitation to crush him to death. It wasn't that Xinghe was overly cautious, magic-based abilities were simply too complex and unpredictable, and the way these goblins gathered was highly abnormal, so it was best to finish him off in one go. At this moment, several rare-grade goblins located Xinghe. Without a word, he mounted Duanya, tucked Joshin under his armpit, and bolted, casting the rainfall spell as he fled. Although Duanya's size was on the smaller side, and could barely support Xinghe riding it, being able to cast spells while moving was incredibly convenient. The rainfall spell quickly covered most of the Bloodhand tribe. Without hesitation, Xinghe immediately cast a second Thunderbird, then rolled off the boar, slapping Duanya's rear to tell it to run. After all, Xinghe had the spark barrier to resist electrical damage, but Duanya and Joshin did not. Already extremely weakened, the ordinary goblins suffered massive casualties under the intense electrical assault. The rare-grade goblins managed to endure somewhat better. Those close to the Thunderbird were severely injured, while those chasing Xinghe on the periphery were relatively unharmed. But Xinghe didn't just have the Thunderbird skill. With a wand in one hand and an axe in the other, the lightning spell, which cost very little mana for him now, combined with his felling axe, became an absolute reaping machine. It wasn't that there were no goblin rogues attempting to launch sneak attacks, but Duanya and Joshin, who had re-entered the battlefield, helped Xinghe handle these threats. Although the wand skill on Joshin's head didn't deal high damage, its area of effect was large, allowing it to be used as a detection skill. There weren't many goblin rogues to begin with, and now they died the moment they were detected, so they didn't dare get too close to Xinghe and his companions. Duanya, Joshin, go deal with that archer. Oink oink. Hearing Xinghe's command, although Duanya did not understand what archer meant, Joshin did. Pointing the way with its broomstick, it guided Duanya as they charged rapidly toward the archer. During the charge, Joshin unfortunately fell off the boar. Fortunately, most of the goblins' attention had been drawn by Xinghe and Duanya, so a tiny broom like itself wasn't targeted. However, the little fellow couldn't help but instinctively start sweeping up the trash on the ground. Well, that trash happened to be a group of baby goblins. With the archer knocked into the air and severely wounded, Xinghe had no more worries. Alternating between lightning and his axe, he quickly finished off the Decurions who were still desperately resisting. Just as Xinghe thought the dust had settled, a blinding red light shot out heading straight for him. Xinghe had not yet reacted to the red light, when at the moment it was about to strike him a small figure darted forward and leaped into the air to block the blow. Its head had been knocked clean off. Meanwhile, Duanya on the other side sensed something was amiss, doubled back, and swatted away the magic-type goblin that had been hiding in a corner too weakened to resist. Likely due to its fragile constitution as a spellcaster, this one had also fallen victim to the poison. It had been lurking in the shadows waiting for just the right moment. Broom God. Xinghe scooped up the little one and cast an awakening spell, but Broom God merely stared blankly at him, the spell having no effect whatsoever. Panicked, Xinghe opened Broom God's status panel and was astonished to discover it had no critical injuries. It only showed a 30 body depletion. You're truly alright. Xinghe turned Broom God over repeatedly and found that aside from some missing bristles and the wand on its head being knocked away, there seemed to be no real problem. Only then did Xinghe breathe a sigh of relief, clutching Broom God to his chest as he panted heavily. He never imagined such a melodramatic turn of events would happen to him, yet even the absurdity could not diminish how completely panicked he had been. As long as you're fine, let's clean up quickly and go back for a good sleep. Xinghe set Broom God down and began swiftly finishing off the surviving goblins. Truthfully, he was already extremely exhausted. He had spent the entire day scattering meat, unleashed spells frantically, and engaged in close-quarters combat against the goblin Decurions. If not for the concern that the scent of blood might attract demonic beasts, he would likely have collapsed on the spot. The first priority was to take the heads and weapons of the rare-tier goblins. Fortunately, he had grown very skilled at processing heads by now. After more than 20 minutes, the work was basically complete, and the goblin bodies that could not be carried away were broken down on the spot. Including the priest that had been blown apart at the very beginning, the total count was 14 rare-tier goblins, 7 Decurions, 2 archers, 3 rogues, 1 mage, and 1 priest, among which 3 of the Decurions were large brutes. After finishing with the rare-tier goblins, Xinghe gazed at the crimson moon rising in the sky and led Broom God and Duanya into the largest and most intact tent. TCH. These creatures are really conducting sacrifices to an evil deity. Seeing the scene before him, Xinghe immediately understood the source of the goblins' power. Inside the tent, there was a massive magic circle painted with fresh blood upon which lay the corpses of various demonic beasts, including Duanya's old rival. The vast majority of the corpses had dried into brittle husks that crumbled to pieces underfoot. Only the giant python had somewhat retained its form. After breaking it down, Xinghe discovered this rare-tiered demonic beast had already degraded, its materials reduced to common grade. At the center of the magic circle stood a small mound built from flesh and blood adorned with bones to form crude facial features. Xinghe felt a chill run down his spine, not because he feared corpses, but because the unnatural essence of this flesh idol was deeply unsettling. Xinghe cast a detection spell at it, and it actually revealed something. Flesh idol. Category unknown. Quality unknown. Effect unknown. Description better not touch it. Everything was unknown. Using his limited spiritual energy, Xinghe fired a flame arrow and shattered it. A brilliant crimson aura burst forth, hurtling directly toward Xinghe, but it seemed drawn by something else and flew out of the tent. Serves you right for being nosy. Xinghe slapped himself twice. Just moments ago, he had nearly believed his life was coming to an end. Daring not to tamper further, he began searching the tent, but most of what he found were rotting monster corpses and various unidentifiable materials whose effects could not be appraised. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment beneath a pile of bones in the corner of the tent, he finally discovered a treasure chest. It was made of copper, but edged with silver, clearly more valuable than ordinary copper chests. Fortunately, the tent contained more than just danger. Feeling somewhat comforted, Xinghe pressed onward under the crimson moon, searching each tent one by one and breaking down goblins along the way. Let's go, stop eating. Xinghe tugged at Duanya's ears. While Xinghe had been searching for treasure chests, the creature had been devouring all manner of strange substances. Duanya turned its head, its eyes tinged with crimson red, staring blankly at Xinghe before snapping back to awareness more than 10 seconds later. Xinghe sensed something was wrong. Abandoning the remaining goblins, he hurled his last incendiary bottle, setting the entire tent area ablaze. Ignoring the numerous crimson eyes appearing in the forest and the buzzing sounds echoing from above, he pulled Duanya and Broom God and fled back to the shelter as though their lives depended on it. After a quick disinfection and changing clothes, Xinghe set to work again. He sorted the collected goblin materials by category and was confident he could craft some new rare-tier wands by tomorrow. The red glow in Duanya's eyes had gradually faded, and its temper had stabilized considerably. Its injuries were not severe, and after Xinghe recovered some spiritual energy to heal, it combined with its hearty meal and heavy exertion, it was now lying in the living room drooping with drowsiness. Broom God was still mourning its damaged broomstick. Only after Xinghe promised to make it a new one the next day did it finally go back to rest. Only then did Xinghe take out the bronze conquest card. As a mysterious melody rang out, the card snapped cleanly in two. You have completed the conquest mission. The Sultan is very satisfied with your performance. The despicable poisoning, the bloody slaughter. What a truly entertaining spectacle. You have received an extra reward, Emerald Necklace. Emerald Necklace. Category Accessory. Quality Rare. Effect increases spiritual power by 1, only effective when below 15. Description: a merchant's family heirloom, of course not obtained through trade, but through an interesting conspiracy. A fine item. Xinghe placed the necklace around his neck and his spiritual power increased from 6 to 7. His brain, which had been drained by spells, felt considerably more comfortable. However, this was not the main event of the day. According to his mission completion rate, Xinghe was entitled to 6 items, and a bronze-colored chest with exquisite patterns awaited him. Xinghe steadied his emotions, ate something first, took a shower, and then placed the 4 treasure chests he had acquired that day before him. It's already past midnight. Let me do some gacha pulls to warm up. Because he had recently obtained too many good items, Xinghe felt the gacha should not yield anything exceptional and could serve as a preliminary test. Today's world was the first duplicate world to appear, the one that had contributed to his spark barrier, Baldur's Gate 3. This round of gacha still yielded a rare tier item, a skill book. Animal Speech. Category Skill. Quality Rare. Effect: for 10 minutes after activation you can understand the speech of animals and demonic beasts. Cannot comprehend the communication of creatures without intelligence or with extremely low intelligence, such as ordinary zombies and insects. Proficiency 0-100. Description: I swear my puppy loves me. What did you say? It just likes the taste of my poop. Yet another absurd description. Xinghe was already accustomed to it. After learning this skill, he would be able to understand Duanya's speech, a very useful ability. Next, Xinghe opened the 2 copper-locked treasure chests he had been using as practice pulls. 3 common items, 1 rare item, and 50 disaster coins. The common materials needed no elaboration, but there was a common tier blueprint for a simple water collector. Although Xinghe could currently fetch water from the river, who could guarantee safety in this apocalypse? This item was genuinely useful. The rare item was a pair of iron shoulder armor. Unfortunately, the armor reduced spellcasting speed, making it a physically oriented piece of equipment. He took a screenshot to send to Cthulhu and see what price she would offer. Next, Xinghe rubbed his hands together and opened the silver-trimmed treasure chest. To his slight disappointment, all 3 items inside were rare tier. But after carefully examining the item names, his disappointment turned to delight. They were useful. Incredibly useful. Magic Enhancement Scroll. Category Consumable. Rarity. Rare effect enhances in rare grade or lower equipment, furniture, or shelter, increasing its magical capabilities. You're asking why my machine gun shoots magic missiles. Kid, this is magical technology. Living Wall. Blueprint. Category Blueprint. Rarity. Rare requirements 30 units of wood, 10 units of stone, 5 small energy crystals, 5 magic plant seeds, 3 nature element magic materials. Description: my walls are alive. Look, it can even. Don't eat my clothes. Windstep. Category Skill Book. Rarity. Rare effect releases a magical whirlwind wrapping around the target. For the next 10 minutes the target's movement speed is slightly increased. When struck by an external attack the whirlwind will block it, and then dissipate, limited to level 5 and below. Proficiency 0-100. Description: a spell combining both evasion and shield functions, though it seems neither aspect is particularly excellent. But who cares whether it's good or not? Xinghe was indeed lacking in this area anyway. Just learn it and be done with it. Xinghe had already decided on the target for the Magic Enhancement Scroll, his current main gate. After all, technological modifications might not work too smoothly within his current system. The modification time was displayed as 4 hours, so Xinghe would have to wait until tomorrow. The wall blueprint was something Xinghe had been eagerly anticipating, but the materials were incomplete, so he could only wait until tomorrow as well. The silver-edged chest had already satisfied Xinghe quite a bit, and now he was awaiting the results of this final bronze chest. He was somewhat worried since the chest came from the Copper Conquest card, meaning it likely contained items from the Sultan's game. He feared they might be useless to him. With a touch of trepidation, Xinghe opened the final chest. Inside were 6 items, 2 blue, 3 green, 1 white, and 2 rare items. An exceptionally generous haul. Expanded Residence. Category Blueprint. Rarity Uncommon. Requirements Level 3 Shelter, 100 Disaster Coins, 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. Description: is this your newly renovated home? Great taste. Imitation Life Water Formula. Category Formula. Rarity Uncommon. Requirements Ether Energy Crystal, 3 rare grade. Healing Herbs. Effect: can craft a rare grade Imitation Life Water Potion, which can rapidly heal injuries, purge plagues. Limited to uncommon grade and below, and even lift curses, but causes considerable pain upon use. Description: a genius imitated another genius's failed product. Tell me, which of them is the true genius? The 5th element. Category Book. Rarity. Rare Durability 11. Effect: after reading there is a chance to increase your mental power by 1 point, limited to those below level 10. Each use consumes 1 point of durability. Once durability reaches 0 the book can be read again, but it will have no special effects. Description: life transforms endlessly, the world rotates eternally. Silk Formal Attire. Category Splendid Garment. Rarity. Rare Durability 15-15. Effect: wearing it increases charm by 2 points. Skill none. Description: you wouldn't dream of showing up to my palace in that rough burlap clothing, would you? I suppose you wouldn't. I think you wouldn't. Carved saddle category tack rarity rare durability 15-15 effect attach it to a rideable animal that is already recognized you granting the mount a small increase in stamina. Skill size, and will after use for 10 minutes the mount speed increases to 1. 5. Cooldown 4 hours. Requirements usable on medium and large animals description I remember winning the race should have earned me a fine steed. Why am I only getting a saddle? Tell me that Black Horse despises me. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Herbalism Primer Category Book Rarity Common Durability 33 Effect after reading there is a certain probability of obtaining herbalism-related skills or formulas. Learning will consume 1 point of durability. Description Quite practical knowledge that can save your life during travels. Xinghe finished reading all the item descriptions and breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, they were all items from the game, but all were very useful. When he opened the chest he had also been a bit anxious. What if he had pulled out something like a two-headed X? Was I supposed to use it as a boomerang? The 2 books were placed by Xinghe's bedside. The silk formal attire was a rather rare equipment piece that could increase charm, but Xinghe felt it was useless to him at this moment. Moreover, the fabric was thin and slippery, and he worried it might be damaged in combat, so he carefully stored it inside the bronze chest. Yes, this bronze chest from the Sultan did not disappear. The more Xinghe looked at the exquisite chest the more he liked it, so he simply adopted it as a storage place for his valuables. As for the other item, the carved saddle, Xinghe currently only had Broken Tooth, a barely rideable companion, to use it on. He would see how Broken Tooth reacted to this equipment tomorrow. What surprised Xinghe the most were naturally the 2 uncommon grade items. He hadn't expected that before his previous uncommon grade modification was completed a new uncommon grade modification had already arrived. And the requirements for this modification were easier to meet than those for the protective barrier since most of the recent trades had been the other party paying disaster coins. With the 50 newly acquired coins included, Xinghe had 138 coins on hand. More than enough. Without hesitation, he began the modification immediately. The modification time was 6 hours, so once again, he would have to wait until the next morning. As for the last formula, Xinghe discovered that his crafting table could not be used. It required a medical-grade crafting table at level 3. He could only store it for now. After a busy night, Xinghe finally had time to lie down and rest. Because of his fruitful haul, he was actually too excited to sleep. In his drowsy state, he saw the crimson blood moon outside resembling an eye, and that eerie feeling made him suddenly filled with anxiety and unease. He sat up abruptly from his bed and found that dawn had already broken. Although Sweeper God's head had a crack, it was still diligently cleaning the room, and Broken Tooth was exploring everywhere inside, nosing around. Fortunately, the creature wasn't clever enough to pry open the basement door and go in. Otherwise, Xinghe's mushrooms would surely have suffered. Good morning, everyone. Xinghe rose from his bed somewhat wearily. That strange dream from yesterday had left him mentally exhausted. Or perhaps it hadn't been a dream. Hearing Broken Tooth's grunts, Xinghe thought of the skill he had obtained the previous night, and cast animal communication on himself. I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Alright, stop whining. I know you're hungry. It turned out all that grunting from the creature meant just one thing. Xinghe tossed some monster meat into the pot, cooked a plain roast without any extras, and plucked a few fruits for Broken Tooth to eat. This creature currently counted as a member of his shelter, but its status panel still listed it as a magical beast rather than a follower. The thought of having to feed another mouth in the future gave Xinghe a headache. Both modifications that had begun the previous night were now complete. Xinghe opened his status panel to inspect them and found the results truly delightful. Double layer buffered gate, mana, type gate, quality rare. Effect cleanses viruses and bacteria brought from the outside world, providing a temperature transition and buffer zone. This gate can be powered by mana or electricity. Skill mana fill slot, filling it with magic potions or treasures grants various buffs and disinfection effects. Up to 3 items can be filled. His gate transformed from its original somewhat sci-fi, yet simplistic style into one that emitted a faint luminescence with magical runes now connecting the walls to the door. In truth, the effects were similar to the previous gate save for the addition of magical power supply and special slots. Xinghe tried inserting the emerald necklace from around his neck into a slot. It indicated that the gate had gained an energy consumption reduction effect. Finding the effect negligible, Xinghe retrieved it to wear himself once more. The other rare grade modification was rather unique. Xinghe's shelter had been expanded. Originally, the first floor of the shelter was 120 square meters, but it had now increased to 200 square meters. The basement was likewise expanded to 200 square meters. Furthermore, a second floor had been added, though it did not span the entire area, covering only 40 square meters. Of course, if it were merely this, the blueprint would likely not have been classified as rare grade. In fact, upon waking up this morning, Xinghe had already noticed subtle differences in the walls and floors. The wooden flooring throughout the entire room was as smooth and exquisite as if it had been freshly waxed. His walls were adorned with many simple decorative patterns. A trim ran along the ceiling, and extra spaces had been left on the walls for hanging decorations. His home had been completely renovated. Furthermore, the renovation was incredibly exquisite and comfortable. Even the stove in the kitchen had been refurbished and adorned with relief carvings. Several rooms in the basement had also undergone a makeover. Except for the mushroom room, all other rooms were paved with fine slip-resistant stone slabs, and the walls were fully clad in stone. The slaughterhouse that Xinghe had built himself was even decorated with instruments of torture, and a relief carving on the wall depicted a small figure processing a skull. No matter how he looked at it, Xinghe felt it resembled himself. This slaughterhouse was originally an unverified self-built room unrecognized by the system. Now not only had it received official recognition, but it had also been upgraded to level 2, granting an additional slaughtering bonus and a deterrent effect on creatures. Well, it could be considered a good thing. Currently, Xinghe's level 2 rooms only consisted of his bedroom, the kitchen, and the workshop housing the magic crafting table. With this addition, wait, that was not right. Why did the system display that there was already a level 3 room? Thinking of the second floor he had yet to visit, Xinghe quickly ran upstairs. The moment he ascended, he was utterly stunned. Magnificent. That was his sole reaction. Unlike the exquisite renovation downstairs, the entire room on the second floor could only be described as luxurious. The first thing Xinghe saw was a modest-sized bookshelf, delicate and refined. It was only after casting an appraisal spell that he realized it was crafted from walnut wood with the cabinet subtly lined in silver trim. Beside the bookshelf sat a single chaise lounge, also made of walnut wood. It was upholstered in green velvet and draped with a white cashmere blanket, incredibly soft to the touch. Next to it stood a beautiful large vase, though unfortunately devoid of flowers, resting on an area rug with patterns reminiscent of Middle Eastern style. On the other side of the room stood a spacious vanity table complete with a mirror and a velvet-cushioned low stool. Exquisite brass lamps flanked the mirror, and a delicate jewelry box rested on the vanity. Xinghe opened the box, but finding no jewelry inside, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He then slapped his own cheeks. Getting a box was already a treat, so why was he daydreaming about getting jewelry equipment for free? The back half of the room was partitioned by a wooden screen. The screen was black, adorned with an exquisite bathing scene embellished with tiny fragments of emeralds. Behind the screen lay a wooden double bed draped in sheer gauze curtains, a sight that shook Xinghe to his core. He reached out to touch the bedding. It was real silk. On one side of the bed stood a large walnut wardrobe, while the other side featured a nightstand and 5 wooden mannequins. Upon clicking them, Xinghe discovered that the mannequins could be dressed in clothing and equipment, serving as display stands. Additionally, the second floor provided access to the roof, where a small terrace could be used for storing items or performing reconnaissance. In the system, the second floor room was still categorized as a bedroom. However, compared to Xinghe's somewhat crude original bedroom, the effect of this one was called Luxurious Dream. Resting here moderately accelerated stamina recovery, reduced nightmare incursions, and alleviated mental stress. Its comfort level was far beyond what his small bedroom could ever hope to match. At this moment, only one thought crossed Xinghe's mind: is this still the apocalypse? Glancing at the newly appeared goblins outside, he thought, yep, it is still the apocalypse. Without any hesitation, Xinghe designated this bedroom as his master bedroom. The one downstairs would serve as the guest bedroom, which he temporarily assigned to Duanya. With this, upgrading his shelter to level 4 would only require completing the living wall modification. Damn, I fought a pack of crazed basilisks yesterday. This shoulder armor looks good, or I'll trade you 2 rare grade basilisks for it, and I'll cover the shipping fee. The transaction was completed swiftly. The basilisks were not very large, roughly half the size of Duanya. Tossing the lizards onto the ground for the time being, Xinghe began searching for the items required for the blueprint. Seeds for magical plants were not easy to find. After searching for a long while, Xinghe barely managed to purchase 2 types of magical seeds: common grade rock moss and acid thorn castor. Combined with the iron thorns and fresh ivy he had previously collected for casting the vine spell, he had gathered all 4 types. Don't ask why Xinghe didn't end up using the vine seeds to cast the vine spell. The simple answer was that the seeds were expensive and scarce. Using them meant having one less, making it entirely not worth it. As for nature-type magical materials, Xinghe did have some on hand. He had obtained living wood from killing treants earlier, and he had also opened a 10-year tree heart from a chest. Although they were only common materials, they would suffice. Lacking one more type of magical plant seed, Xinghe lay back on his bed and browsed the trading channel. An hour passed without any luck, but he did manage to find a medical crafting table instead. Herbal crucible. Type: crafting table. Quality: common. Effect: allows the crafting of common-grade herbal medicine, increasing the success rate by 20. Description: a somewhat worn crucible that carries the goodwill of a barefoot doctor. The price of the crafting table was not cheap, but thankfully not excessively expensive either. The other party wanted a rare grade wand. Considering that crafting tables were relatively scarce, Xinghe decided to make the trade, though he insisted the other party pay for shipping. The item traded away was just a rather ordinary goblin wand, so Xinghe did not feel any regret. The upgrade method for the herbal crucible was somewhat similar to that of the cooking pot, requiring herbal recipes. However, the requirements were relatively low, needing only 3 common grade ones. Since Xinghe had not collected any related items, yet he could only place it in the room next to the workshop, which he planned to use as a medical clinic. Now that his house was quite spacious, it was large enough to easily partition different rooms, eliminating the need to cram everything together. However, this was also because the crucible was small and did not fit well with the kitchen stove. Stymied by the lack of magical seeds, Xinghe walked down to the basement to check on the growth of the sun mushrooms. Just as he reached the doorway, it hit him. The spores of the sun mushrooms were also a type of special magical seed. By now the sun mushrooms had begun to sprout. Xinghe carefully harvested a tiny amount of spores and loaded them into the blueprint. It actually worked. At last the modifications to Xinghe's walls could be completed. The modification process would take 3 hours. Naturally, Xinghe had no intention of staying home to wait. He still needed to gather as many resources as possible. Today, Xinghe noticed something different. He discovered that in the surrounding woods the veins of many plants had also turned red. The crimson moon likely did not just contaminate animals, it might also contaminate plants. If so, what about microorganisms? Would they be affected as well? All of this sent shivers down Xinghe's spine. He snapped a photo of the reddened plants and posted it on the World Channel, sharing his theory with everyone. Holy crap, if the Wand boss hadn't posted this, I wouldn't even have noticed that many plants around me have already turned red. No way microorganisms too. Will bacteria and viruses be affected too? I don't know about bacteria and viruses, but microorganisms might already be changing. Attached image. Xinghe opened the image and saw a vast ocean, its surface stained a deep crimson. Isn't that just a red tide? Don't make such a big fuss about it. Can a red tide devour a seal's carcass in 5 minutes? Oh my god, I'm by the sea too. Don't scare me. What if I get eaten one day? Xinghe's speculation threw the entire World Channel into chaos. Aside from the Salvation Sect and the Brotherhood who tirelessly continued their recruitment efforts, everyone else was sharing the bizarre phenomena they had witnessed lately. Brothers, I've encountered an exceptionally massive blood-sucking moth here. I feel like it's going to attack me in a few days. Attached image. In the photo, a crimson blood-sucking moth over a person's height fluttered in the air. The patterns on its wings looked very familiar to Xinghe. It resembled the magic circle inside the Goblin Commander's tent from last night. Could it be that the streak of bloody spiritual light that flew out yesterday was heading toward this very blood-sucking moth? I have seen the pattern on this moth's wings before. It seems to be some sort of sacrificial ritual. Avoid its path as much as possible and try not to get targeted. Attached image. Xinghe uploaded the photos he had taken last night alongside his message. The gruesome scenes prompted many to cry out in disgust. Oh my god, I don't want to die. Does the Wand boss have any way to deal with this? No. When I killed the goblins yesterday, I almost got ambushed myself. Fortunately, I ran fast. I suggest being extremely cautious. It's over. If even the Wand boss has no solution, I'm dead meat. Have some backbone and work hard, you idiot. Why not join our Brotherhood instead? It's an evil god. Hurry and take shelter under the Lord's wings. Get lost, Brotherhood and Salvation Sect. Get lost, Brotherhood and Salvation Sect. Get lost, Brotherhood and Salvation Sect. Interrupted by this commotion, Xinghe lost all interest in continuing the conversation. He packed up his things and prepared to head home, only to unexpectedly run into an old friend by the creek. Hello there, long time no see. Long time no see, human mage. Having been blessed with the speak with animals spell, Xinghe could now communicate normally with the great stone beetle. The beetle's voice was deep and resonant, making its gender indistinguishable. You can understand me now. Yes, I've learned a few new tricks. Splendid, truly splendid. After uttering these words, the stone beetle fell silent. The tiny beetles around it huddled upon its back, save for one that hopped down rather cheerfully to play with the Zhoushan nearby. That moon. Xinghe initiated the conversation, but before he could finish he was interrupted by the giant beetle. It is highly perilous, but for now all is well. Very well then, pray stay safe. Xinghe retrieved a bucket of water from his backpack, distributed it among the little beetles, and waved farewell as he prepared to depart. Mage, take this as a gift. I hope we shall meet again one day. The giant beetle spat out 2 pieces of demon iron once more. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xinghe rummaged through his pack and produced some monster meat. The giant beetle did not decline. Placing the offering upon its back, it departed with the little beetles in tow. I too hope we meet again. For reasons unknown, the giant beetle was exceedingly averse to discussing the moon. Nevertheless, it harbored no ill intent toward him, leaving ample room for future cooperation and communication. Naturally, Xinghe wished to bring the stone beetle family into his shelter, much like he had done with Duanya. Regrettably, their favorability toward him did not yet seem high enough. Let us go, Duanya. Time to head back. Mounting Duanya and cradling the Zhoushan in his arms, Xinghe swiftly made his way back to the shelter. After Duanya's sudden stupor the previous night, he was utterly unwilling to linger in the wilderness after dark for even a single minute. Today, Duanya cheerfully accepted its role as a mount and took a great liking to the saddle. Chiefly, as Duanya described it, equipping the saddle made it feel as though it possessed boundless energy, which pleased it immensely. When Xinghe returned to his shelter, he was startled by its current appearance. The shelter, which was originally just a large wooden cabin, was now completely overgrown with various climbing plants, as if draped in a camouflage coat. Upon closer inspection, Xinghe discovered iron brambles and acid thorn castor hidden beneath the foliage. Even a gentle touch elicited a sensation akin to an electric shock, indicating that its defensive capabilities had been vastly enhanced. Just past the vestibule of the double-layered gates, Boston ivy had already begun to cling to the walls, and once inside, it was visible everywhere. Yet remarkably, these vines did not detract from the aesthetic appeal of the renovated rooms. Instead, they lent the space a more romantic and cozy ambience. This modification was not merely aesthetic, it was also integrated with the ventilation system. This particular Boston ivy possessed a mild capacity to absorb toxins and purify the air, though it was not exceptionally potent. Highly toxic substances would instantly wither it. Consequently, the ventilation system had not been upgraded to the rare tier and remained at the common tier. Inside Xinghe's room, several adorable mushroom lamps had also appeared. They lacked faces, of course, but would glow when patted. Xinghe attempted to harvest one to see if it could be used directly as a mature sunshroom, but the moment it was plucked it withered and crumbled into ash. It appeared these were in essence magical creations. Having fulfilled all the upgrade requirements, Xinghe did not hesitate to click the button to upgrade his shelter. Since the upgrade process would take considerable time, and he did not feel overly fatigued today, he decided to spend the time studying. Since both books offered only a chance-based trigger and might not yield immediate results, simply dedicating some time to study them was a worthwhile endeavor. The fifth element was relatively obscure and difficult to comprehend as it dealt with matters of the soul. After skimming through it once, Xinghe was left entirely bewildered. Heaven knows he was merely a mage, thrust forward by the system. He had only read some rudimentary magical knowledge from an apprentice's notebook, understanding the how, but not the why. Expecting him to delve straight into research of this nature was simply asking too much of him. On the other hand, Xinghe read Introduction to Herbology with great relish. It primarily introduced common types of herbs and how they interacted with one another. Through your tireless days and nights of study, you have learned the recipe, simple hemostatic potion. He had actually deciphered a recipe. Xinghe was quite pleased. The requirements for this potion were very simple: any hemostatic herb combined with any analgesic herb. There were no specific requirements for the exact species of herbs, so long as they met these two criteria. Xinghe possessed none of these herbs, nor did he need them. He now had the awakening spell. Whatever these ordinary herbs could accomplish, his awakening spell could do as well. However, this recipe could still be utilized to satisfy the upgrade conditions of his herbal cauldron. Checking the time, he saw it was nearly midnight. Instead of resting immediately, Xinghe searched the trading platform for herbal recipes. Resources of this nature were scarce primarily because medical potions were of vital importance. When they had first arrived in this world, many had perished due to wound infections or severe colds. Fanjin had been a prime example back then. Without Xinghe's bowl of meatballs, there was no telling how long he would have remained in a weakened state. After browsing for a long while, without finding what he desired, he did come across some ordinary herb seeds for sale. Xinghe purchased a few to build up his reserves, though regrettably none of them were magical plants. The moment midnight passed, Xinghe opened the Gachapon machine. Today's Gachapon machine prize pool: World Zenless Zone 0. Another MiHoYo pool. Previously, Genshin Impact had helped Xinghe survive the early stages, and to this day the lightning strike remained one of his opening skills. Thus he hoped this pool would grant him something highly useful. It was still a green rare item. Xinghe's luck with the Gachapon machine had been mediocre of late. The last epic grade item he had drawn was the modified wand recipe. When Xinghe opened it, a purple spiked sphere tumbled out. It was roughly 10 centimeters in diameter and felt quite heavy in his hand. Electromagnetic Storm, Mark III. Category: Accessory, Energy Core. Quality: Rare. Effect: allows the insertion of music discs into its slot to play specific soundwave frequencies that perturb the ether. When used as an accessory, it infuses the user's attacks with lightning attribute damage. When used as an energy core, it converts the output energy into the lightning attribute. Skill: Electric Shock unleashes a powerful electrical current capable of stunning the opponent. Attack power: level 5. Can be used 3 times at full charge, after which it requires a 30-minute recharge period. Description: a very common W engine, though I fail to comprehend why a dangerous weapon capable of electrocuting others can be purchased in a toy store. Finally, at long last, he had an energy core. Without a moment's hesitation, Xinghe fed the W engine into the system and began the modification of the energy shield. Truly, when good fortune struck, blessings flowed in quick succession. Filled with anticipation, Xinghe laid down on his new large bed to rest. It had to be said that the bed's effects were outstanding. It was comfortable, soft, and brought immense tranquility to his mind. Throughout the entire night, Xinghe was spared from dreams, waking up the next morning feeling thoroughly refreshed. By the time he arose, the shelter's upgrade had already been completed. Congratulations on upgrading your shelter. You are the first in this region to complete it, and the world's 35th to reach level 4 in shelter. You have earned 1 treasure chest. Please keep up this time you've truly become a big shot. However, there's substantive leaderboard, so Xinghe cannot see exactly who has reached level 4. To upgrade the shelter to level 5, there are intriguing prerequisites offering 10 magical materials. Based on these requirements, once reaching level 4, each shelter will take on a definite attribute, focus, and a chosen specialty. For example, Xinghe excels at lightning-type spells. The shelter's redesign began with a wooden hut and has since leaned toward plants and natural energy. Therefore, his shelter's next step will head in that direction. Of course, if he wishes to alter his shelter's direction, he would need to supply additional magical materials to reverse the current course. Xinghe currently has no intention of changing direction. In fact, even if he did, it would be useless since he cannot possibly assemble the upgrade requirements. The shelter's future demands would become more daunting with each level. Xinghe shared this harvest with his friends. Riley inside responded rather blandly, suggesting that someone there had already reached level 4, perhaps Xinghe himself. Of course, he did not share it with himself, and Xinghe understood. He hadn't joined Rinlian. Rinlian folks do business in a straightforward way, and formulas and blueprints are not hoarded. It's enough to curry a bit of favor. Big shot, are you serious? Level 4 already? I was at level 3 yesterday. You have no idea how troublesome that level 3 wall is. I've been sneaking cement for the past couple of days. Yesterday, I was nearly beaten to death. Did you really manage to get a rare blueprint? Your speed is unbelievable. I've been climbing up and down every day, and I've only just cobbled together rare-grade blueprints. The gate hasn't even been settled yet. Brother, please lend me a hand. Oh wow, not bad, little brother. My shelter is still upgrading now, but you beat me to it. I'll send you some freshly prepared meat to celebrate. Bro, I'm only at level 2. You're so fast. By the way, have you grown sun mushroom? I've collected some new mushroom spores, could we trade them? Xinghe replied to everyone's messages, chatted a bit more with a few people, and had been dealing in rare-grade wands, having interacted with many people by now. Yet the most comfortable were the old regulars, plus the fellow who grows mushrooms. Although his own mushroom plantation slowed his development, the underground survivors were least affected by the blood moon, giving him more time to advance. He seems wealthier recently. Fanjin somehow obtained optical camouflage and now acts as a small-time thief outside. The refugees were already volatile under the blood moon, and when they see things stolen, they become even more irate. His ability to slip away is quite remarkable. Iron Skull, needless to say, this sister's violence far surpassed Xinghe's. She regularly sends some benefits to Xinghe and a few friends. She went yesterday to exterminate the desert giant scorpion's nest, and she bought a lot of antidote foods from Xinghe. It seems she has already gathered enough materials to upgrade to level 4 shelter. As for Qin Lu, may she fare well. Her upstairs neighbor has been fighting more fiercely lately. By the way, can your wand only make rare level items? After discussing upgrading the shelter, Xinghe received Qin Lu's inquiry. You can make it rare, but materials are hard to find, and the success rate will be lower. Now Xinghe doesn't have to be so cautious about a rare blueprint of Qin Lu, is someone fairly close to him, so Xinghe spoke frankly to her. If I knew it. Help me get one, I'll treat this as the processing fee, I'll pay the postage. Xinghe looked at what was sent, a rare-grade herbal recipe. I saw your message yesterday. Oh, I just found this in Bird's Nest today, and I'll throw in an extra piece of rare-grade material. Could you arrange it quickly? Okay, let's get started. The materials Qin Lu provided are still avian in origin, including this skull, which came from a giant bird. Seems she somehow picked up the remains of a giant bird. With an 84% synthesis probability, Qin Lu glanced and agreed. Xinghe clicked start and watched the contents of his ranking treasure chest. This time the ranking treasure chest was also a silver-edged box. Yesterday's silver-edged box had yielded quite good items. Let's see what this one holds. To Xinghe's surprise, he obtained 1 epic, 1 rare, and 1 common item. Equipment synthesizer category consumable, quality epic, effect, place up to 3 items rare and below inside to synthesize 1 epic item. Note equipment synthesis may fail if failure probability depends on item compatibility. Description: a marvelous machine, but please don't be greedy. Basic household robot category servant, quality rare. Effect can handle simple household tasks such as cooking, cleaning, and planting. You need to program it up to 3 tasks. Durability 15-15. Description: a robot designed to accompany at home and ease labor. Of course, it's not humanoid. Septic tank category blueprint, quality common. Requirements: 20 stone, 10 iron, 20 meters of piping drainage system. Effect can store ferment and utilize feces. Description: well, your poop has somewhere to go. Xinghe finally obtained the septic tank blueprint he long desired, added the modification, directly placing the location in the basement. It's not that he doesn't want to carry it out in Divot. This shelter upgrade allocated almost all the space to the basement besides 60 square meters for the second floor. Xinghe intends to build an underground mushroom farm using sunshine mushrooms, which requires a large area. Frankly, the shelter currently houses just 1 person, a pig, a broom, and a robot, so there's no need for a large living space. Most of the remaining space would be reserved for future modifications. 200 square meters is already quite large, no need to add more. Moreover, shelter expansion isn't limited to upgrades. There are expansion vouchers. You could even enclose land outside the shelter, though you would lose protection. This is the shelter's own added building after the energy shield modification. Xinghe opened the panel and saw there were no special effects, just the energy system integrated here. The energy shield, on the other hand, left Xinghe quite satisfied. Energy shield lightning type special modification, quality epic effect, when deployed forms a spherical shield with a radius of 30 meters that encompasses the entire shelter and surrounding area, consuming 1 energy unit every 10 minutes. Energy from a shattered energy crystal. It can defend against attacks of up to level 20, The more it is damaged, the faster energy is consumed. The shield provides a single-layer defense. Attacks from inside can pierce outward, and it can be remotely toggled within a 500-meter radius of the shelter. The shelter owner can assign the shield switch to aids or others. Epic tier shields allow only one authorization. Skills Lightning Bolt Rebound. After being attacked, has a chance to fire a level 5 lightning attack at the foe. Sonic Disturbance releases a special frequency wave to disrupt surrounding energy and drive enemies away. Energy Rebound, when activated, can actively absorb surrounding ether to restore its own energy. If not attacked, this effect can cover the shield's usual sustained presence. Who wouldn't want to live inside a shield forged from lightning? The presence of Xinghe gives the shield a special attribute. The skills are related to Xinghe, though it remains to be seen whether swapping in another energy core would change the effects. The shield greatly increased Xinghe's sense of security. A level 20 is something he hasn't encountered at this stage. Seizing the moment he deployed the shield for the passive ability allows the shield to remain in a constant state. A pale blue barrier rose around the shelter. Xinghe stepped out and saw threads of lightning coiling around the shield. Touching it felt tingly. The problem was that this device could be used to go out, but returning directly was not possible. It was somewhat impractical and emitted a glow, so turning it on at night would reveal one's presence. For now, Xinghe kept it closed. It was already afternoon. Xinghe planned to go out to gather more supplies. It was the 6th day of the blood moon. Outside, the beasts had grown not only more vicious, but also somewhat odd. Xinghe scanned the world channel and saw that many plants and animals had turned completely red, especially in plains and grasslands where cover is scarce. In forested areas, urban areas, and underground regions, development was comparatively slow, yet he also saw photos from others in the forests. Vast swarms of bloodthirsty moths reddened grasses, moss, and even mushrooms, suggesting the next stage of disaster would likely involve resource shortages. Now that Xinghe had the septic tank, he could alleviate some of the energy pressure and produce fertilizer. Of course, if he wanted to generate electricity using biogas, he would need related equipment, something Xinghe had already communicated to the People's Union and Fanjin. He just wondered whether he could find a septic tank power generation unit in the urban areas. At this moment, Qin rare grade wand had been completed. Xinghe opened it for a look. Though it wasn't the type with devastating damage like his Thunderbird wand, its versatility was remarkable. Like the previous rare grade wand, it could reduce the wielder's body weight and unleash flight spells, an excellent match for Qin requirements. After receiving the wand, Qin took it for a test flight. She was still using the peculiar wings she traded with Xinghe, and earlier she had obtained an equipment modification voucher to reinforce them. The wings had grown stronger and no longer resembled that breastplate-like appearance. When Xinghe learned that Qin had altered the wing's appearance, he clicked his tongue in mild regret. The original design had been quite intriguing. Meanwhile, he had also obtained his second rare-grade herb recipe. Shadow of the Thief, category recipe, rarity rare. Requirements: 1 shadow mushroom, 1 ash, 1 mono jasmine. Effect: drinking it slightly reduces the consumer's presence for 1 hour. It was actually a decent potion, but he had no idea what those materials were, so he set it aside for now. With Qin order fulfilled, Xinghe used the altar server's head and his wand as materials to craft the next rare-grade wand. It was only while dismantling the altar goblin that he realized it was actually a rare-grade monster. He couldn't fathom how it had reached that tier, yet it had fallen to a single grenade. Xinghe suspected the altar goblin had been artificially elevated to rare grade by that malign deity, its constitution inherently weak given how gaunt it appeared. Of course, this was merely speculation on his part since he had never seen the creature's actual stats. This time, Xinghe inserted the head of the spell-casting goblin along with other materials, achieving a 93 compatibility rate. While crafting the wand, Xinghe returned upstairs to study the 2 books. Though the 5th element hadn't granted him an immediate 1 boost to spiritual power, it gradually strengthened his magical foundation. Instead, from today's reading of the other book, he received a new reward. Through your tireless day and night of study, you have mastered the herb analysis skill. Category skill, rarity common. Effect: when encountering unfamiliar herbs, you can quickly analyze their properties. Note: a qualified physician can adapt swiftly even when confronted with the unknown. Curious about this skill's effect, Xinghe pulled out several wild fruits and plants he'd gathered earlier to analyze them. Most lacked any special properties, but one plant called rustling grass possessed mild analgesic effects. He shook the herb to collect a small amount of seeds, planning to cultivate a few patches. By late night, Xinghe went downstairs and put away the crimson wand that looked dangerously potent. Opening its interface, his brow furrowed. Improved wand, bloody feast. Category: one-handed weapon, rarity rare. Effect: moderately increases blood element magic damage, slightly increases dark element magic damage below level 20. Skill: bloody mark. After activation, marks up to 10 targets. Triggering the mark forces targets into a bloodlust state, slightly boosting attack power and speed, granting immunity to illusion effects below level 15, reducing pain feedback lasting 5 minutes. After expiration, the user enters a weakened state for 1 hour. Skill: Crimson Elegy. Sacrifice 1 marked target to release a level 20 blood blade attack against enemies. This skill has no cooldown, but the sacrificed target must lack resistance willpower Otherwise, upon failure, the caster loses 100 cubic centimeters of their own blood. Description: an evil wand. Wielding it feels as though all your blood is being drained. You won't become more handsome, but it will certainly become glossier. Frankly speaking, Xinghe felt this wand's capabilities surpassed his own Thunderbird wand, but he had no intention of keeping it. Since he wasn't a summoner, few people in his circle could fully utilize the wand's core buff skill anyway. Furthermore, he still harbored some trepidation toward that peculiar false deity and decided to keep his distance from anything connected to it. Listing the wand on the trading channel, Xinghe chose to rest. Despite its drawbacks, this wand held considerable value for those preparing to establish organizations, and he didn't worry about it failing to sell. As expected, Xinghe's private messages flooded in the next morning, even from members of the Salvation Cult. What the hell, the wand boss can now craft rare-grade wands. A true master, how much is this wand going for? Give us the Brotherhood some face. We want this wand. The Brotherhood be damned, we're taking this wand. This evil item must be suppressed by our Salvation Cult. Xinghe ignored their idle chatter and opened his private messages, skillfully filtering through to identify genuine buyers. As Xinghe had anticipated, most interested in purchasing this rare-grade wand were those who had already established their own organizations. Besides the most vocal Brotherhood and Salvation Cult, there were also the People's Union Vanguard think tank, Sacred Bone Institute, Iron Law Foundation, and other groups. Of course, despite their impressive-sounding names, most were civilian organizations, some practically founded by delusional enthusiasts. The Sacred Bone Institute, for instance, was nothing more than a gathering of death culture hobbyists. After comparing offers from several organizations, Xinghe ultimately sold the wand to the Salvation Cult. They immediately boasted on the World Channel that Xinghe, devoted to their one true lord, had entrusted them with this evil artifact to suppress. But Xinghe quickly debunked the claim. They offered the highest price, we nearly fell for those charlatans. That just means you're easy to trick. Xinghe picked up the blueprint received from the trade and chose to load it directly. Natural Magic Warehouse. Category: Blueprint, Rarity Rare. Requirements: 3 small energy crystals, 1 magic vine, seed, 20 units of timber, 10 units of stone. Description: oh, so this is what they call tentacle play. Though the rare grade blueprint was valuable, it was only rare grade, so the other party also traded a rare grade magic vine seed and a rare grade herb recipe. Naturally, the magic vine seed was incorporated into the warehouse renovation. This expansion covered 150 square meters and could be integrated with the previous underground storage cellar, bringing the total to 190 square meters. The herb recipe wasn't for a potion, but rather an incense. Calming incense. Category: Potion, Rarity Rare. Requirements: 1 rare grade calming herb, 10G natural plant adhesive, 30G cypress powder. Can additionally include 2 calming herbs, though they must not exceed 15 of the total ratio. Effect: stabilizes the mind, dispels berserk states, and enhances meditation efficiency. Note: don't use this for sleep. It will make you more alert, not less. Xinghe has searched the trading channel but couldn't find rare grade herbs, so he synthesized using several common grade alternatives with only a 40 success rate. To his surprise, he got lucky on the first attempt, though the resulting effect was significantly diminished. After lighting the incense, Xinghe noticed his mind became considerably clearer while studying, allowing him to comprehend more magical knowledge, though he still didn't receive any stat bonuses. Taking advantage of the incense's effects, Xinghe reread Introduction to Herbology once more. True to form, he immediately gained something new. Through your tireless day and night of study, you have learned the formula insect repellent powder. The formula was straightforward to craft, and Xinghe could gather all the materials himself. However, its effectiveness was merely average. It primarily served to repel common-grade insects. Nevertheless, Xinghe produced several batches since bloodthirsty moths had become one of the greatest nighttime threats. Most of them were common-grade, so the insect repellent powder still held decent market value. Of course, similar items were abundant on the trading channel, so Xinghe didn't price them too high. He mainly used them to trade for basic supplies. Unfortunately, the herb crucible's upgrade requirements were rather rigid. It needed 3 common-grade recipes, rare-grade ones didn't count. Xinghe could only continue searching for common recipes when he unexpectedly received a distress call from Fan Jin. Boss, emergency rescue. Why are you being chased by a monster? Yes, a giant rat. I think it's an uncommon grade. Then why aren't you running? Are you planning to fight it? But it's blocking my front door. What did you take from it? Boss, how did you know? Xinghe stared at Fan Jin's messages, somewhat speechless. What this guy loved doing most was sneaking into others' territories to take things. In this apocalyptic world, such behavior could hardly be considered a crime, as long as he didn't come to steal from Xinghe's own home. Well, let's not talk about that. Boss, can you give me a hand? Subsequently, the other party sent an image of a consumable item. Emergency assembly order. Category: consumable. Quality: uncommon. Effect: select 2 rare grade targets and teleport them to your side. After 2 hours, the targets will be forcibly teleported back. The summoner and the summoned cannot attack each other. Description: emergency rescue. I'll pay. Who else are you planning to call? Tai Lu. Yes, boss, Tai Lu has already agreed. If you agree to, I'll pull you over right away. I don't want any of the giant rat's materials, and I'll additionally give each of you a rare grade recipe. Xinghe pondered for a moment, feeling that this was indeed an opportunity. On one hand, he could observe the situation in different regions, on the other hand facing an uncommon grade magical beast head-on would serve as excellent training. Besides, with the item's effects in place, there was no risk of being backstabbed. Alright, let me make some preparations. Can I bring a follower? Common grade is fine, boss. In that case, he couldn't bring Duanya. The Zhoshin would be useless in this kind of battle, so Xinghe didn't bring it either. After donning all his equipment, he accepted the invitation. After a brief wave of dizziness, Xinghe found himself standing inside a dimly lit room. Nearby, a young man was sorting through his belongings while on the other side stood a towering figure clad in iron armor, presumably Tai Lu. Boss Xinghe, boss Tai Lu, you're here. Fan Jin set down the items in his hands and eagerly approached them with delight. Only now did Xinghe have the opportunity to size up this young man, who was the very first person he had traded with. The youth appeared to be around his age, but was slighter of build with fair skin and rather handsome features. Easily a solid 7 or 8 out of 10. This assembly order of yours has given me a nice little trip. Not bad, not bad. The first to speak was Tai Lu. Contrary to the deep, booming voice, Xinghe had anticipated Tai Lu's voice was surprisingly feminine, and her appearance also clearly revealed her female identity. Tai Lu was not of East Asian descent. She had bronze skin, green eyes, and reddish hair. Of course, the outside world had already achieved global unification, and everyone spoke the Federation language, so there were naturally no communication barriers. So this is your shelter. It feels a bit small. Is there only one floor? Xinghe looked around. The shelter's area was considerably smaller than he had imagined, estimating it to be around 60 to 70 square meters at most. I prefer a compact and refined approach. But of course there's indeed more than just this floor, Fan Jin replied, though he did not elaborate on the details. Xinghe realized he was prying into someone else's privacy. Living in isolation for so long had degraded his social skills. If he hadn't been using animal communication to teach Duanya basic knowledge recently, his own language faculties might have completely deteriorated. Alright, let's catch up later. Hurry up, I want to fight. Tai Lu tapped her breastplate, speaking with some impatience. Xinghe noticed that her primary weapon was still the meat saw cleaver she had traded from him, though judging by its magical aura, it seemed to have been upgraded. Additionally, the wand he had traded to her was tucked into the left side of her waist, likely serving as an offhand weapon. No problem. That fellow is wandering just outside. As long as I show myself, it will definitely appear. I can act as bait. I've set up a spike trap at my entrance, but it likely won't hold it for long. After that, I can only provide ranged support, so we'll mostly rely on the attacks of you two bosses. Tai Lu, do you have lightning resistance? Xinghe's primary offensive capabilities still relied on the Thunderbird, but this skill could easily injure teammates. Therefore, he needed to understand her situation before deciding on his output strategy. I have some. How much energy level does your attack have? Tai Lu replied. The moment the conversation turned to combat, she no longer considered it idle chatter. Single target is 6. Area of effect is 20. After charging, single target is 9. And area of effect is 23. Xinghe did not hide too much. After all, this was a cooperative mode, and it would be bad if he accidentally injured his ally. Tai Lu fell into deep thought. She hadn't expected him to possess such high damage output. Her lightning resistance could at most withstand 5 to 6 energy levels of lightning damage. You two bosses don't need to worry about that. The assembly order grants friendly fire immunity. Fan Jin quickly stepped in to clarify. Oh, right, let's go then. Tai Lu smacked her forehead, pushed open the shelter's door, and marched straight out. Only then did Xinghe realize his oversight and sighed. He was indeed being far too cautious. Before leaving the shelter, however, he cast animal communication on himself. He wanted to find out exactly how Fan Jin had provoked this uncommon grade rat. As soon as the three of them stepped out of the shelter, they heard a strange squeaking sound. In the distance, a colossal rat was charging recklessly toward them, so massive that it nearly filled the entire sewer. Holy shit, so fast. Fan Jin threw a grenade without hesitation and turned to run. The grenade exploded, releasing what seemed to be some kind of chemical. Upon smelling it, the Rat King squeaked in agony, and its charge slowed down significantly. Yet the Rat King showed no intention of stopping. Tai Lu immediately stepped forward, flicking her right hand to unfold the meat saw cleaver, while her left hand shook her arm guard to deploy a round shield. Emitting a faint blue glow, it was clearly another uncommon grade piece of equipment. This woman has got real strength. With a resounding crash, the giant rat slammed into Tai Lu's round shield. Even as robust as Tai Lu was, she was pushed back 4 or 5 meters, and the shield's glow dimmed slightly. By now the giant rat had entered the range of the spike trap. From behind, Fan Jin immediately activated it. Impaled by a dense forest of iron spikes, the giant rat was temporarily immobilized. Hearing the giant rat's howling, Xinghe understood its meaning. Return my treasure. So that fellow Fan Jin really did steal something. However, as for what specific treasure it was, the giant rat couldn't explain, clearly only repeating those few words in gibberish. Xinghe could see that the rat's mind seemed somewhat unstable. Its eyes were fiercely red, in all likelihood influenced by the crimson moon to mutate into an uncommon grade beast. Regrettably, his appraisal skill couldn't extract much information, revealing only the name Rat King. Though his mind was occupied with other thoughts, Xinghe did not halt his attacks. He directly unleashed a standard area of effect Thunderbird. Although it was an area skill because there was only one target, and it was trapped within the iron spikes, the rat sustained nearly the full brunt of the 20 energy level damage. This was already comparable to an uncommon great attack. Consequently, the giant rat did not take it lightly, and its struggles weakened considerably. Wild Cleave. Tai Lu bellowed, charging forward as she swung her meat saw cleaver. Huge though the cleaver was compared to the colossal Rat King, it was merely the size of a dagger. Thus, instead of attacking its body directly, Tai Lu seized the opportunity to blind one of its eyes. Just as Xinghe was about to target the Rat King's other eye with a flame arrow, a loud bang echoed from behind, and a bullet crackling with lightning pierced straight into the beast's remaining eye. With both of its eyes now blinded, the Rat King wailed in agony on the ground, thrashing its tail so wildly that it cracked the sewer walls. My god, this thing has incredible strength. Tai Lu actually tanked that impact head-on. Xinghe now truly understood how physically powerful this woman was. He suspected she had a constitution stat of at least 10, likely reaching the rare grade. However, judging by her movements, she was still somewhat affected by the blow. Instead of casting another Thunderbird, Xinghe cast an awakening spell on Tai Lu, followed by a Windwalk spell. Sensing her rapid recovery and increased agility, Tai Lu gave Xinghe a thumbs up before gripping her meat saw cleaver and charging forward once more. She had no intention of waiting for the Rat King's health to drop before finishing it off. Battling such a powerful magical beast made her blood boil with excitement. Xinghe tested his lightning bolt spell, but the damage barely pierced its defense. Although this skill's damage could barely match a rare grade skill, when boosted by the Thunderbird wand it was indeed showing its limitations. Thus Xinghe shifted his strategy. While harassing the beast with his lightning bolt spell, he kept a close eye on Tai Lu's health, temporarily adopting the role of a support healer. Meanwhile, Fan Jin continued to fire snipe shots from behind. Though the damage was low, it effectively diverted a portion of the Rat King's attention. Just when the three of them thought the giant rat was about to be slain, a blood-red aura suddenly erupted from the Rat King. Its wounds began to heal rapidly, and its piercing shriek forced all three of them to cover their ears. Damn it, this guy has a second phase. Boss Xinghe boss Cthulhu, this burst skill of it shouldn't last very long. Let's stall for a bit and see how things go. Hearing Fan Jin's words, Xinghe and Cthulhu exchanged a glance and nodded. Xinghe cast Swift Wind Art on both of them, once more rapidly pulling away from the Rat King. As for Fan Jin, he required no assistance, having already used a unique skill to flee far into the distance. The Rat King had now descended into utter madness, launching indiscriminate attacks on its surroundings. With its eyes and nose completely destroyed, its onslaught was utterly chaotic and undisciplined. The trio hid to one side, doing their utmost to evade the Rat King's rampage. However, the sudden appearance of a dense, swarming mass of minor rats caught them completely off guard. This creature possessed a summoning skill as well. Its repertoire was far too versatile. Fortunately, the sewer environment was naturally laden with heavy moisture, sparing Xinghe the need to lay down a water element field. He unleashed successive barges of lightning magic, mowing the rats down in swathes like grass. Damn, mages really are something else. The other day, hacking away at those minor scorpions nearly exhausted me to death. Cthulhu swung her saw cleaver, sweeping aside countless small rats. Though they died instantly upon contact with her blade, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, appearing wave after wave despite her relentless slaughter. Fan Jin pulled several crude homemade grenades from his bag and tossed them out repeatedly. It wasn't that he was reluctant to use Molotov cocktails, but rather that his crude incendiary bottles were highly ineffective in this damp environment, lacking the military-grade capability to burn even underwater. Consequently, Xinghe became the primary force in this phase of the battle. Fortunately, the lightning magic consumed minimal mental energy, and the previous summoning of the Thunderbird was an innate skill of the wand itself. Thus, he still retained half of his mental capacity, sufficient to unleash at least 20 more lightning bolts. Fortunately, the swarm of minor rats was not infinite. After about 10 minutes of relentless slaughter, their numbers finally dwindled noticeably. The ground was now thickly carpeted with rat carcasses, presenting what seemed like a monumental task to clean up. By now, the blood-red spiritual energy enveloping the Rat King had dissipated, and it lay on the ground gasping heavily. A golden opportunity. Feast your eyes on my 1000 gene drop. The 1000 gene drop was no mere boast. A surge of white aura suddenly erupted around Cthulhu. Bolstered by the swift wind art, she leaped high into the air and brought her saw cleaver crashing violently down upon the Rat King's abdomen. Xinghe heard only a sharp whistling sound through the air before the Rat King spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, its internal organs seemingly pulverized by the devastating impact. Observing the panting Cthulhu, Xinghe realized that this strike had taken a significant toll on her. Thus he decided to deliver the finishing blow himself. A second Thunderbird let out a resonant hum, darting straight into the bloody crater Cthulhu had just carved. The fresh blood acted as a perfect conductor. With a final agonizing wail, the Rat King fell completely motionless. At this point, barely 40 minutes had elapsed since Xinghe and Cthulhu first descended into the sewers. You are incredible bosses. Fan Jin ran out excitedly from behind. He was the most presentable one after this battle. Even Xinghe as a mage had gathered some dust, whereas Fan Jin remained completely spotless. Having some mental energy to spare, Xinghe cast 2 revitalized spells on Cthulhu, both to aid his teammate and to grind his skill proficiency. Xinghe glanced at the Rat King's corpse. While he desired the beast's skull, he wondered if such a colossal specimen could truly be fashioned into a wand. Alright, the problem is solved. We'll split the carcass half and half. How about you take the front half, and I take the back? Cthulhu stood up, having mostly recovered. Knowing that Xinghe required a skull to craft his wand, she proposed this method of division. Xinghe had no objections, though carrying back a carcass of this size was indeed a challenge. Fortunately, Fan Jin, as the initiator of this operation, had come prepared. Disposable sealing card. Category consumable. Quality rare. Effect seals an object of no more than 15 cubic meters. Once retrieved, the sealing card vanishes. Cannot carry living creatures. Description appears to be a failed creation of some alchemist, yet it has paradoxically gained widespread popularity. The rat was indeed massive, but once split in two, it certainly did not exceed 15 cubic meters. After storing the giant rat's carcass, since their time was not yet up, both Cthulhu and Xinghe planned to briefly explore the surrounding area. As for Fan Jin, he remained in the sewers to clear away the carcasses of the minor rats, otherwise leaving such a massive pile of dead bodies would almost certainly trigger a plague. By the way, boss, I've located the generator set you were looking for. Once I have it in hand, I'll trade it with you, Fan Jin remarked as he tidied up. Xinghe had not expected him to be so efficient and began contemplating what to offer in exchange. Come on, let's head up and take a look together. I've never been to this area before. Cthulhu patted Xinghe on the shoulder, sending a jolt of pain through him. This battle had brought the two closer. Cthulhu deeply appreciated a man who could heal during combat. After all, a healer was invaluable. What an incredibly crucial role. Fan Jin's shelter was not far from the sewer exit. The two arrived after walking for about 10 minutes. They had no intention of scavenging, as the surrounding area had likely been thoroughly swept by Fan Jin multiple times. They simply wished to behold a different scenery. Damn, this city looks even less lively than my desert wasteland, Cthulhu spat, grumbling. Xinghe shared her sentiment. Although the city was dotted with vegetation, the desolate sensation of man-made structures being slowly reclaimed by nature was far more profound than simply looking at wild flora or a barren desert. For the first time, Xinghe felt a genuine sense of the apocalypse rather than mere wilderness survival. The two conversed as they strolled, and no foolish creature dared to attack someone clad in full plate armor. Time flew by swiftly. Upon their departure, Cthulhu gave Xinghe a hug that nearly crushed the life out of him. See you next time? Yes, see you next time. As their figures began to dissolve, Xinghe casually plucked a handful of wild grass beside him, purely an idle reflexive habit. Upon completing the teleportation and returning, Xinghe tested it with his herb identification skill. To his surprise, the plant turned out to be a medicinal herb known as Japanese thistle, capable of staunching blood and dispersing stasis. Damn, I searched through so many plants without finding a single herb, yet a casual pluck actually paid off. Stowing away the Japanese thistle, he prepared to set up his underground farm soon as the sunlight mushrooms had nearly reached maturity. Having fought outside all day, darkness had now fallen, and Xinghe naturally had no intention of venturing out again. Meanwhile, Fan Jin had traded over the promised reward, a recipe named Magic Scroll. Magic Scroll. Category consumable. Quality rare. Requirements: parchment X1, small energy crystal X1. Effect: stores a spell of no more than 10 energy levels within. To use, simply tear it open. Description: be careful not to injure yourself. This thing cannot distinguish friend from foe. A decent recipe. If he could craft it in the future, he could seal some spells and sell them. However, upon careful reflection, Xinghe realized he did not possess any particularly suitable spells at the moment, so he could only set it aside for now. To express his gratitude for Xinghe's assistance, Fan Jin had also included a common-grade herbal recipe as a bonus. According to him, he already possessed this recipe, so he gifted it to Xinghe. Xinghe suspected that Fan Jin had likely given some extra items to Cthulhu as well, but since that was private business, he refrained from asking. This herbal recipe was called 3-root decoction, crafted from 3 types of anti-inflammatory herbs. It could reduce fever and alleviate inflammation, making it a fairly useful recipe. He had finally gathered enough requirements to upgrade the herbal cauldron, bringing him one step closer to crafting the imitation water of life. Regrettably, the upgraded herbal cauldron lacked the fascinating effects of the cooking pot, merely offering a minor boost to herbal efficacy. The next stage required 5 common tier recipes and 3 rare tier recipes. Xinghe only needed to acquire 2 more common ones and 1 more rare one to complete the requirement. Up late again, Xinghe murmured. Glancing at the clock, which had already ticked past midnight, he activated the Gacha Machine and retrieved today's item. Today's prize pool: World Battle of the Golden Spatula. Today's Gacha was blue, indicating a rare grade item, which pleased Xinghe immensely. His previous 2 rare grade Gachapons had been crucial. One had kept him profitable to this day, while the other had provided him with a powerful weapon. However, today's rare grade item was not a recipe, but a consumable. Equipment Dismantler. Category consumable. Quality rare. Effect: detaches a single skill from equipment of rare grade or below, converting it into a skill book. Upon losing the skill, the equipment's grade and efficacy will be reduced. Description: if I didn't put this equipment on myself, why do I need a machine to take it off? Does that even make sense? Staring at this consumable, Xinghe felt somewhat lost. Currently, the only rare-grade equipment he possessed was the Thunderbird wand, and in all honesty the skill to summon the Thunderbird was incredibly useful to him. Yet if this skill were to be detached, the wand would be rendered entirely useless, as its other skill charge was designed solely to support the Thunderbird summon. Although Xinghe truly desired to master the powerful Thunderbird summon skill himself, whether he could deal sufficient damage without the wand's attribute bonuses remained uncertain. After a brief hesitation, he placed the equipment dismantler into his bronze chest. There was little else in the chest at the moment. He had already taken out the silk ceremonial gown and draped it over a mannequin to prevent it from wrinkling. Tomorrow Xinghe planned to venture out and thoroughly gather common grade herbs from the surrounding area. Having recently learned herbal identification, he could now see their specific properties, whereas his previous appraisal skill could only reveal the names of the plants. These plants, they are becoming increasingly corrupted, Xinghe murmured with concern as he searched for herbs. The day before yesterday, the corruption affecting the vegetation had seemed negligible. Only a few leaves had begun to redden, and the trees showed almost no visible changes. But today Xinghe discovered that many weeds and mosses had turned completely crimson, and even the trees were beginning to show signs of reddening. When he attempted to appraise these plants, the feedback he received read, scarlet rot. After some hesitation, he ultimately decided against bringing these plants back to his shelter for study, fearing they might compromise his survival. After all, once the 4 rounds of apocalyptic disasters concluded, the worlds would merge, and there was no guarantee he would even remain here. Xinghe felt a twinge of regret that he hadn't gathered a variety of plant seeds at the very beginning. Had he done so, things would not be so difficult now. Armed with herbal identification, Xinghe indeed discovered numerous plants with medicinal value. Many of them closely resembled ordinary weeds, and were incredibly difficult to distinguish without careful scrutiny. By the end of the morning, Xinghe had gathered 3 types of medicinal herbs with distinct properties. He dug up a few specimens to replant back home, hoping to achieve self-sufficiency in the future. We meet again, human. It was the same small river where the stone beetle family was drawing water. Xinghe noticed that something seemed off with a few of the smaller beetles. Their tiny blue eye spots were tinged with a faint crimson hue. Indeed, we meet again. I noticed that your children seem to. Yes, I was far too optimistic. The crimson moon has exerted a significant influence on us as well. The elder beetle's voice carried a heavy weariness. Have you considered relocating to another area then? Do you wish for me to become your vassal? The elder beetle instantly grasped Xinghe's intentions. But let me tell you, if we cannot purge these corrupted flora and fauna, and if we cannot escape the gaze of that crimson moon, it will be the same no matter where we go. Xinghe hesitated, wondering if he should disclose the upcoming world merger to the elder beetle. However, he felt the event was not yet absolute, and whether he could even survive the 4 rounds of natural disasters remained in uncertainty. Discerning Xinghe's hesitation, the elder beetle continued. If you can cleanse the corruption from my children, I shall pledge myself as your vassal. Very well, it is a deal. Since the elder beetle had laid out her terms, Xinghe certainly would not let the opportunity slip. After all, this was a rare-grade magical beast, and he had yet to acquire combat power of that caliber. As for how to cleanse the scarlet rot, Xinghe still had no clue. However, he reasoned that this apocalyptic world summoned survivors to resolve the crisis. If it merely wanted them dead, it might as well have spawned everyone in the middle of the ocean. At least this was the conviction Xinghe held. Therefore, no matter what a method to cleanse or suppress the scarlet rot had to exist. Bidding farewell to the beetle family, Xinghe resumed his gathering journey. Lately, the number of treants in this forest had been growing, and they were exceedingly frenzied. Xinghe witnessed a goblin step into the trent's territory, only to be instantly whipped into a pulp by 4 or 5 surrounding treants. The entire forest was becoming increasingly perilous. After a full day of harvesting, Xinghe had gathered 5 types of common herbs, but found no rare ones in the wild. However, after slaying a group of trents, he managed to obtain a rare-grade herb from a chest buried beneath their roots. Elderberry. Category plant. Quality rare. Effect can be used as a brewing ingredient for potions. It possesses healing properties that promote wound recovery. Description: eating this makes your bones feel rather ticklish. This item yielded only a few seeds and no actual fruit, so Xinghe could only store them away for now and see if he could cultivate them later. Rushing back to his shelter before the blood moon rose, Xinghe began sorting through today's harvest and set to work constructing his underground farm. The first batch of sun shrooms had matured. Xinghe harvested them, transplanted them onto the prepared mushroom substrate, and then transferred the substrate to the fertile farmland. Fortunately, within the mycelium network, the mushroom substrate was a consumable that could be generated directly, sparing Xinghe the trouble of searching for another recipe. A single plot of fertile farmland covered approximately 4 square meters, accommodating 15 small plants, 9 medium plants, or 4 large plants. Xinghe's basement currently utilized 270 square meters, leaving 370 square meters vacant. For now, he had allocated only 100 square meters for the underground farmland, primarily due to the shortage of sun shrooms. Among the 25 plots of farmland, 8 were planted with fruits and vegetables, and the lemon tree had also been successfully transplanted. 10 plots were dedicated to root vegetables, some obtained through trading and others gathered by Xinghe himself, which resembled sweet potatoes or potatoes and were rich in starch. The remaining plots were used for herbs with rare-grade plants cultivated separately. Of course, currently, he only had elderberries and sunshrooms, and the sunshrooms did not need to be planted in this particular area. Following some basic planning and planting, Xinghe finally possessed his very own production base. In addition, he allocated 50 square meters as a breeding ground, fencing it off using the recipe he had acquired early on. It housed over a dozen wild pheasants alongside a small stone-lined pond containing the fish he had caught. Regrettably, this small breeding ground was not recognized as a special building. The underground farm, however, successfully attained that status, becoming a level 1 special building and incorporating the mycelium cultivation network within its scope. As for water collection, Xinghe crafted 10 simple water collectors. Each could gather about 1 liter of water daily, totaling 10 liters a day. Combined with the water stored in his warehouse and the effects of his rainfall spell, he was essentially self-sufficient. Naturally, Xinghe did not need to worry about the farming himself, as he had assigned the task to his robot. The tireless machine could work without rest, making the management of the 150 square meter farmland a trivial matter. Aside from this task, there was little else for it to do in the shelter. The broom spirit refused to let anyone else encroach upon its cleaning duties. Following the storage room, upgrade materials could be zoned within the room, allowing the warehouse's vines to automatically categorize newly deposited items. As for cooking, the pot was fully automated, sometimes requiring him to do nothing more than toss the raw ingredients inside. Thus, the straightforward task of tending the farmland was assigned to the robot. It also had to handle smoking and curing meat. Thank goodness for the robot. After showering and lying in bed, Xinghe continued to read The Fifth Element. This was the only book left for him to read now, as the durability of Introduction to Herbology had been fully depleted, resulting in its destruction. This was the first time Xinghe had encountered an item completely destroyed due to its durability dropping to 0. The entire book seemed to have fallen apart, and the characters on the pages were so blurred as though soaked in water that nothing could be deciphered. Even with the appraisal skill, the only result he obtained was scrap draft. Fortunately, once the effects of the fifth element were achieved, it would not be destroyed. This brought some consolation to Xinghe. The book filled some gaps in his foundational knowledge and suited him well. Accompanied by the crackling sounds of electric shocks from outside, Xinghe became thoroughly engrossed in his reading. Recently, he had been deploying his protective barrier when sleeping at night, which drew in a large number of bloodthirsty moths. This drained a significant amount of electricity almost every night. Fortunately, Xinghe had already acquired the generator set designed for the septic tank, and since this generator could also run on thermal power, it was exceptionally practical. Of course, it was by no means cheap. Xinghe had not only paid 100 units of basic materials, 50 units of fuel rods, and 20 units of special food, but he had also agreed to craft a rare-grade wand for Fan Jin, with the latter only providing the primary materials, while Xinghe had to supply the auxiliary ones himself. Naturally, electrocuting the bugs was not a purely losing venture. When the monsters devoured the bloodthirsty moths, they only ate the bodies and left the wings. Consequently, Xinghe could collect a substantial amount of phosphor dust every morning, including some uncommon-grade phosphor dust. This material was on the verge of surpassing goblin ears to become his most abundant magical resource. As for the goblin ears, Xinghe had yet to find any use for them other than crafting the goblin series of wands. He could only store them in stringed bunches, making him look like some sort of twisted collector. As soon as midnight passed, Xinghe immediately activated his talent. Recently, his daytime workload had been light, and with night falling early, he was well rested, leading him to stay up late quite often. Today's prize pool: World Infinity Nikki. A question mark slowly materialized above Xinghe's head. How could a dress-up game end up in the prize pool? However, since Gashapon coins could not be stored for now, Xinghe went ahead and inserted the coin anyway. To his surprise, Xinghe obtained another blue rare-grade Gashapon. The moment he twisted it open, an, as expected, expression washed over his face. Pure wind. Category: set equipment. Quality: rare. Durability: 2020. Effects: moderately increases nature affinity, slightly increases the effectiveness of purification and healing spells, minutely reduces the mana cost of purification and healing spells. Charisma 1. Skills: Purifying Orb. Fires a purifying orb rich in natural essence to cleanse the target, mitigating or eliminating curses and plague effects. Cannot remove crowd control effects. The purification strength depends on the severity of the target's negative effects. Whimsical nature set, when encountering creatures close to nature. Charisma is increased by an additional 2. Description: What? You say my outfit is weird. Please, this is the attire with the highest whimsicality. I think you're just begging to get hit by my giant purifying orb. Although this game featured plenty of outfits that looked gender neutral, Xinghe had not been lucky enough to draw any of them. The entire outfit, including the delicate accessories, consisted of 8 pieces. When equipped, they could all be worn at once. Quite subtly, the clothing had no gender restrictions, which meant that if he wanted to, Xinghe could actually wear it. The unique effect of the purifying orb was indeed highly appealing to Xinghe, but that did not mean he had to wear the outfit to obtain it, as he had other methods at his disposal. He retrieved the equipment dismantler from yesterday's gashapon out of his chest and targeted the purifying orb skill directly for dismantling. 3 minutes later, the purifying orb became Xinghe's very first rare-grade skill. Its effects were identical to those on the original equipment except for the addition of a proficiency meter. Furthermore, the skill possessed almost no offensive power, functioning primarily for purification. He was truly looking more and more like a support class. After dismantling the purifying orb, the set's grade immediately plummeted to uncommon, and its stat bonuses dropped by a tier. Of course, it could still be sold if he wished, as the dress was undeniably beautiful. But Xinghe had other tricks up his sleeve. He pulled the equipment synthesizer from his chest and tossed the dress, the silken finery, and the spell cloak into it. The compatibility rate reached a staggering 94. Thus, 10 minutes later, Xinghe obtained his second rare-grade equipment. Robe of Nature's Breath. Category Outerwear. Quality Rare. Durability 2020. Effects moderately increases nature affinity, slightly increases the effectiveness of purification and healing spells, mentality 1 to charisma 2. Skills whimsical nature set, when encountering creatures close to nature charisma, is increased by an additional 2. Mana's Embrace slightly increases the recovery speed of energy and mental power. Description: a miraculous 3-in-1 robe, a wonderful piece of equipment created purely by stacking passive attributes. Put it on, and you will instantly transform into a grand mage. This equipment essentially combined all the traits of the 3 items except that higher tier effects overrode lower tier ones. For instance, the Silken Finery's Charisma 2 was higher than the Pure Wind's Charisma 1, so only the 2 effect was retained. The boost to spell effects worked on the same principle. Xinghe rubbed his stubble, thinking thoughtfully. Next time he obtained such items, he could synthesize equipment with decent unique attributes, but subpar overall effects. This way he could consolidate 3 powerful effects onto a single piece of clothing. The robe's appearance was also exceptionally beautiful. Its overall silhouette maintained the design of the silken finery, with an additional short cape attached to the back. The embroidered patterns on the fabric continued the style of the Pure Wind, gradually transitioning from small star motifs at the hem to a golden metallic sun at the chest, which extended all the way to the back. The short cape, however, retained its original simpler style, though it was still adorned with intricate subtle patterns and accented with golden leaf decorations. The moment he put the robe on, Xinghe instantly looked like a high-end mage, though the crude leather armor worn underneath immediately dragged down the overall aesthetic. I need to get myself a set of higher-grade gear. Xinghe muttered to himself. Generally speaking, mages still wore cloth armor most of the time. However, looking at his talent, Xinghe fell silent. Recent signs suggested that the next stage of the calamity would involve something like pollution. Moreover, right after he had formed a pact with the stone beetle family, highly targeted spells had immediately appeared. He could not help but suspect that someone was pulling the strings behind his talent. Of course, he currently lacked the power to investigate such matters. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Only by surviving would he have the right to question these things. Another new day. Xinghe sighed with emotion as he rose. Today he planned to find the stone beetle family to see if he could coax them into his shelter. The number of mouths to feed in Xinghe's shelter was surprisingly growing. Duanya was relatively easy to manage. When carrying Xinghe out during the day, it enjoyed roaming the surroundings and would even bring back some mushrooms and other items for him. Yet the creature had its eccentricities. Ever since it realized Xinghe could comprehend its speech, it began pestering him to teach it how to read. If Xinghe wrote it out during the day, he even had to coax it by telling fairy tales along the way. Sooner or later this fellow would probably stand on 2 legs just to speak with him. It is getting worse and worse. Xinghe frowned. While the vegetation immediately surrounding his shelter remained normal, in the distance some plants had turned entirely crimson. The same went for the animals along his path. He had already encountered several crazed red-furred wolves that attacked him relentlessly. Furthermore, Xinghe stared in silence at the zombies before him, creatures he had not seen in a long time. He had initially assumed that such non-intelligent beings would be immune to the influence of the red moon, but reality proved otherwise. Compared to the previous zombies whose flesh was so decayed they could be shattered with a single strike from the broom spirit staff, these specimens had their flesh bound together by crimson sprouts. No longer did they shamble, their movements had become significantly more agile. Fortunately, they were merely rare-grade monsters. Although Xinghe's own rank had not yet reached the rare grade, eliminating these few zombies still posed no challenge. After eliminating the zombies, Xinghe took a photo of them and posted it to the world channel. Everyone, the zombies have started mutating as well. Boss, don't scare me. I'm currently at the cemetery, and the zombies here are still perfectly normal. Xinghe opened the attached image. The user's screen indeed showed a crowd of zombies, all carrying hoes and axes, diligently working. Indeed, Master Want. We haven't noticed anything like this over here at the Xinghe Academy. They were the same zombies and skeletons, also working diligently. In any case, this is the situation on my end. You all should be careful. Perhaps the undead under your control possess some resistance, and those classified as followers might avoid it, but wild undead have definitely begun to experience issues. Xinghe did not bother to argue back and forth with them. He had merely intended to warn everyone to avoid being attacked as much as possible. I've noticed this as well. At first I thought it was just ordinary monsters mutating. Following that, everyone chimed in with their own situations. The crimson mutation of the undead creatures seemed to herald the deepening influence of the red moon. Xinghe gathered a small sample of the crimson plants and scooped up some soil from beneath them. Instead of bringing the corrupted materials back, he used a purification bullet to cleanse them on the spot. The color of the crimson plants faded slightly, but did not vanish entirely. The soil's color also grew lighter. Only after performing multiple purifications, when the soil's color ceased to change further, did Xinghe stop. He planned to take this soil back to test plant something and see if there would still be any adverse effects. Naturally, he also collected some unpurified soil as a control group. If the soil's crimson mutation meant that any plants growing upon it would also become corrupted, then there would likely be a severe shortage of resources once the first round concluded. Arriving at the riverbank, he found the stone beetle family there as expected. "Are you waiting for me?" "Yes, human," the stone beetle replied, its voice as calm and unhurried as ever. "Call the little beetles out. I have mastered a purification method that has a restraining effect on mild scarlet rot." A green orb of light condensed in Xinghe's hand, which he held out to the stone beetle. The stone beetle leaned in to inspect it. Sensing no danger, it nudged several small beetles toward him. The offensive power of the purification bullet was not strong. When it struck the little beetles, the tiny creatures merely rolled backward with a soft rumble, sustaining no damage. After a few more purification bullets, the crimson hue on the little beetles' small blue eyes had mostly receded. "Thank you, human. I will proceed to your residence as agreed. However, as stone beetles are not creatures fond of movement, I may not be able to go out and assist you every day." "That is fine. You only need to help me when I encounter great danger." Xinghe had never expected the stone beetle to fight for him like a Pokemon. It was enough if it could aid him at critical moments. "Thank you for your understanding, Master Mage. Please tend to your affairs, or I shall arrive at your dwelling before nightfall." The stone beetle departed temporarily with its young. "I hope we can get along well," Xinghe murmured, glancing in the direction they had departed. In truth, despite living in this forest for so long, he had never ventured very far. On one hand, the surrounding resources were sufficient for his needs, and exploring too far carried too much risk. On the other hand, the disaster was progressing so rapidly that the world changed almost daily, making him even more hesitant to wander aimlessly. Today, Xinghe did not plan to study the crimson corruption any further. Seizing the moment before the large trees became heavily corrupted, he chopped a substantial amount of timber. Although his physical growth was not as rapid as his mental attribute, it had at least reached 8 points, making him significantly stronger than before and allowing him to fell trees with incredible speed. Were it not for the fact that usable timber grew so slowly that even fertile fields could not yield it quickly, Xinghe would likely have planted some himself. Since the timber this time was not directly dismantled, he had to haul it back himself. By the time Xinghe managed to transport all 10 massive trees back, he felt utterly exhausted. Duanya was also panting heavily from exertion. It had no idea why Xinghe needed so much wood, but it helped because Xinghe had commanded it, and because otherwise Xinghe would refuse to tell it more stories. Looking at Duanya, whose size had shrunk even further, Xinghe felt somewhat helpless. He had originally intended to use the creature as a mount, but it had grown increasingly petite, while eating just as much as before. Now when he sat on it, his toes touched the ground. Fortunately, Duanya's strength had not diminished much. It was still perfectly capable of carrying packs and doing labor. As for the broom spirit, the outside world had become too dangerous recently, so Xinghe rarely brought it out. Moreover, the greatly expanded shelter kept the broom spirit thoroughly entertained with its sweeping duties. Xinghe had even upgraded its wand, adding a simple drying function. Now with both washing and drying integrated, it had practically leaped from a primitive broom to a modern floor scrubber. "How am I supposed to fit these logs in?" Staring at the timber, Xinghe realized the entrance was too narrow to fit them all at once. Out of necessity, he cut the logs into smaller sections before finally managing to squeeze them into the underground warehouse. By the time Xinghe finished tidying up, the stone beetle family had arrived. "These are gifts for you in gratitude for your assistance and protection." Upon arriving at the shelter, the stone beetle seemed not only closer to Xinghe, but also showed him a touch more respect. The stone beetle had brought 2 copper chests and some ores, which Xinghe happily accepted. However, when they headed underground, he faced a dilemma. While the basement entrance was perfectly fine for the small beetles, the massive adult beetle would have a hard time squeezing through. "It is fine, I can manage," the stone beetle said as it softened its body, squeezing itself through the basement door. It could even do that. Xinghe watched in dumbfounded amazement, never expecting such a massive creature to possess such a miraculous ability. The stone beetle family settled temporarily in the farm. The mischievous little beetles chased the chickens all over the place, while the large beetle quietly curled up in a corner. "What do you eat? What supplies do you need me to provide?" "Soil and stones will suffice, though we can eat other foods as well. We can also go without food for a very long time, so please do not worry, Master Mage." The large beetle's response put Xinghe's mind at ease. Soil and stones were easy for him to obtain, and even if the earth became completely corrupted, he could still treat it with purification bullets. Having settled the stone beetle family, Xinghe returned upstairs to read. Seeing him leave, one of the small beetles followed. Recognizing it as a friend of the broom spirit, he brought it along to keep the broom spirit company. The chests brought by the stone beetles were of relatively high quality, so obtaining a few rare-grade items from them was entirely within expectations. What pleasantly surprised Xinghe, however, was that he acquired a new lightning element skill. Swift Lightning Orb. Type skill. Quality rare. Effect fires a lightning orb dealing 3 points of energy damage. The orb travels extremely fast and can be fired in rapid succession within a short duration. Proficiency 0-100. Description: though the damage seems mediocre, who could possibly resist the sheer satisfaction of firing a whole volley of lightning bolts? The attack power of this spell was slightly lower than that of the fire arrow, but the fire arrow could not be cast in rapid succession. Xinghe tested this new skill. With a wave of his hand, the bolts shot out in rapid succession. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, nearly 1 shot per second. If his proficiency increased, it would likely reduce the casting interval even further. Aside from that, Xinghe also obtained a pair of rare-grade gauntlets. Spider Silk Gauntlets. Type gloves. Quality rare. Effect lightweight, virtually imperceptible once worn, causing 0 hindrance to movement. Skill: Spider Silk attachment. Weapons and equipment held in hand are highly slip resistant. When empty-handed, the user can adhere to walls and other surfaces. Description: I'll allow you to cosplay Spider-Man. Or perhaps Gwen Stacy is a better fit. The playful description was likely because the gauntlets were pure white. They indeed felt weightless when worn, allowing Xinghe to finally replace his old pair of labor gloves. It wasn't that he couldn't afford gauntlets, but rather that his old labor gloves were incredibly practical for hard work. Consequently, Xinghe had no intention of selling them, and decided to keep them in his wardrobe. He also acquired a recipe for a bathtub. However, since Xinghe had already secured a tub from Fanjin, this recipe had truly arrived far too late. The remaining items consisted of miscellaneous magic gems and crafting materials. Xinghe carefully stored them away, knowing they would be useful for crafting equipment in the future. After tidying up and washing up, the sky had already grown very dark. Xinghe resumed reading the fifth element. Fortunately, this reading session was a success, slightly increasing his mental power. His base mental power had already reached 8 points, and with the attribute bonuses from his 2 pieces of equipment, it totaled 10. However, to advance his evaluation from common to rare, his base mental attribute had to reach 10A, and his constitution could not be too lacking. It needed to be at least 7. While his constitution was already at 8, so there was no need to worry. As long as he intensified his meditation in the coming days, he should soon achieve a rare grade evaluation. Despite having already slain 2 uncommon grade magical beasts, it seemed there was still a vast difference between intelligent beings and mindless monsters. What Xinghe looked forward to even more was that once he upgraded to rare grade, the Gacha Machine's 2 upper limit would reach the exotic grade. This meant he might be able to obtain purple items, which would provide an even greater boost to his strength. He wondered if his Gacha machine would undergo changes as his own rank upgraded. Gazing at the machine before him, Xinghe knew that this device was undoubtedly his greatest secret and one of the core pillars of his survival. Today's world was another repeat, The Sims 4. Last time he had drawn plant seeds from it. As long as he didn't pull toys, paintings, or other useless decorative items this time, he could accept almost anything. To Xinghe's absolute astonishment, what he drew was actually an uncommon grade item. What could possibly exist in this game to be evaluated as uncommon grade? Wasn't this game just a mundane life simulation? Upon opening the Gacha, a highly futuristic machine materialized before Xinghe. Chemical Analyzer. Type Furniture. Quality Uncommon. Effect: upon placing materials inside the analyzer will generate a comprehensive and detailed analysis report. If the material is not in the database, it will still provide fundamental information such as its properties along with certain conjectures. Description: loaded within this device is the most authoritative analysis database in SimCity. You say SimCity is small. Have you ever seen an alien? Have you ever seen a mage? Have you ever seen vampires and werewolves? If not, then shut your mouth. Shock was Xinghe's initial reaction, followed immediately by greed. He had completely forgotten that such black tech items existed in the game. The chemical analyzer instantly sparked numerous inspirations, such as rockets crafted with bare hands, various miraculous plants, potions, and even the buffs obtained through satisfaction points like never weary and seldom hungry. This game was truly a treasure trove. However, there were also many useless items in it for Xinghe. Being lucky this time did not guarantee luck in the future. He could only wait and see if the Gacha machine would bring him more surprises down the road. For the time being, he placed the chemical analyzer in the clinic. As for its power supply, the storage batteries Xinghe had saved could currently support it. In the future, perhaps he could have the stone beetles take turns walking on a generator. His demand for electricity was growing higher and higher. While magical power could be directly supplied by energy crystals, electrical power required an additional conversion process for which he currently had no solution. He couldn't possibly use his own lightning spell to power the equipment. His current skill control was likely far from reaching such a precise level. With the chemical analyzer now in his possession, Xinghe placed some of the crimson mutated plant samples he had gathered into the device. Xinghe had no idea how to operate the machine, so he simply tapped wherever it lit up and inserted the materials wherever a slot opened. Fortunately, the machine showed no signs of exploding or malfunctioning. After a series of maneuvers, the chemical analyzer began to hum. Numerous charts and texts that Xinghe could not comprehend appeared on the interface, looking highly reminiscent of Simlish from the Sims world. Xinghe felt a surge of panic. If the final output was also in Simlish, wouldn't this device be completely useless to him? Fortunately, after a brief moment, the machine printed out a test report in the common tongue. Xinghe curiously looked around to see where the paper was loaded, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the slot. Next, he placed a soil sample inside, only to find that the text and charts displayed on the panel were identical to those shown when he had inserted the plant sample. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Xinghe waited for the analysis to finish and then inserted a piece of ordinary wood. The resulting text and charts on the screen remained exactly the same. While it seemed the display screen on this chemical analyzer was purely for show. The test report for the wood was very simple and normal, so Xinghe set it aside. The other two reports, however, were of critical importance. After a quick read, Xinghe found his suspicions confirmed. According to the soil analysis report, unidentified metals were present with iron and mercury levels rising drastically. Humus had completely vanished, replaced by a highly inert organic compound, while the soil's bacterial flora had almost entirely mutated into a strange crimson microorganism. Under such soil conditions, it was highly unlikely that any plants could grow at all. In the plant analysis report, the chloroplasts had disappeared and the cell walls had thickened, yet cellular activity had become inexplicably intense. Furthermore, despite being ordinary weeds, they now contained highly irritating alkaloids. No wonder the magical beasts in the wild refused to eat such vegetation. Not only would it prick their mouths, but it would also devastate their digestive systems. Ultimately, Xinghe shared both reports on the World Channel. Since the entire world was on the brink of crisis, there was no point in keeping such information to himself. A few night owls who had not yet slept read the reports and voiced their thoughts. Everyone was now convinced that the next wave of disaster would likely be a plague of some kind. Many immediately rushed to the trading channel to purchase potions. Even if common-grade potions might not be highly effective, they still provided psychological comfort to the survivors. Xinghe, however, was not as tense. First, he possessed the recipe for the imitation water of life. He already had elderberries, and as long as he gathered 2 more rare-grade medicinal herbs with restorative properties and upgraded his herbal cauldron to level 3, he would be able to brew this potent potion. Second, he had already mastered the purifying bolt skill and had confirmed its effectiveness against the influence of the red moon. Of course, he still needed to collect as many different medicinal herbs and foodstuffs as possible. Much of the meat Xinghe had gathered previously had been smoked, cured, and frozen in the cold storage. He had already stockpiled nearly 1,000 pounds of meat to the point where the walls of the room he used for smoking meat had turned completely black. This feeling of hoarding a massive amount of food and materials brought Xinghe a deep sense of satisfaction. He hoped he would be able to successfully weather the next disaster coming in 3 days. When he woke up the next morning, the World Channel was already teeming with chaotic chatter. Most users were sharing their findings regarding the red moon, while a disgruntled few hurled abuse at Xinghe and other contributors, blaming them for disclosing the impending disaster too early and driving up medicine prices. With your abysmal intelligence, I suggest you end your life now rather than struggle to survive. It's the apocalypse, yet you haven't hoarded medicine. Did you think medicine prices were any cheaper before this? Hoard medicine just because it's the apocalypse. If my neighbors hoard food, I hoard guns. My neighbors are my granary. Isn't medicine the same? Then go beg the goblins and zombies for medicine. Then go beg the goblins and zombies for medicine. Then go beg the goblins and zombies for medicine. Ignoring those hysterical individuals, Xinghe focused on discussing the situation with a few friends seeking to purchase seeds for rare-grade medicinal herbs. Lu did possess rare-grade herbs available for trade, but they were non-healing. The herb was called cloud bracken, which upon consumption temporarily enhanced one's affinity with the wind element. Initially, Xinghe intended to purchase some for personal cultivation, but upon reviewing the growth requirements, which mandated a location with strong winds, he abandoned the idea. Maguzai also possessed a rare-grade herb, the shadow mushroom, the primary ingredient for Xinghe's rare-grade recipe Shadow of the Thief. Xinghe immediately initiated a trade. Maguzai repeatedly hesitated, offering to give it to him as a gift, but Xinghe politely declined. Even the closest of brothers must keep clear accounts. Take what is yours. I have plenty of magic materials here, so it's no trouble. Alright brother, thank you. I really do need these materials. What Maguzai needed were goblin ears, teeth, and timber. The underworld was mostly populated by monsters like cave dwellers, with very few goblins, and timber was also scarce, making trade his only viable option. Throughout the entire day, Xinghe spent almost all his time acquiring various seeds for medicinal herbs, vegetables, and fruits, exchanging basic materials for some, and trading wands for others. As for Duanya, because it grew restless staying indoors, he let it out to forage and run wild. Having lived in this forest longer than he had, Duanya was unlikely to meet with mishap. Even if it encountered a foe it couldn't defeat, it could easily flee. By evening, Duanya returned to the shelter, but it did not return alone. It brought a wolf back with it. This wolf appeared to be an ordinary forest wolf, though there seemed to be many wolf packs in this forest. Xinghe hoped it wasn't from one of the packs he had thrashed multiple times. Speak, what is the matter? Since he possessed the ability to converse with animals, Xinghe did not need to guess the forest wolf's issue. Need. Help. Dying. Leader. Red. Compared to Duanya, the forest wolf's intelligence was still somewhat lacking, making its speech rather labored. However, Xinghe generally understood its meaning. The Wolf King had likely been corrupted by the Red Moon and required rescue. Why should I help you? I wouldn't gain any benefit from it, would I? Xinghe's question was somewhat beyond the forest wolf's comprehension. Duanya translated for it from the side, and the forest wolf spoke haltingly again. Have meat. Plenty. Help you. Meat. Xinghe did not think a pack of forest wolves could bring him much edible meat. Slaying the wolves for their meat seemed far more practical. Seeing Xinghe shake his head, the forest wolf grew anxious, restlessly pawing at the ground. Duanya stood there in thought for a moment, then grunted and squealed to offer some advice to the forest wolf. Chests. Yes. Herbs too. Can stop bleeding. The forest wolf let out a few joyful barks. Xinghe glanced at Duanya, who communicated, Hui is my friend. My only friend from before. He helped me out several times. Well, since Duanya put it that way, I can help you, but I won't go directly to your pack's territory. Have your Wolf King come here instead. You just arrive tomorrow morning. The forest wolf named Hui nodded, turned around, and departed. Xinghe patted Duanya's head. I didn't expect you to be so loyal, buddy. By the way, how did you end up hanging out with a wolf? Duanya grunted and rubbed against Xinghe's head, recounting his story with Hui. Before Duanya had reached maturity, he was cornered by goblins. Hui had helped him escape back then, and from that point on the two little creatures transcended species to become friends. They kept in touch privately and would support each other. Although Duanya had gained intelligence and become a rare-grade magical beast, he had not abandoned his friend. Even after becoming Xinghe's mount, he continued to support Hui in secret. It wasn't until today, when Xinghe let him out to play, that he met Hui and learned the leader of Hui's pack was in poor condition due to the Red Moon's influence. Thus Duanya brought his friend back to the shelter. Xinghe did not blame Duanya for bringing Hui over without consulting him first. After all, even though Duanya's intelligence had risen significantly, he still did not grasp the complexities of social etiquette. He acted out of pure simple trust in Xinghe, which led to today's events. Xinghe did not mind helping Hui either. After all, if the Wolf King's corruption wasn't too severe, a purification bullet could resolve it. If it was too strong, he would have no other choice but to put the Wolf King down. Having avoided staying up late the previous night, Xinghe woke up very early this morning. Since Hui and the others had not yet arrived, Xinghe decided to spin the gacha first. Today's prize pool: World Pokemon. This time it was a peculiar gacha egg emitting a green glow, though its design resembled a standard red and white Pokeball. It's Pokemon this time. I hope it's a gentle one that can help me. Xinghe was somewhat worried it might be a Primeape or an Onyx. He really didn't have the resources to raise those. Audino. Category Companion. Quality Rare. Gender. Spirit 10. Constitution 9. Agility 5. Charm 7. Talent Healer. Healing speed is increased, capable of curing various abnormal statuses through power. Skills: Life, Do, Mega Punch, Wish, Helping Hand. Description: Nurse Joy's great helper from the Unova region. By touching others with her large ears, she can sense their health condition. Moreover, this Audino seems to be quite a formidable fighter. A total of 4 skills. And as a rare grade companion, her spirit stat had reached 10 points. Nearly on par with Xinghe's stats after being boosted by his equipment. Even more astonishingly, she possessed 9 points of constitution. Audino looked around in slight bewilderment, then gently wrapped her feelers around Xinghe's arm before letting out a cheerful cry. Audino. Welcome, Audino. Even without utilizing animal conversation, the telepathic effect of Audino's feelers allowed Xinghe to understand her message. She expressed that she liked him very much and she loved this house as well. Before Xinghe could converse further with Audino, a chorus of wolf howls echoed from outside. He pushed open the main door and took a look. What the hell? Why are there so many? Xinghe immediately cast animal tongues on himself and then inquired about the situation with Hui. Friends. No need help. Also give chests. It turned out that after Hui returned to the wolf pack and reported the matter, word spread that there was a wolf capable of curing the effects of the Red Moon. Consequently, several large animals affected by it caught wind of this, and they had all gathered at Xinghe's place this morning. Xinghe's mouth twitched, and he let out a sigh. Forget it, whether it's one sheep or a whole flock, it's all the same. Come on, line up. Beside him, Audino seemed highly accustomed to this sight, and even appeared rather pleased. Emitting her signature wah-wah cry, she directed the animals to form an orderly queue, preparing them to receive treatment. Audino remembered to collect the consultation fees. Have Duanya and Joshin accompany you. They know what items hold the most value. Wah-wah. Audino smiled, nodded, and led Duanya and Joshin to begin maintaining order. Xinghe saw clearly that the bear, relying on its massive size, tried to cut the line. However, Audino delivered a swift punch straight to its stomach, striking it so hard that the crimson glow in its eyes completely dissipated. The first to undergo purification was the Wolf King. This Wolf King was a whole size larger than an ordinary timber wolf, though it was still merely a common tier magical beast. As nocturnal creatures, wolves actually had a higher probability of being affected by the Red Moon. Fortunately, this Wolf King was quite intelligent. Upon noticing the Red Moon's anomalies, it rarely allowed the pack to venture out at night, and any who refused to abide by its rules were promptly driven out. After Xinghe unleashed 3 purification bullets, the crimson hue in the Wolf King's eyes mostly receded. It weakly offered its gratitude to Xinghe, placing a copper-locked chest and several small energy crystals by his side. Xinghe had it wait nearby, intending to use the animal's injuries to observe the efficacy of Audino's healing. The Wolf King did not object, and simply crouched down to the side. One by one the subsequent beasts were purified by Xinghe. He noticed that those who came were all large animals, and even the herbivores were massive in size. Perhaps smaller animals possessed lower intelligence, and were more deeply corrupted by the Red Moon, leaving them without the capacity to seek help. The consultation fees brought by the animals were mostly chests, herbs, and fruits from their respective territories. A few carnivores also brought meat, and the bear even presented Xinghe with a honeycomb. Once the treatments were concluded, Xinghe gathered everyone together to let Audino test out the effects of her skills. Audino first utilized Life Dew. Unlike the rudimentary animation seen in games in reality, this skill manifested as a fine mist cast outward, healing the wounds of any living creature within its radius. The Wish skill, on the other hand, was a delayed healing ability. Audino clasped her hands and closed her eyes as a tiny shooting star spiraled around her. The miniature meteor then flew to the target, orbiting them. If the target was injured, it would swiftly rush in to mend the wound, but if they remained unharmed, it would dissipate after about 3 minutes. As for the Helping Hand skill, it could boost attack power to a certain degree, though its duration was quite brief, lasting only about 2 minutes, but it came with no side effects or drawbacks. Audino's healing skills earned her immense respect from the animals. Perhaps because the praise was so overwhelming, Audino blushed and involuntarily unleashed her final skill, Mega Punch. With a single strike against the adjacent wall, a chunk of the wall in Xinghe's shelter caved in. Walla! Walla! Realizing she had caused trouble, Audino frantically began apologizing to Xinghe, flustered as she patted the dent in an attempt to repair it. Fortunately, Xinghe's shelter was no ordinary house. The living walls possessed a self-healing property, and within a few minutes the dent had completely vanished. Xinghe kept reassuring Audino that it was fine, though he now had a solid understanding of her physical strength. After all, even a fire arrow of a shot at the outer wall would at most leave a slight scorch mark. After the treatment, the animals gradually dispersed, leaving only the Wolf King behind. He negotiated with Xinghe, hoping to leave Hui and a few pups under his protection. In exchange, he was willing to hand over a portion of his stored food along with another chest. Xinghe pondered for a moment. Remembering that timber wolves could consume monster meat, he ultimately agreed. However, he requested that aside from Hui, they could only bring a maximum of 4 pups. The Wolf King consented. After seeing off the Wolf King, Xinghe began opening the chests. The animals had brought 2 copper-locked chests, 1 iron-locked chest, and 1 ordinary wooden chest. They mostly contained equipment and materials that Xinghe no longer had much use for. The only 2 things of help to him were 2 recipes. One was for hemostatic bandages, which despite being medicine, could not be crafted in the herbal cauldron and had to be made at the crafting bench. The other recipe was for basic fertilizer, which could increase the growth rate of plants. Both recipes were of common grade, but both were somewhat helpful to Xinghe, which was decent. Boss, I got the generator set that matches the septic tank here. I also have a rare grade herbal recipe, but I don't have an herbal workstation, so I can't make it. Can we trade them together? Sure, name your price. Boss, would a scarce grade wand work? I'll provide the main materials and you provide the auxiliary ones. If that rare grade recipe can be crafted, I hope you can trade a portion of it to me. Sure, I'll cover the postage. You're the best, boss. A few minutes later, Xinghe received a wooden staff and a rat's head. It looked somewhat similar to the scarce grade giant rat from before, though this skull seemed to have some years on it. He had no idea where Fanjin had managed to get it. Since Fanjin had no extra requests, the auxiliary materials Xinghe added were his most abundant ones: goblin materials and moth materials. However, the compatibility of these 2 materials wasn't very high. Xinghe took a small piece of magic iron and tried matching it with both materials. The success rates were decent. Which one do you want? The goblin one will likely lean towards strength, while the moth one will likely cause paralysis. Paralysis, boss. Just paralysis is fine. By now, Xinghe had produced 3 scarce grade wands. This one didn't particularly surprise him. It was just a standard scarce grade piece of equipment, and as he had anticipated, it was oriented toward paralysis. Interestingly, however, because a rat's head was used as the wand's tip, the core effect of this wand included not only paralysis, but also plague, effectively turning it into a poison attribute wand. Receiving his scarce grade weapon, Fanjin was overjoyed. He picked up his increasingly bizarre rifle and mounted the wand onto it. The previous lightning attribute wand wasn't discarded either, it was mounted onto another rifle. From now on, I'm the dual-wielding master. One with lightning damage, one with poison damage. I'll blast those refugees who try to steal my stuff. Fanjin chuckled foolishly for a moment before putting his weapons away. Both of these weapons had been modified by him personally, though this wasn't done through a modification recipe, but rather through his own personal skill. Firearm modification. Category skill. Quality scarce. Effect: modify firearms according to your wishes. The maximum modification level cannot exceed scarce. This was Fan Jin's true foundation for survival in the apocalyptic world, and it was also the special skill he had obtained from a chest after his very first trade with Xinghe. Previously, this skill was only of rare grade, allowing him to modify only rare grade firearms. However, he later found a special item in the giant rat territory, a skill upgrade stone. Using it allowed him to upgrade his rare grade skill to scarce grade, thereby granting him the ability to modify scarce grade weapons. His scarce grade firearm combined with the scarce grade wand might not reach the performance of a treasure grade piece of equipment, but Fan Jin felt it was close enough. While he had never actually seen treasure grade equipment before, it was merely his speculation. While Fan Jin was chuckling foolishly, Xinghe was in his basement installing his generator set. Fortunately, the system was highly intelligent. The generator set could be directly connected to the septic tank without requiring Xinghe's manual labor. Otherwise, as someone who spent his past life sitting in an office and was now struggling to survive in the wilderness, where would he have ever learned such specialized skills? Unfortunately, there wasn't much in Xinghe's septic tank at the moment, so it couldn't generate much electricity. He could only rely on the stone beetles and the newly arrived wolves to work harder first. Actually, Xinghe had also considered taking in some large herbivores to serve as a food source. However, on one hand, keeping them alive was quite difficult, and on the other, there were no particularly suitable species around. Duanya had recommended wild boars, leaving Xinghe somewhat surprised that it was actually a traitor to its own kind. Duanya indifferently expressed that it was no longer possible for it to communicate with ordinary wild boars. Furthermore, since almost most wild boars engaged in cannibalism anyway, it felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Xinghe remarked that he was still far too moral. Since Duanya didn't care, Xinghe accepted it readily. He instructed Hui to drive some wild boars over tomorrow to be raised, adding that catching more rabbits or pheasants would also be fine. For the sake of his breeding plan, Xinghe had no choice but to expand his farmland to grow pasture grass. The ordinary weeds outdoors had mostly turned red, making it rather unrealistic to cut and store them. Xinghe somewhat regretted his lack of experience in not storing these items beforehand. Fortunately, there were quite a few people selling pasture grass and feed on the trading channel at very cheap prices, so Xinghe bought some. Returning upstairs, he prepared dinner and invited Adino to eat with him. At that moment, Adino suddenly remembered something, reaching into her fur to pull out 2 fruits and hand them to Xinghe. When Xinghe took them and looked, his face split into a massive grin. For what Adino had given him were 2 berries. Wenhua fruit. Category plant. Quality rare. Effect slowly restores a small amount of stamina and heals minor internal injuries after consumption. Description similar to the Chongqing fruit, but with a much milder taste that most people can enjoy. Pinji fruit. Category berry. Quality common. Effect slowly restores a trace amount of energy after consumption. Description: a berry that condenses various flavors. The smaller ones taste better. One of these berries was what Xinghe had been searching for, a plant with restorative properties, while the other could replenish energy. If he ever acquired a blue potion recipe, the Pinji fruit should prove useful. Moreover, both of these berries would make excellent ingredients. Xinghe happily hugged Mimikyu, surprised to find that besides obtaining a rare companion today, had brought him an additional bonus. However, Xinghe did not know whether these berries contained seeds or how they were cultivated. Fortunately, Mimikyu's former owner, Miss Joy, was someone who deeply cared for nature, and she had taught Mimikyu how to plant and tend to berries. And so Xinghe never got to taste the 2 berries. Instead, he planted them directly into the ground. Mimikyu watched Xinghe planting the berries, nostalgia shimmering in her eyes. She used to work alongside Miss Joy in much the same way, but alas, those days could not be regained. Hearing Mimikyu's melancholy reflection, Xinghe patted her shoulder with a touch of regret, murmuring words of comfort. But Mimikyu regarded him with a completely bewildered expression. Ikyu, Miss Joy simply chose to become an investigator. I prefer medical work, so we went our separate ways. Mimikyu's explanation left Xinghe somewhat embarrassed, but Mimikyu did not mind. She merely smiled warmly at him and wrapped a tendril around his hand, gently reassuring him. After this conversation, Xinghe grew curious about Mimikyu's past. After all, she was the first otherworldly companion he had acquired who carried memories of her former life. As for Swept God, the little one had essentially become a Tsukumagami before being dropped into this world, leaving no impression of its past. Xinghe poured Mimikyu a cup of herbal tea brewed from a calming medicinal herb in his cooking pot. The two sat together on the sofa, chatting leisurely. According to Mimikyu's recollection, she had encountered an attack by Team Plasma while on vacation. After desperately rescuing several Pokemon and humans, she had been struck by modern weaponry and fell unconscious. Ikyu, that power. I should have died. Perhaps it was Arceus's blessing that brought me here to assist you. I'm sorry for bringing up painful memories, but I'm truly glad you see it this way. Xinghe was not particularly skilled at comforting others, and his words came out somewhat awkwardly. But Mimikyu did not mind. She liked this person who allowed her to help others, and moreover, he had fascinating analytical devices and areas for preparing medicinal herbs. During their subsequent conversation, Mimikyu recounted how she had graduated from nursing school, how she had met Miss Joy, and later, when Miss Joy chose a different path, Mimikyu had also tried to assist her learning many combat techniques. But she had struggled with it. She disliked violence and preferred being a nurse. So all Pokemon can only learn 4 moves? This was a question Xinghe had long been curious about. Mimikyu. Not exactly. It's just that most Pokemon only proficiently use a few particular moves. Skills that go unused for too long lose their effectiveness. Even I am the same. Xinghe nodded in understanding. Mim, I have an unreasonable request. Go ahead. I'll do my best to fulfill it. Mim, I hope to work in your medical room. If you could provide a surgical bed and a set of surgical instruments, that would be even better. Mimikyu set down her cup of herbal tea and spoke solemnly. Of course. That is also what I had hoped for. But can you actually perform surgery? Thus in both the anime and the games, Miss Joy and her Pokemon are portrayed more as medical assistants. The idea that Pokemon could perform surgery somewhat exceeded Xinghe's expectations. Mim, Ikkyu. Of course. Although I graduated from nursing school, we also study surgery and other medical knowledge. I was ranked first in practical operations. Moreover, I have extensive experience from my work, so there's no need to worry. Mimikyu puffed out her chest proudly and tapped Xinghe with a tendril, expressing her dissatisfaction at being doubted. My fault, I offended you. That's perfectly fine, I'll arrange it for you right away. After apologizing to Mimikyu, Xinghe gained a deeper appreciation for the remarkable intelligence of Pokemon. It was already quite late. Xinghe had work to attend to the next day, so his nighttime conversation with Mimikyu came to an end. Mimikyu took residence in the small bedroom downstairs. She fondly appreciated the cozy atmosphere of that room, finding Xinghe's luxurious bedroom upstairs a bit too opulent and overwhelming. That night, lying in bed, Xinghe still felt a ripple of excitement. Today he had obtained his first Pokemon, the very dream he had cherished since childhood in his past life. Unexpectedly, in another world unrelated to Pokemon, that dream had come true. Tossing and turning without sleep, and it being past midnight, Xinghe proceeded with his daily gacha pull. Today's Gacha Machine Pool World: Harry Potter. Oh, a magical world. Xinghe rubbed his hands together with anticipation, hoping to draw some wonderful items or spells, such as an invisibility, cloak, a wand, the Cruciatus curse, and so on. This was a doomsday world, not the magical realm of Harry Potter. Even curse spells held significant value here. Today's pull was once again a rare grade gacha prize. Upon opening it, none of Xinghe's hoped-for items appeared. Instead, he received a packet of seeds. White Bryony seeds. Category: Herbal Medicine. Quality: Rare. Effect: White Bryony possesses considerable healing properties, especially effective for external wounds. Description: An indispensable ingredient in healing potions within the magical world. Effective and affordable. Xinghe looked at the packet of seeds in his hand with some delight. Now he had a source for replicating the elixir of life. Furthermore, White Bryony's healing effects were excellent. Xinghe recalled that in the novels, many external wounds healed rapidly after applying White Bryony essence. Of course, White Bryony essence was a potion, while White Bryony itself was merely an ingredient. There would certainly be differences. Without delay, Xinghe headed straight to the basement farm, sowed the White Bryony seeds, and instructed the robots to prioritize tending to the White Bryony and several other rare-grade herbs. He also needed to collect herb recipes as soon as possible and upgrade his herbal cauldron. Currently, there had been no progress on his herb recipes, so he could only hope to continue acquiring them. I think I'm doomed. I'm still at a level 1 shelter. Are you serious? How have you survived until now? Then just wait for death. Then just wait for death. Xinghe was somewhat speechless. For someone to actually survive until now relying on a level 1 shelter, was this a genius in another sense? I don't want to die. I'll trade this recipe for these materials. I want to upgrade to level 2. Save me, the outside has turned completely red and I can't gather any basic materials. Xinghe tapped to open it, but unfortunately it was not the herbal recipe he needed, but rather a recipe for a rare grade weapon. After a moment, the person stopped sending messages, as someone had likely already contacted him. Hopefully he will survive. Perhaps because it was the final day of the first disaster cycle, the World Channel was exceptionally active. Xinghe had no intention of going out. He simply browsed the World Channel while searching for any herbal recipes. The items listed today were also unusually abundant. Everyone was desperately putting up things they didn't need to exchange for survival resources. After sorting through them for a long time, Xinghe managed to fill the gaps in his common grade herbal recipes. They were very basic types of medicine, 1 cough remedy and 1 digestive aid, better than nothing. Today's Gasapon was also of common grade, and it came from a world Xinghe would never have expected, the Little Mole. To be honest, seeing that little mole filled Xinghe with a touch of nostalgia and a hint of helplessness. He never expected to see his favorite childhood cartoon from his past life here, and he felt that this world setting was highly unlikely to yield anything he wanted. So when he saw the Gasapon was a white common grade item, a rarity lately, his heart barely registered a flutter. However, this item was indeed quite interesting. Forest record. Category: Daily item. Quality: Common. Description: A record crafted through mystical means, collecting the most beautiful sounds of the forest. Anyone who hears it will find their mood improved. Looking at this palm-sized record, Xinghe casually placed it into the sound engine. After all, the core function of the sound engine was just a music player, and it specifically played vinyl records. As the sound engine started up, a cheerful melody filled the air, lifting Xinghe's spirits significantly. Furthermore, due to the special effects of the sound engine, this record actually yielded a minor bonus effect. It could reduce the hostility of forest animals toward the shelter. This effect might have been highly useful on the first day, but by now with the outside world completely turned red, it was practically useless. Xinghe left the record inside the sound engine. Fortunately, the device could be paused remotely, otherwise playing music all day long would be far too conspicuous. Poking his head out, he saw that the world outside was almost entirely crimson, as if covered by a red filter. Only the area within the shelter's protective barrier maintained its normal appearance. Along the edge of the barrier, the corpses of bloodthirsty moths lay scattered everywhere. These creatures were among the monsters most severely affected by the red moon, having almost entirely lost their sanity. Xinghe's barrier attracted them like a bug zapper. After decomposing the corpses, Xinghe noticed some small animals still lingering in the surrounding woods. The moment his barrier was deactivated, they rushed inside like mad, completely unstoppable. Fortunately, they were all small animals, at most the size of a river deer. Wait, when did that bear get here? What's wrong with you? Don't you have a cave? The cave is ruined. I was exposed to the moonlight yesterday. Save me, please. Watching a massive bear over 2 meters tall bow with its paws clasped in front of him, Xinghe fell silent. He fired 2 purification rounds to treat its condition and decided to let it stay. No attacking without permission, behave yourself. Also, you'll have to go hungry for a bit. I don't have that much food. I have some in my cave, but I couldn't bring it. Hearing that the bear had its own stash, Xinghe grabbed a few backpacks, removed the saddle from Duanya, and fitted it onto the bear. Duanya was growing smaller and smaller. Now, when Xinghe sat on it, his feet actually touched the ground. Fortunately, the brown bear's size did not exceed the large category, so the saddle could still be used to ride it. Xinghe instructed the Shibuduo doll to guard the house, especially to keep an eye on Duanya. That fellow loved to run around. While the past couple of days had been fine, today was the final day, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Despite looking too plump to move easily, the brown bear was actually very fast, even outstripping Duanya's normal speed. It didn't take long for them to locate the collapsed cave. The cave appeared to have collapsed from the inside. Xinghe asked curiously, "Why did your cave collapse from within? Did you get into a fight with someone at home?" "I rolled over, and it shattered." Xinghe was stunned. How could it be perfectly livable normally, yet crumble at a single touch yesterday? He dismounted the bear, picked up some stone fragments, and found that the rocks had turned fragile, crumbling at a mere squeeze. No wonder the cave collapsed just from the brown bear rolling over. Fortunately, because the rocks had weakened, the brown bear's stash was largely unaffected. There were plenty of meat chunks, honey, and even some berries and dried herbs. I recall that bears don't have an instinct to hoard food, do they? The moon turned red. I was very scared that I wouldn't have enough to eat. Xinghe patted the brown bear's head and packed its collection into his bag. There was even a chest, though unfortunately it was just a common wooden one, yielding only 2 feet of cloth and a hemp rope. Was this meant for him to hang himself? Xinghe looked at the knotted rope, somewhat speechless. Upon returning to the shelter, Xinghe found even more small animals gathered there, including a few he had seen last time. He made it clear to them that he would not provide food, offering them at most a bit of protection. Yet the animals still lingered, unwilling to leave, and even did their best to pay Xinghe a protection fee. I've turned into a Disney princess. Looking at the massive crowd of various animals outside, Xinghe laughed self-mockingly. On the World Channel, many others were posting similar photos, especially in the forest regions. Animals that still retained their sanity would linger around the shelter areas. These fellows seem pretty silly. I've gathered nearly 10 units of meat today. The shelter seems to have a certain suppressing effect on the red moon's influence, so animals instinctively seek refuge there. Why isn't there any here? You're on a beach. Do you expect fish to crawl ashore to seek refuge with you? In private messages, Fan Jin's side was nearly overwhelmed by rats. Fortunately, his shelter was relatively concealed, so fewer of the crazed refugees managed to locate it. On the World Channel, there was someone whose shelter was in a supermarket. The outside was now swarming with refugees, looking just like a zombie movie. I'm about to break down. My neighbor started digging a hole recently, and I feel like the wall of my shelter is about to be breached. Qin Lu lived closest to the monsters among Xinghe's friends. Moreover, the giant birds were nearly all of rare grade upon reaching adulthood, with the powerful ones being of scarce grade. Although they weren't as severely affected by the red moon as ordinary creatures, they had no roofs. Being shone upon every night made sleep impossible, and some of the chicks had already undergone crimson mutation. Out of desperation, the giant birds also began building shelters to block the moonlight, and started digging caves into the cliffside to transfer most of the chicks and eggs inside. The lightning bird hadn't visited lately either, its current refuge unknown. Qin Lu's shelter was now level 3, and its protective effect was quite noticeable. The giant birds were happy to dig their caves right next to her entrance, becoming full-fledged neighbors. Cthulhu was in a similar situation to Xinghe, having basically cleared out the surrounding area. Furthermore, there weren't many creatures in the Gobi salt mine save for a portion of migrating lizard men who had mostly gone mad. As for Maguzai, who was still underground, he seemed to have acquired some items and recruited a group of cavemen as followers to grow mushrooms for him, making him the one living the most comfortable life. At midnight, no one slept. Everyone was waiting for the system to end the first disaster cycle. Although the impact of the Red Moon was immense, the casualty rate was not actually very high. After stabilizing for a few days, most people with combat capabilities managed to survive. Furthermore, due to the monster riots, they had harvested even more food. During the latter half of the first disaster cycle, because meat was difficult to store, its price dropped significantly, and almost everyone had stockpiled a large quantity of it. But everyone knew that the first disaster had essentially destroyed this world's ecology, so obtaining food in the second cycle would become extremely difficult. Congratulations to everyone on successfully surviving the first disaster cycle. This world is about to usher in the second cycle of world-class disasters. After the 4 cycles, end-world fusion will begin. Before then, please increase your strength as much as possible. The second disaster cycle is scarlet rot, lasting for 10 days. The entire world has been infected by the crimson. The land, plants, and animals have all become servants of the crimson. Please strive to survive, and do not let the crimson rot corrupt you. During the scarlet rot, the frequency of monster attacks will increase, and resource harvesting from the outside world will drop to essentially 0. After the second disaster cycle ends, the survivors of this cycle will receive points based on their performance, which can be used to purchase items in the points shop once the cycle concludes. The rankings for the survivors of the first cycle have concluded. All survivors will receive a base of 200 points. Rankings 110 will receive an additional 200 points, 11100 will receive an additional 100 points, 101, 1000 will receive an additional 300 points. Those ranked below 100 will receive no additional points. The points shop is now open and will close in 6 hours. After the shop closes, and used points will be converted to disaster coins at a 1:1 ratio. Xinghe, your ranking is 9. Base points 200, bonus points 2000, personal points 2344, totaling 4544 points. The top 1000 rankings are visible to everyone. First place is indeed Xinghe. Among Xinghe's friends, only he and Cthulhu made it into the top 10. Cthulhu was ranked 8th with over 50 more points than Xinghe. Fan Jin and Qin Lu both made it into the top 100, while Maguzai was not even within the top 1000. Xinghe had no time to chat with his friends. Instead, he instantly opened the points shop to quickly sweep up the goods. At the points shop, the highest tier items available were only rare grade, with all rare items being limited quantities. Many had only 1 in stock. Xinghe quickly snatched 2 of the single rare grade items and selected 3 additional rare grade items with larger quantities, spending 300 points in total. With his remaining points, he purchased various materials and tools based on the rare grade recipes and blueprints he had acquired. Fortunately, these items were plentiful and did not require any competition. While Xinghe was shopping, Xinghe from the Human Alliance was calling over his teammates. Among the rare grade items was one that, while not unique, proved essential for team coordination: the Team Assembly Token. Team Assembly Token. Category: consumable. Quality: rare. Effect: transport shelters with up to 15 occupants within 1 kilometer of the token user. Special shelters will be relocated through appropriate means. Description: unity is strength. Every organized team rushed to claim this item, but Xinghe acted swiftly and secured one. Now he could summon his trusted allies from the Human Alliance, not concerned with their talents, only whether they would cause friction or drag him down. The item cost 1500 points, but Xinghe deemed it worthwhile. His first place ranking was achieved through everyone's help, which meant several people had not even cracked the top 1000. Other teams also fought over this item, though some failed to secure it. Damn it, Brotherhood. How did we miss out on even one? What are you people good for? A wiry man with long hair cursed loudly, but he was alone and no one heard him. The Brotherhood, having jumped the most in the channel, saw Xiao Tongtian reach 4th place through his followers' support. He was not naive enough to bring everyone, but he had not expected to fail grabbing even a single assembly token. Helplessly, he turned his attention to another rare grade item, a teleportation array, but by the time he moved to purchase it, it was already gone. Fuck. What kind of reflexes do these people have? Boss, I got that teleportation array. Should I use it? What the hell, this kid actually grabbed it. Xiao Tongtian checked his private message. This young man had joined recently. He was the one with only a level 1 shelter. Thanks to a fortunate encounter, he had not made it into the top 1000, but he still had some points. Since Xiao Tongtian had helped him out, he had used all his points to trade for the teleportation array. Nice work, Xiao Qi. From now on, you're my right hand. Roger that, boss. Thanks for the heads up, I bought it. While Xinghe was shopping, Fan Jin sent him a message asking about the requirements for upgrading to a level 5 shelter. Xinghe shared the conditions, and it seemed this time around the kid's shelter would reach level 4. I'll convert the remaining 126 points into disaster coins. Xinghe muttered to himself. He had already finished his part in the survival challenge. Since he had no intention of forming an organization, he had not bothered competing for the items that others clearly needed, but he had picked up quite a few useful things instead. I've got a teleportation array here. Want me to open a portal for you when the time comes? Sure, that works for me. Iron Skull had actually bought a teleportation array. It seemed she planned to gather a few people to watch out for each other, even if she was not building a full organization. That made sense. Team strength always outweighed individual power. Who else did you send it to? Qin Lu, Fan Jin, and a friend of mine. There's one extra slot. Any recommendations? Xinghe thought for a moment before recommending Mushroom Kid. Alright, no problem. I'll go talk to this guy. Iron Skull trusted Xinghe quite a bit, though he was not sure why. Either way, it did not matter. Teleportation required mutual consent, so there was no risk of being invaded. After finishing his shopping, Xinghe set up everything he had purchased. The first rare grade item was a rare grade energy core. Weather bottle. Category energy core. Quality rare. Effect can simulate 5 weather phenomena within the range of the energy core. These include thunderstorms, gale force winds, clear skies, heavy rain, and snow. Description: a magical bottle containing what appears to be a fragment of the sky itself. Xinghe temporarily swapped out the electromagnetic storm 3 and the outer barrier shifted from its crackling arc appearance to a sky blue bubble formation. While it looked considerably more fragile, the panel showed the barrier's strength had actually increased. He could also simulate these 5 weather variations within the energy shield, so he converted it to a thunderstorm state. Golden arcs wrapped around the energy barrier, producing results nearly identical to the electromagnetic storm 3. The electromagnetic storm 3 remained unequipped by Xinghe, instead serving as an energy core placed inside the shelter to power his appliances. The other 2 unique rare grade items included 1 blueprint and 1 special equipment piece. Constant temperature protection. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements: 5 units of protective gel, 20 m of corrosion-resistant metal piping, 10 m of ceramic piping, 10 units of insulation, cotton, 5 waterproof blankets, 1 thermometer, 1 hygrometer, 5 valves. Effect: maintains stable internal temperature in the shelter, resistant to external environmental fluctuations. Description: with this, your home will never get cold, nor will it get too hot. These materials were actually quite easy to find, though the blueprint required certain modification fundamentals, which Xinghe fortunately possessed, so he proceeded directly with the conversion. Dusky mask. Category mask. Quality rare. Effect: grants immunity to mental control effects below rare grade upon wearing, moderately enhances mental activity. Skill: mental acceleration for 30 seconds after activation. Your thinking becomes extremely sharp, briefly entering bullet time. Description: do not overuse this. Careful not to cook your brain. The mask featured a simple design. A white oval covering the entire face, but without openings for eyes or mouth, emitting a faint rainbow-like glow. Xinghe tried it on and discovered he could still see his surroundings despite lacking eye holes, though he had no idea what kind of technology enabled this. Xinghe valued this mask not merely for its so-called bullet time effect, but for the mental activity enhancement. It helped him suddenly grasp numerous magical concepts. However, wearing it for too long made him feel dizzy, so he removed the mask. He would save it for future study sessions and experiments instead. Among the 3 non-unique rare grade items, 1 also included a blueprint. Magical surveillance system. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements: 4 resonance crystals, 1 unit of spell ash, 10 conductive silk threads, 1 control crystal orb for mage eyes. Effect: establishes a 24-hour continuous monitoring feedback system with automatic warning functionality. Description: with this device you can monitor your surroundings at all times, though try not to become a voyeur. This upgrade presented some difficulty as Xinghe could only acquire resonance crystals and conductive silk threads. The crystal orbs, mage eyes, and spell ash were unavailable at the point shop. He would have to set this blueprint aside for now and see if he could establish it later. The remaining 2 rare grade items were a skill synthesis stone, which functions similarly to equipment synthesis stones by allowing 3 rare grade skills to be combined into a single rare grade skill. However, skills like detection and dismantling could not be used, leaving Xinghe without suitable candidates among his current abilities. The other was a magic conversion stone capable of transforming non-magical modifications, equipment, or items into magical equivalents while maintaining their original quality tier up to rare grade at maximum. Xinghe had initially planned to reserve this opportunity for a blueprint, but the rare grade modification projects he currently held were all magic-oriented, making it less worthwhile. He decided to keep it for later consideration. The rare items also included 2 blueprints. Air and water circulation system. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements: 50 m water pipes, 1 DC fan, 5 batteries, 5 water tanks, 10 small energy crystals. Effect: establishes a comprehensive air and water circulation system capable of water recycling. Description: with this installed, your shelter need never worry about poisoning again. Underground farm. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements: 5 grow lights, 10 farmland plots, 10 hydroponic tanks, 10 L nutrient solution, air and water circulation system. Effect: further accelerates plant growth. Description: I'm playing Stardew Valley at home. These 2 modifications were quite straightforward. The first was essentially an enhanced version of the ventilation system, and Xinghe did not even need all these materials. He could simply build upon his existing ventilation setup. The underground farm followed the same logic, replacing grow lights with sun mushrooms, sourcing hydroponic tanks from common grade items, and preparing the nutrient solution using a purchased recipe, which was not particularly difficult. Compared to Xinghe's self-built farm, this underground farm modification created a more stable internal cycle and significantly accelerated plant growth rates, even extending to rare grade varieties. Additionally, Xinghe purchased a high-tech protective suit at considerable cost, offering blunt force impact reduction, cut resistance, thermal insulation, and comfortable wear. He also acquired a rare-grade gas mask that provided underwater breathing capabilities. For his herb cauldron upgrade, he obtained a formula for a memory potion that temporarily enhances recall when consumed. Among the common grade items alongside materials, supplementary vegetables and fruits and livestock, there was also a new crafting table. Material refinement table. Category, crafting table. Quality common. Effect, use this table to refine and purify your materials. Common grade only. Description, your materials are not pure enough. Since future crafting of items, herbs, and even food would require more refined materials, Xinghe hesitated briefly before deciding to purchase it. What met Xinghe's eyes was not as he had imagined, Hui leading a few wolves to guard the Wolf King. Instead, alongside the Wolf King there stood a deer, a snake, a leopard, a wild ox, and even a bear. The outcome of his first gacha pull in the second round left Xinghe in a brief contemplative silence. Blood administration set. Category, consumable. Quality, rare. Effect, collects the blood of special organisms. Once purified, it can be injected to cure diseases, though it will affect your mental state. Description, I wager you would rather not know the consequences of using this too often. An item from Bloodborne. That dreadful, despair-inducing tale. Xinghe stared at the blood administration set in his hands before temporarily putting the bulky package away, planning to show it to Adino tomorrow. He had no intention of undergoing blood administration. He knew all too well that the so-called special organisms were in truth the great ones. It suddenly occurred to Xinghe that although his talent gacha seemed to draw from random worlds, it often exhibited a certain bias based on his current circumstances. For instance, during the latter half of the first round, he frequently obtained items geared toward healing and purification. Even that vinyl record possessed the subtle effect of easing his mental strain. Thus, receiving this item now suggested he would likely have need of it soon. He looked up at the increasingly crimson moon outside. Recalling his nightmare from that night, he let out a long, slow sigh. He shook his head. Speculation was useless, and he would find out tomorrow anyway. That night, Xinghe lay in bed staring at the blood moon outside his window, unable to sleep. These brief, 20 days of survival felt far more exhausting than his 2 lifetimes combined. If he wasn't gathering resources, he was desperately leveling up, fighting monsters, and trying not to be driven mad by the exposure to the crimson moon. Anxiety gnawed at him. If his underlying suspicion truly materialized, would he even survive the second round of disasters? He had previously consoled himself with the thought that the apocalyptic world wouldn't escalate the disaster to the point of absolute extinction. Yet upon deeper reflection, the system had never made such a promise. It was highly probable that many previous survivors had been wiped out entirely, never even making it to the next stage. Amidst these chaotic thoughts, Xinghe drifted into a fitful slumber. The next morning he was jolted awake by the harsh crackle of electrical currents. Why is this protective shield so much louder than the previous one? Xinghe got out of bed and glanced outside, only to find that the sky still seemed dark. Perplexed, he walked out into the courtyard, only to discover that the entire protective shield was virtually coated in crimson flesh. A bizarre, pungent odor saturated the air surrounding the shelter, though he hadn't noticed it earlier due to the indoor air purification system. The animals huddled in fear against the base of the shelter's walls, not daring to get too close, lest they be shocked by the electrified barrier. Xinghe switched the shield's mode from lightning to heavy rain. Instantly, the barrier transformed into a fluid, cascading sheet of water flowing continuously, like rain washing over a glass dome. It seemed that no matter what kind of creature it once was, upon reaching this stage, they all homogenized into the exact same substance. Xinghe stood in place, hesitating whether he should venture into the forest to explore and gather more scarlet rot samples for testing. Just then a bizarre howling echoed from the depths of the forest. Xinghe looked up and cast an appraisal skill toward the distance. Scarlet Rot Wolf. Category, Demon Beast. Quality, rare. Mind 0. Constitution. Charisma 1. Talent, Flesh Mass, no fatal weaknesses. Skills, Bite, Bloody Intrusion. This spared Xinghe from having to decide whether to go out. However, he couldn't help but wonder how this lump of scarlet rot, which barely maintained the shape of a wolf, managed to score a single point in charisma. He tossed a swift thunderbomb to test the waters. With a loud bang, the wolf-like beast's head blew apart, yet it was far from defeated. Shaking itself off, it lunged forward once more. Fortunately, contrary to his fears, the bizarre wolf did not rapidly regenerate its head like a flowing liquid. It simply refused to die. After 2 more swift thunderbombs, the wolf was finally blown to pieces. Although the scattered chunks of flesh were still writhing, its threat level had been drastically reduced. Xinghe gathered some of the tissue samples along with specimens from the surrounding flora and rocks before reactivating the protective shield and returning to the shelter. Inside the shelter, Adino was studying how to operate the analyzer. Xinghe handed over the 3 samples. These 3 samples are from an animal, a plant, and inorganic matter. Let's run them and see if there are any differences. Upon seeing the samples, Adino's brow furrowed deeply. Naturally sensitive to scents and sounds, she found these specimens deeply unsettling. Adino. These things sound like they are wailing in agony. Xinghe sighed and shook his head helplessly. There's nothing we can do. We can't stop it, so let's just focus on surviving first. Her spirits dampened. Adino folded her large ears back to block out the wails of the specimens before placing them into the analyzer. I hope analyzing these things won't contaminate my analyzer. It is a rare-grade piece of furniture after all, Xinghe muttered to himself. 10 minutes later the machine spat out 3 reports. Xinghe opened them only to find that despite their different origins the results for all 3 samples were identical. Since the analyzer's database lacked relevant data, it could only outline certain properties such as high activity and extreme corrosiveness. After reviewing the reports, Xinghe posted them to the World Channel. He then reflexively cast 3 purification bombs on the analyzer. Although there was no visible change, the Purification Bomb Mastery 1 notification made him realize that these samples truly possessed the capacity to corrode his equipment. I gathered samples from a wolf, a tree, and a rock, and the results are identical. This scarlet rot is homogenizing everything in this world into the same substance. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken so loudly the other day. Today my skeletons have turned completely red and my farm is doomed as well. Image. The necromancer who had doubted Xinghe just days ago posted the latest photos of his skeletons. Although they barely retained their skeletal forms, they had transformed from bone into raw flesh. In another photo of a severed skeleton, the cross-section revealed no bone at all, only this writhing crimson flesh. My zombies are the same way. Our lives are so miserable. Don't worry, our Brotherhood Alliance has already linked the shelters of several brothers. We can journey together from now on. A little scarlet rot is nothing to fear. You didn't even manage to snag an assembly order, yet here you are bragging. Why not join our Salvation sect instead? The shelters of our 15 followers have already merged to form the Holy See. Join us now, and you can even receive some potatoes. Brain-dead cultists talking nonsense. You walnut brain thugs, if you're weak, just practice more. The Human Coalition has established a safe zone at coordinates XXXX. Any survivors nearby who are struggling to hold on can make their way there. The Coalition will provide some assistance. Salvation Sect coordinates XXXX. Fellow believers are welcome. Vanguard Think Tank coordinates XXXX. Like-minded individuals are welcome. Iron Rule Foundation coordinates XXXX. Like-minded individuals are welcome. Damn those bastards. I swear to God. Just because I didn't snag the assembly order, they start poaching my people. Don't be angry, boss. We have teleportation arrays now, so it's basically the same. There isn't much difference between 5 people and 15. Like hell there isn't. Don't be angry, boss. We have teleportation arrays now, so it's basically the same. There isn't much difference between 5 people and 15. Like hell there isn't. Xiao Tontian backhanded his lackey across the face. This isn't about the numbers. It's about them being able to link their shelters while we can only communicate person to person. The struck lackey dared not utter a word, though a glint of venomous resentment flashed in his eyes. Xiao Tontian noticed it, but brushed it aside, firmly believing that as long as he remained the strongest, those beneath him would never dare to rebel. Forget it. This round is just like the last. We'll use the teleportation arrays to rack up points quickly, and then we'll seize one next time. I refuse to believe I can't rise to the top. Meanwhile, Xinghe watched the various organizations suddenly broadcasting their advertisements. Losing interest in the conversation, he went out to gather more samples intent on testing them with the blood ministration set to see if it would work. Regrettably, the blood ministration set showed no reaction whatsoever, merely leaving the sample clump squeezed into a messy pulp. Xinghe cast a flame arrow to incinerate the remains, contemplating whether he should venture further out to survey the situation. Brother, get ready to receive the portal. Find a spot to place it in a bit. Xinghe opened his private chat panel and found that Cthulhu had already sent over the portal subgate, even thoughtfully covering the shipping fee. Where on earth did this guy get so many disaster coins? Then Xinghe had set up the teleportation gated in hall. In the group chat, Tai Lu said, "Everyone VE all laid down your teleport right. Let's find a time to meet up and go explore together." Royal Pest, now that Sister Tai Lu is down this thing, can actually pull in a group chat. So convenient. Additionally, this place isn't suitable for me. The sewer is barely holding, but it's already swarmed with rats, and it feels like a meat mountain. Tai Lu, I have some trouble on my end as well. The desert and rocks of the Gobi have turned crimson and corrupted. Outside my place now is a sea of crimson corruption, making every step laborious. Qin Lu, don't remind us, everyone. Although I've managed to barely preserve the cliff wall, some giant birds are badly corrupted, and even the sane ones are frantically digging holes beside my shelter. I'm about to crack. Tai Lu, it's fine, I wasn't planning to go to your place anyway. We won't fly. Moguzai, I can still move normally, but the crimson corruption underground differs from above. The inorganic matter is less corrupted. The monsters are heavily affected, almost like a siege of the undead, and several of my cave dwellers have already died. Tai Lu, Xinghe, speak up. What about your side? Xinghe carefully assessed his surroundings again and sent a few more photos. Xinghe, it's barely feasible to venture out for exploration. Perhaps the trees are shielding us. Although the soil and rocks have reddened, we can still walk, not yet to the level of the sea of corruption, Tai Lu mentioned. Tai Lu, then it's settled. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Meet at Xinghe's place. Oh, I will have the teleportation gate ready. Royal Pest, copy that. Qin Lu, got it. Mogu's I got it. Xinghe no problem. Everyone remembered to prepare gas masks and protective clothing. Although he didn't know why they had gathered at his home by chance, Xinghe did not refuse. Looking at the strange landscapes and monsters around them, the forest region managed to retain a semblance of order, which was certainly not bad. Perhaps due to her personality, Tai Lu carries a commanding presence among the group. Her words carry a natural authority that compels agreement, and she exhibits a stronger sense of teamwork than Xinghe. Although this circle was started by Xinghe simply for easier trading, he hadn't expected it would actually form a small team. Since tomorrow they'd go exploring, there was more to prepare today. Xinghe opened the cookbook and began choosing the meals to treat everyone tomorrow. Even though they were in a perilous end-times environment, Xinghe still insisted on eating well, for without it, he felt he had little reason to go on. Stir-fried chicken, fish, soup, mushroom sandwiches, meat and egg custard, and stir-fried vegetables. For drinks, lemon berry juice. These are all ordinary grade foods, so stocks are abundant. They don't do much, but the flavors are among the best of the recipes Xinghe has recently tried. With the underground farm and a simple breeding ground, Xinghe's cookbook has expanded greatly, but unfortunately rare ingredients are too scarce. The most meat still comes from the big rat kept in the ceiling card. Not that Xinghe didn't want to unlock it, but that big half rat is hard to process. The head is too large to fashion into a wand, and the tower shield still needs work. Besides planning the meals, Xinghe prepared some odd foods, such as nutrient liquid. Category food. Quality rare. Shelf life, 3 days at room temperature. Effects for constitution under 10, 500 milliliters satisfies a day's energy. For 10-21 L, above 20, it is ineffective. Note tasty, albeit a bit odd. Give it a try. Well, the system says it's tasty, so it must be delicious. If Xinghe hadn't asked Duanya to try it, and Duanya had spit it out, he would surely try it himself. Still, as an outdoor survival ration, the nutrient liquid is indeed good. It's just unpleasant to drink, but far better than dying. Xinghe hadn't prepared any potions from his herb desk. The most useful for exploration is a life water replica, but the 3 main ingredients are still growing, so he must wait 1 or 2 days to harvest. Even with the farm's acceleration, otherwise his crude patch would require about 4 more days to brew the potion. In addition, Xinghe used gathered parchment to craft 20 magic scrolls for contingencies. They are not damage spells, but awakening and purification bolts. Because purification bolt has no damage tier, even rare spells can be stored, but it now requires 2 energy crystals to craft. Of course, Xinghe won't miss the chance to break even. When distributing tomorrow, he would charge at cost. 14 awakening spells and 6 purification bolts. If his own team can't use them all, they could be sold. If it weren't for the fact that magic scrolls require him to copy them by hand, Xinghe would definitely AFK, crafting a large batch to sell. While Xinghe was busy, Duanya chatted with Nearly Doll in the room. The broom god wouldn't speak, and the animals weren't very bright. His good friend, Hui, had lately fallen into grief and couldn't pull himself out. Only Nearly Doll could chat with him. Nearly Doll enjoyed talking with Duanya, but she found the little pig very cute, somewhat like the warm pig she had treated before. What does the warm pig look like? Is it like Hui? Doll, not exactly, but it's lying on the ground like you, but after evolution it can stand up and become stronger. What is evolution? Doll, I can't explain it clearly, but after evolution it will change in appearance and power. Pokemon are like that. Will you evolve too? Doll, I don't have an evolving form, but I hear I can evolve using items too. I will become different, but when the time comes I will revert. Can I evolve with items? Doll, I don't know, you should ask Xinghe. While Xinghe was busy printing scrolls, Duanya walked to his side, eyes wide, with pretend curiosity, and used animal communication on himself. For you busy? Do you need my help? Xinghe looked at the probing Duanya with a sigh, prompting him to speak plainly. Within this shelter, he was the only one who could talk. Where did Duanya learn such greetings and probing words? Can I evolve? Nearly Doll says they all can. Using items to evolve is also possible. Duanya's words reminded Xinghe that when he first agreed to work with this wild boar, even adopting him, he valued the boar as a powerful beast with intelligence that could aid him in combat. But who would have thought that Duanya would really progress toward intellect, his intelligence rising as his body grew smaller, and in battle he no longer offered much help to Xinghe. Perhaps it's better to find a way for Duanya to apply his wisdom, and see if he can stand and help with tasks. It's not impossible, but it depends on the opportunity. I currently have no means. If we survive, I will surely let you evolve. Xinghe's words made Duanya very happy. He wriggled his hips and pushed open the basement door, heading off to find Hui. Lately the broom god has also been frequenting the basement. Besides the many places that need cleaning, it is also to accompany with the little beetle. This beetle is the most active in the entire armored beetle family. The others, including the great beetle, sleep most of the time. Xinghe didn't want to disturb them. After all, the great beetle occasionally spits out a large chunk of magical iron to pay rent. Now he no longer treats the armored beetle clan as combat units. They are production units. Having prepared for tomorrow, Xinghe saw the rising crimson moon again and planned to rest. Lying in bed, he watched the crimson moon and grew to think it was not a moon at all, but an eyeball. The strange spots and the halo around it seemed to form a giant eye. Xinghe stood, drew the curtain, and drifted into a deep sleep, his mind tense and uneasy. Xinghe rose very early, As his spiritual attribute rose, his sleep time shortened considerably. His spiritual power had reached 9, and he felt that in a day or two he would break through to 10, and his rating would become rare. With that, the cap on the gacha would rise from rare to exquisite treasure. Although the odds might not be large, obtaining an exquisite treasure item would be a tremendous help to him. Unfortunately, the gacha coins cannot be stored yet, otherwise he would stockpile them and spin eagerly whenever a powerful world appeared. Today's prize: World Plastic Surgery Serum. What is this thing? Xinghe felt somewhat at a loss. He truly had no impression of the name. After recalling carefully, he remembered it seemed to be a horror manga in which something called a plastic surgery serum could liquefy human flesh and then reshape it. With heavy doubt, Xinghe twisted the gacha. Plastic surgery serum formula. Category: potion recipe. Quality: rare. Requirements: 1 unit cellular regeneration biomass, 1 unit bone structure remodeling agent, 1 unit dermis and soft tissue regeneration gel, 1 unit nerve vascular adaptation, and system integration, liquid 5L water. Effect: after use the body can be reshaped in a short time, altering the body form, but not its essential attributes. For example, ordinary flesh remains ordinary flesh after multiple reshapes. Applicable to rare class and below life forms, or death flesh of exquisite class and below. Notes: I advise you not to use this. Maintain reverence for life. Xinghe stared blankly at the formula in his hands. Was this directly revealing the core thing of the world's design? But he had nothing to use it for. Not to mention materials were hard to find, and the crafting table's requirements were beyond reach. The herbal cauldron could not produce such high-tech goods. Either Xinghe finds a way to magically modify this item, or he abandons the recipe to trade later. After a moment of thought, Xinghe pulled out a magic modification stone. The biggest flaw of this item is that it cannot change the item's grade, and from the look of the point shop, it would appear again later. Rather than waiting for later, he decided to use it now. Having made up his mind, Xinghe did not hesitate. Moments later, the plastic surgery serum formula transformed as follows: plastic surgery serum formula, magic. Category: potion recipe. Quality: rare. Requirements: Rongu Chao essence 1, blood flesh essence 2, bone set with essence 1, a rare tier, healing potion 10 milliliters, a water 5L. Effect: after use the body can be reshaped in a short time. Death flesh. Notes: a wondrous magical potion concealing great risk. The function remained the same, only the materials changed, and it could be loaded into the herbal cauldron. Even if not used right away, at least it could serve as an advanced material for the cauldron. Unfortunately, the next tier of the herbal cauldron not only requires a recipe, but also the addition of various magical materials. Upgrading with a cooking pot and a recipe would be simpler and more convenient. Before Xinghe could search the trade channel to see if materials could be found, the portal in the corner had already begun buzzing. Xinghe stepped forward, and after agreeing one by one, everyone arrived at his shelter. He commented that the place was pretty impressive and the shelter was enormous. Indeed, Xinghe, your stairs and walls even feature relief decorations. Such a grand household. Are we survivors on a vacation here? Xinghe, go, may I see your breeding farm? Xinghe replied calmly and asked them to stand in place and wait for his arrangements. Your cleaning job is better than mine, definitely more comfortable. Several of them spoke in turn, which left Xinghe a bit dizzy. Tai Lu and Fan Jin he had met before and recognized at a glance. Qin Lu was a slim girl, not tall, with a sharp short haircut. Her hair was even shorter than Tai Lu's. Moguzai surprised Xinghe. This guy was tall and robust, his skin pale, but not smooth, rather rough with broad knuckle joints. Alright everyone, let's have a bite. First, the tour can wait. Shibudo Wawa, please help with the dishes. Wawa. Xinghe invited everyone to sit in the dining hall. He joined 2 square tables into 1 large table. The stools were hastily made yesterday, and his ordinary grade furniture had been somewhat altered, no longer perfectly straight, but carrying some exotic decorative flair. Shibudo Wawa's appearance also surprised everyone. Although the World Channel has many survivors with followers and Moguzai himself keeps a dozen cave dwellers to work for him, such a cute and pretty little helper is indeed rare. Boss, your follower is beautiful. Ooh, does it have any special traits? Shibudo Wawa can heal and assist in combat, and is very intelligent and cunning. My medical room is currently run by her. Xinghe helped Wawa place the dishes and replied, do you also have a healing room? I envy you. My cave is already swarmed by bird nests around it. Expanding would be difficult. Doesn't the shelter upgrade that area? Don't you have it? Xinghe asked curiously. There is, but due to geographic constraints my area increases only slightly. Still, there's an extra reward. My shelter is more concealed and sturdier, naturally possessing rare class walls that don't need modification. Damn, Qin Lu, your modification smells amazing. I want it too. My walls are still at rare. Fan Jin and Qin Lu's attention mostly focused on Shibudo Wawa and Xinghe's shelter, while Tai Lu and Moguzai focused on the food. Tai Lu said nothing and ate head down, or it seemed there wasn't much good food in his own area. Moguzai did the same, though he seemed to be analyzing the ingredients even as he ate. Xinghe, go, I'm really tired of eating mushrooms, but why does your mushroom dish smell so good? How is it made? Xinghe pointed to the kitchen pot and sighed, saying he didn't know how the cooking table worked. Moguzai lowered his head a little sadly, then ate even faster. Thanks, Shibudo Wawa, please sit and eat with us. Wawa. Lately, Xinghe has been dining with Wawa. This fellow quickly learned to use chopsticks and now handles them with surprising skill. The dining table was not just about eating, they also shared their abilities. Fan Jin continued to pursue a fusion of technology and magic. His scouting ability was strong with solid long-range support. He also revealed his talent stealth. When he stops or moves slowly, he is less easily noticed. Unfortunately, outside there are so many mice that hiding is impossible. They can find me anyway, Fan Jin muttered, tearing into a drumstick with a little resignation. Hearing Fan Jin reveal his gift, everyone learned a little more about each other. Annoying as he is, I'll say this too, my talent is avian affinity. I can keep a good rapport with birds, but those giant birds don't seem to like me much either. They still peck at me. Although everyone already knows Fan Jin's real name, they still call him the annoying one, perhaps out of habit or simply because he really does talk a lot. Listening to Qin Lu's sigh, Xinghe suddenly understood Qin Lu could live beneath a giant bird's nest and still gather so many materials, all thanks to this talent. My talent is production. It can accelerate the growth of mushrooms, but it doesn't help much in combat. Moguzai admitted softly, though his large frame made the contrast feel odd. Mine is a combat talent. I gain physical toughness defense, and my strength is far greater than others. Tai Lu laughed, though people speculated about her abilities. After all, not many can wield a two-handed sword as a one-handed sword. When it was Xinghe's turn, he thought for a moment, and simply said, my talent lets me obtain an extra item every day, but its grade is low, and its category is random. There are many useless things too. The others nodded thoughtfully, and no one pressed Xinghe about which items he acquires this way. After all, they were all just sticking together for warmth, each keeping certain things to themselves. When everyone had finished exchanging and the meals were nearly done, they tidied up and opened the door to Xinghe's shelter. Boss, you actually keep so many animals. Fan Jin exclaimed in watching the courtyard teeming with creatures and a big brown bear crowding up to Xinghe like a lick spittle. We provide simple shelter, but we do not provide food. Xinghe adjusted his gas mask as he spoke. You even have protective devices at home. Brother Xinghe, you're really impressive. Moguzai reached out to touch the protective shield. Xinghe was cleaning blood and flesh off the shield, otherwise the shield would be cancelled soon. These things would splash everywhere. Alright, get ready. We'll complete the exploration quickly today, then return to the shelter before night. Tai Lu had also put on his gas mask. This gear isn't expensive in theory, every survivor should have one, and with Xinghe's many points, buying a few more might not hurt. The gas mask bore a design closer to those in Avatar Legend, with a transparent visor that could transmit sound, though rather muffled. This time, Xinghe, though wearing a mage robe, bound it firmly to his body with a belt and rope to prevent it from slipping, giving him a rather odd appearance. The others, by contrast, wore ranger outfits much more harmonious than Xinghe's. After leaving Xinghe's shelter and going about 100 meters, the feel of the ground changed from solid to sticky. Like mud. Like a swamp. Like stepping on dog poop. Everyone turned to Moguzai, who smirked a few times then muttered, that's exactly the feeling I get when I till and fertilize the fields. That's a bit too disgusting. Qin Lu sighed. She brushed the ground with her foot to try to remove that repulsive feel, but the more she rubbed, the more disgusting it became. Fortunately, Qin Lu's weight is light. Her footing is barely acceptable, while the heaviest Tai Lu leaves deep footprints with every step, making everyone worry she might be sucked into the ground. The deeper they went into the forest, the stranger the surroundings. The trees had turned red from top to bottom. The sticky masses breathed and moved like living slime. These trees have utterly become crimson corruption, but why do they still resemble trees and leaves? Xinghe observed curiously. Though the forest had become unrecognizable, it retained its former shapes. Leaves, trunks, rocks, and even weeds that strove to maintain their original forms even as they dripped red viscous liquid downward. I don't know, perhaps it's a kind of inertia of life. Moguzai replied, curious, wanting to collect specimens, but Xinghe stopped him. If there's no method to purify, I wouldn't advise collecting this, otherwise your mushroom garden may be ruined. Moguzai looked at the crimson goo on his hand, but ultimately discarded it. The lump was discarded, and soon wriggled, merging with other things, gradually disappearing. Xinghe looked in astonishment at the obsessed Moguzai. How had he not noticed this guy's madness before? That sort of obsession with crimson corruption. Fortunately, this guy still listens to advice, perhaps because the underground conditions can barely be maintained, and he hadn't seen such a form of crimson before. The group pressed deeper, arriving at the edge of the original river. Xinghe silently watched the river that once sustained them, now completely replaced by a red viscous substance, looking as if meat gravy were flowing in the river, with bubbles rising now and then, and even fish poking their heads out of the water. Absurd. These crimson corruptions seemed to be playing a world of their own. Fan Jin's candid assessment had everyone nodding. Wait a moment, let's not move yet. Tai Lu raised her hand, signaling all to pause. She had always led from the front. The opposite side seems to be a humanoid crimson corruption. Tai Lu's words carried rare doubt. She strained to discern that thing nearby, but her probing skill had already failed, and whatever she scanned returned the result, crimson corruption. I can see it too, Master Xinghe. Do you have any local intelligent beings nearby, Xinghe shook his head decisively and answered, no, the only intelligent beings here are goblins, but I won't rule out the possibility that someone moved here from elsewhere, or maybe crimson zombies. According to the current characteristics of crimson corruption, if the humanoid thing used to be a zombie, it would imitate the zombie's decayed limbs and look very gone at least, but that person is intact, even with a blurred coat and a clump of hair. Xinghe was a bit frightened by this sudden strange thing. She clenched her wand tightly, feeling as if she would cast at any moment. Xinghe also saw that the person was not a zombie. It stood about 1.7 meters tall with a healthy build, wearing a uniform-style assault jacket and a backpack on its back. Moreover, this thing was walking toward Xinghe and the others, and even seemed happy as it waved at them. As it waved, everyone felt a chill. Even Tai Lu tightened the grip on her greatsword, legs slightly bent like a lion poised to spring. The humanoid seemed to notice the five's vigilance. It raised a hand to indicate it meant no harm, then a hollow on its face opened and closed as if speaking. This guy is talking. Which of you bosses understands lip reading? I think I do. No, there are no lips to read at all. Qin Lu angrily jabbed Fan Jin with her elbow. Fan Jin grimaced in pain, but his hand still remained on his weapon. Seeing the five make no move, the opposing figure stood still for a long moment, as if pondering something. Xinghe suddenly felt his own idea was absurd, a crimson corruption imitating humans thinking. This is the biggest joke I've heard in 2 lifetimes. But the other was indeed thinking, because after a moment he began writing on the ground. Although the handwriting was crooked, and even lacking proper strokes and logical sentences, the five could barely discern the meaning. I want to eat exchange. What I want to eat can be exchanged for. Dear God, this guy really has intelligence. The Mogu's eyes voice trembled. I brought food, I'll try. Xinghe pulled a small piece of meat from his bag, placing it gently on the ground. The others seemed to pause briefly, then walked forward and forcefully tugged at the finger portion. That part detached completely, and a ring dropped. The ring was plain, but unexpectedly not crimson. The other seemed startled, looked at the finger and the ring on the ground, then nervously picked up the finger and pressed it onto his hand. The finger quickly connected with his hand, but he seemed more perplexed. Alive. It opened and closed, the hollow on its face producing a slimy, nauseating sound, like a pile of rotten flesh being squeezed together, and more bizarrely, it actually spoke. Xinghe was about to say something to smooth things over, but the usually quiet Tai Lu stepped forward 2 steps. You are dead. Qin Lu, seeing her senior sister act so bravely, gently tugged at her clothes, but Tai Lu did not retreat. Instead, she drew a mirror from her pack. You are dead and you are no longer human. If you can see this. This is a mirror. Watching Tai Lu's stubborn behavior, everyone tightened their grip on their weapons, wary of a sudden attack. However, the other simply took the mirror slowly, then turned it over and studied his own face. Dead. Disgusting. Kill me. He calmly handed the mirror back to Tai Lu. Xinghe suddenly saw that the face, which had been a hollow, now bore 2 winding crimson tears. Even the tears were formed from crimson corruption. Tai Lu did not hesitate. She swung her greatsword down hard. The figure, while eerie, was made of crimson corruption. This substance is potent and contagious, though not hard. The humanoid crimson corruption was cut in 2 after lying on the ground for a short, while it gradually ceased moving and began to be assimilated by the ground. Xinghe saw that the opponent no longer posed a threat. He stepped forward to collect samples and tried again with the blood treatment suit. This time the suit reacted. The corpse being devoured was squeezed dry, like a lump of meat being wrung out. Moments later, half of the body turned into white powder, and the bottom of the blood bottle accumulated a thin layer of blood. Also deal with that other half, don't let it disappear like this. Tai Lu picked up the ring and her voice sounded a bit heavy. After Xinghe finished, the blood bottle held about a quarter of its blood. Unfortunately, the probe concluded the blood was unknown, providing insufficient information. Sorry everyone, I acted impulsively just now. Seeing Xinghe finish, Tai Lu scooped up a handful of the white powder left from the corpses and sealed it in a bottle. The results are acceptable, but we need an explanation. Xinghe also collected some white powder, but he could tell that Tai Lu's purpose for collecting this substance differed. Tai Lu fell silent for a moment, then began to speak. The five set off again, but this time an unusual silence settled over the group. Cthulhu's story was simple, almost mundane, yet it weighed heavily on all their hearts. That humanoid crimson corruption they had just encountered was a classmate from before Cthulhu entered the apocalypse world. Cthulhu was not close with him and had barely exchanged a few words, but she recognized the ring. It was something she had given away during a holiday gift exchange. It was just an ordinary trinket that Cthulhu had picked up casually from a shop by the roadside. She had not been particularly interested in the gift exchange and could only vaguely recall a boy taking the ring. He seemed pleased and put it on right there. What made Cthulhu remember this moment was the chatter from classmates pushing the moment along. She recalled smiling and hugging the boy, telling him that once he received her gift, he was her little brother and should come to her if he ever needed anything. She had no idea the boy had also become a survivor, and it was a shame he had not made it. Will we end up like that too? Mushroom Boy looked bewildered. No, we will make it through this disaster and survive every cycle after this one. Xinghe patted Mushroom Boy's shoulder firmly. Yes, as long as we hold fast to our convictions, we can keep going and survive. Cthulhu forced a smile, her eyes gradually strengthening with resolve. This brief interlude did not last long, as the group's investigation was still incomplete. As they delved deeper, Xinghe and the others encountered an increasing number of crimson corruptions. grotesque, distorted forms that defied comprehension. Most unsettling was the goblin-shaped corruption. He could not fathom how creatures so broken could still prey on the weak and cower before the strong. Fortunately, most of these crimson corruptions were not particularly powerful, and since the group consisted of top-tier survivors, handling them posed no real challenge. The sky is starting to darken. We should head back. Xinghe glanced upward, and given how nightfall times varied across regions, the others naturally trusted his judgment. Just as the group prepared to turn back, Qin swallowed hard, and suddenly asked, "Have you heard that strange sound?" The others froze, straining to identify the noise, but shook their heads. Nobody thought Qin was grasping at nothing. In fact, they turned to her with searching looks. Qin reached to her waist, and pulled out a bird egg, tossing it skyward. It shattered midair, and a small bird burst free. She sent the bird soaring outward while Xinghe and the other three formed a protective circle around her, scanning for threats. Roughly 10 minutes later, Qin opened her eyes. She pointed south and said gravely, "About a kilometer that way is where the bloodthirsty moths congregate. And there is something massive there, an enormous moth with an abstract humanoid upper body, surrounded by countless others." She collected her thoughts and continued, "The moths there have only undergone reddening and madness. They have not fully transformed into crimson corruption. That giant moth is the same way, though some crimson corruption flows across its body. Sorry, my reconnaissance spell only lasts 10 minutes and costs a fortune. I was not holding back on purpose." "No worries, it is a small thing. Nobody minds." Fan Jin quickly scanned the others' faces and drew his own conclusion. "We will discuss the details back at camp. The sky is darkening." Xinghe looked up at the sun, already tilting westward. Days were growing shorter. They stuck an ordinary grade item into a tree as a marker and hurried back toward the shelter. The equipment had some resistance and theoretically would not corrupt overnight, though if it did, there was nothing to be done. They were not yet at the point where they could afford to waste a rare grade item as a marker. By dusk, the five finally reached the shelter. Xinghe quickly used purification pills in the gateway transition zone to clear the crimson corruption from their bodies, only entering once he confirmed they were clean. Dachabawawa had dinner and hot water ready. While the other four showered downstairs, Xinghe retreated to his private bathroom on the second floor to wash off the grime and change into fresh clothes before heading down. These were just ordinary clothes exchanged at the point shop. Xinghe had picked up several different sets and hung them in the wardrobe. The group had each traded their points for various necessities, bringing spare clothes on this expedition. By the time Xinghe came downstairs, they were already changed and waiting at the dining table. "Let us eat, everyone. I have something to share before we head back." Xinghe shared his recent observations and reached this conclusion. In summary, these crimson corruptions, and indeed the changes affecting the entire world, are likely the work of some existence. The other four at the table fell silent. Fan Jin opened his mouth several times, but could not bring himself to ask. Cthulhu asked directly, "How confident are you?" Xinghe considered before answering, "At least 6 or 7 out of 10. Cthulhu nodded. "That is pretty solid then. I trust your judgment, but I suggest we keep this to ourselves for now. I was not planning to broadcast it anywhere. The implications are too disturbing. It is unsettling. I have never heard of a single being capable of destroying a world just by looking at it." Mushroom Boy glanced out the window. The crimson moonlight weighed heavily on his chest. "Gazing is just a representation, or at least the only behavior we can perceive. It might not be merely looking." Xinghe recalled certain horror tales from his past life, as he replied. "No difference. It is equally terrifying." Qin curled up in her chair, leaning against Dachabawawa. Her posture suddenly struck Xinghe. They were all supposed survivors who had endured hardship, but in truth they were barely 20 years old, and none of them had been in this world for more than a month. It was somewhat pitiful. Regardless, we need to prepare ourselves. That moth. We should eliminate it as soon as possible, otherwise it may become too dangerous to handle. Cthulhu sidestepped the discussion about the moon outside and redirected focus back to the strange moth. "I think I know how that moth came to be." Xinghe picked up the sketch Qin had just drawn of the moth. "Do you remember that divine statue I encountered when dealing with the goblin tribe? It is the upper body of this very moth." Qin's sketching was decent, simple lines, but Xinghe recognized the rough, strange upper body of the moth immediately, the same as the divine statue. When that divine statue flew out, it must have selected this bloodthirsty moth, which is what caused it to transform into this form. Then we need to deal with it even faster. Let us return and process what we have learned today. Tomorrow we will explore again and see if we can eliminate it. Cthulhu finalized the plan, stood up, and grabbed her backpack to leave. The others nodded in agreement and packed up to depart together. After everyone left, Xinghe sat in silence, staring at the crimson liquid in the blood collection, while a moment of uncertainty about his future flashing through his mind. By the time Xinghe remembered he still needed to test the samples, it was already late at night. Fortunately, the results for those white powders came back quickly. What surprised Xinghe was how safe these white powders proved to be. Actually, they were so inert they defied the word inert itself, more accurately described as utterly lifeless. These white powders contained no nutrients, no energy, and would not react with anything. Completely inert, like mere waste residue. At least they were not dangerous. Xinghe sealed and stored the remaining portion, wondering if it might prove useful someday. Past midnight, he casually opened today's gacha draw. A shattered dark world steeped in post-apocalyptic atmosphere. It suited Xinghe's mood that day rather well. A green tier gacha pull isn't bad. Xinghe mused as he opened the capsule revealing a skill book within. Glintstone Meteor. Category Skill. Quality Rare. Effect summons 3 glintstone meteors that orbit around you. After lingering briefly, each meteor will shoot forth in the direction you designate. Each meteor deals 4 level spell damage and 1 level erosion damage to the target. After charging, the spell damage increases to 6 levels though the erosion damage remains unchanged. Requirement: must possess glintstone magic aptitude or wield a glintstone weapon. Proficiency 0-100. Description: the signature spell of the Olivinus classroom. Its raw power may seem modest, but it demands exceptional operational skill. Most cannot master it. Xinghe had never encountered a skill with usage conditions before. He attempted to learn the book and fortunately, he possessed the required glintstone aptitude, smoothly mastering the ability. However, Xinghe was not entirely satisfied with this skill. Furthermore, he harbored a faint aversion to glintstone magic, so he placed all 3 skills, Glintstone Meteor, Thunderbolt Burst, and Flame Arrow, into the skill Fusion Stone. The system indicated a 75 success rate, which Xinghe found perfectly acceptable. After all, the worst-case scenario was merely a failed fusion, reducing his skill proficiency back to 0, a minor setback indeed. Fortunately, this fusion proceeded smoothly. Over 10 minutes later, Xinghe had mastered his first rare-tier offensive spell. Thunderfire Meteor. Category Skill. Quality Uncommon. Effect summons 3 meteors wreathed in the power of thunder and fire that orbit around you. The Thunderfire meteors will remain by your side for 5 minutes. Upon reaching their time limit, or when triggered early, they will shoot forth along the direction you manipulate. Upon striking a target, they deal 7 levels of spell damage and 3 levels of explosion damage with a certain probability of inflicting paralysis. If you do not manually guide the Thunderfire meteors, they will fire in the direction of their rotation. After charging, spell damage increases to 10 levels, but explosion damage and paralysis probability remain unchanged. Proficiency 0-100. Description: I have a feeling you copied my glintstone magic, but whatever. By now I've turned into a glintstone myself. I can't stop you. The spell's effectiveness was quite impressive. Its single target damage even surpassed the Thunderbird spell on Xinghe's Thunderbird wand. However, this was a spell he had learned himself, powered by his own mental energy. Given his current mental capacity, he would likely struggle to cast it repeatedly in combat. So now I have no conventional combat skills. Must I rely on thunder magic alone? Xinghe's thunder magic proficiency had already reached its maximum level. Ordinary tier skills seemed to have only one proficiency stage, and upon reaching max level the cooldown was reduced. Now Xinghe could essentially cast it instantly, though unfortunately the damage had become insufficient. I'll look for a more suitable skill tomorrow. Though Xinghe held little hope since most people learn skill books immediately upon acquisition. Enhancing combat capability was something one had to act on without delay. At midnight, Xinghe was awakened by a series of howls. Alert, he immediately sat up, quickly grabbing his weapon. Given the recent unrest, he always slept clothed, needing only to equip his gear. As soon as he pushed open the door, Xinghe was stunned by the sight before him. Bloodthirsty moths blotting out the sky threw themselves desperately against his protective barrier. The ground was already covered in a thick layer of corpses. The animals had been frightened into near psychosis. Some smaller creatures lay on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Even the brown bear was terrified, curled into a ball beneath Xinghe's wall. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xinghe immediately sent messages in the group chat requesting support. Wait, I'm on my way. Big shot, hold on, I'm arriving now. Oh my god, that's so gross, thank goodness I wasn't asleep. Brother Xinghe, I'm coming too. Xinghe hadn't expected everyone to still be awake. He began to reflect on whether he had been too relaxed having slept through this hour. Quickly replacing the barrier's energy crystal with a fresh one, he accepted his companion's teleportation requests. Climbing to he scanned the distance through binoculars. As far as the eye could see, it was a dense swarm of moths. Visibility extended no further. Without hesitation, Xinghe launched his first Thunderbird. Using area attack, he found that the advancing moths were predominantly low-level, mostly ordinary tier monsters. A single Thunderbird strike carved a massive gap through the moth swarm. But soon more moths filled the void left behind. Holy crap, big shot, this is way worse than you described. Fanjin arrived first. Seeing the sky filled with moths, he instinctively hurled a grenade. While less effective than Xinghe's Thunderbird, many moths were injured, and pushed around by the swarm behind them fell to the ground, never rising again. Annoying pests take the rear of Xinghe's shelter. I'll handle the front. Qin Luyu and Xinghe stay on the second floor, recon and long-range spell support. Mushroom Boy, you cover the gaps. Alright Xinghe, where are your followers? Iron Skull stepped out of the shelter, and Xinghe was startled. The towering ironclad figure was truly intimidating. Qin Lu and Mushroom Boy maintained the same appearance as during the day. After hearing Iron Skull's arrangements, Qin Lu gracefully leaped onto the terrace, positioning herself beside Xinghe. Dodo currently lacks ranged combat capability. She will serve as healer and support in battle. No problem. Everyone stay safe and call out immediately if anything arises. We won't have time to check the group chat during combat. Iron Skull appeared unusually stern today. She drew the enormous double-barreled shotgun from her back and unleashed a barrage outward. This guy actually had such a weapon. Though it made sense she hadn't brought it during the day, she seemed more suited to close-quarters combat. This gun was almost comically large, less a firearm, more a cannon. Xinghe, can you clear out the moths in front? I'll use spells to survey the surrounding area. Qin Lu pulled out the same bird egg she had used that day and asked earnestly. Xinghe nodded, raising his wand to begin charging. 3 crimson orbs wreathed in white lightning materialized under his guidance, growing steadily larger until they swelled to the size of fists before stopping. Go! With a sharp command from Xinghe, the 3 thunderfire meteors shot forth, crossing the protective barrier and striking the location Qin Lu indicated. With a tremendous explosion, a large swath of moths was reduced to fragments. Xinghe estimated over 100 were destroyed. The spell's damage was comparable to his Thunderbird. Qin Lu acted swiftly. The moment Xinghe blew open a path, her birds surged forward, piercing through the moth swarm. Xinghe charged again, beginning his second wave of bombardment. Fortunately, although this was an uncommon tier spell, each charge consumed roughly 1/8 of Xinghe's mental energy. To preserve his combat effectiveness, he planned to bombard 4 times before taking a brief rest, cycling continuously. In between, he used thunder magic for crowd control. Against a small number of ordinary tier enemies, this ordinary tier skill remained effective, but with so many moths, its power was too easily diluted. Purification bolts lacked offensive capability, and these bloodthirsty moths, even stripped of their crimson rod attachment, would still attack Xinghe's shelter with frenzied desperation. Just as everyone fought fiercely, Qin Lu suddenly let out a cry of pain and fell to her knees. Noticing her distress, Xinghe immediately fired 2 purification bolts at her. Only after wisps of red mist dissipated did she regain her composure. In the distance, a giant moth is coming. Qin Lu's inspection results made everyone hold their breath, but before anyone could formulate a countermeasure, that massive giant moth had already flown nearby. Oh my god, you never mentioned it would be this enormous. Fan Jin was completely stunned. Not just him, everyone was utterly baffled. Is this? Mothra has arrived, Xinghe muttered to himself. Qin Lu beside him was puzzled about what Mothra was, but now wasn't the time to discuss this. The moment the giant moth appeared, everyone sensed an eerie pressure. Xinghe immediately cast a detection spell, but the results were unsatisfactory. Crimson Moth, Blood-Weeping Divine remains. Category: Quality, Physique, Agility 3, Spirit 1. Charm, Skills. Description: this is an accident that saved your life. Xinghe was quite nervous looking at all those question marks, but on the Spirit attribute it still started with 1. Based on the rule that Physique cannot be much lower than Spirit, this Crimson Moth should at most be a rare level demon beast. Right? But whether it was or not, Xinghe couldn't run anymore. He had no choice but to face it head on. Let's attack its wings first to test it out. Xinghe struck first, condensing 3 thunderfire meteors again and directing them toward the giant moth's wings. With a loud bang, visible damage appeared on the giant moth's wings. Unfortunately, before long, blood-red crimson corruption attached itself and completed the repair. It's effective. Its level won't exceed ours by much. We can hold out until dawn at least. Upon seeing the situation, Tai Chu immediately began to bolster morale, then raised her large shotgun and fired at the giant moth. Unfortunately, the weapon's range was limited, and before it could reach the giant moth, it was blocked by the swarm of moths. I'll clear the surrounding demons with Mushroom Boy, Annoying Sprite, and Xinghe, attack it if you can reach it. Qin Lu carefully observed this creature for weaknesses. Sister Tai Chu, my reconnaissance methods aren't that intelligent, but they're stronger than ours. Resignedly, Qin Lu took out another bird egg. This one appeared smaller and more exquisite than the previous eggs. This is the most expensive bird egg I have. Remember to compensate me, Xinghe. After speaking, she threw the bird egg. A bird only the size of a thumb flew out like a bullet, piercing through layers of moths, and vanished in an instant. Qin Lu was almost entirely focused on controlling the flying bird and couldn't fight. Xinghe had to throw spells for bombing, while also monitoring Qin Lu's condition. Once red light began to emanate from her body, he would immediately call for purification bombs. The entire process lasted over 10 minutes before Qin Lu opened her eyes again. That large moth doesn't seem to be the result of evolution or fusion, but rather has become a parasite of that statue. After finishing, she fell silent and thought for a moment before continuing. That strange statue connects to the lower half of the moth with obvious crimson corruption adhesion. It doesn't look very stable and appears somewhat precarious. If we could separate the statue from the moth, there might still be a way, though I'm not sure if our strength can accomplish this separation. Xinghe didn't use purification bombs to deal with the moths because these creatures were equally crazy whether they had crimson corruption or not. But this large moth is different. If it's merely a mount of the statue, then purifying and severing the connection point would create an opportunity, wouldn't it? Then we'll create an opportunity for you. What's the range of your purification bombs? Tai Chu had already overheard their conversation, but these words plunged Xinghe back into thought. The purification bomb's range was indeed insufficient, and with the moth swarm providing protection, it would be difficult to land an attack. Everyone could still hold out now because the protective barrier could withstand attacks from ordinary and rare-level demons as long as there were enough energy crystals. But once they broke through, they'd likely be dead within moments. Big shot Xinghe, do your purification bombs have enchantment effects? I have a sniper rifle. I should be able to hit it. Fan Jin had nearly exhausted his grenades and was now using that strange rifle fitted with a magic wand for point shooting. Can your bullets be enchanted with potions? Yes, big shot Xinghe, I can. Xinghe shoved the Thunderbird staff into Qin Lu's hands. Hold on to it for now, and help me cover while I prepare something. Without hesitation, Xinghe rushed into the basement. The elderberry berries, white bark, and citrus fruits should have ripened by now. Though not fully ripe, as long as they could be detected as rare-grade evaluations, they should work. Fortunately, although they're not completely ripe, adding more should produce roughly the same effect. Never mind, let's just try it first. Fortunately, the core of imitated life water production lies in 3 rare-grade healing herbs. Xinghe had the energy crystals. Ether was essentially magical power, he just needed to stand by and add it during potion brewing. 10 minutes later, Xinghe obtained his first bottle of imitated life water. Annoying sprite. Use this. Xinghe held the imitated life water, rushed out of the shelter, and after handing the potion to the other party, Qin Lu called out to Xinghe and tossed him the Thunderbird magic wand. Xinghe immediately took over Fan Jin's position and instructed Fan Jin to go enchant the bullets. Only then did Xinghe see Mushroom Boy's combat style. Throwing clay pots containing certain mushroom spores which would cause the moths to slaughter each other, grow mushrooms, and so on. It looked quite brutal. He had underestimated this mushroom-growing fellow. I'm done enchanting. 3 bullets and 1 grenade in total. I only have this 1 grenade, so don't use it unless necessary. Everyone create an opportunity for annoying sprite. Tai Chu let out a roar and charged out of the shelter, swinging her great sword. Xinghe was startled but immediately received Tai Chu's request to link with the protective barrier. After clicking to agree, an energy shield unfolded in Tai Chu's hand, as though the protective barrier extended outward to shield her. Tai Chu's sudden move attracted a large number of moths all at once. She swung her great sword wildly, and ordinary-level moths died almost upon contact. The moths focused their fire on Tai Chu, and the sky full of moths suddenly thinned considerably. Xinghe and Qin Lu simultaneously used their maximum power to bomb the moth swarm. Qin Lu alternated between 2 magic wands, and also threw out something that looked like a consumable item, concentrating her power to directly blast a huge hole in the sky full of moths. Fan Jin fired a bullet without hesitation, hitting the statue's connection point with precision. The giant moth emitted a tremendous mournful cry, and the moth swarm descended into chaos in an instant. Effective. Keep going. Fan Jin unhesitatingly fired another shot at the same spot. This guy's accuracy was bizarre. The error between 2 shots was minimal. That patch of crimson corruption quickly disappeared, and the remaining corruption seemed unable to hold the moth's heavy lower body, tearing off a large piece directly. Before Xinghe could shout to use the grenade, Fan Jin had already launched one. The grenade exploded along the giant moth's torn wound, almost completely tearing apart the upper and lower halves of the creature. Fan Jin seemed to have strong grasp of the battle situation, showing no hesitation during output. He even fired his last bullet. Unfortunately, although this bullet hit, it failed to completely separate the moth's upper and lower halves. Meanwhile, the giant moth's upper and lower halves were struggling to reattach through crimson corruption. Xinghe no longer hesitated. Qin Lu, fly me up for a bit. Qin Lu looked at Xinghe in disbelief, hesitated for a moment, then still cast a spell on him, and threw over a piece of flying equipment. Xinghe quickly put on the equipment, then cast a wind-walking spell on himself, and leaped up from the trembling brown bear beside him. This was Xinghe's first time flying, and he had some trouble controlling it, swerving unsteadily. Fortunately, Qin Lu helped eliminate the moths in the sky while using spells to lift him higher, and Xinghe finally managed to fly into the sky in a zigzag pattern. At this time, the giant moth was tilted and at a low altitude very close to Xinghe's shelter. Therefore, Xinghe had the opportunity to reach it using such an awkward flying method. The moment he stepped on the giant moth's broken wound, an indescribable nausea and unease filled Xinghe's heart. He dared not hesitate and desperately threw purification bombs at the severed wound. Even though he already felt somewhat uncomfortable and had a headache, he unhesitatingly continued to increase his attack intensity. Finally catching up with this creature's repair speed, he gradually cut through the connection point. With a boom, the giant moth's upper and lower halves completely separated. Crimson flesh and blood splashed everywhere. Xinghe couldn't dodge in time and was drenched in it, but he had already completely broken free and fell unconscious. After waking again, Xinghe found in his own bed with a beaming Chab doll, the broom god, and Duanya nearby, and a small stone beetle perched on Duanya's back. How long have I been unconscious? Is everyone still here? What happened to that moth? Xinghe struggled to sit up, but a dull headache made him very uncomfortable. Seeing him like this, the Shibuduo doll immediately released a life droplet, its cool touch, making Xinghe feel much better. Doll, don't worry, you outside is safe now, everyone has returned. You've slept for almost half a day, and it's already the afternoon. Despite Duanya's constant grumbling nearby, without the animal speech blessing, Xinghe could only roughly understand what the Shibuduo doll meant, and could not grasp Duanya's meaning. But he could tell that Duanya was anxious for him. He reached out and stroked the other's head, and Duanya happily rubbed against him. He said, "Thank you for all your hard work. I will rest a little and come down later. Don't worry, I'm probably just mentally exhausted and have a slight headache. By the way, I prepared some calming incense earlier. Light it for me, but should help." Shibudo doll nodded, and with Duanya they left. Xinghe opened the group chat to report his safety. "I'm fine now, thanks everyone for your hard work. I will repay you adequately later." "Hey brother Xinghe, you're awake." "No problem master Xinghe. Helping each other is what we do. Each to his own. What's the latest situation?" Shibudo doll couldn't explain clearly. After you interrupted the giant moth, the idol suddenly exploded, spraying crimson corruption all over the place, and Qin Lu saw a very small statue fly away. Perhaps that was the statue's true body. "Is it similar to the upper body of the giant moth?" "Yes, almost identical. I was truly frightened when I saw it." "Well, even though not everything is completely cleaned up, I'm grateful that everyone could come to help under these circumstances, and that we managed to deal with that giant moth. I feel both grateful and lucky." Xinghe felt a twinge of emotion. These people had originally gathered for a trade, yet now they could truly support and help one another. "Oh, if you died, where would we go to eat those delicious things?" "It's nothing. Indeed, Lord Xinghe, you helped me a lot back then. By the way, the giant moth left a treasure chest. We picked it up and left it at your shelter. Open it when the time comes." Xinghe didn't expect any extra haul. He quickly replied in the group, "Okay, we'll see who could use it. I'll mail it to you." This time no one refused. After all, it was everyone's shared loot. "Where's Tai Lu?" She dashed out of the shield. "How is the situation?" "No problem, I'm fine. I just need to repair my gear. I'm a bit short on iron." "No problem. I'll send you 5 units of demon iron later. I've got some production here." "Okay, no problem. Then you rest up. We're glad you're safe." Seeing everyone's concern, Xinghe relaxed a little. The scent of incense soothed his head, so he stood up to check outside. When he reached the first floor, he saw Shibudo doll, already carrying a bowl, and about to head upstairs. Upon seeing him come down, her ears pricked up, and her tone carried a hint of reproach. "Doll, you shouldn't have gotten out of bed yet." "It's fine, Shibudo doll. My head is much better now. I came down to check the outside." "By the way, Shibudo doll, bring me 5 units of demon iron." Shibudo doll, angry though she was, didn't force Xinghe to do anything. She left the meat soup on the table and reminded him to eat, then went straight to the warehouse. It's not that Xinghe is being stingy. One reason is he only has 7 units of demon iron on hand, and the thing is heavy. 5 units weigh about 10 kilograms, which should be enough. Pushing open the outer gate of the shelter, the animals in the courtyard huddled together to rest. Some animals had died this time, but not from attack. They died of fright. Xinghe did not waste them and planned to use them as rations. The shelter's energy shield had been cleaned by Shibudo doll. The giant moth's body outside made Xinghe feel uneasy. The little moths didn't leave anything behind, probably cleaned up by everyone with decomposition magic. Xinghe did not rush outside to experiment on the giant moth's remains. He returned to the shelter, filled his stomach, then opened the silver-edged box on the ground. 1 rare, 1 ordinary, 1 uncommon. The ordinary item was a cotton seed, something Xinghe could grow, so he kept it. The rare item was named Expulsion Barrier. It mainly drives away nearby creatures, but may alert others as well. This item duplicates Xinghe's shield effect, so he posted it in the group for anyone who needs it. The final uncommon item was a sheet as thin as a cicada wing called Wind Resilient Membrane. The description said its main use is for making flying gear, and it has wind affinity. Qin Lu, you're going to fly again, image. Quick, send it, or I'll pay the postage. No, I'll pay. By the way, does anyone want that expulsion barrier? I don't want it. Do I have too many birds? I don't want it. Do I have too many rats? I don't want it. Do I already have something similar? Well, I want it. Xinghe immediately sent the items to Mogujai. A wind resilient membrane and demon iron were mailed separately. Sorry for bothering you, but I couldn't find something you could use. As soon as I find something you can use, I'll send it to you. No problem, big boss. What kind of relationship do we have anyway? A little reward, I don't mind at all. Seeing the other relax and start joking, Xinghe felt much more at ease. By the way, the enchantment potion you gave me earlier, can you craft it? I really need it. Yes, once the medicinal materials mature in bulk, I'll start crafting and share some with everyone. Thanks, boss. Because he had slept for a long time during the day, Xinghe still hadn't slept by night. But tonight his multiverse gacha could not be used yet, for his talent had upgraded. Your spiritual attribute has surpassed 10. The multiverse gacha machine will unlock a new function. Countdown 8 hours. With that, Xinghe lay back in bed daydreaming and looking forward to what new features would appear when the machine upgrades tomorrow. Shibudo Wawa, stop rushing about. It's a robot, and rest or meals. Xinghe ate breakfast while watching Shibudo Wawa stroke the robot's head nearby. She felt the machine work day and night and grew weary. Shibudo Wawa, upon hearing Xinghe's words, carefully tidied the robot and then let it continue to work. Xinghe finished breakfast quickly, then opened the new interface of her Gasapon machine. There were hardly any changes, only 3 new messages appeared. Common items 30, rare items 40, epic items 28, mythic items 2. Daily gacha coins increased to 2 coins. Gacha coins can be accumulated, but each gacha pool can use at most 5 coins per draw. You can also use multiple coins to increase the chance of higher tier items. Each coin raises the probability of obtaining the highest tier item in this stage by 1. but cannot increase probabilities of other tiers. She can spin 2 gacha per day. This is a tremendous boost. Now he can see the gacha's payout probabilities. Indeed, he can draw even a mythic item, but the probability is a bit small. Even using 5 coins at once would yield at most a 6 probability, and the first coin does not increase the probability. Today's prize pool World of Warcraft. It's a vast universe. Since that is the case, Xinghe doesn't plan to save the gacha coins. He intends to spin once to see and won't spin with 2 coins at once at most 3 probability. What's the difference from none? The first gacha was green. Xinghe wasn't disappointed after all. The rare item probability is the highest at the moment, so getting a rare item is normal. Blueprint Sniper Scope. Category Recipe. Quality Rare. Requirements Metal Tube Gem Lens, 2 true silver ingots. Effects slightly increases weapon accuracy, marginally increases damage for firearms and bows. Note a basic engineering construct. I don't know why a bow would mount a scope. The remaining gacha coin. Xinghe hesitated for a moment and still dropped it in and again got a green gacha. Disassembly Equipment. Category Skill. Quality Rare. Effect can decompose rare grade and below equipment to obtain special magical materials. Note an equipment destroyer or a junk disposer. Xinghe didn't hesitate and learned this skill for himself. The skill fused with the original disassembly skill, raising its level to epic, and the items that can be decomposed rose to epic. Of course, Xinghe currently has no epic equipment to decompose, and rare ones won't work either. He tried decomposing a few common grade wands that no one bought, obtaining 2 lesser magical essences and 1 strange dust. Honestly, since he hadn't played this game before, Xinghe didn't know what these materials did, but they were all magical materials and would be useful for wand making later. Crafting a common wand is too simple. If these useless materials could be transformed into more general use materials, that would be a good thing. Having sorted out the Gacha Machine matters, Xinghe finally geared up carrying the blood healing suit and went outside to collect from the giant moth's underside. About 10 minutes later, the giant moth's body collapsed by a good margin. Xinghe also obtained a full bottle of fresh blood, and the blood healing suit could no longer be used. Crimson Blood. Category Divine Blood. Material Bloodline Potion. Quality Epic. Effect can be used as a magical item or potion material. When used as a bloodline potion, there is a certain probability to obtain the bloodline of the Son of Blood, a very small probability to obtain the bloodline of the Crimson Duke, a high probability of death. Note a lesser bloodline from a divine being. I urge you not to misuse. Xinghe swallowed, planning to seal this bottle away for the time being. Leftover bodies. Xinghe used a newly learned disassembly to obtain a large pile of contaminated monster flesh, plus the magical ash materials needed in the surveillance system blueprint. This thing turned out to be a rare material. Xinghe rummaged through the flesh for a long time, finally obtaining a medium energy crystal, some bright crimson phosphor powder, and a red gemstone. This gem's effect is somewhat similar to Crimson Blood, but far less dangerous. It can be used as a normal magical material perhaps, because the blood healing suit drained most of its power. Whether phosphor powder or the gem, they are still only rare grade materials. The Sniper Scope Blueprint. Xinghe gave it directly to Fanjin. Yesterday, he risked his life to help him and didn't get much. Fanjin was about to exchange something for it. Xinghe refused, and in the end, he pulled out some postage money. Thus the favors among them were basically settled. Oh, everyone got what they needed, and next time Xinghe asks for help, it will be easier to speak up. The outside world is now basically inaccessible. The world channel is much quieter than before. The death toll has surged with hundreds to thousands dying every day. At this moment, the world channel shows 437750, more than half dead. Because the world is so vast and people are spread out, Xinghe hasn't met many real people. The nearest was the last guy who completely turned into Crimson Decay, but he probably died not long after. So Xinghe hasn't felt the shrinking numbers much. In the world channel, Xinghe Institute often posts death notices and holds online funerals, which wins many people's goodwill. Unfortunately, the Institute's people tend to favor raising zombies and skeletons, and their recruitment threshold is fairly high. As for the Brotherhood, the Human Federation, and the Salvation Church, the 3 largest organizations, the Brotherhood didn't obtain the assembly order. They've been ridiculed by the Salvation Church many times, so it's unclear how many died. On the Human Federation, Xinghe has spoken with me a few times, and many of their peripheral members have died. He also organized an expedition team to scout the surroundings, so some died, and a few were infected with crimson corruption. Xinghe sold some purification bomb scrolls to him, but now he can manufacture life water copies and may consider selling them. The Crimson Plague lasts 10 days but is only day 4 now. I just hope nothing like a giant moth appears again. Emergency brother, do you still have purification bomb scrolls on your end? I have a brother who's in a bad way. We've already used 3 purification bomb scrolls, but it's still not solved. While Xinghe was brewing potions, Xinghe sent him a message. Xinghe didn't reply immediately. Potion making cannot be interrupted, so it would be fine to glance at the message when he has a moment. On the other side, Xinghe paced restlessly on the ground. It's no surprise he's anxious. This time his brother was injured. They also encountered a giant crimson corruption similar to Xinghe's, looking like a giant, and without a clearly visible weak point. Because this was their first time facing such an exaggerated crimson corruption, it took them a long time to find the giant's weak point. Though they eventually cleaned it up, 3 people died, and 5 were infected, the most seriously infected being his younger brother. They aren't completely without purification bomb-like skills or items here, but like purification bomb scrolls, they are rare grade. They can handle milder crimson corruption, but this severe infection can only buy time. Brother, I feel like I'm going to die. If I die, you must dispose of me immediately. I don't want to become a talking pile of meat. Sheng Guang lay on his brother's legs, speaking with effort. He had seen comrades after complete infection. That eerie, disgusting thing could hardly be called human. You won't die? Trust me. Sheng Hui squeezed his brother's hand with resolve. Just as the two brothers faced life and death separation, Sheng Hui finally received Xinghe's message. Having finished concocting the potion, Xinghe immediately sent over the details for the simulated life water, and Sheng Hui wasted no time in shooting back 3 items. Though all were merely rare grade, they were undeniably valuable, so Xinghe made the trade. The 3 items consisted of a magical modification scroll, a crafting table upgrade scroll, and a single bottle of rare grade potion that increased constitution by 1 point. Xinghe asked Sheng Hui where the potion came from, and whether he could make repeated trades, but Sheng Hui took a long while before replying that he had obtained it from opening chests. That couldn't be helped. Xinghe downed the potion in 1 gulp. Although he currently focused on mental attributes and pursued a spellcasting path, his constitution had now reached 9 after the potion took effect, increasing his strength more than 2-fold. Xinghe applied the magical modification scroll to his herbal cauldron this time. He had not used it on any shelter upgrade projects because all of his rare grade modifications were magic related, while using it on ordinary grade upgrades would not be cost effective. After the herbal cauldron was modified, it gained 2 additional properties: a slight increase in success rate when brewing magical potions, and a marginal enhancement to potion effects. Though automatic stirring still had not appeared, Xinghe was already quite satisfied. Furthermore, as he continued crafting the simulated life water, the process became noticeably less taxing. The new cauldron seemed to absorb surrounding ambient ether to stabilize the potions, reducing the amount of ether Xinghe himself needed to infuse. Previously, brewing a single batch of simulated life water consumed roughly 1/5 of his mental energy. Now it only took 1/6, a significant qualitative improvement. And so, sitting at his desk, Xinghe consumed all of his remaining materials and brewed 3 more bottles of simulated life water. He stopped there because his mental energy had already been overdrawn the day before. Pushing further would simply delay his recovery. Xinghe took one of the 3 bottles for a simple test. He caught a fish from the water, applied a small amount of scarlet corruption to it, and ran several trials. A mild scarlet corruption infection required approximately 10 milliliters to cleanse, while a moderate infection needed 30 milliliters. As for severe infections, there was no middle ground there. Once scarlet corruption consumed 80% of the body, it was essentially no different from death. Xinghe supposed the sudden jump in dosage for moderate infections was because the potion not only had to clear the corruption, but also heal internal injuries. Each bottle of simulated life water contained 50 milliliters, so Xinghe felt he need not sell the entire contents at once. He therefore purchased some 15 milliliter sample bottles from the trading channel and decanted the potion accordingly. He chose 15 milliliters as the unit since his test subjects were fish rather than humans, and a larger volume would help ensure consistent results. After listing the subdivided bottles of simulated life water and placing an advertisement in the World Channel, Xinghe let the matter rest. He knew such a potion would sell well. His price was not exorbitant. At least a rare grade blueprint or equivalent item was required for a single small bottle, but it was hardly cheap either. The first round of 4 bottles sold out in an instant. Xinghe had built a certain reputation in the World Channel, and others generally trusted his goods. Soon those who had purchased the potion shared their results in the World Channel. His infection was mild, but his injuries were severe. After drinking the potion, not only had the corruption been cleared, but his wounds had also healed by more than half. Thank you, Wizard Staff Senior, for saving my life. I can still fight. Wow, the effect is that good. When will Wizard Staff Senior release new stock? I want some too. Want one. Want one. Want one. Xinghe was not watching the World Channel. He was busy attempting to refine his magic iron. The material refinement platform had just been upgraded to rare grade with a scroll and could finally process rare grade materials. The device looked superficially like an oven with a dual-layer interior. Materials were placed on the upper rack, while the refined residue collected below. Once loaded, it would run automatically, though energy crystals were required as fuel. After the refinement finished, Xinghe removed the magic iron and noticed its name had changed to refined magic iron, yet its tier remained rare. The effects were only marginally superior to ordinary magic iron. The refinement results from magic iron aren't impressive, Xinghe murmured to himself. Perhaps it was because this batch had already been refined once through stone shell beetles. Thus, Xinghe tossed the largest quantity, phosphorus powder, into the refiner. Unfortunately, the result was the same. Even ordinary grade phosphorus powder remained ordinary grade after refinement. Xinghe sat before the refinement platform and experimented throughout the afternoon. Eventually, he discovered that only herbal materials were truly worthwhile to refine, as their active compounds would be purified while harmful or otherwise useful residue would drop out. For instance, after refining white root, Xinghe obtained powder suitable for direct healing applications along with a pungently aromatic residue. Sadly, the latter was toxic and inedible, though it could be used to craft defensive weapons, making him something of a pepper spray grandmaster. Unfortunately, the scarlet corruption at present was not the type of foe that could be deterred by spraying chili powder into its eyes. Text fruit after refinement yielded its healing juice, while leaving behind a pile of disorganized pulpy residue. The system indicated that this byproduct could be used as fertilizer. Elderberry berries produced the best results, concentrating into a thick paste with almost no residue remaining. Xinghe conducted several trial brews using the refined materials. The resulting simulated life water carried a refined label, and its effects were somewhat enhanced. However, the entire process was considerably more time-consuming. With the medicinal properties of the three primary ingredients amplified, their conflicts became more intense as well. Xinghe expended nearly an additional third of his mental energy to complete the brewing, and he even failed once producing a pot of pitch-black waste. Aside from refining raw materials, Xinghe also attempted to refine ordinary-grade potions. The result was failure. The refinement platform did not support such materials. After some tinkering, the potion bottle simply exploded inside what amounted to a microwave oven. Xinghe had to inspect his refinement platform for any damage afterward. Fortunately, system-produced items were reliably built. The explosion of an ordinary-grade potion did not harm the platform. Out of curiosity for the refinement platform, Xinghe sat at it for almost an entire day, only reluctantly departing when Nearly Doll called him for dinner. Nevertheless, Xinghe realized that he would need to find a helper to refine materials in the future. Nearly Doll could theoretically do it, but she was currently occupied with potion-making, animal management, and cooking, so she could not sit at the platform full-time. All Xinghe could do was hope to acquire another robot, letting it sit there and handle the work. On the 24th day of the apocalypse, Xinghe began to feel somewhat aimless. With most chores in the shelter delegated to Ditto, the robotic nanny, and Mr. Mime, and with no way to venture outside, he found himself occupied only with crafting the life water substitute and refining materials. The counterfeit life water was indeed selling exceptionally well. Xinghe had grown quite prosperous from its production. In just 2 days, he had already received 3 rare-tier blueprints. 1 blueprint for an electric saw, another for an arrow tower, and a third for a door blueprint, which proved to be the most valuable among the 3. Most of the life water substitutes were traded using disaster coins and materials. However, basic supplies had become scarce in recent exchanges as the deteriorating situation outside made people reluctant to part with their essential provisions. Fortunately, Xinghe's warehouse could now auto-categorize items, eliminating any concern about disorganization. Anything stored would automatically sort itself by rarity level and material type. This time, Xinghe had also acquired a rare-tier material called dissolving bone grass. Combined with his elderberry extract and the blood essence refined from rare-tier flesh, he had finally gathered all the components needed to create the cosmetic solution. Xinghe attempted to brew a bottle, but hesitated to apply it directly. Instead, he tested it on a piece of meat, watching as it transformed into a malleable clay-like substance. He shaped the meat into a sphere and waited for the potion's effects to subside. Aside from its new spherical form, the meat retained its normal texture and consistency across all other aspects. After slicing the meat for analysis, the results came back normal. He even prepared a dish from it and fed it to the other animals without any adverse effects. With that confirmation, Xinghe finally felt at ease. He applied a small amount to reshape his somewhat flattened nose, a long-held desire from his past life. He set the rest aside, cautiously wary of risking permanent damage to himself, though what he had sufficed for his needs. While the cosmetic solution's primary function in the original narrative was facial alteration, Xinghe discovered it served an entirely different purpose. Xinghe entered the slaughterhouse and extracted the upper portion of the rare-class giant rat from its container. After laboriously cutting through the hide, he applied the solution to a knife and smoothly separated the entire pelt in one piece. He avoided using the decomposition technique because it only preserved the most essential components, the pelt meat and vital organs like the heart and brain, while everything else, including the skull he needed, would vanish entirely. Previously, Xinghe lacked the means to dismantle such a rare-tier beast, but the cosmetic solution had made the process considerably easier. After spending most of the day working, he had secured over 300 gene of rat meat. Rare-tier beast flesh carried considerable value, and this particular meat qualified as such. It was not corrupted monster flesh like that from goblins or zombies, which were unfit for consumption. Though Xinghe considered the risk too high and felt uneasy about eating it, he had not bothered since he had ample meat sources available. He still had no intention of consuming this meat himself. Instead, he partitioned it for storage, planning to refine it into blood essence, a luxury reserved for when necessity demanded it rather than mere sustenance. He did reserve a small portion for Ditto to experiment with, while Xinghe kept the pelt to fashion into protective gear. The processing would prove challenging, but the cosmetic solution would ease the task. Xinghe also shared the cosmetic solution's properties with several acquaintances, each finding their own distinct interest in it. Fan Jin intended to weaponize it as Poison Chin Lu and Mushroom Boy sought simple cosmetic enhancements like Xinghe's nasal reshaping and Iron Skull planned to forge armor from it. She had previously slain that rare-class desert scorpion. With her decomposition ability unupgraded, she handled the disassembly herself. Fortunately, her strength-type build and knowledge of the Scorpion's joint vulnerabilities allowed Iron Skull to finish the job. The accumulated carapace pieces remained unworkable as equipment until now. Armed with Xinghe's cosmetic solution, she could finally break down and reshape the shells into armor. Even without any recipe enhancement, the carapace from such a rare-tier creature would already provide substantial defensive properties. Xinghe attempted crafting an inner vest from the softer portions of the rat hide, but his crude stitching failed to meet system approval. Shortly thereafter, Iron Skull delivered a rare-class scorpion shell vest lined with half the rat hide from her portion. The vest's tank top cut did not closely conform to his frame, yet it remained wearable. Iron Skull's application of the cosmetic solution had smoothed the scorpion carapace so thoroughly that it felt nearly indistinguishable from ordinary fabric. Still, crafting rare-class equipment from uncommon materials felt like a waste. Not wasteful at all. I'm honing my craft, she replied with an accompanying image. Opening it, Xinghe discovered she held the secondary profession of armorsmith, enabling her to forge gear independently. I pulled this from the loot box after that big scorpion last time. I think it suits me perfectly. Indeed it does. I'll come to you next time I need armor. Xinghe offered the remark, casually knowing full well he would likely never don heavy armor. Such encumbrance interfered with a mage's ability to channel ambient ether, or so the text claimed. At his current proficiency, Xinghe could not sense any ether affinity whatsoever. He simply was not gifted as a spellcaster. Iron Skull's demand for the cosmetic solution ran high. Fortunately, each batch yielded 1 liter. While the solid ingredients seemed modest, the water component was substantial. Fortunately, Xinghe maintained ample water reserves. 100 units stored in his warehouse, where each unit equaled 1 cubic meter, or 1,000 liters. This stockpile would sustain him for quite some time. Moreover, with his newly installed water recycling system, purified water could be reused indefinitely. Beyond the inner vest Iron Skull gifted him, Xinghe also traded for 1 rare tier and 1 common tier blueprint. Combined with the earlier door blueprint, he had acquired 3 blueprints within a single day. Layered door. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements: rare tier metal 10 units, anti-magic material 5 units, small energy crystal 1. Effect: applies a magical protective coating to your door, reducing spell effects at 20 energy level or below, and granting immunity to spells at 5 energy level or below. Description: watch yourself when closing the door. My plating is quite valuable. Fire protection system. Category blueprint. Quality common. Requirements: sprinkler heads, 20 indicators, 10 sensors, 10 requires water circulation system. Effect: real-time fire monitoring with adjustable system sensitivity. Description: I told you not to hang clothes on it. Weapon-mounted protective wall. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements: rare tier metal 10 units, wood 30 units, stone 20 units, requires rare tier wall. Effect: allows mounting additional weapons for wall defense with base modifications based on weapon type. Description: you cut a hole in my wall and claim it can mount weapons. Why not drill one through your own skull to mount a computer? Oh wait, you actually did that. Aside from the layered door, the other 2 modifications proceeded smoothly, and Xinghe completed them swiftly. Contrary to what the system description suggested, the weapon-mounted protective wall was not merely about drilling holes. In fact, the wall surface developed firing ports and external mounting slots capable of supporting firearms and cannons. The problem was that Xinghe possessed no weapons at all. When he attempted to mount his staff, it remained completely immobile, leaving him to question his own judgment. Though the modification proved useless to him, Xinghe harbored no frustration. After all, obtaining a rare tier blueprint to bolster his collection was hardly a loss. Another boring world. Today marked the 26th day in this apocalyptic world. As the outside turned completely crimson, Xinghe resolved to stay entirely indoors, refusing to step foot outside. When he was not studying grimoires, he was refining potions to sell for money. By now, users in the world chat had begun calling him the potion mogul. The number of people seeking custom-made wands from him had dwindled significantly. Those who had survived to this point generally possessed a rare-grade weapon of their own, rendering custom orders obsolete. Rare-grade materials remained scarce. Xinghe found it somewhat baffling, for an apocalypse so terrifying there was an inexplicable dearth of rare-grade items. As for why he had voiced his earlier complaint, it was because starting from the 24th day, he had encountered useless worlds for 3 consecutive days. Day 24 was Zuma, day 25 was Feeding Frenzy, and today was Naughty Ma Xiaoyao. He had effortlessly accumulated 6 Gasapon coins in his hand. These worlds truly felt like mere clutter polluting the prize pool. Lately, rare-grade blueprints on the market had also grown increasingly scarce, let alone the truly exceptional ones, which were virtually unobtainable. Over the past few days, Xinghe had only managed to acquire a single rare-grade blueprint, an upgrade for a sterile operating room. This had elevated his level 1 medical bay directly to level 3. In contrast, he remained clueless on how to upgrade the master bedroom, which languished at level 3. Audino took a great liking to the new medical bay. When animals were injured, it could have easily been resolved with a single casting of Xinghe's revive spell or Audino's life dew. Yet she insisted on dragging them into the medical bay to perform an elaborate series of procedures, terrifying the animals into absolute obedience and putting a complete end to their infighting. Hey big shots, anyone interested in taking down another massive scarlet rot beast? Similar to that giant moth. Xinghe opened the image sent by Fan Jin. A colossal rat, its body heavily ravaged by the scarlet rot, was surfing amidst the crimson decay. Yes, surfing. Xinghe could discern that beneath the giant rat's feet was a tide of tiny rats forged from scarlet rot, lifting and carrying the massive creature forward in rolling waves. Perhaps due to his frequent exposure to the scarlet rot, Xinghe's tolerance for the substance was remarkably high. It even reminded him of the meat patties from SpongeBob SquarePants. But this thing doesn't seem to have any weaknesses. And with so many little rats beneath its feet, can we really handle it? Sister Lulu is right, it looks pretty terrifying to me. I have this. Xinghe opened another image which displayed the description of an item. Holy Light Molotov. Type consumable. Quality rare. Effect possesses an extremely potent counter-effect against negative energies such as curses, hexes, plagues, and death chi. It inflicts a minimum of 15 energy level damage and a maximum of 25 energy level damage to monsters of this type, or purifies special areas of a grade no higher than rare. Description: my eyes. Tell me, how on earth did you consecrate gasoline? What on earth was this bizarre item? Xinghe was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea such a tool could even exist. How many of these do you have? Can you produce them? Hehehe. What do you think, Boss Tai Lu? In the photo, Fan Jin wore a highly mischievous grin. Behind him stood rows of holy light Molotovs. Xinghe counted them. There were 24 in total. What is the cost? How is the production speed? Is the effect guaranteed to work against rare grade targets? The cost is quite high, Boss Xinghe. I spent almost all my disaster coins to craft these. They are definitely effective against rare grade targets, but since it deals damage over time, it's hard to deliver a decisive blow. Besides, I don't have enough hands to throw them all by myself, so I hope everyone can lend a hand. Then your production cost is indeed too high. Xinghe frowned. If they went to help using Fan Jin's consumables, it would be different from their previous joint venture. How would they divide the loot when the time came? No worries. I know this creature guards a chest. We can distribute the loot based on our needs. My primary target is its heart. It seemed to be just like last time. A Fan Jin had located a special item again, Xinghe thought. However, he appreciated Fan Jin's approach. As long as he secured his core objective, he was not greedy for the rest. I can help. I can help. I can help. I can help. Moments later, the five of them, fully prepared, gathered at Fan Jin's shelter. Frankly, Fan Jin's home looked far more like a proper survival shelter than Xinghe's. It featured cold, hard concrete walls and floors, clearly demarcated zones, alloy doors for every room, and a somewhat chilly atmosphere. Fan Jin: now this is what I call an apocalyptic shelter. Xinghe's place is practically a holiday villa. Brother Fan Jin's place is indeed great. Mine is awful, though it feels like living in a cave. Xinghe and Tai Lu had visited before and were well acquainted with the style of Fan Jin's home. However, the place had expanded significantly, and its defensive capabilities had clearly risen by more than just a margin, though the comfort of daily living seemed largely unchanged. It doesn't compare to yours. Mine isn't as comfortable as Boss Xinghe's place. It's a bit crude, so please bear with it. Alright, let's distribute the Molotovs and get to work. The sooner we deal with this, the sooner we finish. Tai Lu bypassed further pleasantries, patting Fan Jin on the shoulder as he spoke. Xinghe nodded in agreement. Indeed, let's resolve this quickly. I still have unfinished potions waiting on my workbench. Fan Jin wasted no more words, swiftly distributing the 24 Molotovs among them. Since Qin Lu and Moguzai were primarily playing support roles, they took 6 bottles each, while Xinghe and Tai Lu, who would lead the assault, took 3 bottles each. He then pushed open his heavy iron door. His shelter utilized a double-layered door system with a surveillance camera in the transition zone that, though somewhat blurry, still provided a view of the conditions outside. Everything looks clear. That fellow is still entertaining itself out there. Let's proceed exactly as we planned. Confirming that the giant rat was still nearby, Fan Jin pushed open the outer door. Tai Lu took the lead. Qin Lu and Moguzai walked in the middle, while Xinghe and Fan Jin brought up the rear. Fortunately, the smaller rats were all being controlled by the giant rat to amuse itself. Although the surroundings were laden with disgusting scarlet rot, it remained inert and silent, posing no immediate threat to the group. However, the movements of 5 people still made for a sizable target. Before they could even draw close, the giant rat, which was half again as large as the one Xinghe and Tai Lu had previously disposed of, sensed their presence. Squeak! With a piercing shriek, the swarm of rats beneath its feet ground to a sudden halt before surging toward the team like a tidal wave of flesh. Tai Lu raised the massive shield on his arm to shield the others. Without a moment's hesitation, Xinghe and the rest hurled their first round of Molotovs. Milky white flames erupted and spread rapidly. The rats, composed of scarlet rot, turned to white ash the instant they touched the fire, and the surging tide of rodents was resolutely halted by a wall of flame. Xinghe raised his wand and unleashed 2 thunderbirds in rapid succession. The thunderbirds flew with incredible speed, striking the giant rat before it could even react. Creatures hosting the scarlet rot parasite without being entirely consumed by it possessed far more weaknesses than pure scarlet rot entities. Had a pure scarlet rot organism sustained 2 thunderbirds, it would have merely suffered minor charring before more rot rushed in to mend the wound. Yet this giant rat exhibited the paralysis typical of ordinary biological creatures, squealing frantically as electricity coursed through its body. Tai Lu shattered 2 Molotovs against his shield and cleaver, drenching them in holy fire, and charged headlong toward the giant rat holding his shield high. Seizing the opportunity while the giant rat was paralyzed, Tai Lu delivered a heavy shield bash to its forehead, then swung his meat-cleaving saw downward, intending to decapitate the beast. Unfortunately, the cleaver was not sharp enough, and became lodged in the giant rat's neck. Howling in agony, the beast violently flung Tai Lu away. Qin Lu flicked her wand, catching Tai Lu with a spell, while Xinghe swiftly unleashed 3 thunderfire meteors to follow up the attack. The milky white flames blazing on the cleaver forced the giant rat to roll frantically on the ground, which only drove the blade deeper into its flesh. It squeaked, desperately summoning a swarm of smaller rats to help remove the cleaver, but these ordinary scarlet rot minions were instantly incinerated into white ash upon approaching the holy fire. By now everyone could see the outstanding efficacy of the Molotovs. Taking turns, they hurled their remaining bottles directly into the wound opened by the cleaver. The giant rat was soon engulfed in flames like a living torch. The more agonizingly it shrieked, the more small rats rushed to its aid, only to perish in the blaze. It was not until they had thrown the 15th Molotov that the giant rat finally ceased to move. Once the scarlet rot on its body had been burned away, a treasure chest and a crystal fell from its ruptured belly. It died just like that. It feels far weaker than the giant moth Xinghe faced. Qin Lu muttered to herself, staring in bewilderment at the charred remains of the giant rat. Indeed, it doesn't compare, Tai Lu said, shaking his head. Its offensive power is lower than that of the giant moth. Furthermore, the surrounding rats have completely succumbed to the crimson state, unlike the moths accompanying that giant moth, which mostly remained normal. Fan Jin gleefully ran over to gather the items, and the group quickly retreated to his shelter. Although they had disposed of the giant rat, outside, remaining exposed to the crimson environment for too long was still highly perilous. Alright, the problem is solved. Let's open the chest and divide the loot. The chests dropped by Lao Shu and by the moth were about the same. When opened, they yielded 1 ordinary item, 1 rare item, and 1 legendary item. A common grade arrow shaft blueprint, a rare grade blueprint for a double door gate modification, and a legendary grade material, the venom sacs of a poisonous snake. These are items Xinghe has no use for. The blueprint was seized by Tai Gu, the arrow shaft blueprint went to Qin Lu, the venom sacs were kept by Fan Jin for himself. Fan Jin compensated Moguzai with some materials and disaster coins. Meanwhile, Xinghe obtained a rare grade sofa blueprint through a trade. As for the great rat's body, Xinghe tried to use a blood therapy kit to extract from it, but basically nothing came out. The remaining parts were ordinary materials, not tainted by crimson corruption. Of course, this fellow left few body parts, just skin and bones. Even the skull was incomplete, so they divided it casually, and Xinghe took some bones back to refine as materials. This battle was brief. Crimson corrupted monsters yielded little, but a rare grade blueprint was a small gain. Back home, Xinghe used the materials to craft this 2-person leather sofa, even using the rare great rat hide he had obtained earlier. Although it was a bit off-putting, the treated leather showed no sign it came from the great rat with no fur. The pale gray leather looked rather upscale. Moreover, the rare grade sofa is very comfortable. Xinghe sat on it for a while and soon felt drowsy. He shared the sofa in the group, making one for Qin Lu, Moguzai, and Tai Gu each. As for Fan Jin, he probably had a better option, so the blueprint was traded to Xinghe. In the following days, Xinghe and the others again went to Tai Gu's place and mushrooms to deal with nearby special monsters. At Tai Gu's place, there is a giant sandworm, arguably the largest creature they have ever seen. This fellow has a habit of swallowing sand. Xinghe poured 4 bottles of imitation life water into the sand, killing the beast directly. Mushroom's side special monster is a large 2-headed lizard. One head can spray venom, the other head is useless, but it transformed into crimson corruption, always pretending to spit something out, yet what flowed out was crimson corruption. This fellow's combat power is not as strong as the giant rat, and he didn't contribute much of value. This underground trip let Xinghe and the others see a different shelter. Mushroom's words were right. It's truly an entirely underground cavern, not very large. But right outside the door is his mushroom field with more than 10 cave dwellers as followers helping with the work. Among the 5, Xinghe's shelter is developing toward ecological cycling. Fan Jin is the purest shelter. Tai Gu's is quite wondrous, looking like a desert temple with the largest interior among them, while Mushroom's is like a caveman village. As for Qin Lu, since there are no special monsters around her, the others didn't go to Qin Lu's home. Xinghe went there to treat the giant birds and their hatchlings nearby that were infected with crimson corruption. These giant birds that originally shunned and attacked Qin Lu now treat her very well, utterly compliant. However, since Qin Lu lacks follower transformation items, these local birds cannot yet become her followers. Qin Lu's home also impressed Xinghe. Her shelter is a rock wall cave. Expansion isn't just enlarging, but branching along the rock wall to create additional cave houses as housing zones, some sections requiring crawling or flying to reach. The 5 shelters are developing in different directions, which makes Xinghe realize that as they progress, survivors' paths may diverge completely. Some may build villages or kingdoms, some may become walking gods, and some may choose to travel alone. Xinghe's own future, he doesn't fully know. At least he must survive through the first Doomsday world. In these days the gacha world for Dungeon Fighter wasn't very interesting. He added 3 more gacha coins, and drew 5 times in total, 1 common, 3 rare, and 1 legendary, not a single exotic treasure. The common item is a pair of leather pants, which for the survivors is equipment that can be discarded. Xinghe left it in the wardrobe. Rare grade items include an entry-level MP potion formula, a silver bullet crafting formula, and a priest's Luo Feng hammer. Legendary grade is a new spell, Elemental Surround. Beginner MP potion formula. Category formula. Rarity rare. Requirements 10 ml tree sap, 5g glowworm powder, colorless small crystal, shattered energy, crystal 1, 100 ml water. Effect: drinking it instantly restores a small amount of mana. Notes: a common mana recovery potion with a subtly odd taste. Elemental Surround. Category skill. Rarity legendary. Effect: summon surrounding magical elements to circle you, granting moderate magical defense and minor physical defense. Different elements offer different bonuses. Fire: upon being attacked, fire elements will retaliate. Ice: spreads cold and slows opponent. Dark: small chance to briefly blind the opponent. Light: small chance to stun the opponent. Notes: don't underestimate its protection, it isn't very high. These 2 items were kept by Xinghe. The silver bullet crafting formula was sold to Rinlian in exchange for a parchment formula, and the Luo Feng hammer was sold to Taigu. These 2 items were kept by Xinghe. The silver bullet crafting formula was sold to Rinlian in exchange for a parchment formula, and the Luo Feng hammer was sold to Taigu. Taigu's affection for this skill was obvious. He directly traded a rare grade blueprint to Xinghe, who did not refuse and took it. Display room. Category blueprint. Rarity rare. Requirements 10 square meters of space, 3 display racks, 5 small energy crystals. Effect: placing different display items in the display room will grant different bonuses to the shelter. Display items can be loot or items of special meaning to you. Notes: I think you should not call it display room, you should call it Guzi store. A simple blueprint. Xinghe quickly finished the construction. It sits beside the 2nd floor bedroom with 3 shelves for loot, special significance items, and valuables. This display room is not only a shelter upgrade, but also a special room. Currently only level 1, compared to other rooms that require various high-end furniture and blueprints. To upgrade this room only needs to be filled with a large number of display items to upgrade. Xinghe currently has nothing to place except for the shelf of items with special significance, which holds the first wand he crafted. Besides the Dungeon Fighter gacha world, he keeps hitting the Sims world again and again. The appearance of that world occurs with strange frequency nearly every week. This time though, Xinghe did not draw 5 times. He only drew 3 times, mainly because after finishing the dungeon gacha his gacha coins were scarce, and he needed to save some for future gacha worlds. 3 draws, 1 common, 1 rare, 1 legendary. After the machine upgraded, the probability of legendary items rose sharply. Our items, once rare, now appear almost daily. In the common gacha there is a computer. In the rare gacha there is a 2-person bed. In the legendary gacha, what's inside is still the magical furniture of this world. Multifunctional surgical bed. Category furniture. Rarity rare. Effect: on the bed, one can perform surgery on humanoid beings up to 2.5 m tall and weighing up to 200 gene, with 3 additional potion slots on the machine. Note: I don't know how to pull your heart out, don't ask me, I'm just an intern. This surgical bed is one of the most magical pieces of furniture Xinghe has ever drawn in the game, and he didn't expect to pull it out today. The surgical bed was naturally given to the doll. Once this furniture was placed in the treatment room, the room's level rose directly from 3 to 4. The rare grade 2-person bed isn't as comfortable as the one in Xinghe's master bedroom, so it was placed in the guest room. That room also upgraded to level 3. Counting this up, Xinghe now has 3 rooms above level 3, plus he plans to reorganize the crafting area into a single workspace, and the kitchen's cooking pot is steadily upgrading. When it climbs another level, the kitchen could reach level 3. With that, the conditions to upgrade the shelter to level 5 would be met again. As for the common grade computer, Xinghe has power to run it, but he can't watch programs. It will have to be kept for now. On the 30th day of the apocalypse, the 2nd cycle of devastation had come to an end. The number of participants in the global channel had plummeted from an initial 100,000 to merely 29,876, a death toll of 70%. Activity within the channel had dwindled significantly, with only a few organizations still dominating the feed, particularly the Brotherhood and the Cult of Salvation. Nearly half of Xinghe's friends list lay dormant, each grayed out name representing another survivor who had perished on the path to mere survival. Xinghe could only hope their ends had not been painful. Congratulations to everyone for successfully surviving the 2nd disaster. This world is about to enter the 3rd cycle of a world-level catastrophe. After 4 cycles, world merger will commence. Until then, please strive to increase your strength as much as possible. The 3rd cycle of disaster is the pale winter lasting 12 days. The bloody corruption has ended. The Son of God hanging in the sky has claimed the entire world, leaving only a stark, lifeless expanse of white. Please strive to survive upon this cold and desolate wasteland. During the pale winter, temperatures will plummet rapidly. Please keep warm. After the 3rd cycle of disaster, survivors who remain alive during this cycle will receive additional rewards based on their performance. The rankings for the 2nd cycle have concluded. All survivors will receive a base bonus of 500 points. Rankings 1 through 10 receive an additional 5,000 points. Rankings 11 through 100 receive an additional 3,000 points. Rankings 101 through 1,000 receive an additional 1,000 points. Rankings beyond 1,000 receive no additional points. The points shop is now open and will close in 6 hours. Unused points will be converted to disaster coins at an equivalent rate. Xinghe, your ranking is 6th. Base points 500. Bonus points 5,000. Personal points 6,458. Total points 11,958. This time the points. The first place ranking this time did not go to Xinghe of the Human Alliance, but to the Bishop of the Cult of Salvation, whose ID was Arc. Xinghe had been pushed down to 5th place, while Iron Skull fell to 7th. Fan Jin and Xin Lu had both climbed significantly in the rankings, placing within the top 100. Only Mushroom Boy remained far behind, ranked around 700. Xinghe believed the reason their small team consistently ranked high was due to each member eliminating special monsters in their respective areas. He had since discussed this with organizations like the Human Alliance and the Think Tank, and indeed peculiar monsters had appeared near most groups. However, the majority were comparable in strength to the two-headed lizard. Only the Brotherhood encountered an enormous Thunderbird, its power far exceeding normal levels, and its speed astonishingly swift. The Brotherhood suffered heavy casualties and was still unable to subdue it. As a result, Xiao Tontian of the Brotherhood nearly dropped out of the top 100 this round, and Xinghe could only imagine how furious he must be. However, although this round awarded generous points, the items in the shop were equally expensive, with precious grade items occupying the front of the store. Xinghe clicked furiously with the speed of someone grabbing Spring Festival travel tickets, and finally secured 2 items, a precious grade blueprint and a precious grade item synthesizer. Holy crap, I grabbed one. I got a precious grade energy core. State your price. The Brotherhood is interested in that thing. Go to hell, your boss is about to fall out of the top 100, and you still talk tough. Who do you think you are? I'm not selling this one. And who exactly are you above? There were only about 20 precious grade items in total. Although the 20,000 plus remaining participants were far fewer than the original 100,000, only a select few managed to snatch precious grade items. Within their small team, only Xinghe and Iron Skull succeeded this time. Even Fan Jin, usually so adept at securing goods, found his reflexes insufficient. The 2 precious grade items consumed 5,000 points from Xinghe. While there were quite a few rare grade items this time, blueprints remained scarce. Because Xinghe had gone all in on the precious grade blueprint, he only managed to purchase one from the rare grade section. He grabbed 1 rare grade energy core, 1 professional certification, 2 blueprints, and 1 workshop upgrade voucher, spending another 4,000 points in total. With the remaining points, Xinghe prioritized completing the rare grade blueprints, purchasing several magic item modification coupons, and then emptied his points entirely in the common grade section before finishing his shopping. It was a pity he hadn't secured a precious grade energy core. Xinghe was considering how to obtain another rare grade energy core to synthesize using the precious grade synthesizer. The other precious grade blueprint was rather special. Unlimited aggregation. Category blueprint. Quality precious. Requirements unknown. Effects unknown. Description: this magical blueprint can autonomously generate and modify itself according to the development direction of your shelter. You say your place is a mess. No problem. It can handle it. Xinghe studied the blueprint, but did not use it immediately. He intended to wait until he had constructed all other necessary blueprints for upgrading his shelter to level 5 before giving it a try. The subsequent rare grade blueprints were also of an interesting variety. Weather control system. Category blueprint. Requirements: weather type energy core 1, small energy crystal 5, climate blueprint modification 2, control crystal ball 1. Effects: allows manipulation of weather conditions within the shelter range. Options include sunny, rainy, snowy, cloudy, and windy weather. Description: with this I could grow crops indoors. Well, you say it's not that powerful. Then why are you selling it to me for so much? This item was actually quite useful, but Xinghe had only managed to purchase 1 control crystal ball, as he still needed another for his spell monitoring system. However, Xinghe already had a solution in mind, though he was uncertain whether it would work. The rare grade blueprints were comparatively mundane, one for an underground pasture and another for a fish pond. Their requirements were modest as well, but constructing both would completely fill the first basement floor. The underground pasture occupied 150 square meters, while the fish pond was quite small, at merely 60 square meters. For some reason, calling it a fish pond was generous. It was essentially just a water pool. Xinghe also purchased an amusing common grade blueprint integrated slaughterhouse modification. Combined with a common grade furniture piece, a slaughter bed, and a set of common grade slaughter tools, it directly upgraded his slaughter room to level 3. Now all that remained was a level 3 residence, which would fulfill his housing requirements. After loading all the blueprints, Xinghe applied a magic item modification coupon to the desktop computer he had just drawn from the system. A few minutes later, the computer, originally of common quality, had ascended to rare quality. Magic desktop computer. Category furniture. Quality rare. Effects: a desktop computer that can be powered by magical energy. It can also serve as an operation terminal and central hub for certain magical systems. Description: what on earth were you trying to accomplish with this modification? Say something. What was the purpose? Obviously to use it as a component for the spell monitoring system. Xinghe submitted it and confirmed that the system integrated perfectly, providing visualization, operation, and computational capabilities all in one. Xinghe also found the mage's eye in this session's point shop. It appeared as a half-fist-sized eyeball equipped with tiny wings. Xinghe fed the materials into the blueprint, loaded this final rare-grade blueprint, and then finally sank into a deep sleep. Since the outside world had completely lost its value for exploration, Xinghe's daily routine had recently grown somewhat indolent, and he began waking up a bit later than before. In both the World Channel and their 5-person group chat, everyone was sharing the changes occurring outside, especially those residing at higher elevations who could observe the shifts with greater clarity. This crimson-tinted world was gradually turning to ash. Look at the distance. It's already starting to turn white bit by bit. When I woke up this morning, I actually felt a bit of a chill. Not here yet, it's still very warm underground. If anyone lacks heating equipment, feel free to let me know. I'll help out. Thank you, Big Sister Iron Skull. Sister Iron Skull is so generous. Seeing everyone's chat logs, Xinghe also left a message offering fuel or dishes with warming effects. Thanks to the recent inclusion of high-quality materials, even if he was unsure whether they were actually edible, his cooking pot had successfully upgraded to a level 4 crafting station. However, the effects of most dishes were mediocre at best, they merely tasted decent. Since they wouldn't fetch a high price on the market, Xinghe hadn't bothered to mass-produce them. Yet under the current circumstances, with everyone hunkering down in their shelters and refusing to venture out, perhaps a market for these dishes could be cultivated provided it did not consume too much of his time. Perhaps because the weaker individuals who failed to adapt to this harsh survival environment had already perished, the World Channel was now remarkably peaceful compared to before. Even the Brotherhood was no longer as arrogant, likely because their leader had almost failed to secure a spot in the top 100 this time. Everyone, I'm back. Holy crap, you're still alive. Holy crap, you're still alive. Holy crap, you're still alive. Xinghe glanced at the speaker. The person's ID was Lao Paozi. Recalling carefully, he realized this was the very first person to find a treasure chest on the opening day of their survival journey. Xinghe was greatly astonished. He then sent a message. Holy crap, you're still alive. After all, aside from showing off that first treasure chest, this guy had also posted some basic survival guides. However, since most of the 1.0 participants had already undergone training, his guides did not receive much attention. Afterward, he had vanished without a trace, only to resurface today. Lao Paozi lectured at length in the World Channel about his bizarre experiences in the subterranean world. When some underground survivors refuted his claims, he immediately threw out a photograph. It appeared that although he had been unable to use the channel during this period, his system functions were still operational. However, the poor fellow's shelter was gone. After recounting his glorious journey for a while, he began begging for shelter, even showcasing one of his items, a rare-grade targeted teleportation scroll. Boss, are we really going to take in this Lao Paozi guy? It's still up in the air whether he's even a living person. Fool. If he weren't alive, how could he use the system to speak? I'm just raising a reasonable doubt. Our Brotherhood isn't lacking a single person like him anyway. You're a fool, and you don't even realize it. This man clearly possesses great fortune. If we win him over and control him, won't that fortune become ours? But great fortune also means great danger. We've worked so hard to. Alright, shut the hell up, both of you. Xiao Tongtian rubbed his temples, his head spinning from the noise, thoroughly exasperated. Of the two men standing before him, one was the lackey who had been with him the longest, and the other was Xiao Qi, who had brought out the teleportation array last time. Both were considered his trusted confidants. Yet one of them was audaciously bold while the other was as timid as a mouse. Put them together, and they did nothing but bicker. Back when they relied on the teleportation array, they rarely met, which was manageable. Now that the squad had been assembled using the rallying order, the two of them bickered nonstop whenever they crossed paths, making Xiao Tongtian's head feel as if it were about to explode. The two lackeys lowered their heads in silence. With a single sentence, Xiao Tongtian settled the matter. Recruit him. Bring him to the decontamination room in a moment. Meanwhile, at the Renlian, Cheng Hui was explaining to Cheng Guang why he had refused Lao Paozi's allegiance. We are developing quite well right now. There is no need to take on such a risk. Mutual aid must be predicated on our own safety. Following 2 rounds of consolidation via rallying orders, nearly 40 members of the Renlian were now living together. Their shelters were interconnected, effectively expanding into a substantial safe territory. They had even integrated a group of native humans as their subjects, turning the area into a small village-like settlement. As Cheng Hui lectured, Cheng Guang, a young girl, sat nearby nodding off. She was currently Cheng Hui's personal secretary, a junior schoolmate with whom he had shared a good relationship during his school days, and they had only reconnected during this recent consolidation. Jiaoming, how are the preparations for winter supplies coming along? The moment Cheng Hui spoke, the young girl sprang to her feet. Currently, we have stockpiled 123 winter garments, 89 sets of bedding, 80 tons of ordinary coal, and 10 tons of refined coal. Every shelter has undergone winterization modifications. However, the modifications to the fields are not yet complete, which might impact the harvest. Cheng Hui nodded. Then expedite the process. Although the 3rd round lasts only 12 days, judging by the situation, the temperature is highly likely to plummet. We must pay close attention. Ming nodded. On the other side, Cheng Guang watched his brother work with a look of indifference. After all, they had survived a disaster where the entire world turned into a mound of flesh, what was a bit of cold wind in comparison. It was merely a disguised benefit to allow everyone to rest well. In truth, Cheng Guang's mindset was by no means rare. Among the remaining 2,000-odd survivors, almost everyone possessed at least a level 3 shelter, and many had already reached level 4. Although upgrading from level 3 to level 4 required a substantial amount of resources, 2 rounds of point matches had made it quite feasible to gather enough. Even for those with only level 3 shelters, multiple rounds of modifications had been implemented, ensuring they could withstand extreme cold without much difficulty. Furthermore, protective suits with excellent thermal insulation were available in the point shop at a very reasonable price. On a vast ocean far from the Renlian village, a colossal ship was sailing atop the crimson rot, which was gradually turning gray and white. Lord Bishop, do we truly not need to seek land? No. God has already granted me guidance. This path is indeed the most suitable for us. Feng Zhou replied placidly without opening his eyes. I understand. Thank you for the divine guidance. May the great deity lead us to the eternal shore. We certainly shall. This massive vessel was the core shelter of the Salvation sect. Originally, it did not belong to Feng Zhou himself, but to one of his followers. Upon seeing this shelter, Feng Zhou immediately designated it as the core, promoted its owner to Holy Maiden, and set the rallying point here. The shelter established by this giant ship possessed a natural capability to absorb and integrate other shelters. After merging 15 survivors' shelters, the once stranded vessel had been fully restored and had even gained various mystical powers. After concluding his daily duties, Feng Zhou knelt in prayer within a small alcove. He opened his completely whitened, sightless eyes, facing a statue whose face and even gender were indiscernible, his countenance filled with absolute devotion. The chaos of the outside world brought no change to Xinghe's life. Upon seeing that the Brotherhood had accepted Old Rodir and that the latter had ceased telling stories, he logged off the world channel. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the 5 items in his hands. As a new week had commenced, a recurring gashapon pool had appeared today. It was from World of Warcraft. For a gashapon pool with such profound lore, Xinghe naturally tossed in 5 gashapon coins. Regrettably, there was still no sign of an exotic grade item. Though he did obtain a rare grade one, it was of no use to him. Looking at the slightly charred massive club on the ground, he felt immensely helpless. Who could have imagined that this great cudgel as thick as his waist was actually a staff? Shabby staff of the two-headed ogre. Category one-handed. Weapon. Quality rare. Durability 1120. Effect moderately increases fire attribute magic power, slightly reduces consumption, slightly increases physical attack power. Skills. Charged bombardment. Swing the staff with all your might to deal 20 energy levels of physical damage and 15 energy levels of explosive damage. Hardwood passive skill. Physical damage dealt by this weapon has a small probability of inflicting a concussive effect on the target. Description. Can this thing even be called a staff? Xinghe struggled to lift the staff, which was as thick as his own waist. Although it seemed barely usable, he was hardly a melee fighter. Setting the object aside for now, Xinghe sorted through the other 4 items. One of them of common grade was a simple recipe called linen cloth, which was of little help to him. The 3 uncommon grade items were a ghoul follower, a tailoring subprofession certificate, and a frost nova skill. Xinghe learned the skill directly. Its damage was not high, only around 10 energy levels, but it offered area of effect damage coupled with a crowd control effect. As for the ghoul, seeing through the translucent gashapon that it was an undead creature, Xinghe contacted the members of the Holy Ossuary and sold it for basic resources. He harbored little fondness for the undead. The tailoring subprofession certificate was sold to Qin Lu. She traded 2 uncommon grade giant bird eggs for it. Xinghe intended to use them to enrich his sanctuary zoo, and he also required some aerial forces. The reason he did not learn the tailoring subprofession was that he had already mastered a rare grade subprofession enchanter. The primary focus of this profession was inscribing runes onto weapons and equipment to bestow additional magical effects, which could also be applied to furniture. These enhancement effects were divided into permanent and temporary types. Permanent ones required more materials, but preserved the effects indefinitely, while temporary ones required very few materials, but typically lasted only about 5 minutes. At least at Xinghe's current level, 5 minutes was the absolute limit. Nevertheless, grabbing a pinch of paralyzing spore powder to enchant a weapon with a minor paralyzing effect lasting 3 to 5 minutes was still incredibly useful. Having dealt with all the items in his possession, Xinghe suddenly found himself with leisure. Due to the gradual disappearance of the crimson corruption in the outside world, his business for purification bomb scrolls and imitation water of life had plummeted. As for warm clothing and the like, Xinghe possessed them, but so did everyone else. He held no significant advantage there. Only the uncommon grade food hodgepodge, which offered additional effects and tasted quite delicious, remained popular among many. However, this task had been assigned to Adino, who was likewise idle. He wanted her to get busy with some work, so she would stop tormenting the animals. Of course, Xinghe had another rather important task to attend to today, crafting a brand new wand. When he first acquired the two-headed ogre's staff, Xinghe had been somewhat at a loss. However, he suddenly recalled that he still had a massive and used rare-grade giant rat skull. That gargantuan thing was a perfect match for this giant wooden club. In addition to these two primary materials, the three auxiliary ingredients Xinghe added this time were also of rare grade, a giant rat bone, taken from the rat to be used on the rat, a red gem left behind by a giant moth, and a small piece of rare grade magic iron. Naturally, the only material that truly pained Xinghe to part with was the rare grade magic iron, as the others were incompatible with his own attributes anyway. The magic crafting table had already been upgraded to level 4 by Xinghe using an upgrade voucher. While its functions remained unchanged, its efficiency and effects were vastly improved. The crafting process this time was exceptionally lengthy. Instead of letting the system auto-craft, Xinghe participated in the process personally, even using the giant moth spore powder to enchant the weapon during its creation. The crafting process was extremely mentally exhausting. Xinghe even activated the thought acceleration skill of the Dusk Mask. Bullet time allowed his thoughts to race at high speeds, enabling him to finally complete the weapon's fabrication. Though he had expended a vast hoard of rare-grade materials and nearly fried his brain, the resulting fruit of his labor was exceedingly gratifying. Bloodflame Bone-Gnawing Club. Category Two-Handed Weapon. Quality Exotic. Durability 4040. Effect Massive Physical Damage Bonus Moderate Fire Damage Bonus. Skill Bloodflame Shroud Passive Skill. Any fire attribute skill cast through this cudgel will be converted into a special flame Bloodflame. Bloodflame possesses an adhesive effect, clinging to enemies to deal continuous damage while absorbing their body heat and blood to strengthen itself. It cannot be dispelled by any means below rare grade. Ember Parasite Passive Skill. Enemies slain by this weapon will have their corpses explode after a brief delay, inflicting the Bloodflame attachment effect on all units within a 10-meter radius. Bone-Gnawing Heavy Strike. Swing the cudgel with all your might to deal 40 energy levels of physical damage and cause a Bloodflame splash effect covering an area of approximately 5 square meters. Extra Enchantment Spore Powder Bombardment. Swinging the cudgel disperses crimson spore powder. When combined with Bloodflame, it triggers an explosion, dealing additional explosive damage and Bloodflame splash. Requirements: Constitution 20, Spirit 15. Description: Congratulations, your staff crafting career has reached new heights. Staring at the crimson behemoth before him, Xinghe could hardly believe that this was a weapon he had crafted with his own hands. The Bloodflame Bone-Gnawing Club spanned a total length of 170 centimeters. Its body was charred black, while the giant rat skull at its tip was a dark crimson with the gemstone embedded right in the center of the skull. Xinghe had actually used a bit of shaping fluid to modify the skull at the head of the club, making it more visually impactful and better suited for striking. The primary function of the magic iron was to connect the shaft of the club to its head. However, the connection was not fused but stitched. This was not a choice made by Xinghe, rather the magic iron had automatically assumed this form during the crafting process, lending the massive club an intensely sinister aura. At this moment, a new recipe also appeared on the crafting table. Unlike the improved wand, it was called Club-Type Magic Weapon Crafting. This recipe did not have fixed material requirements like the improved wand, nor could it be fully automated. Xinghe had to craft it manually. Regardless, he had actually crafted an exotic-grade weapon. Of course, it was completely unusable for him. At present, Xinghe could not even lift this weapon he had personally created. Although he was highly tempted to keep this weapon, Xinghe decided to sell it after a moment of hesitation. On one hand, it did not suit him. On the other hand, he believed that since he could craft the first, he could surely craft the second. Naturally, the first to lay eyes on this weapon were the few members of his small team. Good gracious, boss Xinghe. Where did you obtain such a treasure-grade weapon? I made it myself. Xinghe's words left everyone puzzled. Luo joined the group with a string of question marks. And unexpected for these items is uncanny. Don't. I spent a mountain of rare materials to forge 2 rare-grade armors, yet you have conjured a treasure-grade weapon. I bow in defeat. I'm still making linen cloth. Xinghe, don't flaunt that weapon to tease us. I want one too. I'm planning to sell this weapon. Do you have a need? If not, I'll list it for trade. Xinghe is generous indeed. Anyway, I can't use it. Message me privately. I want it. Tai Luo quickly sent over a slew of images for Xinghe to choose from. In truth, Xinghe's main target in the group chat was Tai Luo, and among these people, she was the only one who might wield such a colossal artifact. Treasure-grade items, I managed to seize only this one and haven't had the chance to use it yet. Take a look at the rest of the rare-grade items. Treasure-grade items. Xinghe didn't choose this one. Tai Luo grabbed a treasure-grade passive skill that increases physique and vitality, making the body stronger and capable of unleashing tremendous power. This item could be used by Xinghe as well, but there is no need to suddenly shift from sorcery to melee. Among the rare-grade items, there are things Xinghe needs. After picking through, Xinghe selected 4 rare-grade items. Tai Luo conducted the trade with enthusiasm, adding 500 calamity coins and a contract. I know I've taken a great bargain this time. If you have something to say, I'll be there at once. Also, I have treasure-grade items. If you need them, buy at a low price. The contract is proof. This contract is not like Qin Lu's peculiar one from before. It's just an ordinary magical contract. But Xinghe still did not sign it. Who knows if there are hidden terms? Seeing Xinghe refuse Tai Luo still felt awkward and delivered another rare grade item. This trade finally ends. Xinghe did not feel shortchanged, the weapon was of no use to her anyway, so she'd rather strengthen her comrades. On the other hand, Tai Luo is already a formidable survivor. What she could offer is excellent, for treasure grade items are scarce and many blueprints are crucial. A single weapon would not fetch much back, and removing items unsuitable for Xinghe would leave little else worth taking. In this trade, Xinghe acquired 2 pieces of equipment, a blueprint, and 2 materials. Xinghe values the blueprint the most. I'll tear it open for you, believe me. Xinghe immediately used it, opening a second underground level beneath the shelter. For now the layout cannot be adjusted, this part will remain empty for the moment. 2 pieces of equipment, both likely produced as a sideline by Tai Luo's armorsmith, crafts a metal helmet and a leather belt. Although they are rare grade gear compared to what Xinghe had obtained previously, these 2 items are rather modest. The helmet has no active skill and only 2 passive bonuses, but this gear does not conflict with the mask Xinghe wore before and can be worn together. The belt suits Xinghe's taste better. It has 8 hooks for hanging small items or potions, and its active skill Suishin Xiaohuan allows quickly switching gear or items from the belt to the hand for easy use. The materials are a venom sac of a giant scorpion and a venom needle from a giant scorpion. Though called a needle, it's roughly the size of a dagger when held. Xinghe also has some thoughts about these 2 materials, but today she has no energy to complete them. She lounged lazily on the sofa, idly daydreaming. Xinghe senses that the coming period will be the most leisurely time she has had in this world. With ample supplies, there's little point to roam. Even Xinghe doesn't notice any living beings outside. Still, she doesn't intend to rest completely. There are daily tasks like upgrading the crafting station, researching new formulas, and compared to others' daily earnings from the gacha. Stroking Duanya's brow as it rests beside her, Xinghe sighs softly and decides to rest for 2 days. Duanya, are you nearing a critical point? Why are you getting smaller? Humph. Yes, I'm getting smarter too, Duanya replies. Since the last evolution, its intelligence has risen a lot, but its form has grown smaller. It used to carry a person, now it's about the size of a medium dog. Moreover, Xinghe can deduce his meaning from his chirping without needing animal speech. This fellow has even learned to write with his hooves. I'm also raising a little demon. Remember to take good care of your little companion. Xinghe pats Duanya's head again, the fur on its brow thinning. Duanya now serves as the manager of the underground beasts. Although the creatures fear the almost all, to some extent the almost all is usually busy with other tasks and doesn't stay in the basement, so the actual management falls to Duanya. And an important job for Duanya is to prevent the beasts from harassing the workers' robots. Xinghe's robots are largely non-combatant and of average quality. If damaged, they would crumble. Xinghe considers strengthening or replacing them. As for the broom spirit, the shelter grows larger and larger. It spends almost all day sweeping. Xinghe gave it a better water element wand, turning it into a combined mop and sweeper. After dinner, Xinghe tested several new modification effects. The monitoring system works quite well, though it's not a fixed monitor, but movable and operable, more like a magical drone system. Moreover, mage eyes can be added later to create more cameras with an upper limit of 15. What pleases Xinghe most is that these mage eyes have anti-illusion and magic wave detection capabilities far better than a plain surveillance system she had imagined. As for the weather control system, it isn't that it's unusable, it's just energy hungry. A full energy crystal can support about 15 minutes of weather. Thus, the underground pasture's lighting must still rely on sun mushrooms on the surface, otherwise trying to imitate daylight with this broken system would be a loss. Over the next few days, Xinghe spent his time attempting to craft weapons and practicing his enchanting skills. Using 2 materials from the giant scorpion along with the previously acquired poison sac, Xinghe crafted an uncommon grade poison attribute wand. Unfortunately, he failed to elevate it to the exotic grade. Xinghe sold it, exchanging it for a piece of special furniture, a crafting table upgrade voucher, and some nature attribute materials. Incubator. Category: special furniture. Quality: rare. Effect: can hatch most eggs or embryos without special requirements. Description: you've become a mother hen. Although called an incubator, the device was actually massive. Xinghe placed it in the pasture and popped the giant bird egg inside to hatch. The crafting table upgrade voucher was a rare grade item. By adding extra materials, one could upgrade the crafting table to a certain degree, similar to the magic item upgrade voucher Xinghe had obtained previously. Xinghe used it on the herbal cauldron, using the imitation water of life as the material. Indeed, this substance could actually be used as an upgrade material, and its effects were surprisingly good. The herbal cauldron was upgraded to level 4, gaining an additional affix that allowed the brewing of exotic grade, and below healing or purification potions, increasing potion efficacy by 20%. It wasn't incredibly powerful, but it was highly practical. Over the past 3 days, the Gashapon worlds had failed to spark any desire in Xinghe to spend his Gashapon coins. There was even a Juon the Grudge world into which Xinghe didn't throw a single coin. After all, if his luck exploded and he pulled Kayako, his life would be forfeit. However, there was a world similar to Mr. Vampire. After tossing in 2 coins, Xinghe obtained a rare grade coffin and a rare grade joncture. He promptly sold them to the people of the sacred ossuary in exchange for some nature attribute materials. Xinghe had already begun preparing to upgrade his shelter to level 5. He had now basically met all the conditions. With the magic crafting table upgraded to level 4, the requirement for 5 level 3 houses was also satisfied. Now one could say he was only short of materials and an exotic grade energy core. The exotic grade special blueprint was still generating. It would take 3 days to complete, but the benefit was that it required no additional materials, only some energy crystals to charge it. Today's Gashapon prize pool world Zenless Zone 0. Zenless Zone 0 again. Xinghe stared at the Gashapon machine. He had saved up quite a few coins recently, so he hesitated on whether to throw in 5 coins to see what he would get. After all, the Mihoyo Gacha had been quite kind to him. After pondering for a moment, Xinghe decided to test the waters with 2 coins first. 2 green Gashapon balls rolled out with a clatter. Xinghe cracked them open to find a Bangbu algorithm module and a peace and quiet drive disk. He popped the disk into the W engine he had obtained earlier to play it, only to discover it was simply an Astra Yao record. It sounded lovely but offered no stat boosts, being barely any better than the vinyl record from the moles he had gotten before. He figured it was at best an A-rank disc from the game. Seeing nothing spectacular from the first 2 pulls, Xinghe ultimately couldn't resist throwing in 3 more coins. This time the Gashapon balls that rolled out were 2 blue and 1 white. Although there were no purple ones, Xinghe was still satisfied. He opened the white Gashapon first. It was a beverage recipe, fruity foam latte, requiring coffee beans and citrus fruits as ingredients. Its effect differed from the drop rate boosts in the game, acting purely as a refreshing stimulant. The 2 uncommon grade Gashapon balls truly gave Xinghe a massive surprise. Spring Warmth. Category Accessory Energy Core. Quality Uncommon. Effect music discs can be inserted into the slots to play specific frequencies of sound waves that perturb the ether. When used as an accessory, it provides the user with moderate protection against energy-based effects. When used as an energy core, it can convert the output energy into the nature attribute. Skills Hot Spring releases a vast amount of heat during use. The hot spring on the W engine surface will boil after a while, transforming into a potion that restores a small amount of energy. Variable Temperature Regulator passive effect. This W engine is immune to overheating damage and can operate normally in ambient temperatures ranging from -120°C to 80°C. Description: I ask you, who wouldn't want to eat a hot meal and drink hot water while exploring a hollow? Wait, what do you mean you just washed your hands in it after taking a pee? Staring at this W engine, which was larger and heavier than the electromagnetic storm Type 3 he had used before, Xinghe felt quite pleased. This meant his exotic grade energy core was finally within reach. He eagerly placed the weather bottle Spring Warmth and the energy core he had previously snatched, called the Heart of the Ancient Tree, into the synthesizer. With a compatibility rate of 76%, Xinghe did not hesitate to initiate the synthesis. The synthesis would take 4 hours, during which the electromagnetic storm Type 3 would have to fill in. It was truly hard work for it. Xinghe then opened the other uncommon grade Gashapon. Base Bangbu. Category Minion. Quality Uncommon. Effect: a rabbit-shaped little robot that feels bouncy and soft to the touch, but is actually incredibly sturdy. It can handle many tasks for you, though it might also mess them up. Every Bangbu has an independent core and personality, allowing you to customize it to your needs. Skills Modification Slots allows the addition of extra skills to the Bangbu using different modules such as healing, attacking, housekeeping, or extra language modules up to a limit of 4. Data Calculation: the Bangbu can connect to various electronic systems to act as a repeater or storage unit. It also possesses independent computing power, which can be upgraded with modules. This was a black rabbit-like little robot with a hole in its behind. It was quite short, roughly the size of a small plush toy. Once released, its facial display screen spun for a long while before finally revealing 2 small eyes. And on off. Xinghe couldn't understand the Bangbu's speech even with his animal communication buff active. It seemed Bangbus truly did not qualify as animals. I can't quite understand you, little guy, but this is your home now. I'll show you around in a bit. The Bangbu looked around in slight bewilderment, but soon its small eyes crinkled into a smile, and it happily let out several ahs. Xinghe showed the little guy around, and on the way handed over the management of the surveillance computer to it. Indeed, no matter who came to Xinghe's shelter, they had to work. He also handed over the data module he had previously obtained from the Gashapon to the little guy, who seemed absolutely thrilled. After some thought, Xinghe named it Xiao Taixian, which was a bit of his own twisted sense of humor. Since Xiao Taixian lacked an extra language module, it couldn't speak, forcing Xinghe to rely on guesswork to understand its thoughts. Fortunately, the little fellow was quite clever, and they could manage basic communication through wild gestures. Xiao Taixian integrated into the shelter much faster than Xinghe had anticipated. Not only did it reorganize the surveillance system's layout, but it also compiled a roster of the shelter's members into a spreadsheet. After a series of ahs, Xinghe gathered that it wanted to create a spreadsheet for the resources as well. This made Xinghe view it in a whole new light. He hadn't expected this little guy to be so highly capable. Could a standard base household Bangbu really achieve all this? The other residents had mixed reactions to this sudden newcomer. Broom Spirit felt absolutely nothing as long as it wasn't disturbed while sweeping. It didn't care. Broken Tooth was highly curious about the creature constantly following Xiao Taixian around and sniffing it. Audino, on the other hand, took an immense liking to Xiao Taixian, picking it up and hugging and squeezing it for a long while. The two little ones then had a highly animated conversation, one going Dino and the other in awe. Xinghe listened to Audino for a while using animal communication only to confirm that they were completely talking past each other, neither understanding a word the other said. Xinghe figured Audino liked Xiao Taixian so much primarily because the latter looked weak, but was actually incredibly sturdy. It perfectly met Audino's criteria for a companion, cute, obedient, and highly durable. The shelter modification has been completed. After 3 long days of waiting, Xinghe's exquisite grade blueprint had finally finished its transformation. He opened the system panel to see if this adaptive blueprint modification would bring him any surprises. Ecological circulation system. Category blueprint. Quality exquisite. Effect establishes a complete self-sustaining ecological circulation system within the shelter, ensuring the stability of the internal climate, temperature, and ether energy. The richer the biodiversity within the shelter, the more stable the system becomes, and the stronger its external resistance. Description: a wondrous system. Are you planning to build a paradise on Earth? Though the effect of the ecological circulation system was straightforward, it left Xinghe pleasantly surprised. He felt as if his shelter had transformed into a complete self-contained pocket world, an indescribable sensation, yet the comfort level had indeed improved dramatically. A moment later, the synthesis of the energy core was also completed. Part of the 4 seasons. Category: energy core. Quality exquisite. Effect simulates the rotation of the 4 seasons within the range of the energy core, enhancing natural spells and abilities while accelerating the growth rate of living organisms. Description: the rotation of the seasons is the fundamental law of the world. Since the heart of the 4 seasons was purely an energy core rather than a cosmetic item, it possessed no additional skill effects. However, as Xinghe held the pulsing 4-colored mode of light, the energy contained within felt terrifyingly potent. Xinghe already possessed a fair amount of rare-grade magical materials. He purchased a few more rare-grade natural materials from the trading channel. Fortunately, while rare-grade materials were not yet mainstream, they were no longer exceedingly scarce. It did not take him long to gather everything he needed. With everything in place, Xinghe proceeded to upgrade his shelter to level 5. The upgrade would take an entire day, leaving Xinghe with nothing to do. Furthermore, many functions were temporarily disabled during the upgrade process. Consequently, he retrieved his old books and began to re-examine his magic. Due to the constant threat of survival in the past, although Xinghe frequently cast spells and had reached maximum proficiency in many low-tier spells, he had never noticed any significant difference. Since he had time to spare, Xinghe decided to revisit these spells and investigate the actual effects of reaching maximum proficiency. He naturally started with his most familiar spell, Lightning Strike. Because its damage could no longer keep pace with his current needs, he had rarely used it of late. He gently spread his fingers, and a purple arc of electricity danced back and forth between them. Increasing his mana input, he opened his palm wide, instantly cloaking his entire hand in crackling currents. Xinghe clenched his fist tightly, causing the electric arc to disperse abruptly, as a burst of energy erupted from his palm. However, due to the shielding effect of the sparks, this minor electrical shock had zero impact on him. Opening his spellbook, Xinghe recorded the observations. Although the proficiency bar was displayed as full, he could sense that the current lightning strike felt distinctly different from when it had first reached maximum proficiency. Previously, the level up had merely enhanced the offensive output and reduced casting time. Now, however, as he channeled the spell, he could clearly perceive the flow of magical energy. He wrote down these observations only to realize that it resembled a spell model. You have recorded the spell model Lightning Strike. As if breaking through a certain threshold, Lightning Strike was no longer displayed individually in Xinghe's skill list. Instead, it was categorized under a new submenu called Cantrips, and its proficiency bar had vanished entirely. Xinghe then experimented with the rainmaking spell, which he used to cast frequently, and it was likewise placed into the Cantrips submenu. This discovery highly encouraged Xinghe. He went down to the basement and repeatedly cast the Vine spell. After raising this rarely used spell to maximum proficiency, he successfully integrated it into the submenu as well. Furthermore, once these 3 spells were successfully categorized under the submenu, their underlying structures gradually materialized in his mind. After sketching these spell structures in his book, he shared the recorded blueprints to the group chat. What is this? Can everyone see if they can learn these minor spells? Boss Xinghe, is this the result of your research? Brother Xinghe, let me give it a try. About half an hour later, Maguzai sent a photo showing a faint arc of electricity dancing between his fingers. Though it looked far from intimidating, it proved beyond doubt that this lightning strike spell could indeed be learned by others. I actually learned it. Brother Xinghe, where did you get these spells? It didn't disappear after I learned it, and there's no proficiency bar for this skill. Xinghe explained his recent findings in detail. After a brief, stunned silence, the group chat instantly erupted with a barrage of notifications. Wait, Xinghe, are you hacking? My skill proficiency is also maxed out, so why didn't I get this effect? I just saw this and decided to test it with my max proficiency skills. I have a new submenu now too. Cthulhu sent a screenshot showing her submenu, which was named Combat Skills, with a skill called Shield Raise listed underneath. However, after processing the skill, what I obtained wasn't a spell model. It seems to be a kind of technique that is somewhat difficult to describe. It feels hard to turn into a skill book. Teaching it in person might be much easier. A short while later, everyone had converted their max proficiency skills into independent skills and began sharing them one after another. Maguzai's skill was rapid spore growth, which could quickly ripen mushrooms to harvest spores. Qin Lu had wind rising, while Fan Jin's skill was precision shot, which, similar to Tielu's, was difficult for others to learn through the same method. Nevertheless, this discovery filled everyone with excitement, prompting them to rush off and convert their nearly max skills into various skill books and insights. Currently, Xinghe only had these 3 cantrips at maximum proficiency, as he rarely used his other skills. Ironically, the next skill closest to max level was Rejuvenation, which had been leveled up while playing around with the Shibuduo doll some time ago. After recording his spell models, Xinghe discussed the matter with several high-ranking members of various organizations. Unsurprisingly, almost everyone was already aware of it. Brother Xinghe, it's not that we didn't want to tell you, but everyone was keeping quiet about it. However, we were already preparing to make it public recently. Upon seeing Xinghe's message, Cheng Hui of the Human Coalition immediately instructed his secretary Jiao Ming to announce the matter on the World Channel. He had a premonition that if he did not act now, Xinghe's small circle would likely leak the information within a few days anyway. His intuition was spot on. Xinghe indeed intended to do just that, and he even planned to make his 3 cantrip models public. Since these things were practically useless to him now, and sharing them would not affect him negatively, Xinghe drafted the post and uploaded it to the World Channel along with 3 images of the spell models. Holy crap, this is possible. But I don't have any skills at max proficiency. Can anyone verify if this actually works? Yes, it works. I just learned that lightning strike spell. It's awesome, thank you, boss. Thank him for what? He probably knew about this ages ago and is only sharing it now. How are there still idiots like this at a time like this? How are there still idiots like this at a time like this? How are there still idiots like this at a time like this? Boss Xinghe's post is indeed genuine. These are the open source spell models and techniques that our Human Coalition has decided to share. These are the open source spell models from our sacred reliquary. Following Xinghe's lead, major organizations quickly shared their own techniques. The chat once again overflowed with praise for Xinghe. A massive grin spread across Xinghe's face. After all, who didn't enjoy being praised? However, he truly had not intended to trade this information for any kind of leverage. He simply felt that since this trick would be discovered by everyone sooner or later, there was no point in hoarding it. Earning some goodwill in the process was a welcome bonus, so why not? Xinghe also saved all the open source spells and techniques shared on the World Channel into his own spellbook, selecting a few that suited him. Furthermore, although these organizations had previously kept this knowledge close to their chest, the guides they shared now contained many practical tips. For instance, the fact that these self-taught spells could not be synthesized using synthesis coupons saved Xinghe from making costly mistakes. The next morning, Xinghe found his shelter had already been upgraded to level 5. Unable to contain his eagerness, he promptly opened the interface. Yeking's Tree Haven. Category Natural Dwelling. Level 5. Area 1940 square meters, remaining 500 square meters, can be adjusted at will. Special modifications: ventilation system, common drainage system, common dual pond, wood-fired stove renovation, common underground storage cellar, common fungal cultivation network, common fire protection system, common weapon-mounted defense wall, rare dual-layer buffer door, with magic, rare active wall modification, rare sterile, operating room, rare exhibition hall, rare underground pasture, rare fish pond, rare expanded dwelling, uncommon energy shield, uncommon spell monitoring system, uncommon weather control system, uncommon constant temperature protection, uncommon ecological cycle system, exceptional rooms: master bedroom level 4, a guest bedroom level 3, a workshop level 3, kitchen level 3, a slaughter room level 3, bathroom level 2, storage cellar level 1, mycelium cultivation room level 1. Special furniture level 4, enchantment workbench level 4, cooking pot cultivation, flower pot level 4, herb cauldron level 1, refining table, spring hot spring, maintains constant 40 degrees, provides recovery and purification effects. Traits: plant fusion. Special plants can be fused into your shelter for additional functions. You can consume energy to replicate uncommon level and below plants, but replicated plants cannot survive outside the shelter. Natural dwelling. The shelter attracts nature-loving creatures to settle, slowly restoring their injuries and energy within. Biological growth speed increases, and as species diversity improves, internal cycles optimize and shelter capabilities gradually enhance. Mobile wooden house. After binding with a highly compatible creature, the shelter gains mobility. The creature transforms into a guardian spirit of the shelter, growing alongside it. Master of the shelter. When inside, your attack, power, energy recovery, and injury healing are out. Congratulations, your shelter has completed its upgrade. You are the 3rd member in this world to reach level 5. You have received 1 reward chest. Please continue your efforts. Xinghe gazed in awe at his nearly luxurious shelter panel, never having imagined that within just 1 month his shelter would reach such a level. What surprised him even more was that 2 other people in this world had already completed level 5 shelter upgrades. No doubt leaders of some organization or another. Xinghe screenshotted the requirements for upgrading to level 6, and sent them to the small group chat, then chose to open the golden glowing chest. As expected, there was one exceptional tier item in the chest while the other two were merely rare. The exceptional tier item was a class appointment scroll. Xinghe had seen others on the World Channel discuss classes, though most were common or rare. The benefit of these scrolls was that they assigned professions based on individual circumstances, unlike subclass scrolls with fixed contents. Xinghe directly applied the appointment scroll upon himself. After a moment, a new profession appeared on his panel: meteorologist. After carefully reading the profession description, he learned this was a mage specialization primarily focused on weather manipulation as combat means. Although Xinghe's existing skills could already meet his needs, the profession would provide a detailed skill tree. This meant that from now on he would not need to search for weather-related spells and meditation techniques individually. They would come as a systematic whole along with various casting techniques and more. However, the effect-boosting spell power that Xinghe had hoped for was absent. Instead, the wealth of additional knowledge deepened his understanding of magic. The two uncommon tier items were a potion adding 3 points to spiritual attributes and a blueprint upgrade scroll. Xinghe used the scroll on his gate, upgrading it to uncommon tier. His walls seemed to have been upgraded alongside the shelter. The living exterior walls had reached uncommon tier. Moreover, his weapon slots had become automatically retractable, allowing weapons with attached skills to attack autonomously. Even Xinghe's unsold demon-breaking staff finally found some usefulness. Xinghe reorganized the shelter layout, coordinating the underground farm, pasture, and fish pond onto the 3rd floor. Part of the 2nd floor was temporarily left open for future planning as a magic laboratory and similar spaces, with certain rooms already demarcated. His workshop and healing room were both moved underground, leaving the 1st and 2nd floors entirely as his living quarters. Since he could replan once every 30 days, there was no urgency to arrange everything at once. He had not yet used today's Gacha Machine. Summoning it, Xinghe felt quite pleased. Today's Gacha Machine World Pokemon. Xinghe looked forward to what Pokemon he might receive, hoping to add new species to his shelter. He tossed 5 more of his remaining Gacha coins into the machine, hoping the future Gacha worlds would not suit his needs too well, allowing him to save up more coins. 5 capsules rolled out in succession, 2 rare and 3 uncommon, which matched Xinghe's expectations well. All of them were Pokemon. Among the 2 rare ones was a Sinistia and a Miltank. The 3 uncommon ones included a Turtwig, a Baltoy, and a White Fox, not a 9-tailed ice type, but a Hisuian Zorua. Among the little creatures, only the Sinistia seemed somewhat flustered. The others remained calm. A nearby Clefairy stepped forward to communicate with everyone and learn about their backgrounds. The Sinistia and Miltank were Pokemon from the pasture. One had been farming, the other producing milk. The Turtwig, meanwhile, was a lost youngster separated from its herd in the wild. The Baltoy claimed to have escaped from a weather station where work was exhausting, and it was forced to change forms to attack various Pokemon daily. It was simply too much for it to bear. Xinghe somewhat suspected it might have been working for Team Rocket's weather division. The Zorua had nothing special to report. It had simply been wandering around, bumped into a hole, and woke up here. And indeed, this particular Zorua lived during the Hisui region era from the games. Among these Pokemon, the Sinistia, Miltank, and Baltoy carried no additional items. The Turtwig held a miracle seed, a gift from its elders. The Zorua had seeds of marong berry stuck to its fur, which Xinghe handed over to the Sinistia to plant and test. Xinghe appointed the Sinistia as the agriculture supervisor, with robots also falling under its management. The Miltank continued its dairy duties as before. Though Xinghe had once been crushed by a rolling Miltank in Goldenrod City, this lazy creature showed absolutely no combat ambition. The Zorua would stay by his side as a pet for now, to be evolved later. As for the Turtwig, Xinghe tried binding it to the shelter and found it to be remarkably compatible. However, this depended on the Turtwig's own wishes, so Xinghe decided not to force the binding. Looking at his increasingly vibrant shelter, Xinghe felt a profound sense of accomplishment, momentarily forgetting that he was struggling to survive in a world on the brink of total collapse. Days spent cooped up in the shelter passed swiftly. Today marked the 41st day, with but a single day remaining before the 3rd round of disasters drew to a close. In the World Chat channel, survivors shared their skills almost daily, though the vast majority were merely of the parlor trick tier. The superior ones, meanwhile, had already been listed on the trading channel. Within Xinghe's small team, the members clamored in awe over his level 5 shelter for 3 or 4 days before finally settling down. However, upgrading to level 5 was an immense hurdle, as exotic tier blueprints and energy cores were virtually unobtainable. Xinghe had simply been blessed with exceptional fortune and swift reflexes, otherwise upgrading would not have been such an effortless feat. As for the Gashapon machine, Xinghe stared at the thick stack of Gashapon coins in his hand, sinking into a brief silence. It was not as though he had never encountered a suitable Gashapon world. The day after drawing from the Pokemon pool, he had crossed paths with Naruto. With only 2 coins in his possession at the time, he had cast them in only to receive a common tier kunai and a rare tier explosive tag. Fortunately, over the subsequent 4 days, none of the prize pools particularly enticed him. Most were centered around slice-of-life games, and there was even a Gal game, which offered virtually no practical assistance to his current situation. Nevertheless, the daily draw remained the moment he anticipated most. Fortunately, today's Gacha machine perfectly aligned with his desires. Today's Gacha world, the Elder Scrolls Skyrim. There was nothing more to say, inserting 5 coins at once was the only logical choice. As the 5 Gacha balls rolled out with a clatter, Xinghe's eyes suddenly widened. Among today's draws there was a brilliant flash of purple. Xinghe snatched the Gacha ball and popped it open without a moment's hesitation, revealing a rolled parchment scroll inside. Clear Skies Lakva Core. Category Skill Book. Quality Exotic. Effect upon use dispels severe weather, toxic mists, and miasma within a radius of 51,530 kilometers. The duration depends on the mana consumed and the intensity of the weather. Requirements: Spirit 25 or higher, basic dragon tongue. Description: a wondrous magic originating from dragons. But, do you even speak dragon tongue? I don't. Xinghe was amused to the point of laughter by the description. Yet he truly did not know the language. Being unable to use a skill book he had finally obtained left him feeling rather helpless. Still, there was nothing to be done but to temporarily shelve it. While the spirit attribute was manageable, dragon tongue was the real issue. Xinghe had no channel through which to learn it. He held a faint hope that the remaining 4 Gachapons might yield a book to initiate him into dragon tongue, but unfortunately these items, 1 white, 2 green, and 1 blue, had absolutely nothing to do with it. The common tier item was an ordinary hunting bow. Xinghe had no intention of selling it, planning instead to keep it as a keepsake, though of course it wouldn't fetch much of a price anyway. The 2 rare tier items consisted of a dwarven iron ingot and a book titled The Art of the Mace. The ingot required no second thought, as Xinghe could easily use it himself. However, The Art of the Mace was similar to the magic and herbology books he had previously acquired. Reading it would bestow a skill, and though the book would not vanish once its charges were depleted, it could no longer be used to comprehend the skill. This book only taught a single passive skill, also named The Art of the Mace, which increased damage dealt by heavy weapons and bludgeons. Since it possessed a generous durability of 5 points, Xinghe planned to learn it himself before selling it off. The final uncommon tier acquisition was a rather miraculous item. Adventurer's Backpack. Category Blueprint. Quality Uncommon. Effect: contains 10 cubic meters of spatial storage for items. Cannot stack with other spatial items. Slightly reduces stamina consumption and slightly increases stamina regeneration speed. Requirements: uncommon leather 3 units, energy, crystal 1. Description: this is a backpack beloved by adventurers. It is exceptionally spacious and comfortable to carry, though the price is a tad on the higher side. This was the second time Xinghe had obtained a backpack blueprint. Compared to the original 1 cubic meter leather backpack, this bag's capacity was tenfold. Furthermore, its ability to reduce stamina consumption and accelerate stamina recovery made it an absolute must-have for outdoor expeditions. Filled with joy, Xinghe crafted one using giant rat leather. The backpack was slightly larger than he had anticipated, covering nearly his entire back, though it did not significantly hinder his movements once worn. Additionally, this backpack inherited the characteristics of leather backpacks, offering different bonuses depending on the type of leather used. For instance, the one made from giant rat leather could reduce the noise made during movement. Xinghe had tested it only to discover that the reduction applied solely to the friction noise generated by the backpack itself, having nothing to do with him. His footsteps remained as heavy as ever. Regrettably, the backpack was of little use for the time being. The world outside had completely transformed into a vast expanse of white. Looking into the distance, one could only discern a few flickering points of light, which were the shelters of other survivors. Xinghe stepped outside his shelter to test the ground, finding it soft and yielding beneath his feet. He scooped up a handful of the white powder to analyze it, but as expected it proved entirely useless. The substance possessed virtually no nutritional value, no special traits, and no additional effects. Xinghe could only marvel at how thoroughly clean the consumption had been, leaving almost no residue behind. On the world channel, survivors residing underground or in the oceans reported that they now fared no differently from those on land. Their surroundings were filled with white powder, and only the immediate vicinity of their shelters managed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. This disaster had also given the survivors a general understanding of the protective range of their shelters. Typically, a level 3 shelter could cover an area of about 500 meters, while a level 4 shelter could extend to a radius of 1 kilometer. The situation regarding level 5 shelters remained unclear. At the very least, Xinghe's protective range had not expanded and had even shrunk compared to level 4. However, his shelter remained entirely unaffected by any extreme weather, whereas most other shelters, including level 4 ones, suffered to varying degrees. It remained a mystery whether this was a standard feature of a level 5 shelter, or if it was due to some unique property of Xinghe's own sanctuary. On the other side of the ocean, the colossal vessel of the Salvation sect had run aground. Most of the cultists huddled inside their cabins, refusing to emerge, with only a few elite priests remaining active. This colossal vessel of the Salvation sect was the very first shelter to reach level 5. However, unlike Xinghe's method of advancement, this arc only required the continuous assimilation of other low-level or same-level shelters to achieve its upgrades. The followers surrendered their shelters and were assigned to various posts based on their individual capabilities. The entirety of the Salvation sect had effectively transformed into a highly stratified small town. On the top deck of the colossal vessel Xinghe was directing everyone to erect a massive statue. The monument was practically complete, its milky white stone exuding a wondrous texture. Though the face of the statue was obscured, it seemed to project a sense of profound mercy and love for the world. Cult leader, the statue is nearing completion. What shall we do next? Continue forward under the guidance of the gods. This world is about to face a cataclysmic disaster. The elite priest standing nearby was somewhat speechless. The world had already been reduced to such a godforsaken state. Could it possibly get any worse? Although Xinghe was blind, he sensed the resignation of the elite beside him. He patted the man's shoulder with a smile and said, "You will see." Similar scenes were playing out across the bases of several other large organizations. It was as though the leaders of many major factions had already foreseen the events yet to come. In the gathering grounds of the human coalition, the survivors' shelters were no longer scattered across the area as they once were. Instead, they had been bound together by corridors, chains, and various other structures crafted from a multitude of materials. At the encampment of the sacred ossuary, numerous tombstones and bone-crafted dwellings were enveloped in a bizarre aura, coalescing into a sprawling graveyard. It was hard to imagine that in a world like this a graveyard could actually be considered a place teeming with life. Of late, the major organizations had even ceased recruitment, with only the Brotherhood continuing their efforts. Xinghe and his companions sensed that something was amiss, but since even Moguzai had upgraded to a level 4 shelter not long ago, everyone remained relatively at ease. And so time marched forward to the final day of the third round. These 12 days have been so wonderful. I don't want to proceed to the next stage. Same here, but I'm almost out of food and my firewood is nearly depleted. Grow your own. My potatoes have already harvested several times, and I still have plenty of meat left from before. Xinghe also felt that these 12 days had been incredibly comfortable. After a month of struggle, although this third round of the Pale Winter was dangerous, the weeding out process of the first 2 rounds meant that the extreme cold no longer had much of an impact on everyone. If the freezing winter had been the first round of disaster, the death toll would likely have been far higher, and it would have been impossible for half the population to survive. Looking at the current numbers on the World Channel, Xinghe noticed that there was barely any decrease throughout the entire third round, with only about 1,000 people having perished. However, many had indeed depleted most of their stockpiles. After all, in their rush to upgrade their shelters as quickly as possible, very few could preserve many materials. There were truly only a handful of people like Xinghe who possessed abundant resources, ate well, achieved self-sufficiency, and enjoyed a wide variety of food. Congratulations to everyone for successfully surviving the third round of disaster. This world is about to welcome the fourth round of world-class disaster. Once this round concludes, world fusion will commence. Safe travels to all. The fourth round of disaster, world destruction. Duration 1 hour. The empty world leaves behind only the ashes of time, collapsing, fracturing, and crumbling into fragments within the cosmos. In this final hour, please strive to survive. Upon the conclusion of the fourth round of disaster, the survivors of this round will receive the world's gift. The rankings for the survivors of the third round have concluded. Every survivor will receive 1 basic treasure chest. Rankings 1 to 10 will receive an additional 3 chests. 10 to 100 will receive an additional 2 chests. 100, 1000 will receive an additional 1 chest. There are no extra rewards for rankings below 1000, but the higher the rank, the higher the quality of the treasure chest. Xinghe, your rank is 4. You have received 4 treasure chests. 1 hour world destruction. Xinghe was dumbfounded, and the entire channel fell into utter bewilderment. No one had any idea what was happening. Before Xinghe could even react, the white ashes outside began to collapse with a rumbling roar. The world channel erupted into absolute chaos. No one had anticipated this situation. Xinghe had Xiao Taixian operate the surveillance system to fly outward. On the computer screen, vast expanses of the white sandy sea began to flow in all directions. Flying white sand was everywhere, utterly defying common sense. For the first time, Xinghe saw the full view of his shelter. Layers upon layers of lush green plants enveloped the walls of the 4-story shelter. The energy shield had also been activated, its faint glow blocking the waves of white sand from breaching the shelter. Through the surveillance system, Xinghe also spotted other shelters further away. Although they varied greatly in appearance, they were all protected by a similar kind of energy. Some had sprawling courtyards, some resembled ranches, and some even looked like giant domes. Xinghe also noticed clusters of shelters in the distance, which were likely the strongholds of major organizations. Holy crap, look at that cruise ship. And that divine statue. Whose is that? Looks like it belongs to the Salvation sect. They've got serious power. Hey, what about the Brotherhood? I've seen several massive clusters of shelters, but I don't know which one belongs to the Brotherhood. Aren't you guys worried? The world is about to end. Worried about what? The world is literally ending. Oh, where could you possibly hide? Just stay put and behave. Xinghe actually agreed with that sentiment. Since the world was ending anyway, where else could anyone go? Just then a streak of pitch-black arc light shot up toward the sky in the distance, standing out starkly against the vast expanse of the white sandy sea. What on earth is that in the skies? Holy crap, I see it too. There are so many human faces in it. Image. Xinghe clicked on the image to inspect it closely. Up close, the streak of flowing light was actually massive, viscous like black oil with countless dark gray faces struggling within it. Just looking at the photo made one feel dizzy and lightheaded. Oh my god, this face image, I know him. He's my friend. I recognize this one image too. He joined the Brotherhood earlier and was just bragging to me a few days ago about how their boss distributed supplies to them. The Lord's grace will eternally shelter all believers, yet there are always fools who readily trust the abyss. Damn, the Salvation Society is still more powerful than the Brotherhood. Amazing. Salvation Society is awesome. Salvation Society is awesome. Salvation Society is awesome. Xinghe did not join the spam this time. He recalled Lao Paozi, who had been missing for a long time and later joined the Brotherhood. However, this strange flowing black light did not seem to belong to the same entity as the Scarlet Rot. The flowing black light continued to surge toward the sky, entangling with the white ashes. When it reached mid-air, a giant bird shrouded in blood-red scarlet rot clashed violently with the black light. The two sides clashed in the sky. Lightning, bloody light, and black slime exploded everywhere in the air. The world channel was filled with people sharing this battle. In this final hour of the world's total destruction, this clash became the focal point of everyone's attention. The battle between the flowing black light and the giant bird quickly reached a fever pitch. The tearing and biting caused the black light to splatter everywhere. Some survivors on the World Channel who were close to the clash were even affected by the viscous light and the scarlet rot, which actually allowed Xinghe to sell a few of his purification scrolls and imitation water of life. The battle did not last very long. After about 20 minutes, the flowing black light was torn into multiple streaks, scattering and rushing in different directions. One of the streaks headed straight for Xinghe. Without hesitation, he threw out 3 purification bombs. The viscous light was blasted apart, dispersing into a wisp of black smoke while the shield hissed under the corrosive impact. Duanya and the Pokemon were all huddled by the window, peering outside. The scene of the world's destruction was truly terrifying. Turtwig, somewhat frightened, snuggled into Adino's arms while the boulder Zoroa perched on Xinghe's shoulder, staring out. As for the broom spirit, it was still sweeping the floor. Over the past 2 days, Xinghe had asked if it would be willing to become the guardian spirit of the shelter. It had been somewhat hesitant, but seeing this apocalyptic scene today, it realized for the first time just how warm and safe this shelter truly was. Therefore, it decided that as long as it survived, it would bind itself directly to the shelter. Regarding this matter, Xinghe actually had 2 other choices, Turtwig and Castform. However, Castform had rejected the offer very explicitly, being too lazy to take on such a job and wanting nothing more than to rest. Of course, he could also continue to wait, but Xinghe was eager for his shelter to gain the ability to move freely. Furthermore, Turtwig still had 2 stages of evolution left and possessed a high compatibility with the shelter, making it a very worthwhile option. As the 1-hour countdown drew to a close, the entire world had turned into a void with all the shelters floating in the air. Many more had died in the World Channel during this catastrophe, and the survivor count had dwindled to 17654. Xinghe felt that most of the casualties were collateral damage from the clash between the flowing blacklight and the scarlet rot, though he couldn't rule out the possibility of some level 2 shelters managing to scrape by until now. It wasn't entirely impossible. Many survivors had their shelters annexed after joining organizations, leaving them with basically no resources to upgrade, barely maintaining them at level 2 or level 3 at best. Gazing at the fantastical scenery outside, Xinghe fell silent. He had thought he would spend his entire life struggling just to survive in this world, never expecting that he would grow so rapidly, while the world itself perished even faster. When he opened his eyes again, Xinghe found that the outside environment was completely different from the previous outer void, replaced by a twisted dim forest. World fusion has ended. Current coordinates 234, 335, 187. The surrounding environment is a twisted jungle infected by. Please complete disaster elimination within 7 days, or choose to escape. You have gained World Blessing Luck 3, and a moderate increase to contamination protection. Xinghe gazed at this new mission, feeling that this survival in the world was different from the previous one. After opening the World Channel, it was strange that the same people were still there. Where are all the big shots? I'm in a place full of robots now. This is a crisis of sentient machines. And the teleportation array seems temporarily unusable. I've been dropped into the sky again. How could the shelter be dropped along with me? There are many spider sprites beside me. Image. Ew, I feel they want to get in. Don't chatter, youngster. Your shelters have all upgraded to level 4. Deal with these monsters first. I checked the trading system. The market has changed and people can no longer help each other. Keep going and do your best to survive. After exchanging a few words with everyone about current status, Xinghe also looked at the new trading market. The market is divided into high, mid, and low tiers. Level 5 shelters can now access the mid-market. Most items there are traded with disaster coins or via bartering. Basic supplies prices have fallen considerably. However, in the low market, trades still revolve around basic supplies. But the most troublesome thing is that friends are extremely far apart. The system shows direct item transfers are not possible, and listing cheap prices in the trading channel to sell to friends is not allowed. The trading channel has a floor price. Xinghe was somewhat puzzled by the world fusion, but for now they would go step by step. He still had 4 chests unopened in his possession. For chests, the basic chest is wooden with 2 bronze chests and 1 silver chest as extras. Xinghe opened the wooden chest first. Inside were basic materials and seeds. In the bronze chest, besides some materials, there was a rare pair of boots and an equipment upgrade voucher. Xinghe boots. Category equipment. Quality rare. Effect slightly increases stamina recovery. Skill Xinghe after use reduces body weight, increases jump height and distance. Note: jump a little lower or you might die from the fall. These boots are somewhat useful. Paired with the spider silk gauntlets, perhaps you can fly to a wall and cling to it. The gauntlets obtained earlier hadn't found a suitable use, yet mainly used to grip the wand on the hand. Equipment upgrade vouchers can upgrade weapons of rare tier and below, so he used it to upgrade his green gem necklace. The necklace's effect became a 2 increase to spiritual power capped below 20. Xinghe now has only 14 points of spiritual power. Fortunately, he has become a weather mage and has a new meditation method, so he won't need to switch until his spiritual power reaches 30. The last box. I wonder what this silver box might contain. Xinghe opened the box with anticipation, and a violet light blinded his eyes. Although the box only contained this one item, it was a rare treasure. Supreme adhesive. Category material. Quality exotic treasure. Effect: a universal high-end adhesive, 1 unit, 50 grams. Note: it is said that the person who created this recipe funded a 10-story mage tower by selling it. Although it is only a material, it is still an exotic treasure item. When he collects more good materials, perhaps he could forge a new exotic treasure grade staff for himself. The box is open. Xinghe puts on protective gear and equipment and opens the shelter's door. Unlike the previous nauseating sticky crimson corruption, the texture in this twisted jungle feels heavier, making Xinghe feel as if he were walking underwater. After a few minutes of adaptation, Xinghe began his exploration. Since there was no suitable protective gear, Xinghe did not take any followers outside. He suddenly felt he might need a humanoid follower to help. Although the followers can help him complete tasks, they cannot go out exploring nor use equipment. You have entered the twisted jungle. Suffering from erosion, stamina drains faster. Long-term exposure will affect your spirit immune. It seems the world's gift is indeed effective, granting immunity to spiritual pollution, which lets Xinghe breathe a sigh of relief, but it also makes him less willing to take followers out. Today let's not go far, just look around nearby. Xinghe decided. The mission has 7 days, which is plenty. Step by step is fine. The trees of the twisted jungle look as if they have been fully affected, growing in a chaotic tangle. Some trees even entwine with one another despite Xinghe's waist-thick frame. It's unclear how they became tangled. Looking for a relatively normal tree, Xinghe drew the bloodthirst axe from his belt and began chopping. He hadn't chopped trees for a long time. This time the act felt oddly familiar. Although the trees here look twisted and dead, they are incredibly sturdy. Xinghe's attributes are no longer the same as when he first arrived, but chopping this tree felt nearly the same as in the early days after the end. More than 10 minutes later, the big tree collapsed with a thunderous crash. Xinghe collected some samples and directly used decomposition on the tree. Withered living wood. Category material. Quality rare. Effect: a tree tainted by a certain aura can be used as a material. Note: using this can easily cause trouble. Looking at this charcoal black wood, Xinghe tried purification bombs. He used 5 purification bombs on 1 unit of wood before it was purified. The wood's name remains withered living wood, but its effect changes after purification. The strange wood still carries a peculiar aura, but it is no longer lethal. Though usable, the cost is a little high. Xinghe plans to collect more and see if replica life water can handle the pollution. Although replica life water is a rare elixir, Xinghe can now produce it in bulk. It's not particularly precious to him, so using less to treat materials is acceptable. All afternoon, Xinghe collected various materials from around, including plant soil, stones, and even some small insects. But Xinghe found it odd that there were no larger creatures here, not even rabbits of that size. Carrying a large haul, Xinghe hadn't left his shelter by more than a kilometer, and he also discovered an anomaly within the twisted jungle. The sky here shows no change. Unless the system's time had already advanced more than 3 hours, Xinghe would hardly notice the time change. On the way back to the shelter, Xinghe did not encounter any incidents. After handing the material samples to a little helper doll for processing, Xinghe took out a bottle of replica life water, diluted the potion into different concentrations, and treated the withered living wood. Fortunately, when replica life water is diluted to roughly a 1:3 ratio, it can treat the wood's pollution. A 1 bottle can treat about 10 units of withered living wood, making the wood cost-effective to collect. Because the almost all went to handle materials tonight, Xinghe cooked in the cooking pot. 1 slice of smoked meat, 2 chilies, 3 Sichuan peppercorns, chili fried meat. Xinghe tossed the ingredients in the cooking pot, clattered for a few minutes, and a plate of chili fried meat appeared in front of Xinghe. This cooking pot is currently the best guarantee of Xinghe's quality of life, though it can only prepare 1 dish at a time. With food self-sufficiency achieved, Xinghe tried many recipes from his past life. Now the pot can make a wide range of dishes from both Eastern and Western cuisines. However, to achieve dishes with high bonus effects, high-end materials are still required. Xinghe rarely uses them in daily meals, sticking to ordinary dishes. Moreover, he recently obtained seeds from Wangwang Valley. These grow fairly quickly, and in a while he might be able to eat rice. When Zhou Shun was awakened, it was in the home of an impoverished peasant family. It was a broom that had been used repeatedly across 3 generations, bound tightly, and refurbished many times. It was meticulously cared for by the family, regarded as a vital household asset. Perhaps it was precisely due to such profound affection that Zhou Shun was transformed from an ordinary, unremarkable broom into its Tsukumagami. On its very first day of animation, Zhou Shun swept the entire house spotlessly clean at midnight. The family members each assumed another had done the chores until a month later, when they finally came to the startling realization that the old broom in their home had come alive. This frightened the family immensely. Zhou Shun had believed they would treat it just as they did the old broom of the past, but unfortunately the terrified family summoned a high monk the very next day to deal with the matter. Thus Zhou Shun was cast out of the house, becoming a wandering broom. Wandering was by no means an easy endeavor, especially for a domestically born Tsukumagami like Zhou Shun. When its body was clawed and damaged by wild beasts, there was no longer anyone to mend it. It had to search for straw on its own to patch the gaps. Yet straw was an exceedingly scarce resource for peasants. Where could any spare be found? Driven by necessity, Zhou Shun resorted to theft. Fortunately, as a broom spirit, as long as Zhou Shun disguised itself, well, whenever it was spotted, no one would notice anything unusual about it. Some would even pick it up, repair it, and claim it as their own household property. This proved to be an excellent solution. Having mastered this method, whenever its body was damaged, Zhou Shun would slip into a village and lie before someone's doorstep. Once retrieved and mended, it would clean the house for a few days in gratitude before stealthily slipping away while everyone was fast asleep. Of course, this method carried great risks. Once, as Zhou Shun lay down contentedly awaiting repairs, the family dismantled it completely into spare parts, using its straw to stuff their mattress and its handle to prop up a collapsing section of the roof. Zhou Shun nearly perished there, yet it dared not leave, worrying that if the house collapsed, the family might be crushed or freeze to death. But if things continued like this, would it not die instead? However, there was no longer any need for Zhou Shun to ponder, for a heavy snowfall the following day crushed the thatched cottage. How could Zhou Shun's wooden handle possibly withstand such immense weight? The entire family froze to death. As Zhou Shun lay bewildered in the snow, another peculiar Tsukumagami picked it up, binding it securely with its tiny hands, saving it from perishing in that bitter winter. Later, it lived for a time with this fellow named Tubi and encountered other companions. An elf transformed from a wooden temple block taught Zhou Shun and Tubi how to read and expounded scriptures to them, bringing Zhou Shun a rare, comforting sense of warmth. Eventually, however, that little spirit carrying the stone Buddha also departed from Zhou Shun. He was bound for more distant lands, hoping that one day he might find a temple, become a monk there, and fulfill his master's aspirations. Zhou Shun could not comprehend this. What aspirations could a stone possibly harbor? Nonetheless, it offered its sincere blessings. To express its gratitude for his care, Zhou Shun gave its own wooden handle to the monk, hoping it would ease his steps on his future journeys. "But this is your handle. If you give it to me, won't you fall apart?" the monk asked. Unable to speak, Zhou Shun merely tapped the monk's head 3 times with the handle, just as the master had once tapped the monk when he was still a wooden temple block. "I understand. Thank you." Zhou Shun had no idea what he had understood, but it was enough that he accepted the gift. Tubi found a new wooden handle for Zhou Shun and silently bound it together. Now only the 2 little creatures remained to depend on each other for survival. Yet all good things must come to an end. Before long, a volcano erupted and Tubi was summoned away by its kin to save the village situated on the mountain. Why was this? Why would its Tsukumagami desire to save humans who were entirely different from them? Zhou Shun could not grasp the reason, but Tubi departed nonetheless. Zhou Shun was alone once more. Perhaps heaven took pity on it, for not long after, as it lay before another doorstep attempting its old trick to be mended, it encountered a soft-hearted bodhisattva. She was a beautiful young maiden, as exquisite as the bodhisattva was in the temples. Gentle and kind, she would not even sweep away the cobwebs under the eaves, and if a spider accidentally fell to the ground, she would carefully return it to its web. Thus, upon discovering that the broom in her house could move, she did not drive it away. Instead, she kept it safe within her home, occasionally even wrapping Zhou Shun in her scarce scraps of colorful fabric. She would always say, "When I have children in the future, I will have them revere you as well." One day, the beautiful maiden told Zhou Shun that she was to be married. Her betrothed had been raised in a samurai household and was highly likely to become a samurai himself. What an enviable match it was. Whenever she spoke of this, she would look immensely happy, her cheeks flushing red. She said to Zhou Shun, "I am about to become a bride. Come and be part of my dowry. I will wrap you in the most beautiful scraps of cloth, and you shall marry along with me." Zhou Shun was overjoyed. It tapped the maiden 3 times with its handle. Perplexed by its gesture, she watched as Zhou Shun managed to trace the word monk on the ground. She laughed. "Is this an imitation of a monk's blessing? You really are clever." Sadly, Zhou Shun never got to accompany the maiden in her marriage, nor did it witness her children grow. One day the maiden stepped outside, and she never returned. It waited and waited until the peach blossoms bloomed the following spring, yet the maiden did not return. It dared not stay any longer, for others had seized her house. Zhou Shun embarked on its wandering journey once again. It felt a pang of regret thinking it should have remained in that house. What if the maiden returned shortly after? Should it have protected that house? Would she be saddened to find it gone upon returning home? Would she come looking for it? At that moment Zhou began to understand why the To-Be clan was willing to protect those humans. Wandering on and on the peach blossoms bloomed time and again, but Zhou never returned to that village, nor did it ever encounter another maiden as gentle as a bodhisattva. Until one day a rift tore open in the sky and a violent gale swept Zhou into the crevice. When it awoke, once more it saw a man. The man asked curiously, "Can you understand me?" Zhou had found yet another new friend. He did not possess the bodhisattva-like compassion of the maiden, but he was highly amusing, showed no fear of it, and treated it as a companion. Perhaps this was the finest destiny for its Tsukumagami. Yet in the dead of night Zhou would still recall that beautiful maiden laughing radiantly beneath the peach blossoms. Would there ever come a day when it might see her again? Perhaps this man, named Xinghe, could help her. After dinner the analysis of materials Twisted Forest was complete. Chemical analyzers still lacked data on various substances, their common properties. All the materials in the Twisted Forest carried a hallucinogenic component, and there was also a strange active substance. Xinghe extracted a small portion, treated it with imitation life water, but once this substance touched the potion, it became completely inert. It seems these active components and hallucinogenic components are the core of the contamination. Fortunately, purification bombs and imitation life water are both effective. Xinghe destroyed the remaining materials and purified the chemical analyzer, thus bringing this analysis to a close. After a long day, Xinghe even forgot that his gacha spin for today had not yet happened. He powered up the gacha machine and looked at this world with a hint of surprise. Today's gacha pool world, Diablo 2. This is a realm with an extraordinarily high ceiling, and Xinghe eagerly spent 5 gacha coins, though he did not obtain any mythical grade items this time. 3 rare grade items, namely a round shield, a short sword, and a skill book Firestorm. Firestorm. Category Skill Book. Quality Rare. Effect: release a front-facing storm of flame-melted earth and stone about 5 square meters in size, dealing 15 energy level damage, and inflicting a continuous 5 energy level per second damage on struck foes. Note one of the druid's entry-level elemental skills. How can an introductory skill melt earth and stone with flames? This skill is also a group attack. For Xinghe, the rare grade quality is actually a good thing right now, or rare skill is not easy to use as everyday offense, but a rare grade one could be fired off more than 10 times without much trouble. The shield and short sword both carried only simple prefixes. They were not bad, but not particularly strong. The 2 rare items, however, delighted Xinghe greatly. Mercenary Summon Scroll. Category Special Consumable. Quality Rare. Effect: summon one of 3 mercenaries. The mercenary's strength is comparable to a rare grade ordinary monster. Note Diablo 2. No, this game is Ms. Han Zhuan. Ordinary Purple Gem. Category Materials Socketables. Quality Rare. Effect can be used as a normal material or a socketing material. When used on weapons, increases medium accuracy. When used on defensive gear, increases medium defense. When used on jewelry, adds 3 points of constitution. Note a gem rich in demonic energy that can bless equipment with a certain power, though you don't seem to have a socket inserter. If there is sent, there isn't. Xinghe doesn't intend to socket the gem. Anyway, he thinks of it as an extra material for his Mishan Zhuan gear to be added later. Xinghe immediately used the Mercenary Summon Scroll. Although today he had just complained about lacking human followers to help him, he quickly obtained what he needed. Yet Xinghe was not at all worried about being targeted. Rather, he believed that being noticed was a good thing. If there was value to be exploited, more investment would come, and the more investment he received, the less likely the other party would casually discard him. Hafa's Mage. Camel Rogue. Luolan Paladin. 3 options. Xinghe first ruled out the mage. He himself is a mage, and while summoning a mage might help him perfect his mage system and learn more spells, the other 2 fragile roles were unnecessary. As for Rogue as an archer, there were definite benefits. Adding some physical damage made sense. Although Rogue would be sturdier than a mage in comparison, it was still fragile. At present, Xinghe had temporarily lost Iron Skull as a teammate, and he hoped someone could join his current lineup, so he chose Luo Lan without hesitation. Respect to you, my lord. I will be your shield and guard you from every assault. Watching the man in front of him, who looked a bit like Mishan, Xinghe sighed. He knew this mercenary was probably male, but the rough features and a hint of lewdness in the face left him somewhat disappointed. Rise, Luo Lan. From now on, this place is your home. Yes, my lord. By the way, do you know Mishan? Luo Lan nodded. He is a legend among mercenaries, proficient in all kinds of skills. Everyone thinks he has the potential to become a hero, but he never did so. Then a little sheepish he stroked his head. I really admire Uncle Mishan, so I'm imitating him. No wonder he resembles Mishan. That's not right. If you call him Uncle Mishan, how old are you this year? I'm 24 years old, my lord. Looking at that anxious face, Xinghe could hardly imagine he was already 24. But since he had already chosen this mercenary as his follower, as long as the other's combat ability was up to par, appearance wasn't all that important. Here is Luo Lan's stat block. Luo Lan. Role Follower. Quality Rare. Class Paladin. Gender. Spirit 11. Constitution 19. Agility 12. Charm 8. Talent pure heart, not easily affected by mental type spells, curses, or pollution. Class paladin. Skills rebut spirit shield himself and nearby allies with holy light boosting team defense. Purify spirit reduces the effects of toxins and curses on allies. Divine shield magnifies the shield's defensive effect with magic increasing block rate. Notice somewhat naive young man, dear God, you've brought him to such a dangerous place. You brought him here, didn't you? Xinghe could not help but laugh at this description. What's more, Luo Lan when teleported over arrived wearing nothing but a thin undershirt and no other gear. Fortunately, Xinghe had plenty of equipment, saved up simple leather armor gauntlets, and a few other pieces. The shield and short sword he had just obtained were handed to Luo Lan along with a brand new adventurer's backpack. Thank you, my lord. I will treasure these. Don't mention it. Just protect me well. By the way, do you have any secondary profession? Like forging, socketing, appraisal, and the like. My lord, I used to apprentice at a tailor. I can manage simple cotton armor. I'm from a farmer's family, and can farm too. This is a pleasant surprise. Xinghe patted his shoulder. I can provide some cotton, you can give it a try? That's about it for now. Doll. The almost doll stuck her head out from the room. She was teaching the little moss to speak. What should she call him? But upon seeing Luo Lan by Xinghe's side, the almost doll quickly knew what to do. Doll. The almost doll waved at Luo Lan. After Xinghe blessed Luo Lan with animal speech, he handed him over to the almost doll. Now the almost doll had become Xinghe's chief steward, handling all manner of chaotic matters. Duanya had begun to regard the almost doll as the big sister, while the broom spirit and the almost doll kept a comfortable distance, for this strange pink creature seemed to take pleasure in tainting the space once it was cleaned. You'd think Xinghe would be the same, but he's been remodeling himself into a sweeping, mopping, drying machine. He even plans to upgrade to add a drying function. Let it get dirty, and he'll clean it up. Why should I dirty anything? After handing Luo Lan over to the almost doll, Xinghe placed a bed in an empty room on the first floor for Luo Lan to use as a bedroom. As for other things, they would be added gradually. As for the secondary bedroom, it's currently shared by the almost doll and a little moss. The broom spirit has moved to its own second floor display room. Soroa is also kept on Xinghe's second floor, while the grass sprout turtle and other Pokemon prefer living in the underground ranch. Xinghe arrived on the second floor unexpectedly, finding both Solosis and Turtwig there. Turtwig, what brings you up today? Turtle. I want to bind with the shelter. Xinghe gazed at Turtwig in surprise. The little one had initially been quite resistant to the idea, but for some reason he seemed to have come around now. It's alright, little one. You can take your time to consider this. It's not particularly important to me right now either. Xinghe gently patted Turtwig's shell, offering a few comforting words. Turtle. Turtle, turtle. It's fine, I've made my decision. Seeing the little one's firm resolve, Xinghe did not refuse further and directly initiated the binding. The shelter's guardian spirit has completed binding. After the binding was finalized, Turtwig's body rapidly grew and evolved into forest tortoise. Solosis, witnessing its companion evolve before its eyes, widened its gaze in astonishment. It's alright, you'll evolve too someday. Xinghe patted the little one's fluffy head. The texture felt wonderful. Then Xinghe placed a meatball into the little one's mouth, which it chewed contentedly, its mood instantly brightening. Xinghe opened the shelter interface to inspect the guardian spirit's effects. Currently, the shelter's movement speed was only 1 meter per second, a genuine turtle pace. However, this value would continue to grow, which put his mind at ease. While Xinghe was cheerfully bonding with the little ones on the other side, Luo Lan had already been utterly stunned by the shelter. There was a pasture and a farm, yet sunlight bathed the area despite being underground, and all manner of wondrous creatures were at work. That giant rat was tilling and watering the fields with some strange power, while a massive cow lay on the ground leisurely grazing, and even milking itself. There was also a strange creature flitting about in the air, transforming upon contact with water. He even spotted a little wild boar disciplining a brown bear, and the bear appeared to be listening quite humbly. My lord, this place is truly a miracle. Child Xinghe is extremely powerful, and he treats us very well. One night passed, and Xinghe rose from bed, gazing at the unchanging weather outside, letting out a sigh. He had risen early today, because he needed to venture out for exploration. The gacha machine he activated upon waking was Plants vs. Zombies, but the second installment. It was a decent world, and suited his needs perfectly. Xinghe still had some gacha coins on hand, but he did not immediately go all in with 5 coins at once. Instead, he invested 2 to test the waters first. One was common, the other rare. The common reward was a sunflower seed, and the rare one was a street lantern seed, though he had no idea why a plant used for lighting was classified as rare. These 2 plants did not seem particularly helpful to Xinghe at present. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to toss in 3 more gacha coins. 1 common and 2 uncommon. The common drop turned out to be a spore, this veteran of 0 sunlight cost. Though Xinghe quite liked it, he supposed it wasn't very practical. Among the uncommon plants, one was prism grass, which left no impression on Xinghe, so he could not recall its effect, but it appeared to be offensive in nature. The other was a triple shooter, a fairly solid offensive plant as well. However, Xinghe had no time to tend the fields now. He handed the seeds to Mankey and set off with Luo Lan to continue exploring the distorted jungle. Fortunately, Xinghe had stashed 4 or 5 protective suits, just in case, otherwise Luo Lan would have been directly exposed to the elements. The moment they stepped out of the shelter, Luo Lan drew a sharp breath. The malevolence here made him feel as though he had reached the borders of hell. My lord, is this world like this everywhere? I do not know, but I am certain we must deal with the problems here, or our chances of survival will be slim indeed. Xinghe moved, while keeping his guard up, simultaneously using perception to scout the surroundings. This was a minor casting technique he had learned from the Weathermaster's legacy. Luo Lan walked in the front. Though young, he was a professionally trained and battle-hardened mercenary who could maintain the highest alertness against the unknown. Just as Luo Lan was mentally preparing himself, a strange noise startled him badly. He fixed his gaze on a humanoid figure standing in the nearby jungle. My lord, be careful. Monsters love to disguise themselves as humans. Luo Lan had experienced many such encounters in his original world. Tearful, injured women who suddenly transformed into fallen rogues the moment one approached, dealing a blow after a few scams. Having been tricked several times, Luo Lan was extremely wary of such situations. Xinghe had already cast a detection spell at the figure. As expected, it was not human. Son of Darkness, category aberration, quality uncommon, spirit 13 constitution 11 agility 19 charm 2 talent, language spread. He will propagate low-frequency ravings, causing those who hear them to fall into the same madness. Skills: pounce charges at the target at high speed to attack. Pollution releases pollution inherited from to attack surrounding targets. Explosion detonates upon death, spreading pollution over a wider area. Description: he is simply the most devoted priest spreading the gospel to his god. Lulan, be careful. That thing has the ability to spread pollution, and it will explode when killed. Though he had no idea how his lord knew all this information, he trusted that the elder would not deceive him. Don't worry, my lord. I will be your most steadfast Shai. Luo Lan had not finished speaking when the monster opposite them burst from the forest, moving so fast that even Xinghe could barely track it with his eyes. Nevertheless, Luo Lan was truly seasoned in battle. He immediately angled his shield to block the strike, and his other hand already swung his single-handed sword. Xinghe, without hesitation, released Lightning Bird. Since it was a weapon skill, it had no wind-up animation. He also knew that one Lightning Bird would likely not kill the monster outright, so he immediately guided the use of Lightning Fire Meteor. After 2 continuous spells, the Son of Darkness was finally defeated. Seeing the creature about to explode, both of them immediately retreated several meters to avoid the pollution. Xinghe cast a decomposition spell on the fallen Son of Darkness, but unfortunately, it had no effect. After a moment's thought, he took out a small glass vial and collected some of the bodily fluid left behind by the monster's explosion. He left the rest alone. The Son of Darkness was strong, but not extraordinarily so. Xinghe highly suspected this creature was nothing more than an ordinary mob of the distorted jungle, hardly even qualifying as an elite. Was this map's difficulty a bit too high? Sure enough, after walking a few kilometers further, the two encountered another 2 Sons of Darkness. However, the strength of these monsters was not entirely uniform. One of them was merely of common rank. To be associated with gods, and still only be common rank. How bizarre. My lord, look over there. It's a village. Following Luo Lan's pointing finger, Xinghe also spotted the lifeless-looking village in the distance. Let's rest for a moment, then we'll go take a look. Once their condition returned to normal, the two moved cautiously into what be a long-abandoned village. Yet as they were startled to find that people were still. Some pitch-black humanoid shadows were working, playing, and even eating. Luo Lan grew tense, gripping his shield tightly, so as not to loosen it. Xinghe cast a probing spell. The result was the same as the previous blackened ones, though these beings did not seem particularly hostile. There were even a few small blackened ones that edged closer, curiously watching Xinghe and Luo Lan. Don't ask how Xinghe could tell they were curious from a pitch-black shadow, but that was exactly the feeling. The silhouette of the blackened ones resembled the shadows in Rust Lake. Xinghe had felt uneasy when he saw such shadows in a game, and reality was even more so. Because the shadows have no mouths, he could not tell whether they were communicating, but a few small shadows were quickly pulled back by larger adult shadows. Then a hunched shadow stepped forward as if greeting them, and making an inviting gesture. Master this. Follow along, or we'll go inside and have a look. Xinghe nodded, feigning comprehension, then followed the hunched shadow deeper into the village. The village was not large, perhaps 20 or so households. Xinghe and Luo Lan's arrival drew the attention of many shadows who paused their tasks to crowd around them. The village chief paused now and then to explain things. Of course, Xinghe imagined this because the hunched shadow merely stood and watched them while the surrounding shadows dispersed with a wave of its hand, as if performing a silent drama. After a few minutes of walking, the two were led by the chief into a noticeably larger room, still old and dilapidated, with several holes in the walls, seemingly the village's meeting hall. The chief gestured for them to sit, then sat there, as if in conversation. Xinghe nodded and feigned seriousness, as if listening intently. Luo Lan was clearly growing uneasy, cold sweat soaking his back as he watched the master nod and shake his head. He began to doubt whether the master truly understood what they were saying. After several minutes of a garbled exchange, the village chief rose and took a rolled parchment from a cabinet behind him, handing it to Xinghe. Xinghe picked up the parchment scroll and was astonished to find that it bore no taint, remained intact, and carried a faint magical glow. Xinghe tucked the parchment scroll away, nodded, and got up to leave the village with Luo Lan. Just after leaving, Luo Lan began to pant heavily, as if he'd been underwater for a long time. Master, I thought I would die there. You're amazing to manage in such conditions. Before Luo Lan could finish, he felt a weight upon him. Xinghe had already collapsed onto him. Go, hurry back to the refuge. When they finally hobbled back to the refuge, Xinghe flung himself onto a wide sofa, lying there with no desire to move, and Luo Lan sat cross-legged on the floor, somewhat dazed. Truth be told, given that Xinghe had endured crimson decay, facing such monsters should not scare him so much, yet the Blackened One's eerie murmurs unsettled his mind, and their bizarre, human-like actions contrasted with their strange babble left him with a chill. After resting a while, Xinghe opened his backpack and pulled out the parchment scroll and the bodies of the Blackened Ones. The liquid left by the Blackened Ones was handed to a roughly made doll for analysis. When the parchment scroll was unfolded, it revealed a map. Emerald Jungle Map. Category Book. Quality Rare. Effect records various hidden areas in the Emerald Jungle and can show your current location. Description: follow the map and seek out its secrets. This map works much like the Marauder's map from Harry Potter. You can see your own position, as well as the refuge's location in the forest's southeast corner. The map marks 3 major sites: a village northeast of Xinghe, a central altar in the heart of the forest, and a mine to the forest's west. Xinghe suspects the key lies at the central altar, but he doesn't plan to go there right away. First, they do not yet understand the overall state of the twisted jungle and must explore it. Second, since Xinghe is striving to survive, he intends to scout for any other resources within the twisted jungle aside from living wood that might be worth taking. Thus, he fixed his aim on that mine and planned to explore it tomorrow. Master, I just obtained this. Where did you get it? From the desk. I thought it might be useful, so I brought it. Not bad, very smart. From now on, do it this way. Xinghe opened the Village Chronicle and studied it carefully. It wasn't a long volume. About 15 minutes later, Xinghe had read through it. The tale is simple. An ordinary tranquil forest village was polluted by a strange artifact and perished. But Xinghe couldn't understand why the villagers, after becoming the Blackened Ones, would maintain their previous lifestyle, even appearing to retain consciousness. Yet going to the mine tomorrow on foot would likely make a same-day return difficult. Xinghe had to consider obtaining a mount or a mechanical puppet. Opening the trading system, Xinghe began to study it in detail. The mid-level market offered all manner of goods. What suited Xinghe's needs were minion modification vouchers, upgrade vouchers, and a multifunctional tactical vehicle, though each came with its own advantages and drawbacks. The tactical vehicle is a rare-grade vehicle. Its price isn't cheap nor expensive at 700 disaster coins. Minion modification vouchers and upgrade vouchers are more frequently rare-grade, around 300 disaster coins each. Xinghe hadn't earned any disaster coins from the crates since upgrading the refuge recently, leaving him a little over 400 disaster coins. Of course, he still had a stash of rare-grade ones unsold that could fetch some money. Moreover, Xinghe spotted an intriguing item called a seal card, capable of sealing a creature inside and releasing it when needed, somewhat akin to a spirit ball. These cards aren't very expensive, 30 disaster coins for normal, 60 for rare, 100 for epic, but their sole function is sealing, and they have size limits. If the target won't listen, releasing it could turn on you. After a moment of hesitation, he sold several rare-grade wands to exchange for the multifunctional tactical vehicle. Multifunctional tactical vehicle. Category Vehicle. Quality Rare. Effect: it can operate on multiple terrains, swamps, forests, seas, deserts, but cannot fly. Requires an energy core to recharge, top speed up to 100 km/h. It comes with a windbreak, but no extra protection. Notes: a survivalist developed vehicle ideal for travel, raiding, and more. This vehicle isn't the hulking jeep he had imagined. It's a slightly larger 3-wheeler with 2 seats and a rear cargo box, though the box has no special function, just a normal container. The whole vehicle requires an energy core to start, or a battery. Xinghe inserted the Lao Mo electromagnetic burst type 3A just in time. Although the energy core is only rare grade, it has helped him a lot from the start. Originally serving as the shield core, it later charged devices and now powers the motorcycle. Xinghe considered obtaining several more rare or epic grade energy cores to ease its burden. With this vehicle, tomorrow's return should go smoothly. Xinghe even fashioned a backpack that could hang on the vehicle. Since the car has limited space, he could mount several more. I hope tomorrow everything goes smoothly. Master, this vehicle is moving very fast. Luo Lan climbed down from the vehicle, trembling all over. The multifunction tactical vehicle was not actually traveling at extreme speed, maintaining roughly 60 km per hour, but the road through the twisted jungle was exceedingly bumpy, and for Luo Lan, who had never even sat on a motorcycle in his entire life, the ride was profoundly disorienting. Let's take a brief rest here. The mine is not far. He stowed the motorcycle in his backpack. Fortunately, the motorcycle was small enough to barely fit inside an adventurer's bag, eliminating any worries about theft or damage if left exposed outdoors. This thing was not cheap, and Xinghe would surely be heartbroken if it got damaged. After a brief rest, the two entered the dark mine. Xinghe snapped his fingers, and an egg-sized white orb of light materialized between them. It was the light cantrip, a spell he had learned from the World Channel. Luo Lan's shield also began emitting a milky white glow. This is a small technique developed by paladins for nighttime combat. Luo Lan explained. The light was slightly dimmer than the illumination spell, yet still sufficient to light their path ahead. The mine was far cleaner than Xinghe had anticipated. There were no skeletons or corpses anywhere. Upon reaching a wider section, he noticed mining carts, picks, and other tools simply lying on the ground, as though the workers had just stepped away for a break, leaving everything behind, without tidying up. The people in this mine seemed to have vanished in an instant, Luo Lan murmured. Probably the same fate as those in the village before. We just don't know whether they are still inside the mine or elsewhere. Xinghe frowned deeply and raised his hand to release another light orb, casting it deeper into the mine tunnel. A beam of white light traced the deep corridor, illuminating countless dark shadows as it penetrated the darkness. The shadows turned toward Xinghe and Luo Lan, and from their hollow faces came an eerie, almost magnetic pull. The light from the spell began to dissipate, thread by thread. So many. Master, stay behind me. Luo Lan raised his shield to his chest, and the milky white radiance rapidly expanded, enveloping both of them in a protective barrier of spiritual energy. This time Xinghe did not use lightning meteor strike. Instead, he employed a special technique. He uncorked a small vial of imitation sacred water, channeled his power with a simple gesture, and a dark cloud materialized within the cave, rapidly expanding until it shrouded the entire passage. After being drenched by this rain, the children of darkness reacted as though doused in strong acid. Holes appeared in their shadowy forms one after another, causing Xinghe to scowl in disgust. Seeing the children of darkness weaken, Xinghe immediately unleashed a barrage of purification shots. Most of the enemies within the mine were at least rare grade, and once weakened, the purification shots proved devastating. Their bodies erupted into fragments with each sweep. For a time, the cave was filled with pools of black ichor left behind by the exploded remnants of the children of darkness. Luo Lan held his shield firmly, acting as an impenetrable wall to protect Xinghe. Any children of darkness that broke through were repelled by his holy shield, and occasionally, he countered with a swift strike from the sword in his left hand. The entire battle lasted over 20 minutes. Xinghe consumed 2 bottles of MP potions during that time, before finally ending the fight. Neither of them had suffered serious injuries, but both were exhausted. Luo Lan, though considered an unusual grade warrior, specialized purely in defense, while Xinghe's offensive capabilities exceeded the rare tier. His only limitation was his mana pool, which was merely rare grade. Sustaining rare-level magical barrages for 20 minutes was already quite remarkable. Luo Lan's grip on his shield trembled slightly, yet he still held firm. Xinghe drank another potion, and the two carefully navigated through the black puddles covering the ground, pressing deeper into the mine. Fortunately, most of the children of darkness had been eliminated earlier. Only scattered stragglers remained, appearing sporadically as the two advanced, but they were dispatched quickly and cleanly. After more than 10 minutes of walking, the two finally reached the deepest part of the mine. The space was not expansive. It appeared to be a recently excavated tunnel with a few scattered or veins on the ground. Xinghe picked one up and examined it. It was ordinary iron or heavily contaminated. Luo Lan, chip off a few pieces so we can inspect them. Xinghe was unwilling to give up, hoping to discover whether the raw or here contained higher grade deposits. Unfortunately, the samples Luo Lan collected were nothing more than ordinary iron ore as well. Removing the contamination would be prohibitively expensive, and refining it would only yield diminishing returns. Clearly not worth the effort. All right, Luo Lan, let's prepare to leave. Suddenly, as they were about to depart, the sound of crumbling stone echoed through the tunnel. Likely caused by Luo Lan's mining, the rocks ahead had collapsed, revealing a hidden cavity. The cavity was pitch black, impossible to see through, yet it exuded a subtle, almost magnetic allure, as though calling out to them. Fortunately, both possessed decent mental resistance and were not affected. Without hesitation, Xinghe cast a light spell into the opening, but the moment the illumination touched the darkness, it was swallowed whole, leaving him unable to discern anything beyond a few feet. Let's go, we won't enter. Xinghe had no intention of risking his life here. The danger was palpable from the outset. The two quickly retreated from the mine. Xinghe decided not to return for now. There were no worthwhile resources to be found, and today's expedition had been little more than a waste of time. Glancing at the time, which was still early, Xinghe consulted his map and decided to drive straight to the central temple for a reconnaissance. 40-odd minutes later, they arrived at the outer perimeter of the temple. The situation here resembled the mine, though the eerie aura radiating outward was far more immediate and oppressive. From a distance, the temple appeared to consist of 3 layers. The outermost ring swarmed with patrolling children of darkness. The middle section was cloaked in a petroleum-thick fog, or perhaps clouds, while at the very center stood a pitch-black stone pillar. Xinghe could not make out the carvings upon it clearly, but they seemed vaguely reminiscent of the strange forms from the Brotherhood at the end of the previous world, though subtly different. Within those dark shapes lurked twisted, contorted faces, yet the black mist here was thick and unnaturally still. There was no question that this situation was far beyond what he and Luo Lan could handle alone. Xinghe realized he needed to find another approach. Back at the sanctuary, Xinghe reviewed the day's events and felt a profound sense of urgency. Facing a true god, a single misstep could cost him his life. What if he just fled? After all, his sanctuary was mobile. Alright, his sanctuary could move. Why not drive it directly into the temple or the mine? Although the sanctuary's movement speed was relatively slow, 1 meter per second, it could cover 36 kilometers per hour, or roughly 36 kilometers in an hour. Given that the trip to the mine previously took about an hour spanning roughly 60 kilometers, he estimated it would take approximately 17 hours to reach the mine using this method. Simply drive the sanctuary directly to the source of sin, strike once, and retreat. And he could even use the sanctuary's rule power to suppress his enemies. He did not know whether this plan was reliable, but it was certainly far wiser than charging in blindly on his own. Let's do it. Xinghe could control the sanctuary's direction through the system interface. Once he had plotted the course, the sanctuary began to slowly creep forward across the ground. Xinghe had initially assumed that after binding his guardian spirit, it would be the spirit pulling the sanctuary along. In reality, however, the sanctuary had grown 4 leg-like appendages resembling those of the forest turtle at its corners, allowing it to move independently. Meanwhile, the forest turtle itself was not idle. During the sanctuary's movement, it floated suspended at the center of the living room, encased within a green energy sphere, with the energy core hovering above it to supply power. After setting the course, Xinghe drew water from sanctuary's newly added hot spring and took a warm bath in the washroom. He began considering whether to expand the hot spring area by diverting some of the water to create a larger bathing facility, sparing himself the trouble in the future. That evening, Xinghe informed his subordinates of his plans. No one raised any objections, though they all noted that the sanctuary's current offensive capabilities were rather weak. Xinghe knew he would need to address this issue as well. At night, Xinghe lay in bed browsing the trading market for items. Audino informed him that of the seeds from Plants vs. Zombies, only the puffshroom had successfully grown. The attack range of the puffshroom was extremely short, and its damage was minimal. However, its attacks possessed a certain corrosive property, making it useful for chipping away health or harassing enemies, though it was far from sufficient to serve as a primary damage dealer. Consequently, Xinghe searched the trading channel for some rapid growth fertilizer. Fortunately, even rare-grade fertilizer was not overly expensive, as many players seemed capable of mass-producing it. After filtering for reasonably priced options, Xinghe purchased a batch and handed them over to the robots for fertilization. The effects of this item were truly remarkable. The plantain and sunflower matured rapidly, while the magnifying grass and 3-peter sprouted swiftly, already revealing their basic shapes. It seemed only 1 or 2 more applications of fertilizer would suffice. When the time came, Xinghe could plant them onto the walls. However, despite originating from Plants vs. Zombies, these plants possessed no thoughts or consciousness. They could only attack according to their preset behaviors, and some might even require manual control. The function of the sunflower differed slightly from that of the sunshroom. Unlike in the game where it directly produced sun, it served to store sunlight instead. The stored sunlight could be converted into a special energy, serving as a substitute for electricity or mana, or accelerating plant growth. Furthermore, the sunflower could produce sunflower seeds, which were also a decent food ingredient. What brought him even greater surprise was the rare-grade plantain. Plantain. Category plant. Quality rare. Effect: the plantain can absorb energy to emit a faint glow and dispel surrounding mist. The stronger the mist's energy, the weaker the plantain's effect. Description: I'm not going to say sorcery or magic or anything like that. I'm just going to use the words dark force. I think I've said enough. Due to the special effects of Xinghe's shelter, the plantain and sunflower were quickly integrated into the structure. The original wall lamps made of sunshrooms were replaced by plantains, and plantains also emerged on the shelter's outer walls. As for the sunflowers, they only appeared on the roof, transforming into solar panels. To prevent the shelter from being too conspicuous, Xinghe turned off the plantains on the outer walls. In the darkness, the massive shelter advanced step by step toward its designated destination. Cradled by the gentle swaying, Xinghe fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Xinghe woke up amidst the bumps. Sleeping the night before had felt like being on a train sleeper car, swaying continuously. Opening the Gacha Machine, first he frowned. Yesterday's world hadn't offered much help, being merely a business simulation game with an adorable art style. Today's world was even more bizarre. It was a nightmare on Elm Street. Xinghe closed it without a second thought. Freddy was no saint, and it was best to avoid looking for trouble. If his luck took a sudden unfortunate turn, he would be doomed. At the breakfast table, Xinghe opened his map and found that they were still over 4 hours away from the mine. He then headed down to the underground farm to check on the magnifying grass and 3-peter. The rare-grade fertilizer was indeed powerful. The magnifying grass and 3-peter had already fully grown. Magnifying grass. Category plant. Quality rare. Effect: after charging for 20 seconds, though it can fire a laser dealing 30 energy levels of damage. The laser lasts for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 10 seconds, carrying certain purifying and burning effects. It can be rapidly charged using sunlight or energy crystals. The laser can be reflected or scattered by mirrors of sufficient strength. Description: a plant shooting lasers. Are you serious? 3-peter. Category plant. Quality rare. Effect can simultaneously fire Ps dealing 15 energy levels of physical damage at 3 different targets. Upon hitting an enemy, the Ps produce a knockback effect. The fired Ps can be enchanted with elemental materials to produce additional effects, and the enchantments for the 3 lines can be performed independently. Description: are you telling me a single P can have the impact of a cannonball? Both plants were excellent defensive options. One dealt high damage with additional effects while the other fired 3 Ps at once and could be further enchanted. Xinghe conducted a quick trial and found that fire, lightning, ice, and even wind elements could be used for enchantment, each imparting different elemental damage characteristics. Since replicating rare-grade plants required a substantial amount of energy, Xinghe tossed in a small handful of energy crystals. Soon over a dozen 3-peter heads and several magnifying grasses quickly sprouted on the outer walls. Neither plant was particularly large. The magnifying grass was only about the size of a palm, while each head of the 3-peter was roughly the size of a roll of toilet paper. This way the shelter could actively attack. When the time came, he could use the magnifying grasses to bombard the mine directly. On second thought, the issue with the mine seemed to lie in its deepest depths. He wondered if the range of the magnifying grass was long enough. Unable to determine the firing range of the magnifying grass, Xinghe purchased a few more holy light bombs. A few hours later, the shelter arrived at the entrance of the mine. Indeed, the massive shelter could not directly squeeze into such a small cave. Without hesitation, Xinghe deployed the magnifying grasses. After a brief charge, a long beam of laser light shot out from the magnifying grass, piercing straight into the depths of the mine. Fortunately, this mine was not large and consisted of basically a single main tunnel. Otherwise, if it had been winding and full of twists, the laser would not have been able to penetrate. In just a few seconds, a thick plume of black smoke billowed out of the mine. It appeared the laser had successfully struck inside. The energy shield quickly activated, switching to the summer protection mode, which offered the highest purification defense. The black smoke hissed and sizzled upon contact. Xinghe remained vigilant. Sure enough, within minutes, a tangled mass of dark shadows surged out from the mine. Magnifying grass, full attack. Since the 3-peters had not undergone energy infusion, yet pure physical attacks would likely be useless against this massive child of darkness. Xinghe divided the magnifying grasses into 2 groups to fire in rotation. After 2 rounds of barrage, the massive child of darkness was severed into several pieces. Xinghe continued the strafing fire with the magnifying grasses until the creature was completely reduced to a puddle of black liquid. Tower defense is truly entertaining, far more satisfying than fighting in person. However, Xinghe also knew that tower defense was costly. Because this wretched place lacked sunlight, his sunflowers could not produce sun, forcing him to charge them using energy crystals. This brief sequence of attacks had already consumed a handful of at least 10 energy crystals. Seeing that the child of darkness outside had ceased all movement, Xinghe donned his protective suit and, accompanied by Luo Lan, headed back toward the mine. A rather dense black mist still lingered inside the mine. Xinghe cast a wind-making spell to disperse the mist before proceeding further. It seems the corruption's influence here has indeed diminished significantly. Even a simple cantrip can blow the black mist away. Xinghe explained to Luo Lan, which eased her tense state of mind slightly. Arriving at the pitch-black opening from before, only a small amount of black mist remained inside. Xinghe cast the wind-dispelling spell once more. Although the black mist thinned out, it did not disperse entirely. Without hesitation, Xinghe tossed in a holy light bomb. A flash of white light erupted, scattering most of the black mist, and Xinghe dealt with the remainder using purification rounds. The full view of the cave was finally revealed before him. This cave was quite different from the bottomless abyss Xinghe had imagined. In truth, it was very small, hardly a cave at all, but rather an alcove. Inside lay a pitch-black stone roughly the size of a palm. Xinghe cast an appraisal spell on it, and the result was just as expected. Pitch-black radiance. Category: divine blood material. Quality: rare. Effect can be used as a crafting material for magic items or potions. Contains a trace of divine blood. Description: wow, another new divine creation. Sighing, Xinghe took out a box, placed the bizarre ore inside, and stowed it away in a separate backpack. Xinghe was actually quite concerned about whether this item might carry hidden dangers. However, having seen many players listing so-called divine materials on the channel, he had no intention of keeping it. Upon returning to the shelter, he listed both the pitch-black radiance and the previously obtained scarlet blood for sale. Instead of trading for calamity coins, he listed them for barter. Subsequently, Xinghe set the shelter's destination near the central temple. Having tasted the sweetness of tower defense, he naturally intended to continue resolving issues in this manner. The transaction of the 2 divine blood items did not spark the frenzy Xinghe had anticipated, though it did draw substantial inquiries. The crimson blood in particular attracted the most interest and price queries, as it could be directly consumed as a bloodline potion. After sorting through the offers for a long while, Xinghe eventually traded the crimson blood for a branch material of precious grade quality. Inlaid silver wood. Category: material. Quality: precious. Effect: magic infused wood, usable as a rare crafting material. Description: an exceptionally exquisite piece of wood and remarkably normal. The inlaid silver wood was beautiful. Silver threads wound around the walnut-colored wood. The entire branch had no extra twigs or leaves and was quite small, only the length of a forearm and the thickness of 2 fingers. Still, trading a rare grade item for a precious grade material felt like a bargain to Xinghe. After all, he wouldn't dare use the crimson blood anyway. On the other hand, the offers for the pitch black brilliance were rather underwhelming. Xinghe, feeling somewhat conflicted, decided to wait and see. It would take about a day to travel from the mine to the central temple. Xinghe continued to search for necessary supplies in the trading channel while sharing his tower defense insights with everyone. It's a great method, but my shelter doesn't move. Brother Xinghe, I really am playing tower defense now. This place is crawling with bugs. I can't take it anymore. What a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of that? I'm going to split my shelter right now. These past 2 days, those illusion-using bastards have driven me out of my mind. Fan Jin was the only one in the group who remained silent. Ever since the world merger 2 days ago, there had been no word from him, leaving everyone in the dark about his situation. Sister Tielu, does your shelter move as well? My shelter doesn't run, but I can build minor sanctuary stations. Xinghe opened the file to take a look. It was in the likeness of a Valkyrie with a face that slightly resembled Tielu. A ring of stone slabs surrounded the statue and a faint protective barrier enveloped it beyond, which grew lush, vibrant vegetation. I feel like your world would suit me well. We can trade materials when the time comes. No problem as soon as I smash the skulls of these blockheads. After a brief chat with the others, Xinghe felt slightly more relaxed. He began to ponder how to deal with the massive temple, which appeared far more daunting than the mine. However, now that he knew bombardment could resolve the issue, Xinghe certainly had no desire to put himself in harm's way. Yet since the prism grass likely couldn't handle the temple directly, he would have to look for alternative solutions in the trading channel. The next day, Xinghe once again closed the gacha pool featuring the short mushroom-haired girl. He had no wish to pull a bizarre monkey or a talking backpack. Then again, perhaps the backpack might actually be useful. Still, it wasn't worth wasting gacha coins on for now. Xinghe took a few specially crafted holy light crystals and slotted them into the walls of the shelter. Over a dozen three-peter plants rapidly absorbed the energy. Moments later, their heads began to emit a faint white glow. Xinghe found a few children of darkness by the roadside to test the effects. While the holy light peas did not deal as much damage as the prism grass, they performed reasonably well. Unfortunately, this elemental infusion was not permanent. Once the energy crystals were depleted, the elemental enhancement would vanish. By afternoon, the shelter had arrived near the temple. The temple seemed largely unchanged, still shrouded in pitch-black darkness. This brought a sense of relief to Xinghe. He had been worried that bombarding the mine might trigger a chain reaction here. Lualana, Dino, get ready. It's time to get to work. Xinghe laid out the pre-prepared purifying bomb scrolls, imitation water of life, and several purchased purifying items along with his other Pokemon, hoping they could lend a hand. As for the Bangbo little moss, Xinghe assigned it to operate the surveillance system. The little fellow could interface directly with a magical computer without needing a keyboard or mouse, allowing for extremely agile operation. However, the mage's eye was only a rare grade item with limited stealth detection and penetration capabilities. Thus, once the prism grass began firing the mages, I could only follow the path of the laser to explore, though it failed to uncover anything of significant value. Consequently, Xinghe deployed a portion of the mage's eyes behind the shelter to guard against any monsters launching an ambush from the rear. The prism grass's assault drew a vast number of the children of darkness from the surroundings. The three-peters quickly opened fire. Fortunately, most of these creatures were only of rare grade, which the holy light peas could handle, allowing the prism grass to focus its beams deeper into the darkness. This time, the prism grass's attack was not as effective as before. The beams seemed to be entirely absorbed. Nevertheless, Xinghe discerned subtle changes. The shroud of darkness was no longer as stagnant as before, but instead showed faint signs of churning. Don't stop. Keep attacking. Everyone watched for any gaps. His followers lacked effective long-range attacks, so they hesitated to waste the purifying bomb scrolls, mostly relying on rare-grade wands to attack instead. Xinghe swore that once this battle was over, he would acquire more materials to craft some holy light-attributed wands. After a full 30 minutes of relentless firing, the dense iron curtain of black mist finally began to churn violently. The surrounding children of darkness, whose numbers had barely dwindled, were rapidly absorbed by the central mist. The dark shroud surged and coalesced into a colossal child of darkness, standing dozens of meters tall. Seriously, do these evil gods have no other tricks? Is merging and growing giant all they know? Xinghe grumbled. Still, he had to admit the tactic was highly effective. After all, with a monster of such immense proportions, a single stomp or swipe could easily shatter his protective barrier. Xinghe experimentally tossed a purifying bomb, which predictably did nothing more than tickle the beast. Although the prism grass's beams could pierce through the creature, the thumb-sized holes healed in less than a second. Alright, it's a good thing I prepared in advance. Bring out the big guns. Xinghe climbed up to the second-floor terrace where an old-looking cannon was stationed. Despite its worn appearance, the cannon's barrel was absurdly wide. Xinghe felt he could easily crawl inside it himself. Luolan, you take over. I can't handle the recoil. Xinghe stuffed a handful of energy crystals into the slot at the back of the cannon. Luolan stepped forward to aim, visibly nervous. My lord, I have never used this before. I'm worried. You can't possibly miss a target that huge. Just shoot. It's my money being burned anyway. Xinghe was still aching over the handful of energy crystals he had just spent. He had painstakingly saved them up, and he feared this single battle might completely drain his savings. With a thunderous boom, a massive shell carrying blinding holy light shot forth. The recoil sent Luolan stumbling back several paces. Fortunately, Adino standing right behind him caught him and immediately cast life, making Luolan feel much better instantly. The shot had indeed gone quite wide. Luolan had intended to blow off one of the Child of Darkness's legs, but instead the shell struck its waist. Though the shell looked cartoonish, its damage was devastating. Upon detonating, it tore away a massive chunk of the Child of Darkness's body. Furthermore, some mysterious force seemed to inhibit the creature, preventing it from regenerating. It's working. Again. Luolan steadied himself and immediately stepped up to fire another round. Xinghe did not remain idle either, directing the prism grass to slice repeatedly at the gaping wound. The prism grass's laser acted like a scalpel, turning the already mangled wound into a shredded mess. Unable to speak, the Child of Darkness merely emitted a barrage of incoherent whispers, leaving Xinghe to wonder if the creature could even feel pain. Luolan's second shot went wide again. He had intended to hit right next to the previous blast, but his hands shook, sending the shell high into the air to strike the Child of Darkness square in the chest. Keep going. We can squeeze out one more shot. Luolan grit his teeth, scrambled up from the ground, and fired yet another shell. The immense recoil sent him flying back several steps, and Adino barely managed to catch him. Xinghe cast his revitalize spell in tandem with Adino's life dew. Luolan's complexion rapidly improved, though the muscular strain could not be cured instantly, leaving his hands trembling with spasms. It's alright, the cannon needs a break anyway. Xinghe continued to control the prism grass to press the advantage, while the other Pokemon hurled purifying bomb scrolls, hoping to make a difference. Henana. Little Moss's voice drifted up from downstairs. Xinghe rushed down immediately, as sure enough the little fellow had located the enemy's core. Why do these creatures always have a core? Was this intentionally designed? Still, talk was cheap. Having a core meant having a weakness, which was undeniably a good thing. Having Little Moss keep a constant lock on the core, Xinghe focused all of the prism grass's lasers in that direction. Strangely, however, the lasers that easily pierced the Child of Darkness's body were absorbed upon hitting the core. Not daring to continue firing blindly, Xinghe instead had the prism grass carve away the surrounding flesh to prevent the core from hiding again. I'm ready, my lord. Fire right where the laser is pointing. With a resounding blast, a flash of white light flared within the nearby hovering mage's eye before its signal went completely dead. Fortunately, Little Moss quickly deployed a new mage's eye to the area, through which Xinghe could see that the dark stone core was beginning to fracture. Keep going, keep going. Quick. Upstairs, Luolan grit his teeth and rushed forward once more. Enduring the agony, he activated his defensive aura and fired 2 consecutive shots before collapsing onto the dented floor, completely unable to move. This explosion was not loud, it felt as though the world had been muted. Xinghe ran upstairs only to see a bizarre multicolored light radiating from the core's position. It left him dizzy and lightheaded, and his skin began to itch. Without hesitation, Xinghe downed a bottle of imitation water of life, forced another down Luolan's and Adino's throats, and then worked with Adino to drag Luolan off the terrace. All of the deployed mage's eyes had been destroyed. Only after waiting for about 10 minutes did Xinghe finally dare to look outside. The sky outside still seemed gray and overcast, but Xinghe could already tell that sunlight was filtering through, for the sunflowers on the rooftop had begun to emit a faint glow, a sign they were absorbing solar energy. The ground was covered everywhere with pitch-black oil paint, and from within it some of the children of darkness gradually crawled forth. Xinghe hesitated, not continuing his assault with the triple-thread shooter. As for the prism grass, they needed a rest. Such sustained high-intensity firing had not only consumed a considerable amount of Xinghe's energy crystals, but also caused varying degrees of damage to the prism grass. Fortunately, there were still some holy light crystals left, enough to support several more rounds of attacks. These crystals were not expensive, but quite inconvenient since the holy light within them would dissipate after about 3 days. They were purely disposable consumables. As for the rare-grade cannon upstairs, it certainly was not something he had purchased. He could not have afforded it anyway. He had rented it through the trading channel, signed a contract, and it would automatically be teleported back after 24 hours. Even so, it had cost him a significant amount of resources. He had even exchanged 10 bottles of imitation life water, not to mention, he had to cover the cost of the energy crystals for activation himself. He now had roughly 10 ordinary-grade energy crystals, and over 20 fragmented-grade ones left in hand. Oh well, winning was what mattered. As long as he survived successfully, he could always earn back what he had spent. Xinghe's consumption in this battle had been relatively modest. It was mostly about money. But Luolan had fired 2 consecutive shots at the end and shattered his own arm. While imitation life water could save lives, the massive surge of life energy could also cause shredded flesh and bones to grow wildly and out of control. Ditto had already taken Luolan into the operating room. Xinghe stepped inside and saw Luolan lying on the surgical bed. There was no gruesome sight whatsoever. The operating table worked as if it were playing a game, precisely removing the fragments of bone and flesh from his body. Ditto had originally planned to use plastic surgery fluid to reshape these bones and reattach them, but Xinghe had stopped him. Never mind. I am not certain whether it would affect bone strength. Better to use medicine to help them temporarily reconnect. Understood, Ditto. Over an hour later, Luo Lan awakened once more, now resting in his own bed. Noticing he had opened his eyes, Ditto brought a bowl of meat porridge to him. Thank you. Where did the master go? After taking care of Luo Lan, Xinghe walked out of the shelter. By then most of the children of darkness outside had been cleared away, and Xinghe began to explore the surrounding area. The viscous corpses made his progress quite difficult. Fortunately, the corrosiveness of the black oil paint did not exceed the protective effect of his suit. It was merely uncomfortable to walk through. After clearing away these anomalous things, Xinghe realized that the central temple was actually not very large, roughly 400 or 500 square meters. The temple looked quite rough, somewhat similar to the architectural style of the village. Xinghe also found it rather miraculous. After such an exaggerated bombardment, the temple had not suffered the slightest damage. The interior of the temple was quite barren. In the center stood a massive statue shaped like a great tree, its canopy reaching the temple's ceiling and merging into patterns that made one's head spin just to look at. The roots were designed into the floor with offering platforms on each ridge. The entire temple contained nothing but this single feature. No other statues, not even murals. Xinghe cast a detection spell on the tree statue, but it yielded no results whatsoever. Still unwilling to give up, Xinghe unleashed a rare-grade spell, Ether Energy Detection. This was also a self-taught skill designed to detect high ether energy reactions within a 100-meter radius, somewhat analogous to elemental vision in games. Unfortunately, nothing useful had been left behind. However, he did discover a silver box in a hollow beneath the great tree's roots. Stowing the box in his backpack, Xinghe left the temple in disappointment. But the moment he reached the entrance, he gripped his wand warily. Dozens of children of darkness of varying sizes stood there, led by a hunched figure, the village chief. Yet these children of darkness did not attack Xinghe. Instead, they ignored him entirely, marching straight to the great tree statue. Then they began miming the motion of drawing something from behind their backs, though nothing appeared. Xinghe did not leave. Instead, he remained at the entrance, watching the scene from a distance. The children of darkness began gradually busying themselves, as if performing a silent ritual. Though no actual offerings were present, their movements were meticulous. Even the smaller children of darkness attempted to help. Once the sequence of actions concluded, they all knelt before the tree's roots, beginning to make gestures of worship. As these movements continued, the gibberish emitted by the children of darkness grew louder and more distinct. Xinghe stepped back, preparing to retreat to the shelter, when he suddenly realized he could actually understand what they were saying. Today the 4 seasons cycle back to you. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter leave their marks upon you once more. We have brought spring water to cleanse the dust from your leaves, grain to thank you for your abundant fruit, wine to honor the permanence of your roots, not to beg for blessings, only to wish that you remain evergreen. O eternal, ever-living deity, may this land forever be our home. As the chanting grew louder, faint human features began to emerge on the faces of the children of darkness, not contorted in agony, but peaceful and serene. Their eyes were closed, yet their gently moving lips emitted loud prayers. The blackness on their bodies gradually faded, but their forms slowly dissolved into faint spiritual light. As the prayers reached their crescendo, the entire temple began to tremble slightly. Xinghe sensed something was wrong, and immediately turned to flee. As expected, barely had he run a short distance before the entire temple began to collapse. The great tree statue split down the middle, sending up clouds of dust. Before long, the entire temple crumbled into ruins. Xinghe sighed, and the system had already signaled mission completion. It was time for him to prepare for departure. Just then, a spectral figure that had not yet fully dissipated suddenly emerged from the rubble. A child. Xinghe felt a strange sense of familiarity. He had a premonition that this was the first child of darkness that had surrounded them upon entering the village. The little one smiled and placed a seed in Xinghe's palm, then scampered back with quick steps. Xinghe raised his head to see all the villagers standing there. The elderly village chief at the front waved to him, and then they all dispersed together. Xinghe reached out to catch a wisp of light, a rare-grade material called soul dust. But instead of collecting it, he simply let it drift away on the wind. The dark clouds in the sky finally dissipated completely, though the twisted forest remained unchanged, unable to revert to its former emerald state. Mission completed. Rewards have been distributed. The system will unlock more features for you. Please check them at your leisure. This time the system's rewards consisted of 2 silver chests and 1 bronze chest. The silver chests were distributed among Xinghe, Adino, and Luo Lan, 1 for each, while Xiao Taixian received the bronze chest. Come on, let's see who has the best luck. The 2 humans, 1 Pokemon, and 1 robot opened their chests together. To their disappointment, there wasn't a single purple item. However, the silver chests contained almost entirely blue items, which offered some consolation to Xinghe. Not a single lucky one among us. I think we need to recruit a lucky mascot, like a fortune cat. Xinghe gathered all the items to inspect them one by one. 2 of the chests yielded 300 calamity coins, each slightly replenishing his depleted treasury. From Xiao Taixian's bronze chest came a rare 4-piece bedding set, a blueprint for a rare wardrobe, and 3 common batteries. Yixinghe stuffed the batteries into Xiao Taixian's arms, giving them to the robot to eat as snacks. There were 7 uncommon items in total. 3 of them were materials which Yixinghe put away. The remaining 4 consisted of an uncommon item upgrade ticket, a blueprint, a schematic, and a new crafting station. Astrology altar. Category blueprint. Quality uncommon. Requirements uncommon stone 2 units rare, wood 5 units mercury 2 units crystal ball 1 star map 1. Effect generates an astronomical forecast board every 7 days to predict certain information. Description astrology. What an ancient charlatan skill, yet what an effective deception. Spell defense tower. Category schematic. Requirements uncommon stone 5 units uncommon with 3 units energy crystals 10A energy core 1. Effect an automated defense tower. Its attack mode varies depending on the equipped energy core. Description. Now this is what a tower defense game actually needs. Remember, the word tower is literally in the name tower defense. Weapon forge. Category crafting station. Quality uncommon. Effect crafting weapons on this workbench increases success rate by 30, reduces material consumption by 20, and boosts enchantment effects by 10. It automatically repairs weapons and comes with 10 weapon schematics ranging from common to uncommon, as well as an ever-burning magical hearth. Description. The forge of every weapon master's dreams. Though does the height seem a little short, these were all highly useful items. Putting the first 2 aside, having this new crafting station meant he could free up his original magical workbench. He could dedicate that one to crafting things like spell defense towers or other consumables and fully transfer his staff crafting operations to the new weapon forge. After all, saving materials was of paramount importance. Of the 10 schematics included with the weapon forge, 4 were common, 4 were rare, and 2 were uncommon. Setting the common ones aside, the rare schematics consisted of a one-handed sword, a long saber, a short bow, and a dagger. The 2 uncommon schematics were rather special, an octagonal hammer and a crossbow. Since the octagonal hammer did not require many materials, Yixinghe forged one on the spot. Military octagonal hammer. Category one-handed mace. Quality uncommon. Durability 2525. Effect moderate physical damage bonus. Skills wear resistant durability increased by 5, a durability depletion rate reduced, hardened, low probability of dealing concussive damage upon attacking enemies. Description. A standard issue military weapon. Crusaders absolutely love using it to preach their faith to you. It was by all accounts a very mediocre weapon, perhaps even inferior to certain rare weapons with better skills. Yixinghe opened the trading channel and saw that similar weapons were only worth 40 to 50 calamity coins. Fortunately, this uncommon weapon did not require uncommon materials, it only needed rare iron and wood along with a few magical components, making its production cost relatively low. Luo Lan, standing nearby, took a great liking to the hammer. He weighed it in his hand and asked, "My lord, could you bestow this hammer upon me?" "Certainly, but hand it back to me first." Luo Lan did not quite understand why Yixinghe wanted the hammer back, but he soon found out. Yixinghe enchanted the weapon using his remaining holy light crystals. 10 minutes later, the octagonal hammer gained a holy damage enchantment buff, which added a minor amount of holy light damage to its attacks. Perhaps because the holy light crystals were consumables, the permanent buff they produced was laughably weak. "Never mind, use this for now. I'll replace it for you when I get something better." Luo Lan excitedly accepted the glowing hammer, promising that he would cherish it dearly. With the mission complete and 5 days remaining to stay in the twisted jungle, Yixinghe began harvesting resources there, primarily targeting the rare living wood. Furthermore, now that the source of the corruption had been eliminated, the contamination of the living wood had receded, making it much easier to clear. Even the state of the iron ore had vastly improved. Deep vein ores could now be easily purified with simple purifying bombs. Thus, Yixinghe sent almost all of his followers and beasts out of the shelter to work for him. He did not remain idle, either wielding an axe to chop down trees. When he grew tired, he would chat with the others and study the system's new features. The system had unlocked a feature called virtual space for him. Upon clicking it, Yixinghe's consciousness was transported into a public plaza. Please choose your appearance and nickname. Yixinghe browsed through the options. Much like playing a video game, he could customize his face, change his clothes, and even alter his gender and race. Yixinghe chose a basic human avatar. Instead of spending too much time adjusting his appearance, he simply concealed his face behind a mask and chose Cudgel Merchant as his nickname. Well, since almost all the weapons he sold now were clubs and cudgels, the name was perfectly fitting. Once these adjustments were complete, Yixinghe stepped directly into a sprawling plaza. The place was bustling with activity. Some were setting up stalls, others hurried past, and some seemed to be soliciting business. The appearances of the crowd were incredibly bizarre. He even saw someone with a but where their head should be. As for the goods on the stalls, they had no physical presence and were merely displayed as descriptions. It appeared that purchases were made here and shipped offline later. There were also some shops nearby. Yixinghe could not tell if they were run by NPCs or other survivors, but the quality of their wares was indeed superior to those at the street stalls. There were additional features as well, such as renting housing and various forms of entertainment, but all of them required calamity coins. Being utterly broke, Yixinghe naturally dismissed those options. Only after exiting the system did Xinghe finally realize what some traders had meant when they insisted on meeting up. He had previously wondered how they could possibly meet when no one knew each other's offline locations, but it turned out they meant meeting in this virtual space. Furthermore, when he opened his system menu again, the World Channel feature had quietly vanished, seemingly replaced entirely by this virtual space. Over the course of 5 days, Xinghe cleared away most of the surrounding timber. He lacked the ability to venture any further. He had also accumulated a large stockpile of iron ore. The high-purity cleaner pieces became feed for the stone beetles, while the more flawed ones were set aside by Xinghe to practice his weapon forging skills. Although the weapon forging table could craft weapons automatically, Xinghe's personal participation would improve his crafting skills. After all, he had to manually forge any weapons for which he lacked blueprints. Today's Gacha Machine Prize Pool World Black Myth Yukon. Finally, after 5 consecutive days of bizarre prize pool worlds, a world that Xinghe deemed useful had finally arrived. However, he had not finished playing this game, so he was not entirely clear on the specific details. But the ceiling of its world building was undoubtedly exceptionally high, so Xinghe did not hesitate to insert 5 coins. It's a hit. It's a hit. Xinghe's eyes widened as he watched a purple gasapon roll out, with a rumble, a massive grin splitting his face. In addition to the purple gasapon, there were 2 green and 2 blue ones. A truly bountiful harvest. Impatiently, Xinghe cracked open the purple gasapon, inside of which lay a blue orb. Water warding bead. Category accessory. Quality rare treasure. Durability 4040. Effect greatly increases water attribute damage, moderately restores mana. Skills. Water warding. Holding this allows free movement in water unaffected by water pressure. Longevity. Holding this increases stamina, health, and energy recovery with enhanced effects in water. Clear mind. Holding this calms the mind and reduces external malevolent intrusion. Description. Wards off water and prolongs life. An absolute masterpiece. The bead was about the size of a fist, emitting a faint blue glow. Xinghe was extremely fond of it, but such a large object was awkward to carry. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on its use. As long as he kept it on his person, its effects would trigger, making it quite convenient. Putting the water warding bead away for now, Xinghe opened the remaining gasapons. The rare grade items consisted of a medicine recipe and a type of seed. Evil averting medicine recipe. Category recipe. Quality rare. Requirements: licorice X1, green lotus root X1. Effect temporarily grants a minor defense boost upon consumption. Description: swallow 1 pill and your body will feel fantastic. Green lotus root. Category plant. Quality rare. Effect can be used as an alchemy ingredient, has a calming effect, and slightly enhances defense. Description: crunch crunch. You say this crunchy thing. Crunch crunch, why is it so delicious? The green lotus root seeds could be planted in the fish pond, and this was also the primary ingredient for the evil averting medicine. Licorice should be relatively easy to find, so he could go gather some materials. There were 2 epic grade items. One was a piece of equipment, while the other was rather unique. Gale guarding leg guards. Category armor, gale guarding set 14. Quality epic. Durability 2020. Effect moderately increases movement speed, slightly reduces stamina consumption. Skills. Windwalk slightly increases attack speed for 1 minute upon use. Afterimage generates an afterimage at the original spot upon use, while the user teleports 50 meters to the right. Description: wearing these makes your movements as swift and fierce as a monkey riding the wind. Earth Rakshasa. Category spirit. Quality epic. Effect can be used as an enchanting material to bestow additional spirituality to equipment or furniture. When applied to weapons, it adds earth attribute attack power. When applied to armor, it adds extra defense effects and skills. Description: a soul fragment dropped upon a monster's death. Not bad, kid. You've even figured out how to utilize souls. Since the gale guarding leg guards and shoes occupied different equipment slots, Xinghe equipped them without hesitation. As for the Earth Rakshasa, Xinghe considered using it to enchant his armor. He also thought that this defensive type of spirit could be applied to a shield for Luolan to use. After careful consideration, noting that it could be used on furniture, Xinghe placed the spirit onto the outer door of his shelter, which happened to have a mana infusion slot. A moment later, the face of a 3-eyed Rakshasa appeared on the door, and copper studs typical of ancient Chinese gates protruded from its surface. Subtly, however, the style was assimilated by the shelter, making it look surprisingly seamless. Double-layered buffer gate mana. Category gate. Quality epic. Effect can eliminate viruses and bacteria brought back from the outside world, providing a temperature transition and buffer zone. This gate can be powered by mana or electricity. Skills. Mana infusion slot 23. Rare grade special disinfectant can eliminate most viruses and curse effects. Earth Rakshasa moderately increases the gate's defense after taking damage for a period, grants minor damage reduction, bestows spirituality to the gate, allowing the Earth Rakshasa to vet members entering the shelter. Xinghe had never been able to find a suitable fit for this infusion slot, having previously just stuffed 2 random items inside. The Earth Rakshasa, however, was indeed a perfect fit. He had also tried the water warding bead, but the epic grade gate could not fully unleash the bead's effects. Thus he searched the trading channel and spent some money to buy a rare-grade brocade pouch stuffed the water-warding bead inside and hung it from his waist. Fortunately, even when worn this way its effects remained active. Xinghe conjured a brief shower to test it out, and the boost was highly noticeable. Furthermore, as long as he was in a place with abundant moisture the enhancement would take effect. Having organized his spoils, Xinghe went down to the second basement level. There was a large open space piled high with various materials, mostly common and basic ones. The rare-grade warehouse was completely full, so he had moved the basic materials outside. Today he was scheduled to transfer to a new regional mission. Xinghe packed up his materials as quickly as possible and checked in on everyone's status in their small group chat. Iron Skull's situation was similar to his. She had completed her mission 3 days ago. Her location was rich in plant life, and she had traded some metal ores with Xinghe. Xinlu's battle had only ended yesterday. She was currently raising several species of birds, and had even sent Xinghe some bird feed for his 2 newly hatched giant birds. Although those 2 fellas were newborns, they were already the size of turkeys. Xinghe slightly regretted raising them. There was no telling when they would finally fly and help him, yet they would certainly consume a massive amount of food. Mushroom Boy's mission was not entirely complete, but it was basically wrapped up. He had shared a photo showing rows upon rows of neatly arranged carcasses of various insects all covered in different kinds of mushrooms, a truly spine-chilling sight. Yet Mushroom Boy felt absolutely nothing. In just a few short days he had completely adapted to fighting bugs. On the first day he was scared half to death. On the second, he was somewhat nervous, but by the third day, once he realized that the insect carcasses were perfect for growing mushrooms, his eyes gleamed with excitement whenever he saw a bug. He even delayed completing his mission just to stockpile more insect carcasses for his mushroom cultivation. The cavemen under his command were not enough, so he had to purchase another batch to accomplish his grand mushroom-growing enterprise. As for Fanjin, he still could not be reached. If it weren't for the fact that his avatar hadn't turned gray, everyone would have suspected he was dead. The next mission has begun. Coordinate transfer 557, 319, 774. Surrounding environment Jingshui Village. Please select a location to resist a 7-day invasion. Rewards will be granted based on mission completion. After a dizzying spell of darkness, Xinghe opened his eyes to find himself in a gloomy, damp village. Me resisting a 7-day invasion. It's similar to Mushroom Boy's mission. I wonder what kind of creatures will be attacking me. The first wave of attack will arrive in 30 minutes. Please be prepared. Xinghe waited for 30 minutes without stepping outside. Instead, he first activated the 4 spell defense towers he had previously constructed, eager to test the efficacy of these 4 epic grade structures this time. Fortunately, with the advent of the intermediate trading channel, rare grade energy cores were no longer scarce, and even epic grade ones were quite abundant. Since they were merely defense towers, Xinghe selected 4 energy cores of different elemental attributes to proceed with the crafting. One possessed the ice attribute, another the holy light attribute, a third the fire attribute, and the last one the earth attribute, each boasting distinct effects. The ice tower was primarily meant to synergize with Xinghe's rainfall to crowd control enemies. The holy light tower was a preemptive measure against the sheer abundance of dark attribute monsters. The fire tower dealt high damage, while the earth tower could alter the terrain. Installed in the 4 cardinal directions of the sanctuary, these 4 defense towers could essentially cover the entire surrounding perimeter. While Xinghe was still calibrating the positions of the defense towers, the first wave of attack had already arrived. Murlocs. How hideous. Xinghe glanced at the monsters rushing from the distance. Yet a premonition stirred in his heart that these were likely no ordinary murlocs. Deep 1. Category Divine Retainer. Quality Epic. Spirit 11. Constitution 21. Agility 12. Charisma 4. Talent Abyss Adaptation obtains comprehensive stat boosts in the deep sea, capable of receiving the power of abyssal deities. Skills Abyssal Whisper can manipulate certain marine monsters and races. Tidal Magic condenses various water attribute spells for attacks. Laya Believer Praying to the Deep Sea can convert other spiritual creatures into deep ones. Description: the most common retainer creatures in novels, but do not underestimate their power. Holy crap. Am I seriously going to be beaten by deep ones for 7 whole days? Is this for real? Fortunately, as he scanned the other murlocs, he discovered that the deep ones only constituted a small minority. The vast majority were half-deep ones that had accepted the bloodline along with various marine monsters. So there really is such a thing as a half-deep one. Xinghe's knitted brows finally relaxed slightly. These deep ones did not stand at the very front of the vanguard. Instead, they hid in the very back row of the horde. The first wave of monsters was not particularly large, numbering only a few dozen in total. Xinghe tested the effects of the defense towers, while simultaneously gauging the efficacy of his own offensive skills. My lord, what do you need me to do? Luolan stood aside watching Xinghe battle. He felt a tinge of anxiety. He could not simply stand by and watch his lord fight alone while he, the follower, did absolutely nothing. Go out and test the waters, but do not push yourself too hard. Understood, my lord. Luolan stepped outside the protective barrier of the sanctuary. Xinghe monitored his condition closely, only to find that everything seemed quite normal. Luolan had little trouble dealing with the rare-grade monsters. After dispatching a portion of the monsters, Xinghe ordered Luolan to retreat. He examined Luolan's condition and found no signs of contamination or discomfort. Chachabuwa called the beasts out to help. Wawa. Since there was no contamination or adverse effects outside, it was time to put the beasts to work. They could not just consume resources without contributing. Of course, only the rare-grade beasts were deployed this time. In Xinghe's sanctuary, the common-grade beasts were currently designated as producers primarily responsible for producing manure for fertilizer and being consumed as food. The first wave of monsters was soon mostly cleared through their joint efforts, and the performance of the 4 defense towers was successfully evaluated. The fire attribute yielded the best results. Although the enemies seemed to possess resistance to the ice attribute, the moisture covering their bodies allowed the freezing effect to provide excellent crowd control. The earth attribute was mainly utilized for control and defense. As for the holy light attribute, these monsters modified by the deep ones surprisingly did not count as contaminated creatures immune to the holy light's purging effects. They only sustained basic damage. Observing Xinghe's formidable combat power, the deep one refrained from stepping forward to test him. Once this wave of monsters was nearly wiped out, it turned around and leaped back into the ocean. By this time, the map of the surrounding area had been mapped out. Xiao Taixian handed over an electronic screen, a minor item Xinghe had scavenged from the market. It was a rare-grade technological device capable of syncing with his computer to upload data. Opening the map, Xinghe discovered that Jingshui village where he was located seemed to rest upon a tiny reef. The island's surface area was extremely minuscule, or rather the entire island had already submerged, leaving only the small circle of the village remaining above sea level. Damn, this island won't keep sinking, will it? If it plunges into the sea, my sanctuary doesn't even have water-repelling capabilities yet. Do I really have to use a water-repelling bead as the sanctuary's core? But that thing doesn't have the effects of an energy core. Xinghe felt a headache coming on. The liquid assets he currently held were quite limited, and purchasing an item that could grant water-repelling properties to the entire sanctuary was simply beyond his current budget. Forget it, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. While Xinghe was speculating on the subsequent developments of the quest, Chachabuwa had already directed the beasts to drag back the carcasses of the slain monsters. Fortunately, although the holy light attribute lacked any restraining effect on these monsters, it also proved that they were free of contamination and could be consumed as food or utilized directly as crafting materials. Xinghe dismantled the murloc-like monsters, obtaining monster meat, fish skin, and water storage sacks, which were a type of rare-grade magical material. These murlocs also carried simple stone weapons, coral weapons, and the like, which were mostly common or rare-grade items. Xinghe took a liking to the coral weapons, planning to see if he could craft some water attribute weapons using these coral clubs. After severing the head of an undismantled murloc and tossing it into the weapon forging station, a rare-grade coral staff was quickly produced. Its efficacy was visibly superior to what the murlocs had been using. Xinghe crafted a few, listed them on the trading channel for 100 disaster coins each, and they were completely sold out within 10 minutes. It seems I priced them too low. Xinghe then listed some of the common weapons he had collected on the trading channel. This time, however, sales were sluggish. Even the rare-grade ones listed at 60 to 80 disaster coins barely attracted any buyers. Brother Xinghe, are you still commissioning epic grade wands? Yes, how many do you need? Image. Xinghe took a look and saw there were materials for at least 10 wands. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the price offered by the human coalition. Bloodline fusion agent. Category potion. Quality epic. Effect merges 2 closely related bloodlines into one provided the bloodline level does not exceed epic grade. Description: do not use this haphazardly. You two might still share a close lineage. Bloodline strengthening agent. Category potion. Quality epic. Effect strengthens a creature's bloodline with the direction of reinforcement determined with high probability based on the creature's developmental path, provided the bloodline level does not exceed epic grade. Description: it will most likely make you stronger. Emphasis on most likely. In addition to these 2 potions, there were also surplus materials for another wand. Xinghe readily accepted the deal. I will have them ready for you in half a day. Do you want to choose the direction and synergy yourself? No need. We trust our master wand maker. Just assemble them as you see fit, as long as they align with the attribute list we provided. Once Xinghe confirmed the order, it did not take him long to process it. Although the weapon forging station required mostly manual operation, his crafting speed was significantly faster than before. During this period, they endured a second wave of combat. However, it required no intervention from Xinghe, as Luolan and Chachabuwa led the team to clean them up entirely. Hung. Alright, why are you causing trouble? Take this and drink it. Xinghe poured the bloodline strengthening agent straight into Duanya's mouth. After shrinking to a certain size, this fellow's physique had remained completely unchanged. Xinghe intended to see if this potion could make him a bit stronger. After consuming the potion, Duanya seemed to grow groggy. Wobbling, he curled up in a corner of the workshop and fell fast asleep. Having finished his work, Xinghe carried the little wild boar back to the ground-level sanctuary. At the same time, he equipped Zhoushin with the rare-grade water attribute coral wand he had just crafted, further upgrading its sweeping capabilities. By now, dusk had fallen. Fearing that these monsters might launch a sneak attack under the cover of night, Xinghe arranged a night watch rotation with Luolan and Chachabuwa. As for Xiao Taixian, it would not rest at all tonight. Xiao Taishin, is it really fine for a bangbu not to sleep? No. It's fine, I can go without sleep for several days as long as I have power. That's good then. Only at this moment did Xinghe recall that he had seemingly forgotten to operate today's Gachapon machine. After opening the Gachapon machine, Xinghe discovered that today's selection was actually quite decent. He had almost missed it. Today's prize pool: World Dragon Nest. A pretty good world indeed. 5 coins, let's go. 2 rares, 2 uncommons, and 1 treasure. Another great haul. Xinghe joyfully opened the Gachapons only to stare at the item in his hand with a look of utter bewilderment. Tempest Tricord Shards. Category: Material. Quality: Treasure. Effect: Material fragments obtained from dismantling a strange weapon can be used as weapon forging materials. Description: don't you think using such a precious weapon as a teaching prop is incredibly tasteless? It is indeed quite tasteless. And so are you. Setting aside the fist-sized piece of metal for now, Xinghe proceeded to open the other 4 Gachapons. The rare Gachapons yielded 1 skill and 1 weapon. The skill was called Holy Shockwave, which could apply a brief crowd control effect after attacking an opponent. Although Xinghe had never played the game and had only watched the movie, he guessed it was highly likely a cleric-oriented skill, so he planned to give it to Luo Lan to supplement her damage output. The weapon was a cannon. After asking around in his small group and finding no takers, Xinghe listed it directly for sale, as the item was of no use to him at the moment. The 2 uncommon grade items, however, left Xinghe reasonably satisfied. Grade B: Intelligence Enhancement Crest. Category: Socket Item. Quality: Uncommon. Effect: when used as a socket item, adds an extra 3 spirit attribute for 30 points and below, affixed to the item. Description: why isn't it Bull Rush? Why? Elegant white wings. Category: Special Gear. Quality: Uncommon. Effect: grants a moderate increase to movement speed and a minor boost to mana regeneration. Skill: Low Altitude Flight. Equipping these wings grants the ability to fly at low altitudes with a maximum height not exceeding 100 meters. Flight continuously consumes mana. Retractable structure. The wings can be folded and stored, ensuring they do not hinder normal movement. Description: who knows what those creators were thinking when they made wings that couldn't even fly. But mine certainly can. Wings. Flight. Excitedly, Xinghe equipped this uncommon grade gear and activated its effect, allowing himself to float gently in the air. Left, right, forward, backward. Swooping in every direction up and down, Xinghe played around with sheer delight. Moreover, the mana consumption of this flight was not particularly heavy. After testing it for about 10 minutes, he had only consumed roughly 1/8 of his total mana. He was currently not far from reaching the uncommon rank himself. Once he advanced, his mana pool would be larger and the consumption even lower, perhaps even allowing him to fight while flying. As for that crest, he would worry about it after obtaining a socketing tool. None of Xinghe's current equipment had sockets. The only socketing method he could think of was the Heraldric Cube from Diablo 2, but that was a late-game divine artifact. Who knew when he would ever lay his hands on one? By the time Xinghe finished inspecting his items, his night watch shift had ended and Luo Lan had already emerged from the bedroom. Here, Luo Lan. Take this skill book and learn it, it should suit you well. Luo Lan accepted the skill book with visible excitement and said, "Thank you, my lord. I will certainly make good use of this skill and risk my life for you." Xinghe nodded in satisfaction, pleased by her gratitude. By now midnight had passed. Xinghe opened his talent interface and found that today's prize pool was SpongeBob SquarePants. Although that universe seemed to have some interesting items, the probability of pulling anything decent felt rather low. He tentatively tossed in a single Gachapon coin and received a chum recipe. Xinghe immediately stopped there, no more gambling. He would likely only roll trash, and since he had been saving his Gachapon coins for 5 days, it was best not to squander them. The next morning, Xinghe was finally woken up by a dino. It turned out that although some monsters had indeed attacked last night, their numbers were few, and they had been easily dealt with by the defense towers, so he hadn't been woken up. Is the soundproofing in this bedroom a bit too effective? Xinghe thought with a touch of helplessness. Next time he would set up an alarm array to alert himself. During breakfast, scattered monsters continued to attack. Seeing that the first few waves of monsters outside were relatively sparse, Xinghe decided to seize this opportunity to craft his new weapon. Originally, Xinghe had planned to wait until he acquired a treasure-grade staff topper before crafting, but he later realized he had been constrained by his original modified wand. Did a wand absolutely require a topper? No one in the Harry Potter world used them after all. In any case, crafting a treasure-grade weapon now relied entirely on his own manual execution rather than recipes. If he could fashion a treasure-grade weapon out of uncommon-grade materials before, how could he possibly fail now with a pile of treasure-grade materials at his disposal? No sooner said than done. Xinghe took out the Tempest Tricord Shards, silver inlaid wood, and premium adhesive as his primary materials, while also preparing 4 or 5 different uncommon-grade materials. Following his own design, Xinghe intended to craft a staff that could amplify elemental spells, ideally with an effect that enhanced his personal class abilities. The crafting process was an immensely stressful trial for Xinghe. Although he had successful experience, the materials used last time had shared a common origin and were all of uncommon grade. He himself was currently only at the rare rank, lacking in strength and other attributes. Fortunately, the weapon forging bench provided assistance during the process, allowing him to persevere. Furthermore, since these materials required Xinghe to fuse them together manually, he also needed to engrave some magic arrays into them. His class inheritance contained quite a few suitable options, it was just a matter of how many he could fit inside. While the battle raged fiercely outside, Xinghe gradually calmed his mind. He placed the vinyl record of The Little Mole into his music player. The natural light-hearted music helped him organize his thoughts, and his hands began to move in a steady rhythm. Under his touch, the silver inlaid wood gradually took shape, becoming tapered, thicker at the base and pointed at the tip, resembling a wand from Harry Potter, yet it was not hollow. Meanwhile, the shards of the Tempest tricord had already melted into liquid within the forge. Emitting faint wisps of luminescence, the molten residue was drawn up by Xinghe's mana. After blending in some adhesive, he guided it to adhere to the shaft of the wand in a mysterious pattern. At key points, Xinghe embedded the uncommon grade materials as required. Xinghe had also pondered over the choice of materials for a long time. Unlike before, he now possessed an abundance of uncommon grade materials spanning various types and attributes, giving him far more options during the crafting process. The entire process of crafting this wand demanded an immense amount of mental energy from Xinghe, far exceeding the strain of making the Bloodflame bone-gnawing club. It wasn't until dusk began to settle outside that he finally completed his masterpiece. CG Xuanlu. Category Wand. Quality Treasure. Effects greatly increases elemental spell effects, moderate reduction in spell costs, slight increase to mana skills. CG Luan Zhuan. The wand can switch summer, autumn, and winter modes, each mode enhancing the corresponding effects: spell siphoning, spell burst, spell erosion, and spell control. CG Jiao Xianglu. Within a radius of 50 meters, unleash a spell storm that fuses seasonal power, dealing 50 elemental energy damage and randomly afflicting targets within the area with continuous earth, water, wind, and fire elemental damage. Charging time 6 hours. Jifeng Xiezhou. When using elemental spells, summon a monsoon to assist the attack. The monsoon will change its attribute according to the spell's element. Base attack energy level 15. After attaching elemental effects, increases to 20-30 energy levels. Charging time 3 minutes. Requirements: 20 intelligence, weather mage profession. Note: listen to the elemental symphony. I have WR. You say the weapon is called CG Xianlu, then let it be CG Jiaoxianglu. Xinghe caressed the wand, which looked understated yet luxurious. His mouth had already stretched to the corners of his ears. Too perfect, almost unreal for a rare treasure weapon. If the bonuses are high and the damage is high as well, this is far better than the Lei Niao wand. However, Xinghe had no intention of discarding the Lei Niao wand. Keep it as a secondary weapon. It cleans up minions quite well, and later when plugged into a wall slot, it could serve as a half-thunder attribute defense tower. Xinghe felt his legs go a bit soft. He pulled out some food and drink from his backpack, recovered his strength, and returned upstairs. Having just finished a round of combat, the outside was piled with bodies of various kinds. Xinghe was too tired to deal with them. Rare tier 1s were dismantled, epic tier 1s dragged into the slaughter chamber, all processed in one go. Many oceanic monsters looked truly strange, and some of them didn't even have proper heads. For instance, starfish, jellyfish, and sea stink bugs. Xinghe couldn't understand how these things came ashore. Starfish were one thing, but jellyfish flying over here was a bit odd. Tonight's feast was a seafood banquet. The rare seafood was indeed fresh and sweet, and Xinghe didn't care about any effects, as long as it tasted great. After dinner, Little Moss handed Xinghe the newly collected map. Compared to before, this reef had shrunk by a noticeable margin. At this shrinking rate, it would likely sink within 7 days. Will we really have to go into the sea to fight then? Xinghe muttered to himself. He considered it, and found a brand new protective suit in the trading channel. The suit comes with swimming capability, and with water-repelling beads, he should be able to move underwater without issue. Yes, he decided to dive to check the underwater situation. Although it sounded dangerous, Xinghe felt that with the water-repelling beads, even if he could not win, he could escape smoothly. He wanted to research the reason for the reef's sinking, otherwise the shelter would sink into the water, making them even more passive. But underwater his combat power would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Lei Hua Luxing would be difficult to use, and thunder attribute spells would probably affect him too. Although the beads shield his aura, many of Xinghe's attack energies already exceed what this ring can protect. But in any case, Xinghe did not intend to simply wait for death. At midnight, the monsters launched another attack. This time their assault was far stronger than in the previous days. Xinghe could not sleep, and leading his followers and beasts managed to eliminate them in the pitch-dark depths. Xinghe didn't even have the energy to deal with the corpses further. He simply dismantled them all and rested for a few hours. By early dawn, he quietly reached the island's edge and slipped into the sea. The island's ocean monsters had already begun their assault. Xinghe seized the chaos to slip into the sea. As soon as he entered the water, he felt the effect of the water-repelling beads. He seemed almost as if he were a marine creature with some spiritual power weaving around his body, granting him gills and fins, and he could manipulate them at will. Moreover, the beads granted him strong recovery power. Xinghe tried some ordinary-level spells, and his mana basically recovered as soon as he finished casting. Additionally, the treasure seemed to conceal its aura. Underwater, the surrounding monsters treated him as a fish, and few would rush in to bite him directly. This was the first time Xinghe realized that the water-repelling beads are essentially two different things on land and in water. He had earlier tested their effect in the rain. It's worlds apart. With the blessing of the beads, Xinghe grew more confident in this reconnaissance mission. Against the monsters, Xinghe swam toward their source. The deeper he swam, the darker the water became, not due to sunlight, but a subtle darkness. The deeper he went, the more oppressive the atmosphere grew. Xinghe Constani sensed the subtle danger. Could it be the work of the evil god again? Again and again, this is the third time. Xinghe, though fearful of these gods, did not panic. He had already faced them twice. Xinghe swam for more than 20 minutes, entering the depths of a gigantic ocean fissure, and finally saw the source of the monsters. What lay before him was not a statue or something similar, but a gigantic abyss. The abyss appeared to be a colossal black whirlpool, yet curiously, it was extremely quiet. It did not suck downward, instead it expelled some delicate sacs. Xinghe investigated and discovered that these sacs are the basic form used to attack his oceanic monsters. Within each sac lay the image of a monster, and several sacs fused together would give birth to a monster. Xinghe boldly grabbed one, killed it, and found that the newborn monster left nothing behind. It would simply revert to a shattered sac. Xinghe even collected a few sacs to study further. Shun Yuan Ji Luan. Category. Quality. Effects. Notes possibly related to the future. What does that mean? Xinghe understood that the descriptions on the system panel were mostly jokes, but when spoken more seriously it indicated that this matter could be quite troublesome. As Xinghe was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a distinct disturbance in the water currents, instantly realizing that the Deep One and the monsters had returned. Xinghe swiftly retreated, slipping into a crevice in the stone wall. Moments later, the Deep One returned to the vicinity of the whirlpool. Rather than leaving immediately, Xinghe remained hidden, watching closely to see what the creature was up to. This was the first time Xinghe had observed a Deep One at such close proximity. It appeared somewhat fatigued, moving sluggishly as it rode upon the back of a colossal sea turtle. It harvested the egg sacs like ripe fruit, gathering them into its hands. Sorting through them meticulously, it fused some of the sacs together, while ruthlessly crushing the ones that fell short of its satisfaction. After watching for a long while, without seeing any further action, Xinghe hesitated. He pondered whether he should lure the Deep One out, hoping to eliminate it and complete the quest. It is futile to kill me. A bizarre voice echoed in Xinghe's ears. Though it was in a language he had never heard before, he understood its meaning perfectly. I know you are there. Only then did Xinghe realize that the Deep One was indeed speaking to him. This was the first time he had encountered a monster capable of direct communication. Now that his cover was blown, there was no longer any need to hide. Xinghe stepped out voluntarily. He remained silent, but his grip tightened around the magic wand in his hand. I have no desire to be your enemy, human mage. I am merely a pitiful soul under control, just like you. Is that so? I find that hard to believe, considering you were the one who commanded the monsters to corner me. The Deep One sighed, softly shifting its posture on the turtle shell. It picked up an egg sac and said in a low, eerie voice, "If I truly wished to kill you and shatter your sanctuary, I would not have sent so few monsters ashore. Then what is your objective?" "I wish to cooperate." Xinghe frowned. Unable to discern the truth of the Deep One's words, he decided to play along for now, hoping to pry out more information. "Let's hear it," he said, feigning interest while keeping his grip firm on the magic wand. "On the final day of this battle, I need you to crash your sanctuary into this whirlpool." Xinghe was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this creature talking about? Sensing Xinghe's reluctance to listen, the Deep One spoke again. "I will grant you an epic item. I do not speak falsehoods." With that, the Deep One produced an item radiating a brilliant orange glow from its hand, stowing it away before Xinghe could get a clear look. "And why should I? This is also to save you. You remain oblivious, but your so-called system treats you as nothing more than cannon fodder." It smacked its lips, wearing an expression of absolute confidence, as if it had Xinghe completely figured out. It continued, "I can help you escape." Though he wondered how such a grotesque face could convey such subtle expressions, Xinghe was indeed intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, he raised another issue. "My sanctuary cannot enter the water." The Deep One remained silent, merely tossing a syringe over. Xinghe opened it to find a strange bloodline. Blood of the Dead Sea Turtle. Category: Bloodline Potion. Quality: Rare. Effect: grants the Dead Sea Turtle bloodline upon use. Description: perhaps safe and reliable, but do you trust it? Xinghe stowed the syringe into his bag and nodded to the Deep One, signaling that the deal was struck. The Deep One offered a faint smile, which looked exceptionally sinister and grotesque on its fish-like face. With the deal concluded, Xinghe hastily returned to his sanctuary. He glanced at the syringe in his hand and immediately listed it on the trading channel, requesting a similar bloodline in exchange. He was no fool to trust the words of a Deep One. As for being treated as cannon fodder by the system, so be it. He did not care in the slightest. His current power was entirely derived from the system. If he abandoned it completely, how could he possibly survive in this apocalyptic world? However, regarding this transaction, Xinghe was not entirely deceiving the Deep One. He did indeed plan to crash into it. Not to plunge into the abyss, but to crush the Deep One itself to death. To think it could play him like a fool, it could wait for its demise. Moreover, that creature had not imposed any restrictive measures on this deal, making it obvious that it did not trust him either. Nevertheless, proofing the sanctuary against water had to be prioritized. While he dared not use this particular syringe, he could always purchase one he could trust on the trading channel. The bloodline trade went surprisingly fast. In just over half an hour, the blood of the dead sea turtle was sold. It was bought by an old acquaintance from the Xinghe Academy, who had also been cast into the ocean and required a massive undead creature to tow his sanctuary. In return, he obtained a different bloodline. Heart of the Boundary Patrolling Serpent. Category: Bloodline Potion Material. Quality: Rare. Effect: grants the Boundary Patrolling Serpent bloodline when consumed as a potion or can be used as a crafting material. Description: a boundary patrolling serpent. That is an exceptionally rare species, and its taste is simply exquisite. Upon receiving the heart of the boundary patrolling serpent, Xinghe understood why the person from the Xinghe Academy had not used this bloodline. The reason was simple: it was far too small. The creature's heart was only the size of a thumb, making it impossible to rely on any undead raised from it to tow a sanctuary. Fortunately, Xinghe's sanctuary did not require towing. It moved entirely under its own power anyway. Summoning Grodel before him, Xinghe hesitated on whether to use this bloodline. After all, he had never used bloodlines on his Pokemon before. What if Grodel lost its ability to evolve after consuming it? Ultimately, Xinghe decided against using the potion immediately. Since there were still a few days left, perhaps he should prioritize evolving Grodel first. However, most of the growth-accelerating materials on the trading channel carried side effects, which Xinghe was reluctant to accept. Alright, I still have this. Xinghe rummaged through the cabinet and retrieved the seed he had acquired at the end of his last quest. He had tried planting it before, but despite exhausting every method, it showed no signs of sprouting. Even his appraisal skill yielded no results, so he had put it away. Yet Xinghe could clearly sense the immense energy contained within it. Thus he decided to give the seed to Grodel. The moment the seed was produced, Grodel grew exceedingly excited, bounding and hopping side to side with a swiftness that defied its usual sluggish nature. Alright, I know you want it. Here you go. Xinghe handed the seed to Grodel, who swallowed it without a second thought. Immediately, its body began to radiate a vibrant green light on the verge of evolving. Shoot, we're inside the house. Quick, get to the farm. More than 10 minutes later, Xinghe stared at the massive Torterra before him, falling into deep thought. Tell me, how are you supposed to fit through that rather small cellar entrance and return to the surface? Go away. I don't know, but I can try. Don't try just yet. You'll crush my door in a moment. Xinghe sighed, deciding to let Torterra integrate the lineage potion first. Torterra had not expected to undergo 2 transformations in a single day. Fortunately, with the aid of the lineage integration agent, the bloodline of the realm patrolling serpent fused rapidly. After the fusion concluded, Torterra's physical alterations were actually quite minor. Its tail had merely grown longer, a few scales had sprouted across its body, and its skin tone had lightened slightly. Xinghe opened Torterra's status panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that the bloodline of the realm patrolling serpent was truly not wasted. Torterra. Category: Spirit of the Sanctuary. Quality: Rare. Gender: Spirit 15. Constitution 20. Agility 12. Charm 11. Talents: I am the continent. A fertile land rests upon its body, capable of growing plants and generating a cycle of life. Now bestowed upon the sanctuary, making its soil and water far more fertile, allowing natural organisms to complete an independent ecological cycle within. Spirit Realm Patrol allows movement by traversing the etheric spirit realm, but staying too long will affect sanity. Now bestowed upon the sanctuary, allowing the sanctuary to also move via the spirit realm. Amphibious, can walk freely in water and on land without hindrance. Now bestowed upon the sanctuary, granting the sanctuary underwater mobility. Skills: free passage within the sanctuary's range. The spirit of the sanctuary can traverse freely unaffected by terrain, but cannot stray too far from the sanctuary's boundaries. Lineage magic allows the use of certain spells from T. Well, just moments ago he was pondering how to move, but now there was no need to worry. You don't even know your own skills. I have to look them up for you. Xinghe patted Torterra's head. Torterra merely let out a bewildered "Gue," seemingly indeed clueless about its own capabilities. Xinghe had no choice but to explain the situation briefly. Only then did Torterra understand, happily leaving the underground pasture to return to the first floor. However, this state did not mean a change in size. Rather, it simply prevented it from affecting the environment and items of the sanctuary like a giant ghost. Yet it could still eat, drink, and interact normally with other creatures in the sanctuary, which was quite miraculous. Since his sanctuary now possessed underwater mobility, Xinghe had no intention of keeping up a false pretense with that wretched Murloc. He even contemplated using the Spirit Realm Patrol to simply flee. However, remembering that his main task this time was to resist a 7-day invasion, he feared he would receive nothing, and might even face punishment, if he failed to hold out for the full 7 days. Thus Xinghe held back. He planned to tolerate the other party for a few more days to see what they were truly up to. Now that his sanctuary had evolved into a heavy-duty truck capable of both fighting and fleeing, at worst, he could just ram that ugly fish to death. However, that egg of the abyss still weighed on Xinghe's mind. It did not seem like something he could resolve at his current level. Even if he were to purchase some highly destructive single-use items, he doubted he could successfully eliminate it. That profound, subtle power was something the aggregated abomination in the Twisted Jungle had lacked. Simply put, the abomination's power was crude and straightforward, whereas the Egg of the Abyss was remarkably stable and restrained. Regardless, we will cross that bridge when we come to it. He would make his preparations. At worst, he would just flee when the time came. Over the next 5 days, Xinghe and the Deep One maintained a strange, unspoken understanding. One side unleashed slightly more magical beasts day by day, while the other always appeared to struggle desperately to deal with them, even going so far as to let their animal army sustain injuries. However, the Deep One did not breach the gates of the sanctuary, and none of Xinghe's followers actually perished. Most sustained only minor injuries, with a broken leg on one of the wolves being the most severe casualty. Those like Lauren and Adino did not even suffer a single scratch. The Gacha Machine had not been particularly generous over these 5 days, though he did encounter the world of the Sims once more. Xinghe excitedly inserted 5 coins, obtaining a total of 4 pieces of furniture and 1 magic ball. The furniture consisted of a wardrobe, a carpet, a coffee maker, and a piano. Since Xinghe had no space for the massive piano and could not play it anyway, he listed it for sale, immediately trading it for some basic resources. He kept the other 3 items. The wardrobe was placed in Lauren's bedroom, the carpet was laid out in the living room, and as for the coffee maker, Xinghe planned to see if anyone was selling coffee trees. Still, Xinghe did not have a habit of drinking coffee. He merely considered it a little luxury to spice up his apocalyptic journey. The most important item, however, was the only non-furniture piece, the magic ball. Magic ball. Category: consumable. Quality: rare. Effect: upon use, you can designate a magical creature of rare quality or below as your familiar. The stat bonuses vary depending on the species of the familiar. Description: which little cutie do you plan to enslave? What do you mean enslave? We are clearly partners who trust each other. The magic ball did not even last a second day in Xinghe's hands. He used it on cast form that very day. Where else could he find a familiar that perfectly matched his weather wizard profession? The enhancement effects were just as Xinghe had anticipated. All weather-related spells were strengthened, their resource consumption was reduced, and cast form itself broke through its Pokemon limitations, gaining the ability to learn the spells Xinghe mastered, essentially becoming a miniature version of him. Is this a stand in another sense? Xinghe thought to himself. If he could draw items from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that aided in manifesting stands in the future, would his development lean in this direction? Aside from the world of The Sims, 4 of the other days featured slice-of-life anime or minigames. Xinghe even inserted a coin into the Shawarma Legend game, obtaining a common-grade recipe shawarma. However, the tower defense game of the past few days allowed him to stockpile a massive amount of seafood ingredients and materials. Of course, most of them were listed and sold on the exchange, leaving only the high-quality, delicious portions, some of which were frozen, while others were salted or smoked and preserved as shelf-stable jerky. He did keep all the materials, though most of these magical beasts had been artificially accelerated, leaving very few usable parts. Most were turned into fertilizer by his current Minister of Agriculture Bidoof, with only a small fraction of valuable materials stored away. Some were also crafted by Xinghe into wands or club weapons and sold on the trading channel. It could be said that this wave of tower defense significantly improved Xinghe's financial situation. Naturally, he also purchased some items and consumables to prepare for the final showdown. By now, there was virtually no land left around the sanctuary. Fortunately, there was nothing worth gathering on this island anyway. Only some sand-ruined structures and shrubs. He didn't need to buy pots and pans either, as their prices on the trading channel were quite low. He had seen on the New World channel that many multiplayer survival coalitions similar to the Human Coalition from before had already established a certain foundation in handicrafts, and even light industry, meaning basic living supplies, were relatively abundant. The survivors who managed to outlast the rookie stage and reach this disaster-ridden world were no longer lacking in such basic necessities. As for the island, it was completely submerged. Xinghe figured that tonight, once that wretched fish confirmed his sanctuary was waterproof, it would likely come knocking on his door. It was not beyond Xinghe's expectation that night had just fallen and the deep diver was already watching from not far away. "Come with me," Xinghe said, nothing guiding the shelter to descend into the water, envelop an energy shield, the entire shelter resembling a soap bubble. But waterproofing wasn't a direct effect of the energy shield, still its effectiveness underwater was a cause for relief. To be honest, this was Xinghe's first full view of his shelter. Strangely, the 2 basements did not show on the exterior, only a 2-story house entered the water. Xinghe even checked the basement and found no changes. The system is truly formidable, Xinghe thought, his resolve to cling to its power growing firmer. After the shelter sank underwater, the monsters did not attack. Under the deep diver's control, they hovered around the shelter, appearing to keep watch. Xinghe did not like this state and planned to make the old fellow die a painful death later. "Fine, we've already entered the sea. If you have something to say it quickly." Xinghe did not approach the Egg of the Abyss. After descending only tens of meters, he stopped. Now that he had shown his sincerity, he would see the deep diver's attitude. The deep diver took something from the turtle. It sat on a parchment delivered to Xinghe's shelter's exterior by a fish beast. Xinghe did not go to fetch it. Instead, with a small trick, he opened it and read from afar. This parchment contained only a few dozen characters. The system has come. It has taken away my things, my power. My shelter. I can only become a wanderer monster outside. Oh God, save me, I beg you to save me. It was a dull item. Xinghe feigned astonishment, fear, and tension, but inwardly he was unmoved. If the system could grant so much to survivors, it showed this thing, and the survivors were not on the same level, perhaps not even in the same dimension. Rather than worrying, it was better to live a few more days happily. And how do we escape? There are no records here. Xinghe frowned, for that wasn't what he cared about. The deep diver, after listening, pulled out another statue. That somber aura told Xinghe at a glance that it was an evil god statue. Worship the evil god. How is that different from trusting the system? Xinghe sneered. This fellow treated him as a fool. Not to worship it, but to become it. The deep diver flung another parchment, unfolding a small portion for Xinghe to read. This is indeed some sincerity, but why don't you do it yourself? How would you know I haven't done it? For some reason, he perceived a subtle change in the deep diver's dead fish face, perhaps a hint of smugness. Give me the scroll first, then I will help you. First deal with the egg of the abyss. The two, one man and one fish, almost spoke simultaneously, and both fell silent upon hearing the other's meaning. After a moment of silence, they both stepped back. Xinghe obtained half of the parchment, and the deep diver agreed that Xinghe should stay nearby rather than rush in. The two gradually sank into the ocean depths, returning to the face of the egg of the abyss. This thing hadn't changed much from what Xinghe had seen days earlier. However, as the shelter approached, the egg of the abyss seemed reactive, speeding up the expulsion of its sacs. But the result of this was that the sea monsters formed from the sacs were somewhat underdeveloped, many missing limbs, and under the deep diver's control, these monsters did not attack. Your shelter has entered a special zone. Oh, please do not linger here to avoid shifting the shelter's attributes. Indeed, this was problematic, Xinghe thought. He knew the shelter had suppression against this evil god's rules, but this was the first time the evil god's attributes affected it in reverse. Previously, even apocalyptic disasters posed no problem. Now it would be influenced by the egg of the abyss. Could this strange thing possess a higher rank than the Crimson Curse? Nevertheless, with such a warning, he could not simply ram the shelter straight toward it. He drew out a rare holy light bomb, because waterborne, ordinary, or rare-grade munitions would be too costly. Xinghe summoned Luolan. Luolan, throw this bomb into that crevice. Luolan took the bomb, swallowed, whispered a prayer for Holy Light's blessing, then hurled it. The holy light bomb traced a white arc in the water. It didn't land precisely inside the egg of the abyss, but the egg was large enough that the impact was not greatly affected. Xinghe judged the moment and lit the holy light bomb directly. After a dazzling white flash, the egg of the abyss remained virtually unharmed. The deep diver watched the experiment in silence, not in a hurry. Xinghe himself was not in a rush either, for as long as today passed, the mission would be complete, and he could teleport away. Thus Xinghe began his slow drag tactic, using various skills to probe the egg of the abyss, even teasing the deep diver. Xinghe pretended to be idle. The deep diver grew more and more impatient, several times urging him, but Xinghe gave little reaction. I know you're not sincere in the deal, but alas, I have no time left. The deep diver, speaking, raised a harpoon. Xinghe immediately redirected all attacks toward him, the deep diver not moving while the surrounding monsters rushed forward to shield him. Xinghe did not hesitate to throw another bomb, this time, not holy light, but lightning. The lightning bomb in the deep sea performed exceptionally. The deep diver was affected, his body involuntarily twitching, yet he struggled to maintain his state. Xinghe did not dare to let his guard down. Luolan kept throwing. The magic towers must not stop, and he himself prepared for a journey through the spirit realm. Under Xinghe's relentless bombardment, the deep diver still completed his action. After his spell finished, the egg of the abyss, which had only been jetting sacs, suddenly unleashed a fierce suction, and Xinghe's shelter began to draw closer to the egg. And the deep diver suddenly vanished. This guy also has a spirit realm traversal ability. Xinghe muttered. But it doesn't matter. Let's see who lasts longer. Spirit realm traversal activate. A faint gray light flashed, and Xinghe's entire shelter disappeared. Inside, he, with a small moss creature, an almost life-size doll, and Luolan were watching the computer screen. In the spirit realm, the outside signal was not completely cut off, only very unstable. After a mages, I was drawn into the egg of the abyss. Xinghe and the others briefly glimpsed some internal conditions. Holy light. What is this? Doll. Yes. I've never seen a scene like this before. Though they were merely a few disjointed photographs, everyone could still clearly discern the situation inside the abyss egg. Completely different from the bloody flesh-flinging scene, Xinghe had imagined the interior of the abyss egg was an extremely precise, beautiful, and even dizzying structure to behold. Inside was neither a sacrificial ground for some evil god, nor another world, but a pure monster factory. Special blueprint detected. Demon factory incomplete. Please acquire more related information. System actually has such a function. Why had this never appeared before? However, now was not the time to ponder this. Xinghe swiftly deactivated his spirit realm cruise, cast several mages' eyes, and quickly re-entered the spirit realm. After repeating this process several times, he finally gathered a rough outline of the abyss egg's internal information. Demon factory. Category Wonder Blueprint. Quality Epic. Requirements. Effects. Description: an astonishing structure and design. Well, although he had gathered some information, this blueprint was currently only for display and could not be used. Nevertheless, this was the first time Xinghe had encountered the Wonder Blueprint category, and it felt vastly superior compared to ordinary blueprints. Wonders ruin the nation. Xinghe shook his head. This blueprint had no physical form and was instead stored in his computer. Since he couldn't use it, he decided not to dwell on it. About half an hour later, Xinghe noticed that the plants on the shelter's outer wall had begun to mutate to varying degrees, and he ultimately chose to return to reality. Just as he returned, he saw that crafty dead fish. Strange runes had appeared all over its body, and it was staring at Xinghe's shelter with a face full of shock. How is this possible? I probed your shelter, and it shouldn't have had such a function. But I do, you dumbass. The Deep One's plan had failed. After Xinghe inspected its information, he discovered that a new entry had appeared, penalized. It seems a certain fish is about to be sanctioned, Xinghe said with a beaming smile. Sparks of rage seemed to fly from the Deep One's eyes, but as the runes on its body multiplied, it quickly lost all responsiveness and turned into a peculiar stone statue. Out of curiosity, Xinghe conducted an inspection and found that he could only retrieve a simple piece of information. Stone statue of the gatekeeper. Category. Quality. Description: it has secured an eternal security guard position. How wonderful. An iron rice bowl. Looking at the stone statue, Xinghe hesitated over whether to search its body for loot. However, he soon didn't have to worry about it, as a giant turtle swam over from the distance. Take down this turtle. Quick. At Xinghe's command, everyone unleashed their skills in unison. The rare-grade demon beast was swiftly slain. Xinghe dragged the giant turtle to the second floor and retrieved a harpoon, a half-torn parchment scroll, and a statue from its shell. There was nothing much to say about the statue, so he listed it for sale immediately. The harpoon turned out to be a treasure-grade weapon, though it was somewhat damaged. Xinghe felt it didn't suit him and sensed some hidden risks, so he listed it for sale as well. After piecing the half-torn parchment scroll together, Xinghe obtained a rather subtle item. Age of Gods method. Category: skill. Quality: treasure grade. Effect: utilize a certain deity's statue through a corresponding ritual to project one's mind into it and take its place. Description: did you become the god, or did the god assimilate you? Damn it, I knew there was a catch. Xinghe reluctantly set the skill scroll aside. He was tempted, but he truly had no pressing need for this item to boost his strength at the moment. Forget it, I'll put it away for now. Xinghe stored the skill book just in case it might come in handy in the future. As for the other parchment scroll, Xinghe discovered some text at the beginning which seemed to be the incoherent ravings of that survivor. He burned the scroll directly. Since he intended to follow the system all the way to the end, there was no need to keep anything that might undermine his trust in it. In the waters outside, the stone statue of the Deep One was sinking into the depths of the ocean. Xinghe steered the shelter away from this troubled area. Looking back at the pitch-black abyss, the abyss egg had already vanished, leaving behind a massive crater that was densely packed with all kinds of stone statues. There were humans, marine creatures, and entities that resembled elves, succubi, or angels. The stone statue of the Deep One was about to become one of them. Upon returning to the sea surface, Xinghe let the shelter drift on autopilot, while he went to the living room to open treasure chests with everyone. Xinghe wasn't entirely sure about his completion rate for this quest, but judging by the 3 chests granted by the system, it seemed quite satisfied. 1 silver and 2 bronze. Who wants to open them? Xinghe asked, placing the 3 chests on the table. My lord, I do. Wawa, I won't open any, I'm going to work. Nah. I want to open one. Alright, Luolan, you and Little Moss take 1 bronze chest each, and I'll open the silver one. The 2 of them and the Bangbu expectantly placed the chests in front of themselves. After counting down 3, 2, 1 together, they popped them open. A flash of purple light from Xinghe's chest made his grin stretch from ear to ear. He eagerly pulled out the 3 items inside, 2 uncommon items and 1 treasure grade item. Elemental pool. Category: blueprint. Quality: treasure grade. Requirements: rare grade stone x 30 units, treasure grade elemental gem x 10, treasure grade magic metal x 10 units, treasure grade elemental ink x 5 units. Effect: once constructed, it absorbs surrounding free ether and spiritual realm ether daily to power the entire shelter. It also generates an additional minimum of 10 units of energy liquid per day, which can be used as a substitute for energy crystals. The elemental pool can store a maximum of 500 units of energy liquid. Description: build it quickly. This thing is practically a money printing machine. I want to build it too. Xinghe stared helplessly at this treasure grade blueprint. The rare grade stone was manageable, though 30 units was a lot. It wasn't impossible to acquire. However, the prices for the other 3 treasure grade materials were sky high. Frankly, once materials reached the treasure grade, their prices stabilized at a premium level. Basic materials like wood and stone seemed to have artificial production methods, keeping their prices reasonable. But any material that couldn't be manufactured saw its price skyrocket. Forget it. At least I have the blueprint now. I can figure out the materials slowly. Xinghe put the blueprint away for the time being. The other 2 items in this chest were of little importance. One was an uncommon grade water vat that could convert ordinary water into water slightly imbued with magic. Since the vat was small, with a capacity of only about 10 liters, Xinghe placed it directly in the kitchen. The other item was an uncommon grade wall blueprint. Ever since Xinghe acquired the energy shield, he had never used things like fences or walls. However, he didn't sell it either, as such items were far too common to fetch a good price. It was better to keep it to fence off a farm or pasture in the future. My lord, you gotta drop. Truly the holy light blesses us. Luolan had picked up some modern slang over the past couple of days, though he often mixed it with his old way of speaking, making it sound rather peculiar. While Luolan had yet to open his chest, Little Moss had already popped his open. He was currently making eager ENNA sounds, raising the item for Xinghe to see. 1 rare and 2 uncommon items. The rare item was a pet cabin, just the right size to serve as Little Moss's tiny bedroom. Surprisingly, the uncommon items were a food portion and a seed pack. The seed pack was a mixed bag containing cocoa, coffee, and even tobacco. Xinghe didn't smoke, but he still planned to grow some as they could be traded later. In the chest Luolan finally opened, there were actually 2 rare grade items, a rare grade mining pickaxe that could accelerate mining speed, and a rare grade mining lamp that could steadily illuminate a 10-meter range in foggy and dark conditions. A mining duo set. Luolan. Were you a miner in the past? I was not, my lord. I grew up in the Holy Knights Order since childhood. Seeing his somewhat earnest expression, Xinghe lost interest in teasing him further. He kept the mining set that would come in handy if they encountered any mine shafts in the future. On the 57th day of the apocalypse, Xinghe was poised to begin his next clearing operation. After an interval of several days, he had once again encountered a gashapon pool worthy of a draw. Today's prize pool whirled a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, Mortal Realm chapter. Upon seeing this name, Xinghe was utterly ecstatic. This was his first time drawing from a cultivation novel's prize pool. At the thought of those heaven-soaring and earth-burrowing spells and those wondrous magic treasures, he excitedly inserted 5 gashapon coins. Just common drops. Well, he had expected too much. After all, the world of A Mortal's Journey was incredibly vast. Even if it was just the mortal realm, it was a story spanning over 1,000 chapters. It would not be surprising to draw ordinary pots and pans. To receive 4 rare grade items was already quite fortunate. Xinghe first opened the sole common grade gashapon. It was a broadsword, a useless ordinary weapon, a basic tool that wouldn't fetch much if listed in the trading channel. He decided he might enchant it later to see if he could sell it for a slightly higher price. After opening all 4 rare grade gashapons, Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. This draw had indeed been highly rewarding. Chi refining powder recipe. Category herbal recipe. Quality rare. Requirements 100-year-old spiritual herb 1 auxiliary materials 10 as long as they are rich in spiritual energy. Effect increases cultivation speed after consumption. Usable by those with a rare grade rating or above. Description: don't ask me why the recipe is so abstract. The original novel didn't specify, so I don't know either. True explanation of artifact refining. Category book. Quality rare. Durability 1010. Effect: reading this offers a chance to obtain artifact refining techniques, diagrams, etc. Once durability reaches 0, the book can still be read, but with no special effects. Description: if a magic artifact is too durable, people won't buy a new one. But if it isn't durable, they'll think your quality is poor. What's a crafter to do? Firebird Talisman Blueprint. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements: rare grade blank talisman, paper 1, a rare grade magic ink 1. Effect: releases a firebird with an energy level of approximately 25 to attack. Description: one of the most basic talismans. Your magic scrolls can achieve the same effect. 5 elements cultivation methods foundation chapter. Category book. Quality rare. Durability 1010. Effect: reading this offers a chance to obtain basic 5 elements cultivation methods, which include foundational cultivation paths from chi refining to foundation establishment, as well as certain spells. Each time a skill is learned, 1 durability point is consumed. This book cannot be copied. Description: it seems to be a compiled volume of basic cultivation methods sold by a certain chamber of commerce. Cheap, practical, and fundamental. There is actually a cultivation method. Xinghe took out the book with some delight and flipped through it. The content was somewhat obscure and difficult to comprehend, so he temporarily set the cultivation method aside. As for the chi refining powder recipe, Xinghe lacked any 100-year-old spiritual herbs. He didn't even know if he would survive for a few more years, let alone worry about century-old herbs. Regarding the Firebird Talisman, just as the description stated, magic scrolls were essentially similar to talismans. Both sealed a certain spell or power within, requiring no effort to deploy when used. Xinghe sighed softly. He realized that many things from the Eastern system were not very suitable for survivors. Many of them operated on a timescale of decades, whereas survivors mostly fought for the present moment. How could they expect to live peacefully for decades? Even surviving for dozens of days would be considered fortunate. While waiting for the new quest to begin, Xinghe huddled at home, reading the 5 Elements Cultivation Methods Foundation chapter. Although it was indeed difficult to comprehend with the system's assistance, he quickly acquired a cultivation method, the wood-attributed Changchun Gong. As expected, it is a basic cultivation method. This is far too rudimentary. However, this was the very path that Han Laoma started with. Xinghe sensed it carefully. The cultivation method was indeed useful, but not exceptionally so. Compared to magic, a cultivator's method was more comprehensive, and their spells were more stable, but it required a much longer and more complex period of cultivation. Therefore, Xinghe did not plan to follow this path entirely. He intended to use it as a supplementary measure. After all, Eastern cultivation could enhance vitality. When mapped to attribute values in addition to boosting spirit, it could also increase constitution and charisma. This was a rare passive cultivation skill that could increase the charisma stat. However, it would have no effect once spirit and constitution reached 20 or above or charisma reached 10 or above. Xinghe currently had 17 points in spirit while his constitution was much lower at only 14 points and his charisma was a mere 7 points. Thus the cultivation method was still highly beneficial. Xinghe planned to learn all 5 basic cultivation methods and leave the rest for Luo Lan to look at. However, some of the basic spells inside were quite useful, such as utilitarian spells like the dust cleansing technique for quickly removing dirt. In contrast, the true explanation of artifact refining brought a pleasant surprise to Xinghe. After reading it for a while, he acquired an artifact refining skill called the Fire Control Art, which allowed him to control the intensity of the flames during the refining process. Perhaps he was truly compatible with artifact refining, who just over an hour of reading had allowed him to master a skill and an artifact refining blueprint. The blueprint was for the Xinghe sword, an uncommon grade weapon blueprint. It didn't have many extra effects, but it possessed excellent spiritual energy and ether channeling capabilities. Xinghe fell silent. Were these weapons used by cultivators, not just staves in disguise? Typically, only magic staves would possess such effects. I wonder if this thing will sell well. Xinghe opened the trading channel and found some similar weapons. Their prices were not much different from other weapons of the same tier, which finally put him at ease. The next quest has begun. Coordinate transition 377, 349, 754. Surrounding environment white wilderness. Duration of stay 15 days. Please shelter uninfected and unaffected humans in this area. Rewards will be granted periodically based on quest progress, with special rewards awarded upon completion based on the final completion rate. After a dizzying and disorienting teleportation, Xinghe arrived at a completely different location. He poked his head out to look greeted by a vast white wilderness. Rescuing people? How is there a quest like this? Xinghe had assumed that quests were always about fighting. Why did he have to rescue people now? However, this was also fine. Facing those evil gods and monsters every day had given him a bit of PTSD. Xinghe had already deployed several mages' eyes to scout the situation outside. Once he gathered a general overview in a short while he would decide how to proceed. Clang clang clang. Done. Artifact refining isn't that difficult after all. Xinghe picked up the Xinghe sword in his hand and examined it. The quality was superb. Having nothing else to do, Xinghe attempted to craft magic artifacts using the methods in the true explanation of artifact refining. Fortunately, crafting low-grade magic artifacts did not take long. With the assistance of the weapon crafting station, forging a Xinghe sword took only about 40 minutes. Additionally, Xinghe found 4 other artifact refining blueprints in the true explanation of artifact refining, 2 uncommon and 2 rare. The uncommon magic artifacts were a Xinghe robe and a small bell named the Soul Snare's Bell. Though the description in the diagram was complex, Xinghe understood it to be a device that emitted a peculiar sound wave to cause headaches in opponents. However, this item did not distinguish between friend and foe, making it easy to accidentally harm his own allies. The rare grade items were more interesting. One was an artifact refining cauldron, and the other was actually a flying vessel. He had only acquired wings a few days ago, and had not even flown yet, and now he had already obtained a flying vessel. After reading the blueprint for the flying vessel in detail, Xinghe discovered that this rare grade vessel also had significant drawbacks. First, its carrying capacity was quite low, only 800 caddies. Exceeding this weight would impact both its speed and flight altitude. Of course, the size of this flying vessel was similar to a black awning boat, perhaps even shorter, so it could not hold much to begin with. Second, the flying vessel's speed was mediocre. Its standard speed was about 80 km per hour, and if pushed to its limit, it could barely reach 120 km per hour. However, doing so would damage its energy supply formation, making its maintenance far more troublesome compared to a multifunctional tactical vehicle. Third, the energy requirement of the flying vessel was substantial. The manual stated that consuming 100 low-grade spirit stones could power a standard flight for 1 day. However, Xinghe was unclear on how the energy of 100 low-grade spirit stones translated into energy crystals. Just as Xinghe was preparing to study the book in earnest to see if he could craft the flying vessel and the artifact refining cauldron, first the scouting of the mage's eyes was basically complete. Inana. Xiao Taixian replayed the computer recording, the little fellow highlighting several crucial segments for Xinghe to see. The surrounding environment was a vast, desolate expanse of snow, almost entirely stark white. Only in a few scattered spots could tiny black dots be discerned. The mage's eye possessed fairly decent resolution. Some of these dark specks were clearly animals, while others appeared to be crude tents. Xinghe also spotted a small portion of what seemed to be minerals or vegetation buried beneath the snow, though he could not distinguish them clearly. Luo Lan packed things up. Let's head toward where there appear to be signs of human habitation. Xinghe donned his protective suit, retrieved the multifunctional tactical vehicle, prepared his weapons, and set off with his paladin follower. As for why he did not simply travel in the shelter, it was primarily because journeying at its current speed would take at least an entire day. Even though the Earth turtle had evolved, the shelter's movement remained rather sluggish, averaging only 5 meters per second. This was especially true in harsh environments like the snowfields, where their pace of travel would be further hindered. To gather the humans as quickly as possible and provide them with temporary sanctuary, they had to locate the precise coordinates, though otherwise ending up in an inconvenient spot would only force them to relocate again. Compared to the pale winter of the First World, the external temperature here was slightly more forgiving, hovering around -80 to 70 degrees Celsius. It had not yet exceeded the protective threshold of Xinghe's suit. However, relying solely on a rare-grade protective suit could not guarantee stable core body temperatures, so both Xinghe and Luo Lan wore thick fur coats over their gear. Since the tactical vehicle lacked a navigation system, Xinghe had Xiao Taixian use the mage's eye to guide their path. The tactical vehicle was incredibly fast, and with the vast snowfields offering no obstructions, Xinghe twisted the throttle to its limit, savoring the exhilarating thrill of speeding across the frozen waste. Seated behind him, Luo Lan clung tightly to Xinghe, refusing to let go. The blistering speed left him dizzy and lightheaded. He had never experienced such a rush in his entire life. Fortunately, the snowfields were relatively smooth, which made the ride much more bearable for Luo Lan. The suspected human settlement was quite far from the shelter. Xinghe sped across the snow for nearly 2 hours before finally arriving in the vicinity. "My lord, could you please help me? My legs are a bit weak." Luo Lan's legs trembled violently. Xinghe had to support the towering man who weighed far more than himself as he clambered down from the vehicle. It took about 10 minutes of rest before Luo Lan finally recovered. While Xinghe and Luo Lan were catching their breath, 2 figures dressed in attire resembling Eskimos approached and surrounded them. Their faces were completely concealed, and they held crude spear-like weapons in their hands. "Who are you?" "People who have come to help you," Xinghe replied bluntly. With limited time to complete his mission, he had no desire to waste words. Extremely vigilant, the two did not lower their weapons. "You come with us. Drop your weapons and hand over the motorcycle." Xinghe swept his gaze over them and immediately cast Charm Person. It was a basic spell he had acquired during a previous spell exchange. "Who are you? What happened here? How many of you are there? What is the exact situation?" Under the spell's influence, the two began to reply to his questions in disjointed fragments. Since Charm Person was merely a cantrip, the control it exerted only allowed them to provide simple answers. Moments later, Xinghe pieced together the state of the camp. It was tiny, consisting of only 7 people, 4 males and 3 females, led by an elderly woman. He also gathered some general context about the region. These people seemed to be indigenous to this land, and the frozen wasteland had only formed a few years ago. Once Xinghe released the Charm Person spell, the two panicked, gripped by a sudden dread. One of them stumbled to the ground, scrambling backward in terror. "As I said, I am here to help you. If you refuse to believe it, I can assist you in believing." Xinghe possessed very little patience for these natives. Though usually of a decent temperament, his time was short and his task pressing. Furthermore, without a display of power, there was no telling what malicious schemes these locals might harbor. "My lord, we did not mean it. Please spare us, my lord." The two fell to their knees, hastily pleading for forgiveness. "Lead the way to your camp." 10 minutes later, Xinghe and his companion arrived at the crude little camp. It consisted of 3 or 4 tents, and several people eyed Xinghe and Luo Lan warily, nervously grasping the weapons at their sides. "Do not worry. If these 2 lords wished us dead, we would have perished long ago." A raspy, aged voice drifted from one of the tents. An elderly woman, hunched and clad in a thick fur coat, came into Xinghe's view. "My lords, I wonder what brings you to our humble family." Upon seeing her, Xinghe instinctively cast Inspect, only to receive a rather unexpected result. Mary Anderson. Category Half Yeti. Gender: Quality Rare. Spirit 9. Constitution 4. Agility 3. Charisma 4. Talent: Cold Resistant. Bloodline: Higher resistance to cold. Skills: Conceal Aura, reduces scent and etheric traces within a 20-meter radius. Ice spells: mastered some ordinary minor ice spells. Description: a wondrous grandmother. Perhaps she is very good at skiing. A half Yeti, not a pure-blooded human, and she actually qualified as a spellcaster. "I am here to take in the humans on this snowfield," Xinghe said flatly. Though the old woman's circumstances were unusual, it had nothing to do with him. "We don't need your help," a boy standing beside the old woman suddenly shouted. "Jason, do not speak nonsense." Xinghe glanced at the old woman and sighed. With a flick of mage hand, he hoisted the boy named Jason off the ground. Jason struggled in midair, consumed by panic. "My lord, I beg of you, spare Jason. He is only a child." The old woman pleaded anxiously. Several people around her had already seized their weapons, preparing to attack, but Luo Lan instantly stepped in front of Xinghe, his shield glowing with a faint shimmering white light. "My patience is limited. I am only here to complete my mission. We will go with you, we will go. Please, just let the child go." The old woman trembled so violently she was on the verge of kneeling. Xinghe tossed Jason aside. He had no intention of killing the boy, but he knew that someone who spoke so thoughtlessly in such a harsh environment was highly likely to have been utterly spoiled. Either Jason was of immense importance to the old woman, meaning controlling him meant controlling her, or his outburst had been subtly encouraged by her to test the waters. Regardless of the truth, seizing Jason and demonstrating his power would make everything much easier moving forward. Are there any other human settlements nearby? The surrounding areas are mostly in similar conditions. About 100 kilometers to the east, there is a slightly larger settlement with over 30 people. The old woman helped Jason up. His eyes were still filled with intense dread, and he shrank back behind her. Why don't you join the larger settlement? Xinghe asked, somewhat curious. Us? The old woman smiled helplessly. We are merely the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. We would be of no use in the face of danger. Even sending us to our deaths would be a hassle. Xinghe scanned the camp. Aside from the elderly leader, there was Jason, another boy, and a girl, all of whom were youths. The only ones with any combat capability were the two men he had charmed earlier and an adult woman. A spellcaster counts as old and weak. Xinghe raised an eyebrow. The old woman froze for a moment, clearly not expecting to be exposed so easily, but then she seemed to come to an understanding. Just a parlor trick. In this frozen wasteland, which monster doesn't possess a bit of ice resistance? About 30 minutes later, under Old Lady Mary's guidance, Xinghe largest human settlement nearby. They claimed it was the largest, but in truth there were only about 10 people. Still, everyone there was young and vigorous, mostly men, so when confronted by Xinghe and his band of the elderly and infirm, their attitude was brazen. Then they all dropped to the ground, and Xinghe had not lifted a finger. Luo Lan merely tapped with his shield, and the skirmish was over. Even Old Lady Mary's gear is better. Xinghe muttered, somewhat speechless. The leader of this territory was nothing more than an exceptionally hardy body at 9 points with no special abilities and no viable skills. Describe the surrounding situation in detail, especially the resources where would be suitable to establish a large camp. Xinghe sat on a chair. He pulled from his backpack a part of the display meant to intimidate them. Head east about 10 kilometers, there's a place with flat terrain on the leeward slope and nearby an abandoned coal mine. Xinghe glanced at the other, but before he could speak, Old Lady Mary piped in. There is a large herd of icefang beasts there. A very large herd. But this lord is so powerful, I believe this is no problem, argued the camp chief. What about the coal mine? There's a coal mine I don't think you'll abandon. Couldn't it also serve as a camp? No one dares go inside. Those who go in never come out. The camp chief swallowed nervously, saying. In other words, it's dangerous and unknown. Xinghe tapped the chair's armrest, gently thought for a moment, and decided to first go see the icefang beasts. Find someone to take me to the icefang beasts territory now. That's the place, master, the camp chief said, a touch nervous. Because he knew this area best, he ultimately became the guide. Xinghe looked from afar. The icefang beasts looked like wild oxen in size, but in addition to the horns on their heads, they bore a pair of massive fangs. He applied scent masking and optical invisibility, and Xinghe quietly approached the icefang beasts, sending a probe ahead. Icefang beasts. Category monster. Quality rare. Spiritual power 5. Constitution 14. Agility 9. Charm 2. Talent thick fur, high resistance to cold, fire, and physical attacks. Skills icefang charge, use their enormous fangs to lunge upward, often causing a bleeding state. Ice cold trample, a powerful stomp dealing at least 15 levels of physical damage and adding 10 levels of frost splash damage. Notes: when they rush together, the ground trembles. In the rare tier, they are among the stronger beasts, and they are social creatures. Yet Xinghe's concern lay not in how to kill this pack of icefang beasts, but whether these beasts could be tamed. The animals in the shelter were a motley lot, mostly mid-sized and small. Only that plump bear qualified as a ferocious beast, yet it remained only an ordinary animal, capable of fending off minor troops. During the previous tower defense task, most animals were simply employed to help collect monster corpses. Most of the animals couldn't even compare with Sulia and the big milk tank. You see, the former is a little fox who flirts with Xinghe every day, the latter a production unit that basically exists to produce milk. And the stone-armored beetle family had also become production units for the most part. The initial small beetle had been quite lively, but the stone-armored beetles grow slowly, and this one is still a juvenile. Xinghe hoped to form his own team that could fight for him, as well as gather some beasts that could be domesticated. This would also benefit the haven's internal circulation. Let's go back first and move the haven here. Having made the decision, Xinghe left Luo Lan at the camp as a guard, and ordered them to gather nearby small camps. He then sped back to the haven on his own. Upon entering, Xinghe guided the haven toward the destination. At its current speed, slowed by the snow, it would take about 18 hours to reach. Xinghe wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he searched the trading channel for methods to tame beasts. Why are they all such single-target effects? Xinghe browsed for a long time. Almost all were contract scrolls, essentially turning beasts into his followers or summons. And the vast majority of the haven's animals, while they did obey his orders, were not actually his followers, not even that brown bear. There were also some charm spells that could deceive beasts, but they only fool them temporarily. Once moved into the haven, they might cause trouble there, which would be a great loss. Rua knocked Sulia's head. Xinghe felt rather dejected, but for now there was indeed no other option. He would have to try to grant himself animal communication to see if he could converse with them. Across the snowy plain, Luo Lan was organizing the gathering of people from several small camps. Though these people were not very strong, and none had new rare-class professionals. Most possessed solid physiques and survival skills. Even children and the elderly were not lacking in constitution, and all were highly vigilant. Fortunately, everyone knew Jack and Old Lady Mary, and Luo Lan was strong, so the integration went fairly smoothly. Jack, the previous camp chief, was the most proactive. Master, when will you arrive? Old Lady Mary stood beside Luo Lan watching as the others entered these people's information on a glowing slate, not only basic data, but also appearances, skills, and other details. Old Lady Mary, though she felt her days were numbered, still had a son and grandson, as she wondered whether the Lord's arrival would be a blessing or a curse. Tomorrow. Luo Lan kept his head down. He knew these people were frightened and nervous except for Jack. Although, as a holy knight, he should feel compassion for ordinary people, his loyalty lay with Xinghe, so the master's demands came first. Of course he knew Xinghe was not a brutal man. These people needn't worry so much. Rest easy, the Lord is not a tyrant, and we won't stay here long. Luo Lan closed the tablet, adding one more remark. I understand. Old Lady Mary nodded, but the worry lines on her brow were still visible. Luo Lan didn't mind. Tomorrow when they see the haven, they probably won't have any further thoughts. By morning, Xinghe was already nearing the campsite from yesterday. He directed the others to bring out some long-hoarded dried fruits and jerky, utilizing them as basic rewards and provisions to win over the people's hearts. Although Luo Lan was not at the shelter, Adino and Duanya were still capable of completing the relevant tasks. Indeed, Duanya had completed his lineage purification last night and had already awakened. When Xinghe beheld the little piglet standing before him with a cloth wrapped around its waist looking like a foolish little creature, he fell into a long silence. It was as if he were looking at the little pig demon from the animation of his past life. Little pig demon Duanya. Category follower. Gender. Quality rare. Spirit 15. Constitution 9. Agility 9. Charisma 6. Talent shape-shifting little demon, a magical beast that has progressed toward the path of demon cultivation. It possesses intelligence and dexterous hands similar to an ordinary human and is capable of cultivation. Skills play dead. With his upgraded intelligence, Duanya understands that staying alive is everything. Having self-taught this skill, activating it plunges him into a low-energy state for 30 minutes, during which no life signals can be detected. Earth Escape Art. Once activated, he can burrow and travel through soil at a speed not exceeding 10 milliseconds. The speed varies across different soil types, but movement is impossible through solid materials like rock or concrete. Description: the king has sent me to patrol the mountains. Both of Duanya's skills were entirely dedicated to fleeing and survival, making him look like a completely different creature compared to the rampaging moss boar he once was. Of course, Xinghe was indifferent to this. He had known all along that Duanya was developing in the direction of intelligence, and was likely close to breaking away from his original state. He just hadn't expected the fellow to be so craven. KKK King. I can use weapons now. Although Duanya did not leap from the rare grade directly into the epic grade during this evolution, his intelligence had indeed increased tremendously to the point where he could even speak. Who told you to call me king? Xinghe was somewhat speechless. Duanya thought for a moment and said the SSS storybooks. Said so. Xinghe recalled that when he and Duanya's group relied on each other for survival, he had told them many stories, and even bought some ordinary books from Fanjin to help enlighten Duanya, Adino, and the others. Just call me my lord from now on, not king. This title made Xinghe feel as though he had become some demon clad in a tiger skin skirt hiding in a cave. After all, he was a mage. He had to be elegant. Why yes. My lord. Xinghe changed Duanya into a fitting set of clothes modified from his own and used common grade equipment. Of course, he did not do the tailoring himself. Adino was the one who did the work. Xinghe even specifically found a scrap of cloth to fashion a small scarf for Duanya, making him look even more like that pig demon from the animation. Duanya still retained the ability to communicate with animals, so he had now taken over Adino's duties at the pasture. Aside from the stone beetle family and the Pokemon, all ordinary animals were under his management. However, Duanya was actually a bit saddened, for he discovered that his good friend Hui Hui had already given birth to a litter of offspring. Seeing her old friend standing upright on 2 legs, she became extremely tense. Alas, there is now a tragic barrier between us, Duanya thought to himself. While the animals were busily working, Xinghe sat at the table on the second floor eating his meal, while checking today's Gashapon pool. Today's Gashapon World Demon Slayer. This world. After a moment of thought, Xinghe decided it was still worth a draw. If he could obtain a breathing style, or even demon blood, they would both be quite excellent. As for whether the demon blood could be used, well, it wasn't as if Kibutsuji Musen could chase him all the way to this apocalyptic world to discipline his subordinate. Naturally, he would never use it himself. A bloodline with such a severe weakness was practically meaningless. If he ever encountered an eternal daylight apocalypse, wouldn't he be completely done for? He tossed in 5 Gashapon tokens, yielding 1 white, 1 green, and 3 blue items. A decent result. As for exotic grade items, Xinghe figured that under this world setting they would likely require things like demon blood directly bestowed by Musen or sun and moon breathing, so he did not harbor unrealistic expectations. The common grade item was a fox mask, which looked similar to the ones worn by Tanjiro and his fellow disciples. Lacking any special utility, Xinghe simply kept it as a decoration. The rare grade item was wisteria seeds. This plant was surprisingly classified as a magical plant with the effect of exerting a certain degree of suppression over evil creatures. Having Zorua, who was lounging idly nearby, take the wisteria seeds down to be doof, Xinghe proceeded to open the 3 epic grade gashapons. Water Breathing Training Manual. Category Book. Quality Epic. Durability 1010. Effect grants a probability of acquiring the water breathing skill upon reading. After durability drops to 0, the book can still be read but will yield no special effects. Description: one of the simplest and most beginner-friendly basic breathing styles. You ask why there are no special effects when you use it. If you're bad, just practice more. Flame Breathing Training Manual. Category Book. Quality Epic. Durability 1010. Effect grants a probability of acquiring the flame breathing skill upon reading. After durability drops to 0, the book can still be read but will yield no special effects. Description: no ants. Upper rank blood. Category Bloodline Elixir. Quality Epic. Effect upon consumption grants an epic grade demon bloodline, deriving a blood demon art based on personal capabilities, but results in instant death when exposed to sunlight. Description: such beautiful sunlight. I will never see it again. With 2 breathing styles and a small vial of demon blood, Xinghe was highly satisfied. Furthermore, unlike the cultivation manuals from before, these 2 breathing style manuals would not be destroyed after reading, meaning they could be given to others to study in the future. Regarding the demon blood, Xinghe directly contacted the Xinghe Academy. Although everyone was currently quite scattered, they had all emerged from the same novice world, so some connections still remained. However, most small organizations had been annexed by larger ones. For entities like the Human Coalition, which already had established organizations in the apocalyptic world beforehand, they simply became local branches. Only Xinghe Academy and a few other organizations were still struggling to develop. The one with the best growth was the Salvation Sect. No one had expected this charlatan organization from their original world to actually become a massive force, with many struggling survivors choosing to join them. After leaving the first survival world, teleportation-type items became more abundant, and their prices were no longer as outrageous. Many people could complete their teleportation by saving up a bit or taking out a loan from the organization they were about to join. Before long, Xinghe Academy replied to Xinghe. The price was not particularly high: 2 rare grade items and 100 units of basic food, or 1 not-so-useful epic grade item. After picking and choosing for a long while, Xinghe finally selected 2 rare grade items from the list they provided, and additionally received 100 units of iron. Warming Stone Crafting Manual. Category Recipe. Quality Rare. Requirements: Stone 0. 5 units dried moss 200g, oi charcoal 100g, iron powder 30g. Effect capable of absorbing and storing thermal energy, continuously radiating heat at around 30 degrees Celsius. Once fully charged, it can sustain this for 6 hours. Description: a very basic magical creation. Cheap, simple, and useful, though it is said the inventor was heavily criticized. Iron Spike Wheat. Category Plant. Quality Rare. Effect: a grain with extremely low environmental requirements. Though it has a poor texture, it is incredibly hardy and can barely manage to grow even in various extreme environments. The normal yield is around 300 caddies per mu. Description: bread made from it can be used as a weapon. Both of these items were quite suited to Xinghe's current needs. He had also planted a grain called Wangwang grain, but unfortunately its yield was average, and its cultivation requirements were rather high. Xinghe had also browsed the trading channel for some rare, or even epic grade crop seeds, but the vast majority of them were neutered versions that could only be harvested once, which was why he had consistently refrained from purchasing them. What Xinghe Academy provided was the normal version that could be repeatedly cultivated. This was mainly because they did not care much for such things. Most survivors in Xinghe Academy already possessed undead bloodlines, greatly reducing their need for food. Xinghe treated the iron spike wheat as a relatively important crop, specifically allocating a 200 square meter plot of the farm for it. With the enhancement of the farmland and fertilizer, the iron spike wheat sprouted rapidly, and Xinghe estimated that it would likely mature in about 5 to 7 days. It would be incredible if it could grow this fast on ordinary soil, Xinghe lamented. Nevertheless, with this growth rate, he would have no trouble having noodles to eat in the future. My lord has arrived. Luo Lan glanced at the situation in the distance, where a lush green 2-story building was slowly approaching. What is that? Old Anna stared at the distant building, utterly bewildered. She had never seen such a thing, a moving fortress. My lord is indeed a legend. On the other side, Jack felt even more strongly that Xinghe was a godlike figure, realizing he had truly found a powerful benefactor to rely on. Upon seeing the sanctuary, everyone in the camp lost any thought of resistance, obediently remaining in the camp without daring to utter a single word. My lord, here is the detailed information regarding the 79 people currently in the camp. Please have a look. Luo Lan handed the tablet in her hand to Xinghe. Xinghe flipped through the general overview. There were 53 able-bodied youths and adults, 17 children under the age of 10, and 9 elderly individuals over 60. The only spellcaster was Old Anna. Curiously, while the old woman herself possessed half-Yeti bloodline, her children surprisingly did not inherit any magical beast bloodline. Furthermore, the old woman actually kept a domesticated Yeti. This kind of magical beast resembled a gorilla, and this particular one appeared to be an adolescent. Other camp members had also domesticated animals, such as ordinary beasts like ice wolves and yaks. It could be said that anyone capable of surviving in this snowy wasteland possessed some unique skills. Keep an eye on them. I will head to the territory of the Icefang beasts first. My lord, I shall go with you. Xinghe shook his head. Stay here and watch over them. Even if I cannot defeat them, I can easily escape. Guard these people well and ensure no accidents occur. Audino will assist you. Seeing her repeated requests were in vain, Luo Lan could only nod in agreement. Xinghe rode his tactical vehicle and quickly approached the vicinity of the Icefang beasts. This time he brought Duanya with him, as Duanya was capable of communicating with animals. After casting Speak with Animals upon himself, Xinghe slowly approached the pack of Icefang beasts. Due to his personal traits, the Icefang beasts did not immediately launch an attack on him. Xinghe made himself appear as harmless as possible. Upon walking close, he proactively initiated a conversation with the leader, who seemed to have the sturdiest build. I mean no harm. I will not hurt you. You are the masters of this snowy domain, correct? The Icefang beasts were somewhat bewildered by Xinghe's sudden speech. It was not that they had never seen humans, but they had never encountered a human who could communicate with them. You? Speak strange, can understand. Not here. Go away. No outsiders. Xinghe looked at the wary Icefang beast leader and retrieved a piece of monster meat from his backpack. This kind of meat was perfectly acceptable to rare-grade magical beasts and carried no adverse effects. I know this is your territory, but could we be friends? I noticed those little ones seem a bit too thin. Food on the snowy plains is becoming scarcer, isn't it? The Icefang beast leader stepped forward, sniffed the monster meat, and licked it. Once assured there was no danger, it used its hooves to nudge the meat back toward its pack. Meat? Thank you. Friend acceptable. Xinghe, seeing signs of the leader relenting, proceeded to bring Duanya forward. He is also my friend. Friends get food to eat and a place to shelter from the wind. He then signaled Duanya with his eyes, and Duanya stepped forward to begin telling stories to the Icefang beasts. He spoke of endless food, multiple clans living together, and a warm, hospitable environment. He did everything he could to paint the sanctuary in the best possible light. The Icefang beast leader was somewhat swayed. What this human had just said was the truth. Food had indeed become increasingly difficult to find lately, and the newborn beasts were suffering from developmental issues. If this continued, they would be forced to migrate. If the place described by the human and that strange wild boar was truly as wonderful as they claimed, it was willing to go. Must see. Confirm. Then can. Go with you. Faced with the issue of survival, the Icefang beast leader quickly made its decision. Xinghe let out a sigh of relief. No problem. Just stay here, and I will show you before the day is out. The Icefang beasts could not comprehend how they would see it just by staying put, but since they did not have to venture out and risk themselves, it was even better. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Xinghe gave the order, and the people in the camp quickly began packing their belongings, moving along with the sanctuary toward the location of the Icefang beasts. Meanwhile, Xinghe sat inside the sanctuary reading the 2 books he had drawn today. Before long, he had mastered the training method of the water-breathing technique. However, this was not a skill that could be used immediately, or rather, like cultivation methods, it required continuous training to gradually take effect. Furthermore, it contained no information regarding Demon Slayer marks, the transparent world, or even Nichiren blades. It only consisted of the breathing techniques and form practices, and naturally excluded the 11th form created by Tomioka Ju. For Xinghe, it served as a decent supplement capable of increasing his agility and constitution attributes, especially constitution, which could be enhanced up to 20 points. However, switching his class to a close combat fighter was out of the question. It merely served to diversify his arsenal. These 2 books, along with the compendium of basic 5 elements cultivation methods, could eventually be shown to Luo Lan and Duanya. As for Adino and the other Pokemon, as well as Broom Sprite that Tsukamagami, they likely stood no chance of cultivation. I still have to blow into gourds. Where am I supposed to find such a massive gourd? Do they think I'm Gara? Looking at the gourd-blowing training inside, Xinghe was somewhat speechless, though perhaps blowing into a hot water bottle would yield similar results. Due to accommodating the speed of the others, the sanctuary did not reach the Icefang beast's territory until evening. The leader of the Icefang beasts was also stunned by this moving fortress. Without a second thought, it bowed in submission and happily led its pack into Xinghe's sanctuary. Fortunately, the size of the Icefang beasts did not exceed the dimensions of the sanctuary's entrance and basement doors. However, Xinghe was considering whether to modify the entrance, as there were still 2 giant bird chicks inside his sanctuary, and the 2 little ones were already finding it a bit tight to pass through the door. We will camp right here. Since the Icefang beasts had vacated the area, the camp now belonged to Xinghe. Everyone was busy pitching leather tents to make do for the night. By nightfall, several bonfires were lit across the camp, and everyone shared meat and dried fruits, savoring a rare feast. Food was scarce on the snowy plains, and vegetables and fruits were even rarer, making even dried fruits a highly precious supplement. However, this had nothing to do with Xinghe, who was currently enjoying a hot stew inside his cozy sanctuary. Beside him sat a chest which was the reward for completing the first phase of the quest. You have completed the containment quest, 7,950, and received the Phase 1 reward. Please lead humanity to establish the camp and contain more uncontaminated humans. Uncontaminated. Xinghe pondered this question as he ate. Whether one was contaminated did not seem to correlate with the purity of their bloodline. For instance, old Anna possessed Yeti bloodline, but was still counted, whereas the pure-blooded Yeti was not. But if there were uncontaminated ones, there must be contaminated ones. What would a contaminated human look like? Never mind, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. With a sense of anticipation, Xinghe opened the Phase 1 chest. Although the chest did not look particularly high-grade, who knew what surprises it might hold? Well, there was no doubt. Gazing at the 3 green items in his hand, Xinghe felt deeply disappointed for these rare items offered him at present. Examining the 3 items more closely, he grew even more speechless. The trio appeared to be tailored for the camp's future establishment. Magic bonfire. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements 10 rare stones, 3 rare metals, 5 rare lumber. Effect: erect a stone-built magic bonfire that can endure for a long time. When fueled, the bonfire maintains a temperature of at least 5 degrees within its range and steadies the minds of nearby intelligent beings. Note: 5 degrees is not a small feat, my friend. Wood and stone cabin. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements 15 ordinary stones, 40 ordinary lumber. Effect: build a roughly 40 square meter wooden cabin with good cold resistance and impact protection. Note: a wonderful little winter dwelling. Guard post. Category blueprint. Quality rare. Requirements 20 ordinary wood, 2 rare metals, 5 ordinary silk threads. Effect: erect a guard post capable of housing 2 people, able to monitor energy signatures within 500 meters. Note: the bell rang, quite pleasant to hear. Not good. An enemy raid. All 3 are blueprints and all would be useful on the snowy plain, but to Xinghe they offered little benefit. Only the guard post would be of some use to him. Yet judging from the blueprints, these are not large structures like spell defense towers. They're small buildings, and his shelter has no space to put them yet. Anyway, Xinghe sighed. He hadn't learned these 3 blueprints himself, and since he wouldn't use them, he handed them over to let the natives learn. This was learned after conversing with Moguzai. Blueprints and modification blueprints can be taught to the natives. There are 2 ways for the natives to learn. One is to study the diagrams and practice by themselves. In that case, the blueprints are not consumed and many can learn at once, though it takes time. The other way is to use the blueprints directly. The natives can learn the content instantly, but the blueprints will disappear. However, the natives are not survivors and cannot use crafting tables to finish crafts quickly. Regardless of the learning method, crafting must start from the beginning. Then take them to them and let them have a try. If any can be preserved, preserve them. Xinghe muttered. Master, I have already learned flame breathing. Luolan walked out from a nearby bedroom. After receiving the book, he had studied it diligently, hardly eating. Oh, that was quick, Luolan. How's the effect? Any conflicts with your existing system? Xinghe set down the 3 blueprints and asked seriously. Pretty good. The impact isn't big. I won't change flame breathing, but I will absorb some of its combat and training techniques. It seems that for those already trained for long, and with a combat system, the Demon Slayer breathing has only a few borrowings. Do you think you could teach it to the camp's people, eh? Xinghe's question stunned Luolan for a moment. After a moment of thought, he nodded. I think it can be done, master. It doesn't have to be taught in great complexity or earnestness. Just teach them some basic training methods and techniques. I think it's unnecessary to be fixated on using knives or anything. Spears, polearms, and even small shields are more suitable for them and for the current environment. Xinghe gently nodded in agreement. He agreed as well. To train flame breathing to a high level would require potions and food supplements, but those were the scarce items on the snowfield, so they should treat it as basic training and focus on learning the techniques. Then let's transcribe some of the basic parts of fire breathing and water breathing, distribute them tomorrow, and these 3 blueprints hand them to those craftsmen. Yes, master. Then tomorrow we'll go to that nearby abandoned coal mine and take a look. If we can mine there, the camp can be built more completely and shelter more people. Luolan nodded, sincerely indicating understanding. The task had been set. After finishing his meal, Xinghe cleaned up and returned to reading. Today he was reading the true explanation of forging. Within it, he had already unlocked the soul-seizing bell and the forging furnace, and now only the flying boat remained. Perhaps because his spiritual power and forging techniques had improved a lot, these crafts learned much faster than before. Basically 2 or 3 days would suffice to master them. If I were in a cultivation world, I would be a forging prodigy. Xinghe felt a sense of pride. Besides the blueprints, he had learned many techniques as well. Besides the initial fire control technique, there were the Lingxing Ji Ling techniques to guide materials, spiritual essence, the Siwa Fa for quenching, and the Rongling Fa for fusing and sewing materials. In short, nearly every kind of technique. But the book also makes clear that most forging masters seek a specialized path. For example, specializing in metal weapons or in robes. And yet with the system's help, as long as Xinghe learns the blueprints, he can master them quickly, making the specialization somewhat moot. After days and nights of relentless study, he learned the crafting method for the swift wind boat. Xinghe opened the blueprint. Its cost was breathtaking: 30 units of rare grade with 10 units of rare grade metal, 5 units of rare grade hides or fabrics, plus skill and craftsmanship requirements. Xinghe had planned to craft one to test on the snowfield, but upon seeing the cost he decided to first ride a motorcycle for now. At midnight, Xinghe suddenly sat up in bed, not because of a nightmare, but simply because he sensed that something was wrong. Luolan also arrived at Xinghe's bedroom door and knocked. "Master, there are monsters outside. Go organize the camp's people and have the youngsters ready for battle." "Yes, master." In the shelter, little Moss had already received word of the assault. Xinghe took the photographs to old Mrs. Anna, and upon seeing them the old lady's face changed drastically. "Ice ghosts. Ice ghosts, my lord. They come in swarms as soon as they arrive." The old Mrs. Anna was fear-stricken. Xinghe sighed and prepared to defend the tower. "Prepare for battle. If there are any other changes we'll discuss after the fight." Most of the camp's people lacked group combat experience. Luolan, as commander, did not force everyone to crowd together, but rather formed squads with familiar people to face the threat. Although the camp had some simple defenses, in Xinghe's eyes they were barely better than useless. "Today the shelter takes the lead. You protect these people well." "Yes, master." A few minutes later, Xinghe could plainly see the ice ghosts in the distance. He launched several brilliant light spells into the sky, and the snow's reflection made the front area glow bright. Now Xinghe could finally cast reconnaissance magic. Ice Ghost. Category: Evil Demon. Quality: Common. Spirit 1. Constitution 6. Agility 7. Charm 1. Talon Ice Armor: strong resistance to ice-based attacks, slightly stronger against physical attacks, but markedly reduced resistance to fire and light attributes. Skills: Biting Sharp Claws, Tear and Bleed with Contamination. If not cleaned promptly, infection may occur, transforming the creature into an ice ghost. Note: a disgustingly evil creature, more nauseating than a divine disaster. Indeed repulsive. This thing is basically a different kind of zombie capable of transforming beings into ice ghosts. Ice ghosts are individually weak. Xinghe has swept through more than 30, only one being rare, yet the sheer number was enormous. This wave likely numbered 60 to 70. Moreover, these guys possessed only a single point of spirit, likely lacking much morale. As expected, Luolan soon reported back. Many in the camp had faced ice ghost attacks and had gained some intelligence about them. These creatures truly lack morale and are vicious, but they dread sunlight. In sunlight, they weaken considerably, so they only appear at night. Xinghe paused the ice tower output and redirected fire and light towers for a wide area strike. Prism Grass Attack also proved effective against ice ghosts, and a single laser could pierce a line of them. Besides the shock, many in the camp were numb. Xinghe's combat prowess was truly extraordinary. Typically, encountering such a scale of ice ghosts on the snowy plain would be certain death, but today these ice ghosts evaporated as easily as ordinary rabbits. Everyone felt that nothing this master produced would surprise them. The defensive battle raged on until the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn. Halfway through, Xinghe had already returned to the shelter. At the forging table, he crafted a soul snare's bell and had Luolan test it. It proved exceptionally effective against the ice ghosts. These creatures possessed abysmally low mental strength, making them highly susceptible to the bell's effects. Of course, it still had some effect on humans, causing headaches and nausea after prolonged exposure. Xinghe considered hanging it outside the camp where it would not disturb the humans, serving as an external layer of defense. Xinghe also took a spin on today's Gachapon machine. Today's Gachapon prize pool: World One Piece. With 3 consecutive days of highly valuable worlds, Xinghe couldn't help but marvel that the machine had truly changed its nature. However, if this continued, he would soon run out of Gachapon coins. 5 Gachapon capsules came rolling out. Among them, one glowed with a purple light. He had finally hit the jackpot. 2 common, 1 rare, 1 unique, and 1 wondrous treasure. Flintlock Pistol. Category: Recipe. Quality: Common. Requirements: Common grade metal X1 unit, common grade wood X1 unit, flint X1. Effect: crafts a flintlock pistol with a fixed damage of 5 energy levels. Description: how on earth is an ancient relic that still shoots round bullets supposed to fight those freaks? Marine Spear. Category: Recipe. Quality: Common. Requirements: Common grade metal X1 unit, common grade wood X1 unit. Effect: crafts a common grade spear with a chance to inflict bleeding. Description: with such a simple weapon available, why must the Marines insist on using swords? These 2 blueprints were utterly useless to Xinghe. However, he could hand them over directly to the camp members. Listing them on the trading channel wouldn't fetch much anyway. With so many high-tech weapons available, who would want to use such ancient relics? The rare grade item was merely an ordinary rare grade tachi, not a blueprint, so it held no value for Xinghe. As for the unique grade item, it left Xinghe utterly speechless. Iron Body Training Manual. Category: Book. Quality: Unique. Durability: 1010. Effect: reading grants a chance to acquire the skill Iron Body. Each acquisition consumes 1 durability point. Description: one of the 3 great illusions of One Piece. Is this thing actually useful? Xinghe fell silent. Although many web novels portrayed the Iron Body technique as the precursor to armament hockey, the standalone Iron Body was truly the most underwhelming of the 6 powers. You couldn't even move while using it. Oxox Fruit Model Cicadere. Category Bloodline Elixir. Quality Wondrous Treasure. Effect grants the ability to transform into a Cicad deer upon consumption, increasing constitution by 5 points and agility by 3 points. However, the user will be despised by the sea, contact with seawater, or sea prism stone will leave them entirely powerless. By using special methods to transfer the will within the fruit's effects can be bestowed upon non-living objects. Description: Why are Cicad deer and giraffes both classified under the oxox fruit? Look at my eyes. He had actually pulled a devil fruit. Xinghe stared at the bizarrely shaped fruit in his hand. Although he had no intention of eating it himself, he didn't plan on selling it either. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to use it. Besides, it didn't necessarily have to be consumed by a person, he could find a weapon or equipment to fuse it with later. Xinghe felt this method was far superior to giving it to a follower. The weakness of a devil fruit was too glaring. If they had to go underwater, like last time, the follower would be completely incapacitated. Having finished drawing his rewards, the noise outside gradually subsided. Although Xinghe's need for sleep had significantly decreased with his heightened mental strength, he still required rest. He returned to his bedroom and fell fast asleep. It wasn't until noon that Xinghe woke up. He glanced out the window. The camp members had already begun digging trenches to prepare defensive fortifications, while the carcasses of the ice ghosts from last night had been gathered and piled to one side. For the locals, the only usable part of an ice ghost was its pelt, as the meat was completely inedible. Even the usable pelts would lose their powerful cold resistance and physical damage mitigation after the creature's death, turning into nothing more than ordinary fur. Furthermore, tanning the ice ghost pelts was a major hassle, accompanied by a foul stench that was incredibly difficult to eliminate. Thus, hunting ice ghosts was truly a losing proposition. However, such carcasses were perfectly fine for Xinghe. After all, he could dismantle them. Xinghe swiftly dismantled the mountain of carcasses. From over 300 ice ghosts, he extracted 247 ice ghost pelts. Some had been blown to pieces and yielded no pelts, producing only bone fragments. The bone fragments of the ice ghosts were also a material that could be used for ice attribute enchanting. However, there was a chance they could contaminate the weapon, causing irreversible corruption. They required purification potions to treat, making them far from ideal materials. The meat extracted wasn't even classified as monster meat, it was directly named corrupted flesh. Magical beasts couldn't even be bothered to eat such indigestible stuff, and throwing it into a fire only produced a foul odor and black smoke radiating malevolent energy. Ice ghosts were indeed a massive loss, though at least they were much better than those giant moths from before. Keeping all the rare pelts and 10 common ones, he handed the rest directly to the camp members. The dismantled and processed ice ghost pelts were already in a pre-tan state, making them excellent stockpiles. The camp members expressed their profound gratitude once again. Today I will take Duanya to investigate that mine. Luolong, keep an eye on these people, and have some men continue searching for survivors nearby. Remember to check if they have been corrupted. Yes, my lord. Because he worried that without Luolong, Duanya and the others wouldn't be able to keep these people in check, Xinghe didn't dare to bring Luolong along. However, since Xinghe was only scouting, he shouldn't encounter anything too perilous. The coal mine was not far from Xinghe's location, taking only about 10 minutes to reach by tactical vehicle. This is truly a rich deposit. Xinghe observed the coal mine partially covered by snow in the distance. Even the exposed portions alone contained plenty of high-quality coal blocks. It seems to be a shallow deposit. Does a mine like this really require tunnels? Xinghe mused suspiciously. Duanya, can you use earth tunneling art to go down and check the ore content? No problem. After a day of adaptation, Duanya could now speak shorter sentences quite fluently without stuttering. Duanya brushed aside the snow on the ground and burrowed beneath. Xinghe didn't just stand idle either, he summoned several mage's eyes to scout inside the mine. This was the latest masterpiece of Xiao Taixian. He had modified a tablet computer so that it could control 3 mage's eyes. However, compared to the system-provided monitoring system, its control range was relatively short. Furthermore, because the tablet lacked mana, Xinghe had to use his own mana to power the mage's eyes. The 2 mage's eyes flew into the pitch-black mine. Fortunately, they possessed night vision, otherwise entering the mine without being able to see anything would have been disastrous. This mine tunnel doesn't seem to be naturally formed, Xinghe muttered. He found no signs of human activity inside, such as mining lamps or pickaxes. Moreover, the shape of the entire tunnel was somewhat, how should he put it, too perfectly round. Given the technological capabilities of the snowfield natives, could they really excavate such a perfectly cylindrical shaft? Besides, this mine was extremely shallow. His mage's eyes could only explore within a radius of about 1 kilometer, yet they had already reached the bottom. Wait, that wasn't right. Why was the tunnel plunging vertically downward? Xinghe sensed something was amiss. This was likely no mere mine. My lord, below there is a massive pit. Duanya scrambled out from beneath Xinghe's feet, saying with lingering fear, I almost fell in. It seems to be that deep pit. Xinghe immediately led Duanya into the depths of the mine. A few ordinary wild beasts and magical creatures nested inside the mine, mostly small lizards and bats. These creatures seemed to have entered a peculiar state of hibernation. Xinghe even picked up a lizard, noting that its status bar displayed suspended animation. Before long, Xinghe reached the massive hole, plunging deep into the earth. He first manipulated a mage's eye to inspect it. Fortunately, it did not exceed the eye's range, reaching the bottom after about 500 meters. According to the feedback from the mage's eye, there was a vast cavern at the bottom, which did not appear entirely natural. Let's go, Duanya. We're going down to take a look. Xinghe possessed a special set of winged equipment. Although his flight altitude could not exceed 100 meters, there was no restriction on his descent. He cast the gale spell upon himself, then spread his wings to test them out. A rope was tied around his waist with Duanya, keeping a watchful eye beside it. Though he knew he could barely fly, he was still afraid of falling to his death. Fortunately, he also had the spider silk bracers which could grip the rock face in an emergency. Fortunately, the wings proved effective. Xinghe glided gently downward, reaching the bottom of the cavern in no time. He tugged on the rope to signal that he had reached the bottom, then untied and put it away. The rope was not long enough, and keeping it bound to him would only hinder his exploration. Illumination spell. A sphere of light hovered above Xinghe's head, lighting up the surroundings. Holy crap! Xinghe muttered, nearly frightened out of his wits by the colossal, terrifying figure on the ground. Fortunately, after casting his appraisal spell on it, he discovered that it was merely a partially decayed carcass rather than an active monster. Stepping forward, Xinghe flapped his wings and flew closer to the giant insect. He directed the glowing sphere upward, finally beholding the creature in its entirety. The giant insect resembled a massive worm. Its mouth alone was estimated by Xinghe to be 5 or 6 meters wide. With the entire creature coiled up, it was difficult to determine its exact length, but it had to be dozens of meters long. Xinghe refrained from using his decomposition skill on the giant worm for now. After all, his current skill could only dismantle rare-grade monsters, whereas this colossal creature was likely of the treasure grade. Is there something else? After scanning the surroundings, Xinghe suddenly received a prompt. Giant worm egg. Category monster. Quality rare. Description: a magical beast egg that has lost almost all of its vitality. The panel was extremely simple. Xinghe landed on the ground and followed the detection results toward the eggs. There were 3 in total, but the feedback for all of them indicated they had essentially lost their vitality. There was a high probability they could not be hatched, but they could likely be used as magical materials. After storing the eggs in his backpack, Xinghe searched the rest of the cavern. Aside from the colossal worm carcass and the 3 eggs, there was little else to be found. Only scattered fragments of coal and virtually no vegetation. Xinghe estimated that the entire cavern was roughly the size of a football field, spanning about 7,000 square meters, an impressively vast space. This actually makes an excellent shelter. Compared to the Icefang beast territory outside, this cavern was spacious, completely shielded from the wind, easy to seal off, and highly defensible. However, being a deep cave with only a single entrance, air circulation would be poor, making it less than ideal for a large group of people to inhabit. Well, I'll see if it can be renovated later to find a way to create internal air circulation. With such a massive area, it would be wonderful even if it's just used as a warehouse. It was just a pity that Xinghe could not integrate this cavern into his own sanctuary. How wonderful it would have been to use such a vast space for farming. Using the rope to climb back to the surface, Xinghe returned to the camp and briefed the others on the situation. That coal mine is an open pit mine, so that place isn't a mine shaft at all. It's the nest of a deceased giant worm. Find a way to survey the coal deposit further and see if we can renovate and utilize that nest. The locals had no idea what a giant worm was, but they now knew the area was safe. Old Lock. Old Lock, I've got a job for you, Jack shouted. Before long, a slightly hunched old man walked over. My lord, we brought Old Lock back to the camp today. He says he used to be an experienced miner. Old Lock wrung his hands nervously. Xinghe glanced at the old man's stats and saw that he indeed possessed a talent for ore vein detection. Nodding, Xinghe said, Old Lock, take a few people to survey the area. Don't worry, there's no danger. I'll have Duanya accompany you. As for whether these people would harm Duanya, although Duanya had allocated all his skill points into speech and survival, he was still a rare-grade monster. Capable of earth tunneling and wielding weapons, dealing with a few ordinary humans would be child's play for him. Do not stop the work of taking in others. Build a larger and more complete camp as quickly as possible. I won't be staying here for long. Xinghe had already provided ample assistance to these people. If they still could not establish themselves within 10 days or so, then their demise was of no concern to him. By that night, the second phase of the quest was completed, and the camp had taken in 107 people. This time the chest yielded some decent items, unlike the useless rewards from before. Item: duplication scroll. Category: consumable. Quality: rare. Effect: duplicate an item of rare grade or below in your possession. Description: double the joy. One-time storage card. Category: consumable. Quality: rare. Effect: seal an item larger than 100 cubic meters, but smaller than 500 cubic meters. The card will expire once the item is retrieved. Description: what do you want to stuff inside? Basic material pack. Category: consumable. Quality: rare. Effect: upon opening, obtain 500 units of basic materials of your choice. Description: does this count as an airdrop? Xinghe quickly made his selection from the basic material pack: 300 units of wood and 200 units of stone. It was a pity that only these 2 options were available, while metals and processed items were excluded. The one-time storage card was a no-brainer. He would use it to seal the giant worm carcass and deal with it later when he had the time. As for the duplication scroll, he had yet to decide where to employ it. Xinghe was considering whether he could borrow a powerful item and duplicate it. Unfortunately, this scroll was only of rare grade. Otherwise, duplicating that treasure grade cannon from last time would have been incredibly satisfying. Over the next few days, Xinghe had little to do besides checking on the refugees. Lauren, however, was extremely busy. Since the refugees seemed to trust the relatively gentle Lauren more, Xinghe simply left everything in her hands. Of course, he had never really interfered in the first place. By the 5th day of the quest, the rate of taking in refugees had slowed down significantly. Most of the nearby scattered camps had already been absorbed, bringing the population to 174. Unfortunately, the next phase required 200 people to settle, so Xinghe was unable to obtain a new treasure chest. Uncle, we need at least 20 more spears crafted today, Jack instructed, looking at the blacksmith who was hard at work at the anvil. Although Jack was somewhat worldly and opportunistic, he was undoubtedly capable. Compared to old Lady Anna, he possessed superior leadership skills and a silver tongue. Knowing that both Lauren and Xinghe were mild-mannered and did not exploit their subordinates, Jack immediately abandoned his previous high-pressure style of neglecting the elderly and children. He adopted a gentler demeanor, even showing considerable care toward them. Through this approach, he had successfully become the second-in-command of the camp. He had even received the inheritance of the flame-breathing technique and obtained a decent long saber. The young men are already working as hard as they can. 20 spearheads aren't an issue, but we also have to forge long swords and sabers. There are just too many demands to keep up with. As the camp's population grew, skilled talents began to emerge. This dwarven uncle was currently the only blacksmith in the camp. He had temporarily recruited a few strong young men as assistants and had been forging nonstop for 3 consecutive days. How about 15 then? 15 should be fine, right? Weapons are in extremely short supply right now, so let's prioritize spears since they are simpler to make. As for swords and sabers, we still need to train in the breathing technique. The blacksmith timely reminded Jack. Alright, let's leave it at that then. Things are tough right now, but once we get the cavern sorted out, we won't have to live in such constant fear. Jack was not exaggerating. As more people gathered, the ice ghouls seemed to be drawn to the camp, launching attacks almost every night. Last night, 2 rare-grade ice ghouls even appeared. Without Lord Xinghe, the camp would likely have been wiped out. They were still far too weak. At the giant worm nest on the other side, Xinghe had already removed the carcass of the giant worm. Many people had been dispatched here to carry out renovations. Among the subsequently sheltered refugees, there was a stonemason who was akin to an architectural designer. Surprisingly, he had once constructed stone fortresses for nobles, and thus he was appointed as the chief engineer. In addition, there were bowyers, tailors, barefoot doctors, veterans, and even a mage apprentice. Xinghe was astonished when he saw the mage apprentice, not because of his profession, but because of his age. The man was already 67 years old, 5 years older than old Lady Anna. To have persisted for so long with such poor magical talent was indeed a testament to his sheer diligence. Through everyone's collective efforts, the camp began to take proper shape. According to the plan, this place would serve as an outpost while the primary living area would be situated around the mine. They intended to expand the giant worm nest, as living inside a cave was far safer than residing on the open snowy plains. Xinghe remained indifferent to their arrangements. After all, he was not the one living there. They could reside wherever they pleased. As for the inheritance, Xinghe pondered for 2 days before finally deciding to pass down magical abilities. This was mainly because they were facing ice ghosts against whom pure physical attacks were quite disadvantageous. Having spellcasters would make things much more convenient. Of course, Xinghe did not possess any profound magical inheritances. They were all fairly basic, and cultivating immortal techniques was even more difficult. Furthermore, the natives were not like him. No matter what he cultivated, the system would eventually integrate it into a similar outcome, making him largely independent of things like spiritual roots. But the natives did not have that luxury. If they had spiritual roots, they could cultivate; if not, they could not. The path of a mage was the same. Those with elemental affinity could practice, while those without had virtually no hope. Out of the 174 people tested, including the elderly, only 6 possessed spiritual roots. Among them, only 1 had a grade 3 spiritual root, while the others all had grade 4 spiritual roots. As for magical aptitude, more were selected, totaling 21 people. Among them, 2 also possessed grade 4 spiritual roots. The remaining 19 were mostly in a similar situation to the old apprentice, likely destined to remain stuck at the apprentice level for the rest of their lives. Using the transcription art, Xinghe copied several cultivation methods, meditation techniques, and even all the spell models in his possession. He left them in the camp under the custody of the old apprentice, who had now become the camp's librarian. This was Xinghe's first time transcribing books. Each transcription consumed 2 points of durability. Fortunately, cultivation methods and spells he had already mastered were free from such restrictions, though transcribing them was still quite mentally exhausting. As for the other blueprints and designs, they were handed over to the individuals with the corresponding professional skills. Xinghe was quite satisfied with this quest. He often took screenshots of his camp's development progress to share with his friends, occasionally seeking advice from Maguzai to see how he went about renovating underground caves. Maguzai and Xin Lu were still working on their second quest, while Tielu was already on her third. The first two quests for this sister of theirs had only required combat, which suited her appetite perfectly, but her third quest had turned into a gathering task, leaving her in miserable suffering. The primary issue was that their current distances were too vast. Tielu's teleportation array could not cover such a long distance. Otherwise, if they could gather together, completing quests would undoubtedly be much faster. By the way, brother Xinghe, I'll share some mushroom spores with you. These mushrooms are just ordinary plants, but they grow fast. Some are edible, while others can filter air and water. They should be quite suitable for your side. Thanks. Let me know if you need anything. Currently, I can stably craft precious grade staves, and the like. Great. I'm gathering materials right now. Once they're ready, I'll send them over. Holy crap, I want one too. My rare grade staff has been in use for 2 quests already. Gathering materials is no problem at all. By the way, have you guys still not heard anything from that pest lately? Fanjin. I received one message from him. Tielu's words plunged everyone into a brief silence. Soon after, she sent a screenshot. In the image, Fanjin was asking Tielu for help, but unfortunately Fanjin never replied to any of the messages Tielu sent afterward. What on earth is going on with that guy? He's not dead either. I want to ask too, but whatever. As long as he's not dead, that's the best outcome. I have no idea how difficult his first quest is, but he still hasn't completed it. After chatting for a few more minutes, everyone fell silent. Xinghe placed the spores into the mycelium chamber. Ordinary and uncommon grade mushrooms would grow very rapidly here. He needed to quickly cultivate a batch before distributing them to the camp. How many people did we gather today? 3, my lord. There really are no scattered camps nearby anymore. These 3 were refugees we picked up from different directions. Speed things up. Also, one of those 3 has already been contaminated. Find out who it is and deal with them. Xinghe said, indifferently glancing at the quest panel, which showed an increase of only 2 people. Among the humans gathered during this period, there were naturally not just ordinary people, but also those contaminated by ice ghosts. Generally, if someone was merely injured by an ice ghost, it wouldn't be counted as contamination. Only those deeply contaminated, destined to fall and become ice ghosts, would be excluded from the human count by the system. Some were scratched by ice ghosts during battle, leading to contamination. Xinghe tested it with the imitation water of life. If the contamination was fresh, the imitation water of life was indeed effective. However, if the contamination had exceeded 2 hours, pouring the potion down their throat would only cause their blood to boil, leading to instant death. Compared to the imitation water of life, the purification bullet was less effective. While it was indeed useful for dealing with ice ghosts, its efficacy in saving people was greatly compromised. Nonetheless, Xinghe still transcribed this rare grade spell model, since it was relatively effective against ice ghosts. As for other schools of magic, everyone learned according to their personal preferences, and the most popular spell model turned out to be animal speaking. Almost anyone who managed to become a mage apprentice would learn this spell. Relying on it, the camp had even gathered a small herd of yaks and a pack of snow wolves. Xinghe felt that the camp might eventually spontaneously develop a profession like Beastmaster Hunter, and perhaps they would even use flintlock muskets instead of bows and arrows. Checking the time, Xinghe realized it was time to head out for class. Spreading his wings, he flew directly to the center of the camp and rang the soul-shaking bell beside the magical bonfire. Soon more than half of the camp's residents gathered around. This was Xinghe's daily routine at dusk, taking advantage of the time before the ice ghosts arrived, when most people were present, to explain knowledge regarding cultivation and blacksmithing. As for medicine and the like, that was Audino's job. In any case, once animal speaking was active, everyone could understand it. Alright, quiet down. How many of you successfully drew chi yesterday, or sensed the elements to become apprentices? Raise your hands so I can see. At Xinghe's words, the people sitting nearby quieted down. 3 people raised their hands, 1 cultivator and 2 mage apprentices. Xinghe nodded in approval. Everyone's aptitude was incredibly poor. To be able to cross the threshold within 2 or 3 days was already a stroke of immense luck. It was hard to say whether the system had secretly provided some assistance. Not bad. Today I will explain the key points and techniques of meditation, as well as what to watch out for when running the Great Cosmic Orbit. This is also the final day of the basic course. Starting tomorrow, I will begin explaining ordinary spells like lightning art and raindrop art. Below, several mage apprentices and cultivators who had not yet crossed the threshold grew somewhat anxious. However, Xinghe had no time to guide them step by step. He needed to quickly mold this group into a combat-ready force to get to work. The basic course did not last very long. After Xinghe finished his explanation, he had everyone begin meditating and circulating their energy, standing by to offer guidance. He was pleased to find that another cultivator had emerged who had chosen the fire-attributed Qian art. Of course, for now everyone could only choose between the Changchun art, the Qian art, and the Runshui art. Because that particular book could not be transcribed, only these 3 cultivation methods had been comprehended by everyone through the texts. As the class concluded, the ice ghosts were about to arrive. The number of ice ghosts today was not very large. Xinghe suspected it was because the ice ghosts in the vicinity were nearly depleted, though it was also possible they were preparing a massive assault for him. Just as Xinghe was about to return to the shelter to activate tower defense mode, he suddenly noticed that among the horde of ice ghosts there seemed to be a little girl. Xinghe cast a mage's eye toward the distance only to discover a young girl about 10 years old dressed in tattered clothes and wearing a vacant expression standing amidst a horde of ice ghouls. The little girl walked slowly through the crowd of ice ghouls, yet the creatures bypassed her one after another, initiating no attacks against her. Spreading his wings, Xinghe took flight, gliding slightly closer to the horde. Once within range, he cast an appraisal spell on the little girl who was staring blankly up at him. Mela Ors. Category Human. Gender. Quality Common. Spirit 9. Constitution 5. Agility 3. Charm 4. Talent Indifferent body, emits no personal aura or body heat, but also results in an emotional void. Skill Low intake low activity, a prolonged vagrant life allows Mela to sustain basic physiological needs with minimal food consumption. Description: isn't this the classic, nurture type, heroine destined to become the male lead's right-hand woman? What on earth is this? What a bizarre description. Xinghe frowned. Still, a young girl ignored by the ice ghouls might prove useful to the camp. Furthermore, since she was human, taking her in would count toward the shelter's head count. Returning to the sanctuary, Xinghe adjusted the targeting direction of the magical defense towers to clear the path around the girl, using his own spells to precisely eliminate the nearby ice ghouls. Soon the little girl Mela was pushed near the sanctuary by the movement of the ice ghouls. Audino quickly pulled her inside. Throughout the process, Mela showed little reaction, merely staring blankly at Xinghe and Audino. Even when Xinghe spoke to her, she remained unresponsive. Can she really stay in the camp? Xinghe fell silent. The girl's mental state immediately brought to mind a myriad of tragic stories from his past life. Placing someone who had no means of resistance or even emotional response into a camp in the midst of a frozen apocalypse felt almost like sending the poor child to her death. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. Audino, help her bathe and clean up. Give her a checkup first, and remember to draw blood for analysis. Compare her data with that of both the ice ghouls and ordinary humans. Howdy. The next morning, Xinghe received Mela's data. The analyzer's results confirmed that Mela was indeed a 100% pure human with no genetic differences from anyone else. The only anomaly was that her body temperature remained a few degrees lower than normal, though it was still a far cry from the absolute zero state of the ice ghouls. Could it be a difference in the soul? Xinghe felt a headache coming on. His understanding of souls was still largely limited to what he had read in The Fifth Element. Audino, please look after Mela for the time being and let her stay with you. Howdy. Fortunately, even while staying in the sanctuary, the young girl was still counted toward the number of sheltered humans. Over the past few days, there hadn't been any worlds worth drawing from. Today's Gashapon world was even more bizarre. It was the temptation of going home. While Xinghe actually enjoyed watching the show, he felt drawing from such a world was an absolute waste of time. My lord, the initial renovations at the Worm Lair have been completed today. The camp can begin relocating there gradually. Very well, let the migration begin. By the way, have you found any other resources? Lately, in addition to gathering scattered survivors, they had also begun searching the surrounding areas for resources and materials. Yes, my lord. Aside from the small lumber mill we found a couple of days ago, there is also an iron mine. Old Locke has already led a team there today to survey its reserves. Furthermore, we seem to have discovered a dragon. A dragon. Xinghe was slightly surprised. He had assumed this snowy wasteland lacked any truly formidable adversaries. Indeed. However, it is not a true white dragon, but rather some kind of subdragon. No one dared to approach it. Fortunately, it is not very close to us, being over 40 kilometers away. Lauren handed the map to Xinghe. It was marked with resources, enemies, beasts, and other points of interest, though most were relatively minor supply sites. Impressive. You've already explored this far. Xinghe nodded with satisfaction. While he could easily ride his tactical vehicle to search for survivors, he wouldn't be here forever. The camp had to learn to handle these tasks on its own. Of course, it wasn't that he had not explored at all. As the situation grew progressively worse, Xinghe had driven out to scout more distant areas, bringing back a portion of the survivors he found. Yes, the camp has recruited several craftsmen who have built a good number of sleds. Combined with the domesticated snow wolves, everyone's mobility has greatly improved. Xinghe nodded in satisfaction. As long as they made steady progress, it would be fine. With 9 days remaining, he could at least secure the reward for rescuing 200 people. Furthermore, there was a dragon waiting for him. Xinghe planned to investigate. Even if he couldn't tame it, slaying it would yield a massive harvest of materials. But today was not the day. Xinghe decided to have the camp relocate into the mine first. Once the defensive pressure at night eased, it would be much more convenient for him to venture out. Through the past few days of defense, he had come to realize that what attracted the ice ghouls was the aura of the living. Consequently, living in smaller concentrated groups would prevent them from drawing massive hordes of ice ghouls. Relocating into the caves, installing protective doors, and setting up aura-suppressing arrays would conceal most of the life force of the living. On the trading channel, Xinghe found several enchanting blueprints that included the relevant suppression arrays. This subprofession had currently dwindled to a mere subordinate of blacksmithing, mostly utilized to apply minor bonus effects to forged weapons using various materials. He had also passed down these techniques. The blacksmith in the camp who possessed dwarven blood learned them with astonishing speed. In return, Xinghe gained a wealth of blacksmithing knowledge from him, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. By the time dusk began to fall, the relocation of the camp was virtually complete. The original campsite was temporarily preserved, though few would remain there, as it would serve merely as a transit station. Xinghe also relocated his sanctuary near the worm lair. Compared to a few days ago, the area had undergone a complete transformation. Coal mining operations had already commenced, and the massive round cavern entrance was temporarily blocked with several large stones to provide a rudimentary seal. After all, the camp had only been established for a mere 6 days, and constructing a proper gate so quickly was a daunting task. Walking deeper into the mine, this roughly 1-kilometer stretch of cave had undergone multiple modifications. The internal air circulation had greatly improved, and a gentle breeze could now be felt. Ventilation shafts had also been bored through the ceiling of the cave, though they were not yet completed. A simple lift basket had been installed in the nearly 1-kilometer deep vertical shaft to transport personnel up and down, while construction on adjacent stairs and ramps had begun, and after all, they couldn't rely solely on the lift basket for daily transit. Fortunately, the giant worm was colossal, leaving behind passages that were incredibly spacious for humans, which made constructing facilities highly convenient due to the ample space. Descending slowly into the interior of the lair, the transformation was even more striking. At the absolute center, a large magical bonfire burned fiercely, illuminating the entire cavern and making it far brighter. Aside from a few crude tents, a fairly large wooden cabin had been erected. This cabin, however, was not meant for living quarters, but rather as a council chamber. Currently, aside from Xinghe, who completely avoided administrative duties, choosing only to teach and distribute funds, and Lauren, who acted as the chief steward but only took orders from Xinghe, there were several other key figures serving as administrators for the camp. Jack and Old Lady Anna went without saying. The others, Old Locke the miner, the old mage apprentice, the dwarven blacksmith, the half-elf hunter, the veteran, and the architect, formed the essential core members of the camp. On one hand, Jack was one of the original leaders of the camp. On the other hand, he was highly articulate and capable of building excellent rapport with everyone, even holding sway with Lauren. Consequently, everyone tacitly accepted him as the camp's current leader. Since everyone is present, I declare the first council of the Worm Camp officially open. With those words, the meeting officially commenced. The camp has basically been established now. We have received feedback from Lord Xinghe. He will be leaving the snowfield in 9 days. After that, we must manage the camp's affairs on our own. Jack informed the others of the general situation. In truth, apart from old Madame Anna and Jack, no one else knew that Xinghe would be departing. The Lord is leaving. Then shouldn't we just disperse and live separately like we used to? The architect exclaimed, startled. Everyone was well aware of the iSchool's behavioral patterns. Without Xinghe, it remained entirely uncertain how long the people here could hold them off. But would doing so anger the Lord? The veteran asked, deeply worried. Having served in the old army, he remembered how the lofty noble lords would frequently beat commoners like them out of sheer anger. In his mind, Xinghe was just another aristocratic lord. I do not know, but judging by the Lord's temperament, he shouldn't be like that, as long as we do not interfere with his work of taking in humans over these next few days. Old Madame Anna had initially harbored fear toward the young mage. However, recent experiences made her feel that Xinghe did not seem to care much about them, so long as they could complete their tasks. Had Xinghe known of this, he would probably have slapped the old woman to death. He had provided supplies and legacies, yet they still thought of him this way. His goodwill had truly been thrown to the dogs. That is true, but does everyone really want to go back to the days of hiding constantly and living such a grueling hand-to-mouth existence? Everyone turned to look at Jack. Seeing that his words had taken effect, Jack cleared his throat softly and continued, in the past we lacked power and could not defeat those iSchools. But now we have received legacies of martial arts magic and even various weapon forging and herbal medicine-making techniques. Our recent battles against the iSchools have proven this. Jack is right. Before in my squad, I was the only one capable of slaying an iSchool, but now they can each kill one on their own. The half-elf hunter remarked. She was a tall, robust woman highly skilled in archery and tracking. Be that as it may, how many iSchools are out there? And how many of us are there? Besides, those iSchools feel no pain. What about our young men and women? We also have to prevent the ghoul infection. The veteran's words caused everyone to nod in agreement. That is indeed true, but aren't we currently in a cavern? This place can minimize the iSchool's tracking to the greatest extent. Moreover, Old Locke has already scouted this mountain. It is vast and sturdy, perfect for further excavation. We might even be able to establish an underground city-state here, so we no longer have to live a life of hiding. Jack stood up with a trace of fanaticism, painting a beautiful vision of the future for everyone. However, none of those present were children, and this grand vision failed to truly move them. Cough, cough. This old woman does not have much longer to live, and I would certainly love to see everyone thrive. However, there are indeed many issues to resolve. I think we can postpone this decision for now. Once we are certain this cavern can protect us from the iSchools, we can discuss this matter again. Old Madame Anna's words temporarily brought the discussion to a close. Jack also realized his current arguments lacked sufficient persuasion, so he nodded in agreement. Although they had not decided on founding a town, everyone was amenable to treating this cavern as a logistics base to cultivate crops, store supplies, and manufacture goods. Consequently, they mapped out the cavern, allocating the largest and most numerous zones for agriculture, as food was of paramount importance. Xinghe had provided various mushrooms, special wheat seeds, and some fast-growing vegetables and berries, coupled with the small animals and insects brought back by the hunters. As long as they managed husbandry well, animal protein could also be supplemented. In addition, they arranged manufacturing sites for the artisans and living quarters for everyone. In particular, the blacksmiths required furnaces and proper ventilation, so their location had to be precisely situated. The meeting dragged on late into the night, so late that Xinghe could not even be bothered to hold his daily class. He had no strong opinions regarding the final arrangements for these people. After all, this territory would not remain in his hands in the end anyway. On the bright side, the school attacks tonight were indeed significantly fewer, and their intensity had dropped to a level where the camp members could fend them off on their own. As expected, the caverns served as an excellent shield to prevent the schools from locating the living. However, there was something different about today's schools. An uncommon grade school had appeared noticeably larger and far more robust than the others. Yet the schools were truly underwhelming in all aspects. Even as an uncommon grade magical beast, it was of the lowest tier among its rank. Xinghe unleashed 2 consecutive thunderfire meteors, blowing it to pieces instantly. It was so weak that it paled in comparison to the giant rat he had faced before. This uncommon grade school yielded 1 unit of uncommon grade pelt. With just a few more, he would be able to craft his first swift-wind flying vessel. Having dealt with the giant school, Xinghe curled up in bed to read. Once midnight passed, he immediately opened his Gashapon machine. He had encountered today's Gashapon world before, but back then he had only drawn twice and obtained nothing of note. This time he wanted to try his luck and see if he could acquire some intriguing items. Today's prize pool world lamb Xinghe movies. Since he had accumulated many Gashapon coins recently, Xinghe did not hesitate to insert 5 coins. Among the Gashapons that rolled out, 3 were green and 2 were blue. Xinghe nodded in approval. Uncommon grade Gashapons had become quite commonplace now, no longer as elusive as they were in the beginning. This time, Xinghe first examined the 2 uncommon grade Gashapons, both of which were related to Jiangshi. Maoshan Daoist Arts. Type book. Quality uncommon. Durability 1010. Effect reading grants a probability of acquiring skills related to corpse refining, exorcism, talisman, crafting, rituals, and divination. Learning a skill consumes 1 point of durability. Once durability reaches 0, the book can still be read, but it will lose its special effects. Description: a handwritten manuscript compiled by Uncle Gio himself. Once mastered, you can go catch Jiangshi. Harry Jiangshi. Type undead. Quality uncommon. Spirit 9. Constitution 23. Agility 14. Charisma 2. Talent neither living nor dead. As a unique undead, Jiangshi have no concept of lifespan, are immune to charm spells and divination, and are unaffected by undead type spells. Skills: iron bones and steel sinews. The body is impervious to blades and spears, possessing extremely high physical resistance, and is unafraid of ordinary fire with increased sunlight resistance. Earth-shattering leap, capable of brief low-altitude flight and leaps or tunneling through the earth, but cannot remain detached from the ground for extended periods. Description: wow. If this appeared in a movie, it could wipe out an entire crowd. This hairy Jiangshi was far more formidable than the rare grade white Jiangshi he had previously drawn. White Jiangshi were highly vulnerable to fire and sunlight. It was a pity this hairy Jiangshi had arrived so late, otherwise combining it with that ghost blood might have allowed him to raise an even more powerful undead. Xinghe had no interest in keeping this thing. He could simply sell it to the sacred ossuary when the time came. The 3 rare grade items were a peach wood sword blueprint, a sword art skill, and a rooster. Indeed, it was a rooster. Xinghe was utterly bewildered when he received it, checking it several times. This rooster was specially bred and raised in Laoshan. Its blood was exceptionally potent against ghostly entities, and of course, it was perfectly edible. The description even noted its meat was of excellent quality. Xinghe felt it could breed with the wild pheasants he was raising. Even if the effects were slightly diluted, elevating the bloodline of his pheasants would still be beneficial. Xinghe also flipped through Maoshan Daoist Arts. The contents were extensive and diverse, filled with many of Uncle Gio's personal insights. He felt that even without consuming durability, simply reading it directly would allow him to utilize some of the spells. He transcribed the book, omitting the corpse refining section to prevent anyone in the camp from harboring impure intentions. Another advantage of this book was that it did not heavily rely on innate talent, allowing one to suppress evil entities using items. It also contained spells for concealing one's aura and hiding oneself, which was highly suited to their current situation. Xinghe felt that if this book weren't a comprehensive compilation, its rating probably wouldn't have reached uncommon grade. Nonetheless, it was quite good for expanding his repertoire. After all, who knew if he might encounter supernatural missions in the future? The ultimate fate of the hairy zombie was naturally to be sold off. The buyer was once again the Sacred Bone Academy. Having aligned themselves with a survivor who had successfully transitioned into a lich, these fellows had become considerably wealthier. Xinghe obtained something entirely unexpected. Of course, in the end, he didn't just trade away the hairy zombie. He also sold the transcribed volume of Maoshan Daoist Arts, which had already lost 2 points of durability. He simply could not afford to miss out on this item. Small teleportation array. Category blueprint. Quality unique. Requirements unique grade metal 10 units, unique grade stone 20 units, unique grade spatial core 1. Effect upon use constructs a small teleportation array for your sanctuary. The teleportation range is up to 100 meters outside the sanctuary or any distance within it. The maximum capacity per teleportation is 5 tons, requiring a recharge after each use. Description: an extra passage has been opened for your home. You ask what to do with the front gate. Suit yourself, I am teleporting anyway. Although it was somewhat expensive, such an exceptional item was a rare find that could not be sought at will. It was only because these large organizations possessed vast reserves, and because the Sacred Bone Academy had already gleaned significant insights from their research on zombies, that Xinghe's hairy zombie arrived at the perfect moment, fetching a slightly premium price. However, Xinghe lacked a spatial core, making it temporarily impossible to craft. Since the camp had already gotten onto the right track, Xinghe stopped worrying too much about it, merely instructing them to continue gathering more humans. As for the young girl named Mela, Xinghe sent her to the camp to see how she would get along with the others. He did not mention her unique nature, simply claiming she was a child he had picked up. Of course, he did not leave her entirely unsupervised. The little moss would monitor the girl's situation at all times. If she indeed fit in, she would stay. If not, housing one more person in the sanctuary wouldn't be an issue. As for his primary task today, it was to head out early to investigate the location rumored to harbor a dragon. After all, it was a dragon. Whether it was slaying it to harvest materials or taming it to become a dragon knight, either outcome would be splendid. His recent absolute dominance over the people in the camp had made Xinghe a bit overconfident. The outcome was utterly disastrous. Upon spotting the 5 to 6 meter long dragon, Xinghe confidently charged in, only to end up being dragged away from the scene by Lauren. How is even a young dragon so difficult to deal with? Xinghe downed a small vial of imitation water of life. Although the agonizing pain it brought was just as intense as before, he had consumed so much of it that he had actually grown accustomed to it. With merely a brief shudder, the sensation passed. My lord, it is a dragon after all. Lauren spoke with a hint of helplessness. In the world of Diablo, dragons were terrifying creatures. Even those commonly seen, less powerful wyverns were not something ordinary mercenaries could contend with on their own. Furthermore, in that world, Diablo took on the form of a demon dragon, which instilled a profound dread of dragons in everyone. Xinghe also sobered up significantly after taking 2 claw strikes from the white dragon. Of course, he hadn't actually intended to initiate a direct battle, he had merely used his mage's eye to test the dragon. Seeing little reaction, he had gone straight up to negotiate, asking if it would like to live in his sanctuary. In response, the white dragon had merely cast a few glances at him before launching into an attack, leaving Xinghe in a miserable state. Naturally, he did not believe he was completely powerless against it, especially with the sanctuary backing him up. However, for a mage like himself who had yet to reach the unique grade evaluation, to directly confront a young white dragon that had already attained the exotic grade was indeed a bit foolish. He reflected on his actions, admitting that his life of late had been far too comfortable. Yet that dragon had to be dealt with. After all, it was a dragon. Although in D&D lore white dragons are the most foolish and weakest of their kind, this particular white dragon on the snowy plains did not seem so brainless, nor was it weak. It was merely equally arrogant. Unwilling to leave just like that, Xinghe deployed several additional mages' eyes around the area. Although he could not receive real-time feeds from them, using them as video recorders would pose no problem. Returning to the sanctuary covered in wounds, the sky had already grown dark. Xinghe sighed, cleaned himself up, and after dinner prepared to check on Mela's situation. What he saw utterly astounded him. The little girl was indeed involved in bullying within the camp, but it wasn't others picking on her. She was the one bullying everyone else. Of course, calling it bullying might not be entirely accurate. It was primarily that the little girl lacked the emotions typical of a human, and much of her behavioral logic was rather absurd. For instance, earlier today, a hunter who had gone out to hunt returned with an injury. His arm had been bitten by a magical beast, leaving a large patch of festering flesh. In reality, with the imitation water of life, the arm would heal in no time. Even without it, someone had already learned the resuscitation spell, and there were potions brewed by herbalists. It would have healed regardless. Yet Mela brandished a knife and demanded to chop off his arm, arguing that nursing such an arm back to health was a waste of resources. She claimed it would be better to sever it and store it as food. Everyone was dumbfounded. Granny Anna restrained Mela and questioned her sternly. If you cut off his arm, won't he have even less ability to protect himself, requiring even more help from everyone? Mela pondered for a moment, nodded, and then raised her knife to kill the man outright. The people in the camp could not comprehend her logic, but they were deeply shocked. Since she had been brought in by Xinghe, the villagers did not harm Mela, opting instead to tie her up. The hunter who had narrowly escaped death tearfully asked Mela if she would expect the same treatment if she were the one injured. Mela nodded earnestly and replied, "Yes, I would also have to die." The people in the camp could not comprehend her logic, but they were deeply shocked. Xinghe could not comprehend it either, and was equally shocked. It seemed this girl could not be left in the camp. He would have to take her away with him directly. At least when she was with Adino, she wasn't quite so extreme. Or perhaps she simply couldn't beat Adino. That night, Xinghe received excellent news. A small group struggling to migrate had been discovered, pushing his sheltered population past 200 at last and securing the reward for the next stage. Unfortunately, the subsequent stage required 350 people, and he was unsure if that could be achieved. This time the reward chest was adorned with a gilded border. Xinghe rubbed his hands in anticipation, and upon opening the chest a flash of purple light indeed burst forth. Ecological Garden. Category Blueprint. Quality Exotic. Requirements: Exotic Grade Creature 1, Unique Grade Creature 10, A Rare Grade Soil 100 to Energy Crystal 50, Unique Grade Magic Material 10, from at least 5 different elements, Level 5 Sanctuary. Effect: expands a 5-hectare ecological garden. Within its boundaries you can establish various ecological zones. Must be constructed on the surface. Description sounds grand, but it is essentially just a slightly larger farmstay. 5 hectares. That was a whopping 5,000 square meters. His current sanctuary, spanning 4 floors, in total only amounted to 1940 square meters. How is that not huge? However, after a rough calculation, Xinghe realized it was merely a circular area with a radius of about 126 meters. Indeed, it did not seem that massive after all. Yet for the current Xinghe, it was already an exceptionally vast area. It was just a pity that it had to be built on the surface and could not be used for underground expansion. Ever since he acquired the basement, Xinghe always felt that the surface was not secure enough. Nevertheless, this was merely an expansion, and it did not mean the basement would disappear. Xinghe figured that when the time came he could migrate the flora and fauna to the surface's ecological garden to breed and thrive, while completely remodeling the 2-story basement into his personal domain. What a marvelous prospect. Seeing the requirement for an exotic-grade creature, any thought Xinghe had of slaying the white dragon for materials vanished completely. He absolutely had to recruit that beast to complete this blueprint's construction. There were 2 other items in the chest, one of rare quality and another of unique quality. Xinghe initially thought little of them, but he was utterly shocked upon pulling them out. Spring of Living Water. Category Special Furniture. Quality Unique. Effect: creates a 10 square meter spring of living water. The spring will continuously absorb surrounding ether to generate water, producing up to 10 cubic meters of water daily. Description: surviving the apocalypse, I made my first pot of gold by selling water. What did you say? People aren't short of water anymore. Iron Vein Modification Voucher. Category Consumable. Quality Rare. Effect: upon placement adds a miniature iron vein to your sanctuary, yielding ordinary iron or with a small probability of producing rare grade iron ore. When the daily yield is kept at 50 units of iron, or the core of the vein will not be depleted. It can produce a maximum cumulative total of 300 units of iron, or if all 300 units are mined at once, the vein will be destroyed. Description: the output isn't massive, but it's enough for your needs. Be content with what you have. This was the first time Xinghe had drawn items capable of continuous production, and he had pulled 2 at once. The spring of living water could easily sustain a small lake which he could arrange directly within the ecological garden, and the same went for the iron vein. However, the output of the iron vein was indeed meager. 50 units of ore still required smelting. Of course, the exact yield of the ore was currently unknown, but a 50% reduction was the bare minimum expectation, and he might even end up with only 20 to 40%. He would decide whether to place it in the garden or the basement when the time came. Opening this treasure chest left Xinghe thoroughly satisfied, which in turn sparked his greed. If he could gather another 150 people over the remaining 9 days to claim the reward for the 350-person tier, what kind of incredible chest would he get to open? Xinghe rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Such a world really exists. Time Tallet spin the draw. 5 capsule draws 5 rare items. Xinghe felt a slight. He knew there wouldn't be anything, any door, a telephone booth, or a time pouch, but not a single exquisite grade treasure. That seemed excessive. Such strict control over power. Yet after inspecting the 5 items, Xinghe felt somewhat reassured. Snail House. Category Special Furniture. Rarity Rare. Effect: inside contains a self-contained living space immune to attacks of level 30 and below. Note: how could such a formidable item be used to hide from mom? Mole Gloves. Category Equipment. Rarity Rare. Effect: wearing them can rapidly complete digging tasks. Digging speed is affected by soil conditions. Note: I doubt moles can dig that fast. Momotaro Rice Ball. Category Consumable. Rarity Rare. Effect: when fed to animals they will temporarily follow your commands. After repeated training, even without eating the rice ball, they will listen. Note: the above effects apply only to animals of rare level or below, but they can also reduce hostility in higher level creatures. This item has no effect on humans or humanoid beings. Comment: a terrifying contraption, a miraculous brainwashing device. Who could have invented such dangerous everyday items? Synthesis Mind Seed. Category Consumable. Rarity Rare. Effect: after use, using a rare or lower item as a template, create a vein of that item's, or after mining the vein disappears. The higher the item's quality, the fewer items produced by the vein. Note: this item cannot copy magical items. If used forcibly, the vein will generate only ordinary items that mimic the shape of magical items. Comment: can you mine remote-controlled cars and batteries from a mine? Am I dreaming some strange dream? New Plant Variety Fabricator. Category Fabrication Platform. Rarity Rare. Tier: unupgradable. Effect: it can alter a plant's genes to create new varieties. Note this device cannot modify rare level or higher plants. Modifications have a certain success rate. Modifying magical plants is highly prone to failure. After modification, the plant is very unlikely to reproduce. Comment you say this thing that can cause genetic contamination can be ordered from a department store. The future is truly terrifying. 5 items, each top tier in its own right, apart from the basic limitation that they cannot affect magical items. The rest are absolutely beyond Xinghe's imagination. Even the most ordinary mole gloves would in animation display exaggerated effects. Their digging efficiency rivals that of an excavator. Among the other 4 items, Snail House is the space item Xinghe needs. After placing it into a blueprint for a small teleport array, it can indeed serve as a substitute for a space core. Xinghe simply chose to modify it, placing it outside the shelter, so it would be easy for everyone to enter and exit. Placing it inside the shelter would defeat the purpose. Momotaro Rice Ball comes at a good time. If he can manage to stuff it into the white dragon's throat, he can happily obtain an exquisite grade magical beast. Unfortunately, the Momotaro Rice Ball comes in a small packet. Xinghe opened it to find only 5 rice balls the size of a fist, not sure how many it would take for the dragon to listen. The synthetic mind seed isn't abundant either. A wide-mouthed bottle holds about 1 liter, not sure how many rare items can be copied from it. But Xinghe mostly has magical items in hand, so this can be set aside for now. As for the final special fabricator, Xinghe is very happy to bring it out and immediately begin adjusting some plant seeds he's collected. This machine stores basic genome maps of some flora and fauna. It's fairly user-friendly. Xinghe performs frost resistance modifications on several ordinary plants. Except for tropical plants, the success rate of frost resistance modifications is fairly high. Especially some herbs with strong vitality. The modifications went smoothly. Xinghe checked with a probe and found that most seeds cannot produce offspring. The more complex the modification, the lower the chance of propagation. Fortunately, Xinghe has plenty of ordinary plant seeds, so he can modify more. Eventually, he will sift out viable propagable varieties. The reason for such enthusiasm for modifying plants isn't that Xinghe intends to supply the worm camp. That's secondary. The main aim is his own sanctuary. He needs more plant and animal varieties to sustain ecological cycles. Xinghe also tried to modify magical plants. Unfortunately, only the sunshine mushroom succeeded, and it is a sterile cultivar. The modification result is rather lackluster, making the sunshine mushrooms glow weaker, but longer lasting. Xinghe spent nearly the entire day at home playing with this fabricator, producing a pile of messy plants. Of course, the device requires energy. Our energy crystals, as universal power sources, can recharge it. That day, he used at least 50 small energy crystals. He stopped not because he didn't want to continue, but out of fear of bankruptcy. In the underground farm, he cleared a large experimental field, sowed these seeds, and enforced strict isolation, especially for plants able to reproduce, which were further divided to see whether their traits mattered lest normal plants be contaminated. After dusk, Xinghe checked today's progress, 213 units of progress. Though there were only 10 people, it was still a harvest. With the Momotaro rice ball tomorrow, he can directly go after the dragon. Looking at the time, it was about class time. Xinghe went to the worm camp to gather everyone for class. After the course concluded, he handed the mole gloves to Luo Lan. This item can speed up digging efficiency. You should borrow it for the camp for a while. Xinghe's shelter cannot be dug with the mole gloves because the basement is suspended in the void rather than a real basement. Better to pass it to everyone in the camp to expand the camp. Lately, more and more people come to listen to the lessons at the camp. Even children attend. Among newcomers, only a few have good magical aptitude. Yesterday's rescued refugees include a sorcerer and a warrior, who are the leaders of the refugees. Unlike Old Lady Anna's case, this rare-rated sorcerer has a bloodline named the Crimson Fire Serpent, a rare fire-using mage from the snowy wastes. That warrior is much stronger than Jack, and the old soldier nearly reaching a rare rating. Fortunately, he has a good character and is grateful to the worm camp for taking them in. Originally, Jack did not want this warrior to learn the breathing technique, worried he'd be ousted, but Xinghe wouldn't bother with such scheming. What needed to be taught was taught. Who becomes the boss will still depend on him for their livelihood, won't it? The ice ghosts tonight were still scarce, but there were a couple of rare-grade ones. 2 or 3 in total, all naturally falling into Xinghe's possession. Rare-grade fur was already sufficient for his needs. Xinghe planned to craft a swift wind magic boat within the next couple of days to gauge its value. He hadn't accepted commission orders because such an item was too precious. He wanted to create one himself first to assess the situation before setting a price. Furthermore, Xinghe finally reached a mental attribute of 20 points through relentless effort, successfully advancing to rare grade, and his innate talent underwent its second transformation. Seizing the opportunity while his talent upgrade consumed 24 hours, Xinghe decided to capture that white dragon first. Why hasn't this white dragon emerged in 2 days? Xinghe gazed at the mage's eye in his hand. Ever since Xinghe had disturbed it 2 days prior, the white dragon had remained huddled in that cave, refusing to come out. Do white dragons hibernate? Xinghe asked, glancing back in puzzlement. Lauren shook her head, indicating she wasn't certain. It shouldn't be, my lord. After all, aren't white dragons ice-attributed dragons? That makes sense. Let's approach and see what this dragon is up to. Xinghe first used the mage's eye to scout the situation, and he discovered something seemed amiss with this dragon. He mustered his courage and entered the cave. The dragon weakly lifted its eyes before letting them fall again. Xinghe cast a detection spell and discovered something was wrong with this creature. Frostthroat Winter Breath. Category Demon Beast in Bloodline Conflict. Quality Rare Gem. Gender NA. Spirit 25 temporarily reduced to 17 due to Bloodline Conflict. Constitution 36 temporarily reduced to 28 due to Bloodline Conflict. Agility 21 temporarily reduced to 13 due to Bloodline Conflict. Charm 28 temporarily reduced to 20 due to Bloodline Conflict. Talent Hybrid White Dragon. As a descendant of Western and Eastern dragons, he possesses resilient scales, a slender tail, massive wings, and combat lineage from both sides, yet the conflicting bloodlines keep him in perpetual suffering and torment. Skills Ice Breath. Spews a 45 energy level cone-shaped breath that inflicts frost status on enemies, restricting their movement. Evil Banishment. The Eastern Dragon bloodline grants additional anti-evil effects. All his attacks deal bonus damage to demonic entities, and he is immune to curses and plagues of rare gem grade or below. Reverse Scale Explosion. The Conflict Batu. Xinghe cautiously advanced. The white dragon glared at him angrily, opening its mouth wide to breathe frost, but Xinghe had been waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he tossed a Momotaro rice ball directly into the dragon's throat. The white dragon's throat was quite rough compared to the delicate Momotaro rice ball, so it didn't even need to swallow. It just rolled straight in. The moment he swallowed the rice ball, the white dragon paused, his mouth still wide open as he contemplated breathing dragon fire, yet he found the man before him less bothersome than before. Seeing the effect, Xinghe quickly threw another rice ball into the dragon's mouth. After swallowing it, the white dragon's expression softened considerably, and he lowered his head to nudge Xinghe affectionately. To enhance the effect further, Xinghe fed the white dragon another rice ball. Now the dragon grew even gentler, speaking in the common tongue. I feel as though I haven't seen you in ages, old friend. The effect of this rice ball was truly terrifying. Lauren stood nearby, cold sweat streaming down her face. At first she had feared the white dragon might attack her lord, but now she found herself more frightened by the rice ball itself. Frostthroat, come back with me, and I'll find a way to resolve your bloodline conflict. Xinghe had gently stroked the white dragon's head. The scales felt smooth and pleasant under his touch. Frostthroat lowered his head in agreement, though his current condition left him unable to move for the time being. Fearing the Momotaro rice ball's effect would wear off and Frostthroat might turn hostile, Xinghe immediately sent Lauren back to prepare an extra-large sled, instructing the Icefang beasts to figure out how to transport Frostthroat back. This entire ordeal left Xinghe thoroughly exhausted, but fortunately checking the ecological garden's construction requirements showed the rare-grade creature slot had been completed at 11. Regrettably, as a young dragon, Frostthroat possessed no treasure hoard. Only some ancient gold coins and jewelry, all ordinary items that left Xinghe completely uninterested. However, in Frostthroat's lair there was a silver-rimmed chest he had collected. Upon opening it, Xinghe found 2 rare-grade items and 1 uncommon-grade item. The rare-grade pieces included a talisman that enhanced frost resistance and a crossbow bolt capable of automatically applying a frost enchantment. The uncommon-grade item was an energy core. This was the first time Xinghe had obtained one from a chest. Frostheart Core. Category Energy Core. Quality Uncommon. Effect: a specialized energy core that can only power ice element or non-element devices. Description: apparently crafted from a dragonkin heart, it's a special core, but don't expect to bathe in dragon blood by crushing it, it will only explode. A specialized energy core. Xinghe furrowed his brow. There seemed to be no suitable use for it currently, but he was certain he would find a purpose for it eventually. Frostthroat was temporarily housed beside the shelter mainly because the interior maintained a constant temperature throughout, including the basement, whereas Frostthroat preferred a much colder environment. The Icefang beasts also remained on the surface temporarily, primarily because of their considerable weight. Xinghe had spent a significant amount of sunflower energy storage transporting them up via the teleportation array today. Due to restrictions on the underground pasture, the sunflowers Xinghe cultivated could barely manage to recharge the defense towers. A remarkable feat given the heavy energy crystal consumption lately. He didn't intend to use too many, nor did he plan to send the Icefang beasts back. They could reside with Frostthroat instead. The giant white dragon initially made the worm camp residents uneasy, but after Lauren explained that Frostthroat was Xinghe's companion and vassal, their apprehension transformed into admiration for Xinghe. That evening, Lauren noticed a woman in the camp carving a small wooden statue of Xinghe. When she reported this to him, Xinghe paused briefly before gesturing dismissively, indicating he didn't mind. While being worshipped as an idol was somewhat unusual, Xinghe had aided the camp considerably. Gratitude from them was only natural. Noticing Xinghe's slightly upturned lips, Lauren chose not to intervene further. Over the following period, it became customary in the camp to carry Xinghe's wooden statue as a protective charm. Jack had even suggested to Lauren that they erect a statue of Xinghe in the center of the camp, but Xinghe ultimately refused. Accepting such modest admiration was fine, but a massive statue, truly embarrassing. Why is this thing so hard to craft? Xinghe looked at the device before him that could barely be called a Fajo, feeling a resignation. His third forged the Xuanfeng Fajo, yet it still wasn't fully complete, and the system did not recognize the equipment. With a sigh, Xinghe dismantled the Fajo. Fortunately, the trouble lay mainly in the assembly and linkage of the components, so the damaged parts were not too numerous. Xinghe studied the schematics of the Xuanfeng Fajo again, and finally decided to summon the dwarf smith and another carpenter to come over and take a look. 10 minutes later, the winded dwarf smith and the somewhat elderly carpenter entered Xinghe's shelter. The two men stepping into the shelter for the first time looked around with a bit of nervousness at its spacious and somewhat luxurious decor, though the dwarf smith still poked and prodded here and there with curiosity. Hearing sounds outside, Xinghe poked his head out of the workshop and cried, This, come help me take a look at this thing. The smith and carpenter, seeing Xinghe, hurried into the workshop. Xinghe placed the already dismantled pieces on the weapon forging bench. Yes, this Xuanfeng Fajo has been recognized as a weapon by the weapon forging bench. Gentlemen, I cut, ground, and assembled according to the measurements. The array is inscribed as well, but the final assembly still doesn't fit right. The system does not recognize it, so it cannot fly. The smith and carpenter took the drawings Xinghe handed over, studied them for about 20 minutes, then looked up. Master, to be honest, with me and Wood's abilities, it's a bit hard to grasp this magical creation. The dwarf smith pushed the drawings back, clicked his tongue, and added, But I think the issue might be lubrication. Some of the joints between components are still too rough. The conduction is imperfect. What do you think, Wood? The old carpenter also scratched his chin, frowning. Lubrication is likely one of the problems, and the timber itself seems flawed. This kind of wood. He picked up a plank. Master, this wood actually has some problems. Xinghe frowned. These woods were polluted before, but I have purified them. There should be nothing wrong now. The old carpenter lowered the plank with caution and said, It isn't that the wood itself is flawed, Master, it's the imprint of your array on the wood. Look here. I can't read your magic array, but this complex area should be the nodes, right? Yet your array's nodes are etched into a section where the wood grain is most concentrated and fragile. This plank has already cracked internally. This is just a humble opinion from a little man. I don't truly understand this, so please forgive any mistake if I miss something. Xinghe listened to the two masters, paused for a moment, then said earnestly, I think what you said is probably right. Please don't go yet. Help me study this further. I won't let your help go to waste. Besides the method to refine the Xuanfeng Fajo, I will teach you a few skills that don't rely heavily on magical power. The two men felt a bit anxious, but facing Xinghe's invitation they stayed. Once they got into the work, they weren't as nervous, aiding Xinghe in crafting the Xuanfeng Fajo while learning the craft from him. Of course, a rare-grade magical tool like the Xuanfeng Fajo cannot be forged by those without magical power, but techniques from items such as Xinghe sword, Peachwood sword, and the soul-capturing bell, along with some forging methods and fire control techniques, still benefit them. The two other artisans also had ideas. They proposed altering the Fajo's form into a sleigh-like shape, reducing the so-called flying effect, making the sleigh lighter, sturdier, and able to carry more goods. The three of them stayed in the workshop all day, not only forging a finished Xuanfeng Fajo, but also producing a new blueprint. Xuanfeng Fajo. Category Vehicle. Quality Rare. Durability 5050. Effect Normal flight speed 80 km/h. Maximum flight height 1000 meters. Maximum load 400 kilograms. Exceeding 400 kilograms will affect flight speed and height. Every 100 kilometers of flight consumes one small energy crystal's energy, which can be recharged with an energy core. Skill size Ru-E. After refining the Fajo can be shrunk to a 30 centimeters model for easy handling. Note, is it really safe for someone at Foundation establishment to use such a flying vessel? Oh, they can fly too, then it's fine. Xuanfeng Snow Sled. Category Vehicle. Quality Rare. Durability 3030. Effect maximum load 700 kilograms, but because the array is empowered, the effective load is reduced by 40. If the load exceeds the maximum, the sled's weight reduction will be compromised. Exceeding 1,100 kilograms can cause irreparable damage to the sled. Skill None. Description: a vehicle simplified from a flying device. Though it requires external pulling, it does not require additional energy charging. That's much cheaper. The Xuanfeng Snow Sled is larger than the Xuanfeng Fajo, but as a magical instrument, the Fajo naturally carries a shrinking effect, which the Snow Sled lacks. Xinghe knows shrinking would be more convenient, but such a function requires spiritual energy to use. Moreover, with most features removed, the Xuanfeng Snow Sled can be crafted by ordinary artisans. Simply inscribe the formation with an energy crystal or magical items. It's optimized to the extreme, essentially preserving only the weight reduction effect. If it weren't for the Xuanfeng Fajo, this sled would be better called a weight-reducing sled. Thank you for your help, both of you. If you need anything, tell me, and I will do what I can. Xinghe knew they were talking about the camp matter, but he still wanted to repay them. After all, they helped him craft the Xuanfeng Fajo, and Xinghe had already posted the vessel on the trading channel. For his friends, he planned to take on some work for them at a lower fee, far cheaper than a finished product. Alright, since you insist, I'll give you something as thanks. Xinghe unveiled a forging furnace, something he had researched a few days earlier. It was far simpler than the Xuanfeng Fajo, and for Xinghe, who already had a weapon forging bench, it served little purpose. This furnace is a gift for you. He glanced at the carpenter again, then handed him a bottle of life-sustaining water. Take this, it could save your life. The two men gratefully accepted the items. Xinghe had Duanya fetch some beasts to help carry the forging furnace to the worm camp, and he also gave the two elders some food, a gesture that impressed them more than the furnace or the life-sustaining water. Not long after sending the two elders off, Luo Lan suddenly walked in. Master, we found a place. A gigantic camp. The sky had already darkened, yet Xinghe ultimately decided against heading to the suspected human camp that evening. It was already the fourth day counting down to the end of his mission, yet he had gathered only 234 souls, still 116 short of the required 350. Xinghe had long since relinquished any hope of obtaining the next phase's reward. But if he could gather more humans, perhaps there would still be a chance. After all, it was supposedly a camp. There could easily be several hundred people there. With the expansion and renovation of the worm camp, the entire settlement had undergone a dramatic transformation. A massive ironclad wooden gate had been installed at the entrance, a project that had consumed all the blacksmiths and carpenters with weapon forging brought to a complete halt. Standing 5 meters tall with a thickness of 2 meters, the structure resembled more a colossal plug than an ordinary door. Upon its surface was depicted a giant worm coiled around crossed swords and a staff, the camp's newly designed emblem. The gate was fitted with ventilation openings, and with Xinghe's assistance a breath-concealing formation had been erected, rendering it largely undetectable to ice ghosts. Of course, such a monumental gate was nearly impossible to open. For daily passage and cargo transport, several smaller doors had been cut into it. After all, they were not giant worms themselves. Additionally, watch holes had been carved into the passages above, allowing the camp's occupants to survey distant terrain or launch attacks from elevated positions. Xinghe had intended to teach the camp the construction of magical defense towers, though unfortunately, he himself understood only the superficial aspects without grasping the underlying principles. All he could do now was hope the veteran craftsman might devise a simplified method. Upon expansion, the camp interior was divided into 3 districts: residential, artisan, and agricultural. The residential area remained primarily tent-based, as everyone was simply too occupied to construct permanent dwellings. In the agricultural district, mushrooms had effectively become the primary crop. They grew rapidly and yielded abundant harvests, and after modification by the mushroom sprites, their environmental requirements had been significantly reduced. However, they demanded substantial amounts of humus and currently served mainly as a transitional food source. Beyond the camp's renovation, 3 specialized units had been established: a patrol squad, a hunting party, and a mage detachment. The patrol squad was commanded by the recently arrived warrior. The hunting party remained under the half-elf archer's leadership, and the mage detachment was placed under the fire elemental sorcerer. Elder Anna and the aging magic apprentice had both withdrawn from combat duty due to their advanced years. Regarding supplies, in addition to the open-pit coal mines situated right at the entrance, the campers had located several small forest patches and quarry sites capable of yielding substantial stone blocks, more than adequate for their needs. As for what would happen when the population continued to grow, that was a problem for another day. That evening, Xinghe also attended an extra ceremony, the baptism of a newborn infant. This was the first child born since the worm camp's establishment. Although the mother had conceived before arriving at the camp, the occasion still brought everyone together in shared jubilation. Xinghe had never attended such an event. Having lived 2 lives, in his first, he had transmigrated before ever marrying, and in his second, he was barely 18 years old. Fortunately, the ceremony was kept remarkably simple. Xinghe baptized the little girl with a small bottle of genuine holy water. Though the newborn was admittedly rather unsightly, everyone persistently praised her as the most beautiful infant they had ever seen. "My lord, please bestow a name upon this child. Your humble servants are uneducated folk and cannot conceive one ourselves." Xinghe did not decline the request. He pondered for a moment, his literary cultivation across 2 lifetimes proving woefully inadequate. After considerable effort, he finally recalled a fitting name. "Let us call her Aurora. May she shine like the northern lights, bringing new light and hope to this camp during the longest winter." After the baptism concluded, Xinghe proceeded with his usual lesson, carefully explaining the practical applications of magic to the gathered crowd, particularly resurrection and purification bolt. The camp suffered from acute shortages of both medicine and qualified physicians. Although the fairy had assembled several nimble young men and women for basic medical training and recorded her experiences, these measures were insufficient. Yet in the short term, ensuring that a camp engaged in such frequent combat remained unscathed and unhumbled would still require the aid of magic. Xinghe had actually taught the camp members the formula for their imitation of living water. Unfortunately, their technical proficiency was poor. Mastering ordinary remedies was already their limit, and only 1 or 2 individuals could produce rare-grade potions. Xinghe sighed. He had done his utmost. Although he constantly claimed not to care for these people, how could one remain unmoved witnessing fellow humans struggling desperately in the snowy wasteland? Leaning back on the sofa, Xinghe glanced at his Gacha Machine's daily reward pool, a worthless fruit ninja game. He admitted this had been one of the legendary hits of his youth, but one certainly couldn't draw out fruit to eat. Though he harbored a craving for watermelon or peaches, the shelter contained only lemons and several tart berries. The fruit category had never received much attention. However, after acquiring the new plant synthesizer, he had adjusted the sweetness of the berries. Perhaps soon he would be able to enjoy sweet, juicy fruit. Lauren remembered to arrange for the shelter to harvest ice ghost pelts. We shall be departing soon and must stockpile supplies. Yes, my lord. Early the following morning, Xinghe rose and set out with Lauren toward the location where he had discovered the human settlement the day before. This place was quite distant from the worm camp. Xinghe had driven for 2 hours to reach it. Where did the people in the camp even hear about this place? It's so far away. A refugee who had fled to the nearby area mentioned it, my lord. But as I told you before, it remains only a possibility. Xinghe sighed. Even if it were merely a possibility, he had to come for the reward. He released several magi to scout the surrounding area. Approximately 20 minutes later, he indeed discovered a somewhat suspicious location. Let us go. It should be in that direction. Xinghe parked the vehicle and walked toward the direction indicated by the magi's. There was another cave entrance, but unlike the worm camp's gate carved into the mountainside, this one opened directly onto the ground surface. As he approached, Xinghe noticed that the ground-level cave entrance appeared somewhat too small, quite unlike the proportions suitable for human stature. He stepped forward and knocked on the cave's entrance, calling out to see if anyone was inside, but received no response. Xinghe knocked several more times and waited approximately 20 minutes, yet still no one answered. Just as he was contemplating how to enter and investigate, a sharp voice suddenly called out from the side, "Who are you?"